Chapter 181 Farm Construction. Are you talking about how I found the sense of invasion? When Mingxia crossed his arms and fell into memories. I just have that feeling. When Mingxia said, because the whole world belongs to me. I am connected to this world. And I can sense any slight disturbance. When Mingxia looked at Yanrui. Sorry. I really can't help this time. After hearing this, Yanrui could only nod helplessly. I was just trying it out. But thank you very much for your time. When Mingxia got up to see them off. When leaving. When Mingxia said, you can go see Uncle Wu. Uncle Wu seems to have come up with something good recently. What good thing? Yanrui came to the animal husbandry area of the shielded area with Jian and taking medicine with doubts. Seeing the two of them coming, Uncle Wu looked very happy. Recently, a new breed of chickens has laid a few eggs. You can take them back and try them. As soon as Uncle Wu saw them, he smiled and asked the assistant beside him to prepare eggs for Yanrui. Yanrui immediately waved his hand to refuse. No. No. I don't need it. Yanrui finished speaking and asked cautiously, can the things here be given to others casually? Others can't. But you can. Uncle Wu laughed happily. Just tell me. I can get you anything you want. That's not necessary. Yanrui was a little embarrassed. But I'll take the eggs. What new species is this? It's an egg laid by a local chicken and a pheasant. Uncle Wu took out his mobile phone and showed Yanrui a photo. I don't know when this pheasant came. And it directly targeted our little hen. The little hen is now laying eggs with fertilized eggs. If you take it back and incubate it, you will definitely hatch chicks. Can it actually hatch chicks? But this pheasant looks so majestic. Much more majestic than he imagined. Among all the pheasants he has seen, no pheasant can compare with it. Such a big chicken. Is he still here now? Yanrui looked at the chicken with a little curiosity. Uncle Wu shook his head. This is just a photo that someone took and sent to me during patrol. I didn't even see the shadow. Look at this chicken. It's twice as big as our chicken. This chicken looks good and spiritual. I wonder if I can meet it. After receiving the gift from Uncle Wu, Yanrui and Jian Anqi returned to the supermarket. After returning, Jian Anqi took all the eggs. I'll put this in the incubator and see if I can hatch chicks like Uncle Wu said. I think it should be possible. Yanrui observed the boxes of eggs. I can feel that there is a lot of life inside. At least half of them can be hatched. Hearing Yanrui's words, Jian Anqi felt relieved. Then I know. I'll go now. However, Uncle Wu's incident reminded Yanrui that breeds like pheasants are strong and easy to raise, and seem to have a higher survival rate than domestic chickens. Otherwise, he can improve their genes? Although these livestock can be raised well on his farm. In the end times, a little advantage can bring great improvements to people. Yanrui can't feed the whole country by himself. That would be too tiring. Yanrui immediately found Jian Anqi. I want to improve the conditions of the livestock, so that their survival rate is higher, and then hand them over to Minister Xiong and others to raise them. Do you think it's okay? Jian Anqi agreed with Yanrui's idea without any thought. I think it's feasible. Let's go to the wild now. Why go to the wild? Our system mall has many species that are superior to all the creatures in this plane. If you don't believe me, check it out in the mall. The system immediately called up the mall list. We have everything you think of. I'm angry, the system said unhappily. Why is it that every time something like this happens, your first reaction is not to find our system? Yanrui picked up the system. Don't act pitiful. Why don't you tell me the price? A pheasant that looks as majestic as the one in Uncle Wu's photo requires 10,000 points. But what if you catch it in the wild? It's free. You can't compare it like this. You buy happiness once for a lifetime. Anyway, you want to improve your genes. I guarantee that your modified thick-bottom genes will be stable and will never degenerate. Isn't that enough? Yanrui was interested in the system's proposal. Tell me more about it. You said that your plane will also experience the end of the world, or a natural disaster type end of the world. So food is very important. Right? The livestock I raise for you eat less, grow meat faster, and are healthy. The system raised its little paw and patted its chest. I promise you, I will provide you with after-sales service. Isn't that enough? Can you really do it? Do you know how many professionals will be pissed off by what you said? Yanrui said. In addition, resources are tight in the end times. If any problems occur, it will affect the living conditions of many people. I'm sure I can, the system said. But when you send the things out, you have to put them here to change the gene sequence first. I will stabilize them, so that at least they will not be affected by inferior genes in the future. Okay? Okay. Yanrui still trusts the system very much. Tell me, how many points are needed for these services? Just give me 50,000 points in total. The system looked at Yanrui and said with a smile, I promise you that we can sign a contract. If I can't do it, I will let Jian Anqi use lightning to strike me. Okay? How could I bear to let him strike you? Yanrui found it a little funny. That's fine. But if there is a problem in the future, I will buy things directly from the system mall to subsidize them. But I won't pay for the points. And you have to compensate. No problem. Looking at the system's solemn promise, Yanrui was relieved. You can choose for me. Just according to your conditions just now. It would be better if the taste can be guaranteed. Of course. The system immediately selected 2 of each type of livestock for Yanrui. I have divided these egg-laying species into 2 types. One is evolving towards meat production, and the other is evolving towards milk production. The system pointed at the screen and said, there are also 2 types of egg-laying species. One is evolving towards meat production, and the other is evolving towards milk production. I know that you humans always need to supplement nutrition, not just to eat. The system blinked at Yanrui. Isn't it thoughtful? Yanrui didn't expect the system to be so comprehensive. He touched the system's head in appreciation. You did a good job. And my money was not wasted. Sincere offer of 620,000 yuan. Shall we deduct it now? Yanrui took back what he had just said. It's still a bit much. However, it seems that these points are really beneficial to Yanrui. These days, Yanrui is satisfied with the system's busyness. The chicks given by Uncle Wu have all hatched. A total of 86 have survived. The rest may be dead eggs in our hands. Then there is no way. We can't bring them back to life. Yanrui took a chick brought by Jian Anqi. Looking at the chick, he was excited. It looked so energetic. Look! It's still pecking my hand. Yanrui looked at the chicks that had just hatched in order. Seeing that they were all healthy, he was relieved. Raise them first. And when they grow up, let the system take them to fight with the species we bought from the system mall. Yanrui decided. I've been looking at these new species these days, and I feel that the ones we bought before are really fragile. He bought 2 males of the species selected by the system, both of which are adults. As soon as he arrived at Yanrui's farm, he began to fulfill his responsibility of nurturing the next generation. It's just that the male livestock that Yanrui bought originally has a little less energy these days. I didn't expect that these livestock with a lifespan of only a few years would encounter such competition. But Yanrui didn't soften his heart at all. We'll have potatoes stewed with geese tonight. Since there was no reason to stay, Yanrui was too lazy to waste feed. So he and Jian Anqi simply killed them all, dissected them, and kept the meat directly. Yanrui and Jian Anqi killed chickens and ducks, pigs and sheep these days, and only the cows that could work escaped. Fortunately, we haven't been raising them for a long time. If we had followed our initial plan, we would have tens of thousands of chickens, ducks and geese in the farm in 2 years. We will have tens of thousands of them in the future. Our current plan has not changed. We have just added a reinforcement plan in the middle. Jian Anqi twisted his hand casually, and the goose in his hand immediately lost its breath. More than 30 chickens should be enough for us to eat for a while. Let's sell the meat we stored in the warehouse for future consumption to Minister Xiong. Okay. Yanrui was so happy when he thought of this. Who would have thought that we would still be worried about having too much meat to eat? We will only have this kind of happy worry in the future. Thinking of this, Jian Anqi became more and more motivated. I will pack up all the chickens, ducks and geese today, and start slaughtering pigs tomorrow. Can we too slaughter pigs? Yanrui respected slaughtering pigs. Okay. I'll just knock them out, Jian Anqi said. I've been charging the shield every day for a few days, and now the energy in my body has become stronger. I can knock out 10 pigs at a time to fill in the gaps. Yanrui was amused by Jian Anqi and laughed out loud. At this time, he heard another new message on Jian Anqi's phone. He sat next to Jian Anqi. Who is it? Jian Anqi said while picking up his phone. If there is no accident, it should be Minister Xiong. As expected, Jian Anqi was not wrong. The message read, can we meet tonight? Until you two are busy. But can you forgive the emergency? Chapter 182 Farm Construction. Tonight? What's the matter? It should be evening over there now. Right? Tonight? That means they have to talk right away. Yin Rui thought for a moment, then said, "Let Minister Xiong tell us what's the matter first. When are we going back?" "It should be around noon the next day, when we came from our original plane," Jian Anqi replied. "If he is willing to wait until the next day, we should have enough time. It can't be that someone has awakened now. So what kind of terrible talent does he have?" Yin Rui thought about it. But there were so many powerful people in his previous life that he couldn't figure it out for a while. Jian Anqi replied, "I have something tonight. Is tomorrow night okay?" After sending the message, Jian Anqi put away his phone. "Let's go. We will receive his reply in a month. This is the benefit of having time difference." After replying the message, Jian Anqi and Yin Rui began to concentrate on studying the improved livestock. Even though the system had promised that it would satisfy them, the two still recorded it every day. However, when the two were concentrating on biological research and had already harvested the first batch of chicks, Minister Xiong just received Jian Anqi's reply. He said he would come back to me tomorrow. Tomorrow night. When you passed by the supermarket today, did you see anyone in the supermarket? I don't know. I didn't see them come out. And the lights were not on. Maybe they went out through the back door? Wei Rong, who was responsible for observing Yin Rui and Jian Anqi, said, "If you don't believe me, just go knock on the door and ask if they are home. Don't complain to me. Minister Xiong just doesn't like Wei Rong, and he has been provoking him until now." Wei Rong snorted coldly. "But it's not that he doesn't believe it. But this matter is really incredible. And the environmental anomalies they detected are clearly still within the controllable range. So there is no need to go to such lengths. Recently, Minister Xiong has cooperated with many departments and asked them to conduct some specific inspections, and found that indeed many areas have had some minor anomalies. However, this data is normal, and there is no need to worry about it, because the weather is something that cannot be controlled at all, and some fluctuations are too normal. However, Minister Xiong has become very vigilant. He has now contacted his superiors, and has passed the news to the highest level leaders. But time is urgent, plus some miscellaneous problems. So there is no response yet. However, Minister Xiong can no longer care about so many things now. He has started to buy food from abroad with his own money. But in order not to alert the enemy, he also bought it in batches and regions, wasting a lot of money. Of course, there was also a lot of Wei Rong's money in it. You will know how correct my decision was when the time comes. Also, who did you give my stone to? I didn't even ask you to return it. I'm carrying it myself. Wei Rong took out the original seed given by Yin Rui from his pocket. I'm old and have many problems. And my immunity is still low. If there is a problem, I will definitely find it in the first time. After Wei Rong finished speaking, he also made a sound of TSK. You let those young people try this. What do you think? What do you care what I think? Minister Xiong really couldn't do anything to Wei Rong. He took out a stack of reports. This is just sent from Province F. There has indeed been a small submarine earthquake there. Hearing this, Wei Rong frowned. I don't understand these. But as far as I know, it's not normal to have a small submarine earthquake. It is normal. But in the past data, that area can basically vibrate 2 or 3 times in 3 years. But this time, do you know what its vibration frequency is? Minister Xiong pointed out a finger. 10 times. 10 times a day. Wei Rong immediately said. Residents on the coast should be evacuated. It's not the time yet. You have heard what Yin Rui said. It's not the typhoon season yet. And the shelter has not been built yet. Minister Xiong looked at Wei Rong's expression and groaned again. Look at your expression. Didn't I tell you that if the apocalypse hadn't come, I would definitely find a way to pay you back? Minister Xiong scolded. How could I owe you money? I'm tired of you doing this. Wei Rong stretched out his arm and took all the reports in front of Minister Xiong. After flipping through them, his expression froze. What Minister Xiong just said was only a small part of the millions of anomalies. The water level of the lake that was originally normal became lower, and the sky was clear when it was supposed to rain. There were also animals that were supposed to live in their own territories, and they began to fight for the chassis, as if they could foresee that there was no way for them to survive in that small area. You can't just focus on me to get the wool. Those people have to pay too. Wei Rong returned the report to Minister Xiong, who laughed. Do you think I will let them go? I have spent a lot of their money. Minister Xiong chuckled. The same time, several months passed for Yin Rui, but only 1 day passed for Minister Xiong. But he was working intensively almost every second. Not wasting any time. I am so tired. I really need to rest. Maybe that kid will reply to me tomorrow morning. Minister Xiong yawned. I am going to sleep. You should go back to the office and sleep. While Minister Xiong was resting, Jian Anqi and Yen Rui were watching their second batch of chicks hatching. Is this the most stable batch that the system said? Yen Rui looked at the chicks with tufts of fetal hair in the palm of his hand and asked carefully. Yes. This batch should be the most stable one. The system assured. No. It should not be said that this batch is the most stable one. But starting from this batch, it will be stable in the future. Then we can eat all the previous ones. Yen Rui was fascinated by the chicken in his hand and said casually, How long will it take for this to grow up? Not long. I will definitely give you enough when you go back, the system said. But Jian Anqi, is it time for Minister Xiong to reply to you now? Jian Anqi shook his head. He may still be resting. But the elderly don't sleep much. I guess he can reply to me in 2 months. Didn't Li Chanong give you dividends yesterday? Did you check the account and find any mistakes? Yen Rui suddenly remembered this incident. He carefully put down the chicken in his hand. And then said to the system. It should be fine. Of course it's fine. He is quite reliable in this regard. However, a large number of points have been credited. Do you want to purchase some in the system mall? The system said. We have a lot of new things recently. No. I don't need them. Yen Rui wiped his hands with a wet wipe. It's more cost-effective for me to buy things from Tianqianmei. He has confirmed that the plane where Tianqianmei is located will not experience the end of the world. So there will be no shortage of supplies. So Yen Rui decided to buy normal large quantities of supplies from Tianqianmei in the future. Did we buy thermal clothes and sleeping bags last time? Yen Rui couldn't remember clearly. He looked at Jian Anqi and asked. Jian Anqi remembered it very clearly. All the tools for heat preservation and cooling have been bought, plus ice crystals and fire essence, which is also a large amount of resources. But cleaning supplies may be lacking. Oh, yes. This thing is too important. Yen Rui immediately said to the system. You asked Tianqianmei to wholesale 100 tons of disinfectant powder for me. The kind that can clean the water quality. In the previous life, due to the limitations of conditions, few people could boil water before drinking it. And the ingredients in the water source that had experienced typhoons and floods were simply unimaginable. But many people had no choice. At that time, they either faced the situation of dying of thirst or took a gamble and bet that they were not such unlucky people. But God will not pity everyone. At that time, a large number of people drank unclean water and were infected with messy viruses and died. When Yen Rui received the news, he was scared. At that time, he also wanted to drink it casually. But Jian Anqi disagreed and asked him to boil the water before drinking it, even if he had to spend a lot of effort to find fuel every day. By the way, fuel, the more the better. Let Tianqianmei wholesale more lighters and matches. The lighters must be windproof. And candles. Yen Rui thought of a little, and could think of a whole series. The alcohol lamp saved my life in my last life. When the apocalypse just started, you brought me a box of scented candles. I asked why I needed it. If I couldn't find food, I shouldn't bring anything else to make up the numbers. But it came in handy later. Yen Rui held Jian Anqi's hand and smiled as he recalled the things in his last life. You are well informed. If I were alone, I might have died soon after the apocalypse started. Don't say that. Yen Rui felt Jian Anqi tighten his grip on his hand. But he relaxed after a moment. Let's go check out the herbs. I haven't seen them for a few days. I don't know what they look like now. Yen Rui nodded. He felt Jian Anqi's low pressure and could only sigh silently in his heart. On the way to the herb garden, Yen Rui passed by a large piece of land. He looked at the land with a good harvest and felt very satisfied. Wait for me. Yen Rui remembered that this was a sweet potato field. Yen Rui took out a small hoe, squatted down and dug, then pulled hard. It didn't move. He smiled a little embarrassedly, and dug with the small hoe again. When he dug, he found something unusual. What's wrong? Haven't dug it out yet? Jian Anqi also squatted down, wanting to find out. How come this sweet potato is so big? Chapter 183 Farm Construction. Yen Rui only knew that the products produced by his farm were of good quality. But this one exceeded his expectations. How many pounds is this sweet potato? Yen Rui weighed the sweet potato in his hand, and Jian Anqi took out a scale to weigh it. Oh my god! 6 pounds. Yin Rui looked at the number on the screen of the electronic scale and exclaimed, "Wow! It's so big!" Even the system was surprised. "How did you grow it?" "I don't know." Yin Rui looked confused. "Is it because it is under the formation? So it grows so big?" Yin Rui looked at the sweet potato in his hand and murmured. Jian Anqi saw that Yin Rui's expression was a little strange. So he said, "This is great. The land here is not troubled by lack of fertility. We don't need to fertilize the land. It's very convenient to grow it this big. And we don't need to expand the planting area in the future." "That's true." Yin Rui nodded after listening to Jian Anqi's words. "It's a pity that I can't eat normal baked sweet potatoes in the future. This sweet potato is so big. I will definitely never be able to bake the kind of sweet potato that is oily and sugary. A little crispy on the outside, but soft and fluffy on the inside. It can't be baked through at all. I can accept everything else. But this sweet potato is so big. We must plant a small piece of normal-sized sweet potato." Yin Rui emphasized again. Jian Anqi laughed. "If you want, it's fine. Do you want to eat sweet potato tarts tonight?" Hearing sweet potato tarts, Yin Rui swallowed his saliva. "Yes. Yes." Jian Anqi touched Yin Rui's head, and the two continued to walk towards the herb garden. But along the way, the two focused on observing the mature vegetables and fruits. They found that some of the plants he planted exceeded their original size, and some had twice as many fruits as Chong Chong. This pepper. The fruits grow densely. Normal pepper seedlings should not be like this. Of course it is not like this. Of course it is because of my care that they become like this. The system said proudly. They grow like this, partly because of your true hair, but also partly because of my care. I don't see you here often. Why do you take care of so many things? Yin Rui asked. The system explained in detail. Of course, when you were not around, I tried to control the temperature, precipitation, and let the flowers and plants have wind and sun. If there were weeds, I would give instructions to the puppets immediately. I also had to supervise the bees to pollinate from time to time. Do you think I have no merits, but also hard work? You have both merits and hard work. Isn't that enough? Yin Rui touched the system soothingly. Why didn't you tell me before? It wasn't that there were no results before, but now there are. Just tell me whether you are happy or not. Happy. Super happy. Yin Rui suddenly felt that he seemed to have become the person who did the least work in his family, and then kept a close eye on the livestock every day. And a lazy kitten became a sheepdog. The system is a high-tech AI robot, and it also divides itself into several parts to help Tai Jie deal with the big and small things at home. In addition to doing housework every day, Jian Anqi also carries and organizes the goods. When he is free, he also makes desserts for himself. By the way, since he has been with Jian Anqi, he has never eaten a whole apple. Jian Anqi peels and cuts them into small pieces and sends them to him. The supermarket that he has been in charge of has been handed over to Wei Cheng, and the most profitable hotel in this plain is also in charge of Li Changyang. If these two people are too busy, there will be other people to help. But in the end, all the profits fall into his pocket. Yin Rui suddenly felt ashamed. He stopped and said, I will work hard tomorrow. Yeah. Let's go to the herb garden first. Jian Anqi pulled Yin Rui up. After the two came to the herb garden, they saw a large number of Chinese patent medicines that had grown. We can't let the puppets pick these things. Yin Rui rolled up his sleeves. Even though the puppets were very meticulous now, Yin Rui was still not very reassured. The wolfberries are so small. I don't feel at ease leaving them to them. Yin Rui squatted down and looked at the densely packed red fruits. He said with satisfaction, These fruits are growing well. I will send some to Minister Xiong to replenish his body. Jian Anqi nodded. Minister Xiong should indeed replenish his body. The two did what they said. After Yin Rui had something to do, he forgot his previous bold words. Little did he know that if Jian Anqi knew what he was thinking, he would definitely argue. All the things at home are actually under the control of Yin Rui, and then sometimes gets angry and needs Yin Rui to appease her. The system often needs Yin Rui to give instructions before it can continue to work, and he only helps behind Yin Rui when he wants to do something. As for the supermarket and the hotel, it all depends on Yin Rui's reputation. Now Yin Rui still draws a lot of talismans for marketing and activities from time to time. When there are some disputes in the hotel, Yin Rui has to come forward to mediate. He can remember the names of all the people working in the hotel clearly. Jian Anqi takes such good care of him because Yin Rui has to do things every day. It seems that he doesn't do any work. But in fact, he can't rest every second. Just like Yanrui now. He and Jiananqi have already picked all the wolfberries. More than 200 kilograms. But he didn't even have time to rest. And immediately walked to the next field. Ready to dig out the grown white atractalotes. I heard that the current policy is very good. And planting atractalotes macrocephala is very profitable. Yanrui carefully dug atractalotes macrocephala with a small shovel while chatting with Jiananqi. It's a pity that the farmers can't wait until the harvest. The end of the world will not last. It will only affect a period of time. Jiananqi said. Now that we are here, I'm sure that the kind of contempt you had in your last life will not happen again. Jiananqi pulled the atractalotes macrocephala in his hand hard. Looked at the rhizome. And shook it at Yanrui. With such a large rhizome, there is no need to worry at all. You can beat 10 of them by yourself. I didn't expect the rhizome of atractalotes macrocephala to be so big. Yanrui looked at the atractalotes macrocephala that was half the size of a football. And his confidence doubled. It's just the right time to improve the varieties of Chinese medicine. It's not that the efficacy is not good now. Or it's because of the land or pollution that the efficacy has deteriorated. Let's make them Chunwi peak. But we can't leave out Western medicine. There's no such thing as too much medicine. Yanrui said. Did we ask Tianqianmei to buy medicine? I don't think so. Indeed. But I don't know if Tianqianmei can buy the medicine we want now. After all, medicine is a sensitive thing. It would be great if the domineering president could buy a pharmaceutical factory for Tianqianmei when he heard that she needed medicine. Anyway, he is wearing the kind of illogical domineering president's article. And he doesn't even need the consent of the person to remove the kidney in a regular hospital. Yanrui shuddered when he thought that he might have been chosen by the love system. Dig quickly. Dig quickly. After digging this piece, we will go dig Pinellia. Yanrui planted dozens of Chinese medicinal herbs. After a day, even though he had physical supplements, he was still too tired to speak. Jiananqi handed over a bowl of fruit that had been cut into small pieces. Take a break. Yanrui panted heavily and wiped the sweat from his face with a towel. I did a lot of work today. Right? Jiananqi responded naturally. Not only did I do a lot, but I did it very seriously. During this period, Feng Su and Uncle Wu called you to help solve a problem. You also helped solve Wen Mingshir's problem today. Wei Cheng asked you to help draw 2 amulets for the people you like, and gave them away when you had time. Li Chang'an almost wanted to make a profit from it. If the kickbacks fight, you should deal with it. After Jiananqi finished speaking, he even said with some distress, You really worked hard today. Do you want to eat steak or beef stew tonight? Didn't we kill any cows in our family? Even if we don't kill cows, we can still eat beef. Jiananqi sat next to Yanrui. There used to be a lot of inventory, and we can buy it from outside. I'm very tired today. I want to drink soup. Jiananqi nodded and left. But when Yanrui was eating the fruit in his hand, Jiananqi's words lingered in his ears again. He really did a lot of work today. Was it like this before? Yanrui himself didn't notice it. By the way, system, show me the inventory. Yanrui asked the system to check all their inventory. Yanrui looked at the screen and carefully looked for any omissions. When he just came back, he wrote a stocking list. But that was only for himself, who was short of money. There were many things that could be saved, and some things were unnecessary. These clothes have women's sizes. Right? Yanrui asked as he looked at the clothing stock bought by Tianmei. The system nodded. There are both men's and women's styles. But these casual clothes should not be much different. The things are not much different. But the mentality is very different. Yanrui has the experience of a veteran. The baby's milk powder is also ready. I still remember that when he just went to the martial arts plane, he got his first customer with milk powder. Yes, I have prepared clothes and diapers for the children. But do you want to buy toys? I have consumed a lot in this plane, and it is almost empty. Buy it. Now the points are not tight. You can buy some. There are also textbooks. Forget it. We should prepare the textbooks in our original plane, in case the teaching materials are different, and the teaching is off. Yanrui looked up and down at his inventory. There was no shortage of food. And the farm would grow again. There were also drinks. He bought a lot of water and beverages. And a lot of wine. 4. Yanrui slapped his forehead. I almost forgot. Do girls still need sanitary napkins? I bought diapers for the children. But I forgot the sanitary napkins for girls. He almost forgot such an important thing. If he really found it at the end of the world, it would be a big deal. No matter what brand or specification. Buy it by tons. Yanrui said. This thing is indispensable. And it is a disposable sanitary product. Just like toilet paper. The toilet paper in Yanrui's warehouse was piled like a mountain. He now deliberately cleared a part of it to store sanitary napkins. Please help me check and fill in the gaps. If there is anything missing, please remind me. Yanrui repeatedly told the system. And the system nodded. Don't worry. I will ask you according to the purchase order of the large supermarket. Chapter 184 Farm Construction. It was time to enter the energy space for the third time. Yanrui and Jian Anqi had prepared early. After they had eaten and drunk enough, they immediately came to the energy space. As soon as they entered the space, Yanrui was careless and almost fell. Jian Anqi immediately supported him. But when his feet just landed, he was a little unsteady. What did we step on? Yanrui looked down and saw the crystal sea sand about the size of cherries, quietly piling up at their feet. How did it become so big? Is this the first batch of crystal sea sand we placed? It seems not. Jian Anqi, who was always calm, also had some disbelief in his tone. Wherever they looked, all the crystal sea sand was so big. Oh my god! Did they add a bulking agent? Yanrui looked at the crystal sea sand all over the mountains and fields, and couldn't help but sigh. Jian Anqi bent down and picked up a handful of crystal sea sand. Basically they are all this size. And the growth rate has changed. Jian Anqi wondered. Are there other people here besides us? Yanrui looked around and shook his head and said, I don't know. But according to what Wen Mingshi said, apart from the two of us, no one else should be able to come in. And these changes can only be related to Wen Mingshi. However, although the two people had no clue, they were in a good mood when they saw such a large crystal sea sand. Put all these away, and we will check the energy content here when we go back. It is very convenient to use the space grid to collect things. The two people can put all the crystal sea sand into the same box by just sweeping their hands. Then the two of them kept going and bought another 1,000 kilograms of crystal sea sand. Do you feel that the area here has become a little bigger? The last time they bought 1,000 kilograms of crystal sea sand, they could only cover the ground. But this time they bought another 1,000 kilograms of crystal sea sand, leaving about 100 square meters of space. It's this space that is growing. Jian Anqi immediately concluded that this kind of thing is not uncommon, and every plane will have such a development trend. Yanrui placed an order for new crystal sea sand while saying, when we get out, we must have a good talk with Wen Mingshi. The expansion speed here is a bit fast. If it becomes like Fanzhou's plane, it will be bad. Besides, their plane is still in the period of recuperation. After the two of them finished processing all the crystal sea sand, they quickly returned to the farm, and then found Wen Mingshi as quickly as possible. After hearing what they found, Wen Mingshi frowned. Very fast? Wen Mingshi confirmed again and again. It has grown by 30 square meters in 1 month. And the energy has become much more abundant? Yanrui nodded. Look, I recorded it. Wen Mingshi watched Yanrui's video, and the frost on his face never relaxed. After watching the video, Wen Mingshi fell silent. The speed is too fast. Wen Mingshi murmured. If this continues, within 100 years, the energy space will be equal to the area of the entire plane. But the energy concentration will be more abundant than the plane. At that time, the entire plane will usher in a second disaster. Wen Mingshi couldn't help but collapse a little. One disaster had just passed, and he was about to face another disaster. No one could accept such a problem. Looking at Wen Mingshi with a sad face, Yanrui could only comfort him. Don't worry too much. Since we have discovered it in advance, we will definitely be able to find a solution within the next 100 years. Wen Mingshi could only think in a positive direction. She cheered up, sighed, and forced a smile. Can I see the crystal sea sand in your hand that can absorb energy? Yanrui handed it over. And Wen Mingshi raised the crystal sea sand and looked it up and down. The energy contained in this crystal sea sand is not inferior to the energy bead at all. Wen Mingshi said, Congratulations. You have found a substitute for the item you need. Yanrui also curled the corners of his lips. But in front of Wen Mingshi, he really couldn't smile. Don't worry. I will also think of a way to balance the energy of the two spaces. With Yanrui's assurance, Wen Mingshi felt a little better. After she left, Jian Anqi hugged Yanrui's shoulders. Don't worry too much. Each plane has its own fortune. I just thought that our plane will also take this step in the future. Yen Rui sighed. The rise of energy after the end of the world seems to be a good thing. But as long as a wrong decision is made during the development, the entire plane will fall into an irreparable situation. Yen Rui said. Helping this plane is equivalent to helping ourselves. The next day, when Mingxia waited outside the supermarket early, and Wei Cheng was shocked when the door opened in the morning. Commander, why are you here? Are you looking for Boss Yen? When Mingxia nodded, smiled and chatted with Wei Cheng for a few words, and asked about the operation of the supermarket. Seeing that Wei Cheng took good care of the supermarket, he praised him a few more times. Wei Cheng was very proud when he heard Wen Mingxia's praise. He was the only god in this plane. How many people wanted to meet him, but it was impossible for him to be praised by her. But he didn't notice the sadness hidden under Wen Mingxia's expression. Tell me, if I suddenly ordered you to change your lifestyle now, would you accept it? Wen Mingxia asked. Wei Cheng was puzzled when he heard Wen Mingxia's question, but he still thought about it seriously and answered carefully. Is it developing in a good direction or a bad direction? Wen Mingxia didn't know how to answer, so he could only say, not necessarily. But I only know that if you continue to live according to your current lifestyle, you are likely to die young. It's like the plane she has always protected. Hearing this, Wei Cheng's face changed drastically. Commander, are you saying I'm going to die? He was young and healthy. If he died, it should be an accident or someone wanted to do something to him. Seeing Wei Cheng's changing expression, Wen Mingxia laughed. No, I wish you a long life. I'm just making an analogy. Seeing Wei Cheng's uncertain expression, Wen Mingxia said gently, I promise. Wei Cheng was relieved to see that Wen Mingxia didn't seem to be faking it, and said with some shock, then let's take a gamble. What's the difficulty in changing it? People move and trees move. We can survive in that game. Just change our lifestyle. What's the difficulty? Besides, there's no need to think about it. Just do it. What Wei Cheng said surprised Wen Mingxia. She nodded and thanked him. Just at this time Yen Rui and Jian Anqi were preparing to go downstairs to the farm. After the two saw Wen Mingxia, they were not surprised. Yen Rui paused for a moment and invited Wen Mingxia to his farm. Wen Mingxia, who came to Yen Rui's farm for the first time, looked around in surprise. And inside, you can actually open up an independent space alone. Is the land here real? Or did you take me to another area? It's not a space opened by the two of us. How can we two have this ability? This is the product of the Amoan plane, Yen Rui said. It's the Amoan plane that resisted the energy explosion. Wen Mingxia suddenly realized, and at the same time thought of the meaning of the two people calling him over. So you are giving me confidence that our plane may become another Amoan plane and successfully survive the next disaster? Life is like this. There is no such thing as smooth sailing. Maybe there will be a bright future after all the difficulties. Yen Rui invited Wen Mingxia. Do you want to visit my farm? Wen Mingxia looked at Yen Rui's vibrant farm and said with some envy, is this the level after successful evolution? She pointed to a puppet that was working hard to loosen the soil and said, I have seen them in the game. Are they also the product of the Amoan plane? Them? They are not, Yen Rui explained. But I can get them because of the Amoan plane. The plane that has this puppet is a plane with a completely different development path from the Amoan plane. Yen Rui, so you don't have to worry too much. The plane is full of vitality. It will always find its own path of evolution. Yen Rui continued to move forward with Wen Mingxia. Try the fruits here. The fruits here are delicious. Yen Rui took Wen Mingxia with him, picking fruits for her as they walked. Wen Mingxia tasted the fruits and exclaimed, it's really better than all the fruits I've eaten. Not only can it satisfy people in terms of taste, but the energy in it is also refreshing. It's a pity that such energy will become a burden to them sooner or later. Wen Mingxia felt mixed emotions. Just when she was stunned, she felt her legs soften. She subconsciously looked down and saw that a small, super large cat had grown on her legs. Just now, she rushed too hard and accidentally missed the turn, and then bumped into Wen Mingxia's thigh. He looked at Wen Mingxia and Yen Rui standing beside him, and didn't care to act like a spoiled child. He just clamped his throat and meowed to show respect, and then continued to rush forward like an arrow from a bow. He is. Wen Mingxia was puzzled. Yen Rui smiled. Come with me to see. Several people followed in and saw it and ran to several huge boars. Without waiting for the boars who were eating mushrooms to react, he jumped up without hesitation and slapped the boar several times in the air. making them dizzy and unable to stand. They had to take a few steps back before they could stand firm. And then kept meowing at the pigs, and waved his front paws to threaten them. This scared the boars, and they hurriedly ran towards the pigpen after they came to their senses. Why are you cursing so dirty? It seems that Aranan is really angry. Yenrui smiled. He made a trumpet shape with his hand and shouted in the direction of Anan. Well done, baby. I'll give you a snack tonight. Anan turned around and licked his paws gracefully. After expressing his satisfaction, he stood up and walked away with an elegant cat step. When Mingxia looked at the spiritual Anan and said enviously, will the animals in our dimension grow up like this? Maybe, Yenrui said. Everything is possible. Chapter 185. The card plane ends. After a tour of Yenrui's farm, when Mingxia felt much better and had more confidence in the future of her own plane. Thank you. When she left, when Mingxia thanked him solemnly. But she still took a few crystal sea sands when she left. It's just right to ask her to help compare the internal differences between the crystal sea sand and the energy beads. Yenrui rubbed his hands. I don't know what direction she will choose to develop the entire plane. This is always faster than groping on your own. At least it can save more than 10 years. Jian Anqi said. Should we use the crystal sea sand to try to set up the formation? Yenrui and Jian Anqi happily began to do the experiment. And Wei Ning looked at the crystal sea sand under the instrument with surprise. Where did you get this from? After when Mingxia told Wei Ning about the source of the crystal sea sand, Wei Ning took a deep breath. Well, if I ask Boss Yan to buy it, he will not refuse to sell it. I feel that this has a similar energy content to the energy bead. Is that right? When Mingxia asked, Wei Ning picked up an energy bead, took out the crystal sea sand under the detection instrument, and put it on the table for comparison. Energy beads are formed by compressed energy, while crystal sea sand is formed by condensed energy. Although both are energy carriers, the energy of energy beads is more condensed in comparison. But crystal sea sand is suitable for ordinary people like us. Wei Ning said. There are some red dots in the crystal sea sand that are invisible to the naked eye. I don't know much about the properties of this thing, but I think it should be harmless. When Mingxia, it is an element in the energy space, and it is indeed harmless. The two of them finally figured out the use of crystal sea sand, one relying on instrument data, and the other relying on plane perception. So before the afternoon, when Mingxia came to find Yenrui again. So you want to buy crystal sea sand? Yenrui was surprised, but after thinking about it, he didn't feel surprised. I wonder how much crystal sea sand you have that can be purchased. Before when Mingxia came, she decided that no matter how much crystal sea sand Yenrui had, she would buy it all. This way, at least after Yenrui left here, she wouldn't be in a hurry. How much crystal sea sand can I buy? Yenrui glanced at the system, and the system understood and immediately opened the system mall. Looking at the three big words unlimited purchase, Yenrui straightened his body and replied, how much do you want? We can provide you with as much as you want. After hearing this, when Mingxia's eyes lit up. Then I'll buy 1,000 tons first. When Mingxia blurted out, and suddenly thought, then what is the price? Crystal sea sand is 1,000 points per caddy. Selling to Mingxia like a big order. He will not ask for more. And increase the price by 50 points per caddy. 1,050 per caddy. Are you sure you want 100 tons? Yenrui confirmed again. When Mingxia calculated, can I pay in installments? Of course. You can just pay me the money before I leave. Yenrui also recalled in his mind. About 6 months. Within 6 months. Okay. When Mingxia immediately agreed. And then he asked, if I pay back all the money within 6 months, can I buy more? Yenrui smiled and said, what's wrong with that? I'm doing business, so I have things to sell. Yenrui waved his hand. I can also deliver goods to your door. Tell me where the warehouse is, and I'll deliver it to you. Asterisk. After completing a big order, Yenrui felt refreshed. When Mingxia also assured him that when he stayed in this plane, the energy space would still be controlled by him. And when Mingxia would enter the field only after he left. Is the plane rating based on how much money I make? I made the most money in this plane. Yenrui put his hands behind his back and hummed a song proudly. I feel like I can at least support the people of a city. Originally, his goal was to have enough food and clothing. But now he has become a city tycoon. Just like playing a game. We can use this money to buy some supplies for Tianqianmai. By the way, I also want to buy some wood that is more resistant to burning from the host in the prehistoric plane. But it would be nice if there were saplings, so that we can grow some ourselves. Ask him. Maybe he can find a way to solve it. Jian Anqi replied. The conditions of the host in the prehistoric plane are not that good. The conditions in the prehistoric plane are really bad. But the host has finally moved into a wooden house. In addition, he also has a luxurious stone house, where he will temporarily stay when he goes to the tribe for sacrifice. So after he got the news from Yanrui, he couldn't wait to agree to the exchange. But the other party left a message to Yanrui. In addition to money, I also want to exchange some supplies. Yanrui was curious about what supplies this person wanted. But when he looked at it, he found that the list was all snacks. Yanrui confirmed with the host with some curiosity, "Are you sure you didn't send the wrong list?" Who would have thought that this host would send a short essay of several hundred words in just a moment? Yanrui was shocked and thought that this sentence offended him. As a result, when he finished reading it, he realized that it was because he made a wrong investment. There were no points in his account, and the prices of the things in the system mall were too expensive, so he couldn't bear to eat them. Since Yanrui runs a supermarket, the prices must be cheaper than those in the system mall. Yanrui felt deeply that the pricing of the system mall was really erratic. However, since this host did not send the wrong list, just send it directly. Looking at the chocolate and jelly on the list, Yanrui smiled and said, "This host has a child's taste. It should be that in that environment. Only the child's taste is the most rare." Thinking of the conditions in the original plane. If you want to eat candy, you have to dig a honeycomb. Making sugar by yourself is tiring and rough. How can modern industry produce so many fascinating flavors? Yanrui's memory of wanting to eat a grape-flavored hard candy in his previous life is still vivid. Yanrui not only gave him the resources on the list, but also some other snacks he liked. And the most important seasoning. I don't know what wrong investment he made that made him lose so much. I know this. The system interrupted at this time. He met a host in the system before. The host was engaged in medical and pharmaceutical industry. In fact, this industry has great development prospects. It's just that an accident suddenly happened in that plane. So the whole plane was closed. And even the main control could not be entered. So he became like this. This host is really unlucky. But are the hosts so closely connected? This surprised Yanrui. They are so idle every day and have nothing to do. So the main controller has to assign tasks to them every day. Just like the host in the original plane. He is like playing a game. And he can get points by completing daily tasks every day. Then why don't we have daily points? Yanrui heard that he could get the wool of the main controller. And he started to think again. He only gets 15 points for completing all the tasks in a day. And it takes at least 4 hours to complete all these tasks. Do you still want to apply? 15 points. Not as much as his average customer unit price in the supermarket. Yanrui, forget it. Forget it. Let's finish this order first. This order went very smoothly. The other party agreed to send the first batch of goods within 2 weeks, and send all his goods within 3 months. However, when he heard that Yanrui wanted saplings or tree seeds, the other party said, "You can directly plant the poles. Just cut a branch from the wood I gave you and plant it. One of my daily tasks is to plant 10 branches. This kind of tree is easy to grow. If it weren't for this tree being easy to grow and not very valuable, I would definitely not sell it to you," the man said frankly. "I also have to protect the environment here. Otherwise, I will just die if the desertification turns into desert." Such a kind-hearted person. Yanrui was relieved. Since the other party was so cautious, he was relieved. "How much inventory do we have now?" Yanrui asked. "Well, we have nothing to do now. Let's sort it out." The system made a table for Yanrui. And the supplies that he neglected before were also added this time. He even bought several versions of sanitary napkins. Yanrui had never uploaded so many goods before. And he praised the system with satisfaction. "Well done. It's really fast. It's Tianqianmei who is fast." After I sent him the list of supplies directly, within 2 hours, he had already sent the goods we needed. I was a little surprised by the speed. He is now familiar with collecting supplies for us. In the A-level plane, Yanrui enjoyed a rare peace. In addition to patrolling the farm, picking fruits and planting crops every day, he would secretly go to the hotel and supermarket for a walk. This day, he and Jian Anqi took a break from their busy schedule and went to other supermarkets for a walk. There was a TV in the supermarket, and Yanrui couldn't take his eyes off it. Jian Anqi looked at Yanrui standing there in a daze, and pulled his hand, What are you thinking about? Yanrui pointed at the screen and said, Look, why is Wen Mingshi making money so quickly? She is not in a hurry to make such a large sum of money. What? Jian Anqi looked in the direction of Yanrui's finger, and when he saw the content on the screen, he didn't know what words to use to describe it. It turned out that the person playing on the screen was Wen Mingshi, who was wearing a tight vest and eating on the screen. No way. Why are the conditions there so bad? Or is this guy short of money? Yanrui knew this guy. They had entered the game together at that time. What he didn't expect was that they would meet again in this situation. Do you think Feng Su knows about this? Yanrui said. Can they do part-time work? It's still possible. The system explained. I discovered that they are doing this business for a long time. There are many people doing food broadcasting. And some people do carpentry and store exploration. But not all of them do this. Those who don't have business talent step on it to do live broadcasting. And those who have business talent have gone out to start a company. By the way, I remember there are 2 people who cook delicious food. They opened a restaurant. And the waiters are all old acquaintances. The system said. The supplier of meat is Uncle Wu. And the vegetables are all grown by themselves. In short, they are really trying to make money. Yanrui was speechless. Is this the strength of numbers? No wonder there were fewer people when I went to the shielded area before. But what if they make money and don't want to go back? Yanrui asked. They won't want to go back. At this time, Jian Anqi said. They will only compete with each other to see who has contributed the most. But they will not leave there, Jian Anqi said. But if they really want to leave, Feng Su should agree to their leaving. Just like Minister Xiong agreed to my leaving at that time. Yanrui now knows that Jian Anqi left to be with him at that time. He crossed Jian Anqi's arm. Don't be in love in the future. Jian Anqi laughed out loud. He spread his hands. I can't control this. Seeing them like this, Yanrui did not urge Wen Mingshi and others to pay for the goods. And in the past few months, Yanrui found that the craftsmanship and production of this plane recovered very quickly. And the prices that were raised in the past 2 years have gradually fallen back. Yanrui also took advantage of the situation to stock up some goods in this plane. And even bought a factory dedicated to the production of daily chemical products. Preparing to let this factory serve only himself. There should be no such thing as towels. And there are also bath towels. And baby face towels should also be prepared more. Yanrui has been paying special attention to the number of women's products and baby products recently. After all, he and Jian Anqi don't need these things and have no experience. So they have to pay special attention. However, under the systematic inspection and supplementation, the 2 of them stocked more and more types of goods. And even collected dozens of seeds. Just like this, a few months passed. And when Yanrui was 1 month away from leaving, Wen Mingshi came to Yanrui's supermarket with great interest. Boss Yan, Wen Mingshi said excitedly. It's done. What the gods and demons are done. Yanrui didn't know what Wen Mingshi was happy about. But seeing her smile, he couldn't help but be infected by Wen Mingshi. We have been able to determine what kind of development path is most suitable for our plane. Really? What path? Yanrui asked curiously. And then he saw Wen Mingshi took out 2 crystal sea sands. Is it related to this? Wen Mingshi nodded. It is related to this. We found that after wearing the crystal sea sand, the volume of the crystal sea sand will shrink. And finally it will return to the original size that is difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. And the energy inside will also dissipate. Is it all absorbed by the human body? Wen Mingshi shook his head. No. But the human body can absorb about 50%. This is already great. Yanrui continued. So you want to take the path of cultivating immortals? Do you need secret books? I can sell you some. You even have this. Wen Mingshi was surprised. But she still declined. No. Thank you. I think it is more appropriate for our plane to develop in the direction of science and technology. What about the crystal sea sand? The crystal sea sand can absorb the energy of the energy space, slow down the speed of space expansion, and can be reused. So we decided to distribute the crystal sea sand full of energy to all residents for free so that they can use it to recuperate. Can this recuperate the body? Yes. I forgot to tell you just now, Wen Mingshi said. Not only can it recuperate the body, but it can also strengthen the physical fitness and increase the activity of cells. In this way, it can also prolong human life. And after the physical fitness is improved, no matter what you do, you will get twice the result with half the effort. Just It seems that after Wei Ning wore it, all the minor illnesses on his body disappeared. His body functions also recovered to the peak, and his brain became clearer, and the efficiency of doing experiments also increased. It's so easy to use. Yen Rui was surprised. Then this is really the most suitable development direction for your plane. Yes, the most important thing is that there are no more diseases, and humans can also improve their happiness. When Mingshi said, "By the way, Boss Yin, you have so much crystal sea sand. Do you want to give it to the residents of your plane?" "Of course. But the various energy sources I have are a bit mixed, and I have to figure out how to match everyone with the most suitable plan." Thinking of this, Yen Rui suddenly had a headache. "By the way, Boss Yin, this crystal sea sand can not only improve the human body, but also animals. I put the crystal sea sand on many animals and did experiments. Each animal has also made some improvements, including various insects." "Really?" Yen Rui asked. "Yes. I hung the crystal sea sand next to a beehive, and after a few months, they actually made a qualitative leap. Not only is the queen bee extremely strong, but the honey brood also contains hidden energy, and the energy contained in the food can be absorbed by the human body 100%. Yen Rui heard Wen Mingshi's words, and said with some envy, "Then you hit the jackpot. Isn't this just the solution to your initial problem?" Wen Mingshi laughed out loud and said in high spirits, "That's true. People are refreshed when they are happy. The next disaster may be delayed for a few hundred years. Once there is enough time. It seems a bit idle. Then should we watch your subordinates live broadcast together?" Wen Mingshi whistled. "I'll leave first and see Boss Yen later." Finding that he was exposed, Wen Mingshi left neatly, and Jian Anqi couldn't help but smile gently at this time. The similarity between crystal sea sand and energy beads is too high. It's really hard to choose. Yen Rui leaned forward slightly and sent a message to Wei Ning. Jian Anqi looked at Yen Rui's mobile phone screen and said, "Is this okay? Give it a try. He is so busy now that he probably can't use that machine." Yen Rui was talking about the machine that can compress into energy beads. Yen Rui and Wei Ning asked for help and wanted a new machine. Unexpectedly, Wei Ning took the initiative to send the old one over and decided to give Yen Rui a new one. After Yen Rui happily accepted it, he found Li Chang'an. Seeing Li Chang'an standing in the corridor, handling hotel affairs indifferently, he walked up and greeted Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an looked up and saw that it was Yen Rui. So he put down the document in his hand, handed it to the person next to him, and said in a somewhat sarcastic tone, "Isn't this my boss? What advice do you have for me?" "Boss?" Yen Rui looked Li Chang'an up and down and asked, "Have you worn the crystal sea sand?" Li Chang'an laughed, took out 5 from his pocket, and said with some pride, "How could Wei Ning not give it to me?" Yen Rui saw that it was real crystal sea sand, nodded, and then said, "It seems that the energy of crystal sea sand has no effect on people's temper." Li Chang'an, "What do you want from me?" "It's like this. When will Wei Ning come back to live here? I want to ask him how much this machine costs." "I asked him, but he said he doesn't want money. However, brothers should settle accounts clearly. You should talk to him. I will always pay for the cost. He said he gave it to you. So he gave it to you. There is no reason to ask for money." Li Chang'an had no intention of talking to him. "Besides, he has so much money. I'd be happy if you spent a little more. What's wrong with you two? Did you have a fight?" Hearing that Li Chang'an's tone was a little wrong, Yen Rui's gossip heart was burning. "No. What are you thinking about?" Li Chang'an walked away. Brothers should settle accounts. But brothers can also become enemies one day. The relationship between you two should never get worse. Li Chang'an suddenly thought of something at this time. "Are you two going to leave?" Yen Rui nodded. 2 months left. 2 months. Li Chang'an touched his chin. "The relationship between you two should not get worse. Don't worry. Even if you two quarrel, I will let him be patient. You should keep this sentence to yourself." Yen Rui handed Li Chang'an a box of fruit. "This is good for your health. You can eat it." Li Chang'an accepted it without hesitation. "Before you leave, can you tell me how you can take things from the air?" "Of course. I'll tell you when I leave." Yen Rui agreed. "If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Let's go. I'm busy. Don't forget to tell me the time. Otherwise I won't pay you." Yen Rui returned to the second floor and collapsed on the sofa. "I didn't do anything today. But why do I feel so tired?" "You did a lot today. Did you forget that we killed a pig this morning? Yes. Yes. They killed a pig this morning. Now they are working together better and better. It only takes 10 minutes to kill a pig. I have to leave again. Suddenly I feel a little reluctant. Maybe I can come back in the future. But as Li Changyang said, it is because we will not stay in the same place for too long and will not pose too much threat to them. So we can live in harmony. Jian Anqi said this before. But now Yin Rui heard something different. Are you saying that if we stay here for a long time, we will turn against them? There is a certain probability. Jian Anqi said. Don't think too much. Now think about what you are going to say to Minister Xiong in the evening. Yin Rui was stunned for a moment, then reacted and laughed. I will meet Minister Xiong tonight. Did Minister Xiong send you a message? Except for the messages in the group. No one else was sent to me. Jian Anqi said. They didn't know when they were pulled into a group by Minister Xiong. There were only 3 of them in the group. And the group name was a big love. It's a bit hard for him to have someone he doesn't want to offend at his age. Yin Rui smiled and said, Tell him that we will meet at Linglong Pavilion at 7 o'clock tonight. Linglong Pavilion is a relatively large restaurant near their supermarket. Although it is called a restaurant, it is just a place to eat home-cooked dishes. It has been open for decades and is an old brand that has stood firm. Yin Rui didn't want to find a high-end hotel with strong privacy. He couldn't get used to the high-end dishes. Have I told you? The chef of Linglong Pavilion saved our lives. We were so hungry that we couldn't eat. He cooked a pot of noodles for us so that we didn't starve to death. It was a pity that he got sick later. Yin Rui said, When the time comes, we will go back and give the chef energy beads to wear. At least to make him feel better. All up to you. Jian Anqi touched Yin Rui's head. Let's go see the factory now. In the past few months, the factory has doubled under Yin Rui's management. The main reason is that Yin Rui needs more types of products. And he is willing to spend money. One factory after another has sprung up. Now it is almost the size of a small town. After going to the warehouse to collect the goods produced in the past few days, Yin Rui walked around the neighborhood again, went to a nearby wonton shop to order 2 bowls of wontons, and packed up 50 portions to take away. Anyway, the factory can be used as an excuse. After 2 months of being busy but happy, the 2 of them were about to leave. You're leaving next Wednesday? After listening to Yin Rui's words, Li Changyang pondered for a moment. Okay. I'll transfer the money to you tomorrow. After saying that, Li Changyang hurried away without giving Yin Rui a chance to continue chatting with him. Yin Rui sighed. He wouldn't use this excuse to secretly go out and cry. Jian Anqi laughed out loud. But after Li Changyang left, he did have other things to do. He turned a corner and found an empty guest room. After making sure that Yin Rui and Jian Anqi couldn't see his movements, he immediately took out his mobile phone and made a call. Wei Ning. Boss Yin and his team will be leaving next month. Asterisk. The day before leaving, Yin Rui and Jian Anqi played around nearby, packed dozens of dishes from restaurants they had tried recently and found tasty, and gave all the workers in the factory a week off. After clearing out all the goods in the factory, they returned home. Back in front of the supermarket, Yin Rui looked at the closed door and understood. There were too many familiar smells inside the door. All gathered together. They are going to hold a farewell party for me. Yin Rui laughed, then held Jian Anqi's hand tightly. Let's go and see what they have prepared for us here. As soon as he entered the door, Yin Rui was hit in the face by 2 gift bags. He smiled and brushed the paper on his face. You scared me. What are you doing? Don't say you don't understand. Of course, it's a farewell party. Wei Chung cheered. Tonight we'll have a big dinner. Drink a lot. Anyone can drink. But you can't. Wei's father patted Wei Chung on the back of his head. And Wei Chung chuckled. Then drink a little less to liven things up. That's fine. Everyone laughed. The farewell party was held in the private room of Yinrui Hotel. When Yinrui and Jian Anqi arrived, all the dishes on the table were just ready. The Manchuhan banquet is just like this. How many dishes are there in total? 88 in total. Boss Yin is a businessman. I wish Boss Yin good business. When Ningxia pulled out a chair for Yinrui. Please sit down. Yinrui was a little embarrassed. And he leaned sideways. No. I can do it myself. When Mingxia insisted. And Yinrui could only sit down with slightly red ears. After Yinrui sat down. When Mingxia said, Are the 2 kids here? I didn't see them in the supermarket. And I couldn't find them. Do you want them to come? Of course. Wei Chung rubbed his hands. Ping Ping is so amazing. And he saved my life. I really want to thank him in person. Then I'll come out. Since it was the last time. The system was also unbridled. Seeing him appear out of thin air. The others were still a little surprised. What was even more surprising was that a cat appeared out of thin air in Jian Anqi's arms. Just right. All of us are here. When Mingshi shook the wine glass gently. I can't drink. So I used water instead. Don't mind. Boss Yin. Yin Rui nodded slightly, motioning her to continue. 2 years ago, I fell into the most difficult stage since my birth, when I thought the entire plane was going to be destroyed in my hands. Boss Yin appeared, when Mingshi paused for a moment. And then she continued, Boss Yin changed the past, present, and future of the entire plane. If it weren't for Boss Yin, we might not even be able to survive the first disaster. But Boss Yin is here. He is the savior of our plane. I won't say more. But don't worry. I express my gratitude to you on behalf of all the creatures in this plane. After watching when Mingshi drank the water in the cup, Yin Rui also raised his cup. In fact, I want to say that although there is a part of fate in being able to come here. In fact, what is more important is, Yin Rui pointed the wine glass at Wen Mingshi. You overdrew your vitality at that time to snatch me away. So I know that no one loves your plane more than you. It was the first time for the others to hear such a statement. Qin Xiaoya looked at Wen Mingshi with some distress. Why don't you say anything? Wen Mingshi waved his hand. There is nothing to say. This was my mistake from the beginning. Everything I did was to try to make up for the mistake I made at the beginning. Don't say that. It was Fan Zhou who made the mistake. If it weren't for him, everyone would still be living a peaceful life now. Speaking of this, Yin Rui asked curiously, where is Fan Zhou? Wei Ning was the most professional in this matter. He replied, he is at our laboratory now. But it seems that because we have drawn blood too many times, he has now become the size of a 7-year-old child. 7-year-old child? Then has the IQ and various consciousness also returned to the state of a 7-year-old child? Wei Ning nodded. Yes. He is basically no different from a calculator now. For example, when he just left, he went to see Fan Zhou, who was now rolling on the ground, saying that he wanted to eat jelly soaked in watermelon juice. Just like a 7-year-old child. He was completely unreasonable. It should be that his energy has degenerated, which led to his current situation. But it's good for him to be like this. At least the entire plane has become much safer. The biggest threat to the entire plane has now been eliminated. And Yin Rui can rest assured even if he leaves. Although it was not recommended to drink alcohol at the beginning of this meal. At the end, several young people couldn't help but ask the waiter for a few bottles of wine. And then, it was out of control. Qin Xiaoya even dared to hug Wen Mingshi and cried loudly, Sister, you have suffered a lot in the past few years. Wen Mingshi smiled and touched Qin Xiaoya's head, not feeling that her behavior was abrupt at all. I am not very hard. You are the ones who have suffered after 2 years of hard times. Li Changlong was also drunk. He hugged Wei Ning and kissed him passionately on the face. Wei Ning was not drunk. He remained sober all the time. But he accepted Li Changlong's enthusiasm very happily, and even recorded while being kissed. I don't know what fun he is going to have with Li Changlong in the future. Zhou Yuan, who had been sitting quietly beside him without a sense of presence, sat beside Wei Cheng and patted him on the back gently. Don't drink anymore. Drinking so much. Won't your stomach feel uncomfortable? Don't let Dad send you medicine tomorrow morning. Feng Su also drank. With blurry eyes, he sat beside Uncle Wu, tightly holding Uncle Wu's hand, and said devoutly, Uncle Wu, your meat is the most delicious meat in the world. You must let me eat your meat for the rest of my life. Uncle Wu, you make me feel a little sick now. Can you let go? Yin Rui saw that everyone had almost finished drinking, and it was almost midnight. He stood up and arranged them all to the nearest room, then quietly returned to his room with Jian Anqi. Yin Rui hugged the system, which had drunk so much that it began to spit out garbled characters, and Jian Anqi held Anin, who was sleeping soundly with her belly facing up. How could the two of them not be vigilant at all? They could drink so much outside. Go back and find them both. Although they were complaining, their movements were as light as they could be. Yin Rui and Jian Anqi put the system and Hanan back on the bed in their own room respectively, and finally returned to their own room. It's not tiring to eat or drink this day, but it's the most tiring to send each of them back to their own territory. Yin Rui yawned heavily and lay on the bed, not wanting to move. Jian Anqi skillfully took out a hot towel soaked in water, sat beside Yin Rui, and gently wiped his face. Do you want to take a vacation after you go back? Yin Rui shook his head. He didn't even hesitate. I can't take a vacation. It would be terrible if I took a vacation. We have been living a relaxed life in this plane, and we have to cheer up to face the next apocalypse after we go back. Will we go to other planes? Jian Anqi continued to ask. Yin Rui shook his head. No. There is no big point in going to other planes. When we decided to go to each plane in the first place, wasn't it just to stock up? The purpose of stockpiling is to enable the plane we live in to survive this disaster smoothly. I think the stockpiled goods should be enough. What's more, they have now found a channel to exchange supplies. In addition to Tian Berry, there are other hosts that can provide them with the resources they need. At worst, they can go to the system mall to buy them. And he has too many points to spend. That's good. After hearing Yin Rui's decision, Jian Anqi was relieved. It's not that he didn't want Yin Rui to go out, but the situation in other planes at the beginning was really dangerous. Just like this plane. He will never forget the panic of Yin Rui disappearing in front of him. After we go back, we will start making final preparations with Minister Xiong. How long will it take until our plane arrives? 1 month. About 1 month. Yin Rui opened his eyes, but his eyes were a little erratic. He said sadly, if we can find a way to find the location of the invasion consciousness, then we may not have to experience the end of the world at all, and we can just get through the crisis peacefully. Even if we get through the crisis, our future life will not be peaceful, Jian Anqi said. Just like this plane, we will also experience an upgrade in the future. In short, there will be such a hurdle sooner or later. So it is better to make some preparations early, thinking that his own plane will also evolve. Yin Rui felt a little melancholy. What kind of evolution do you think our plane will take? We can't think of it now. So let's get through the end of the world safely first. There is another important thing. That is, we go back and try to find Wen Mingshi outside. Yes. This is the real point. Anyway, we can talk about everything after we get back. Yin Rui took off his clothes and got into bed. Come on. Let's sleep together. Jian Anqi raised his eyebrows. Then I won't be polite. The next morning, Yin Rui stood in front of the French window of the supermarket downstairs, exhaled gently, and then said, the air in the morning is so good. Should we observe here for a while? Say hello to them. Or leave now? Yin Rui walked out the door, felt the warmth of the sun falling on his body, closed his eyes and enjoyed the gift of nature, then opened his eyes and said, let's go now. I'm still not used to saying goodbye. Are you sure you want to leave this plane? Yes. The next second, Yin Rui and Jian Anqi's eyes went dark, and they immediately realized that they had finally returned to the most familiar environment. What time is it now? Why is it dark? It rained heavily today, so it got dark early. It's 6:30 in the afternoon, and there's still half an hour before the dinner with Minister Xiong. The time is perfect. Let's go now. Chapter 186 Doomsday Disaster. Do you think they can come today? As time was approaching, several people received reports from people near the supermarket. When they found that the supermarket was still empty, they were a little panicked. I think we can't count on them. Even if what they said is true, what can 2 children do to help? It's still up to us old people to come. Don't you believe it? Minister Xiong glanced at Wei Rong, and then said, don't talk. You're annoying me. There were still 2 hours before the agreed dinner time. Xiong Qing was already a little restless, and with Wei Rong nagging beside him, he could only pray in his heart that nothing unexpected would happen. Did you send him a message? Did he reply to you? Wei Rong sat on the sofa, stood up and walked around the room twice, then sat back down. At worst, we can have a home-cooked meal together. You're walking around, and I'm going to have a heart attack. Xiong Qing opened the drawer, took out a bottle of medicine, poured 2 pills, and threw them into his mouth. After taking the medicine, he closed his eyes, sighed deeply, and then said, 80% of my anxiety now comes from you. Why can't they go out and do something? Do you want to be trapped in the office every day? They run a supermarket, not an office. Besides, I am also trapped in the office by you now. Wei Rong sat on the sofa, shaking his legs constantly. Xiong Qing turned around and stared at his phone without moving. Just when there was still an hour before the agreed time, Xiong Qing stood up. Let's go. If they don't come, we will have to eat this meal by ourselves. Linglong Restaurant. Have they cleared the place? Wei Rong followed Xiongqing. Xiongqing closed his eyes and thought that he must not get angry with Wei Rong. Getting angry is not good for the body. There is no medicine in the end times. If the place is cleared, do you think it will be posted online? What if there are rumors? That restaurant is full every day. We specially found a way to book that one private room. Xiongqing walked into the car. Why don't you go? Wei Rong opened the car door and got in the car first. Why don't you let me go? I am also his leader. Linglong Restaurant is not far from where they work. About a 10-minute drive. When they arrived at the restaurant, Wei Rong said, I want to see if there is anything that shouldn't be in the room. The subordinate understood and went upstairs immediately. Xiongqing looked at him and said, No one will come to investigate after hearing the news. This place should be safe. Then I have to fulfill my duties. Otherwise you will scold me again after something happens. Wei Rong looked at Xiongqing. What did your people say? They haven't come back yet. Maybe they will come directly to the restaurant when the time comes. Seeing that Wei Rong's people didn't find anything unusual, Xiongqing and Wei Rong got out of the car together. When the dishes were ordered, there was still half an hour before the agreed meeting time. Xiongqing's cell phone rang. After he looked at it, he suddenly laughed, which scared Wei Rong's heart to skip a beat. Ha ha. They are back and are now heading towards the restaurant. Xiongqing waved his hand. Ask the kitchen to serve the dishes. Don't wait. These two kids may not have eaten all day. Ask them to serve the dishes quickly. Yanrui, who got up in the morning and returned home without eating breakfast, still has a little indigestion. I ate too much last night, and I can't eat anything now. It's not a good idea for the two of us to pack up when the time comes. Yanrui thought of Xiongqing's serious expression and immediately refuted his point of view. Let's go tomorrow. But I have already stocked up some before, so there is no need to rush. Jian Anqi smiled and said, Are you comforting yourself? Hypnotize yourself so that you don't have to pack up when the time comes. Jian Anqi comforted, This is not the first time you meet Minister Xiong. Don't be nervous. His temper is much better now. Ah? This is much better. What is he like when he is in a bad mood? Jian Anqi recalled, and then said, Actually, it's not bad. When he got angry, our whole class had to run 10 kilometers. And we were not allowed to eat until we finished running. 10 kilometers? It sounds okay. Just when Yanrui had this thought, he heard Yan Jianqi say, We have added 10 kilometers to the training we have done for one day. That is indeed a bit strict. But it is this strictness that has trained Jian Anqi to have such good physical fitness. By the way, after having dinner with Minister Xiong tonight, let's find one Jiaming and others to have a meal tomorrow. Yanrui said, It's almost the day now. I wonder if they are willing to move. Jian Anqi nodded. Okay. Use my phone to send them a message and ask them to have lunch tomorrow at noon. After Jian Anqi finished speaking, he said to Yanrui, Don't worry. They must be eager to be closer to us. Why? They don't want to leave you. Yanrui teased. No. It's because they are all smart people. They must know that if we do this, something big must happen. Since something big has happened, they naturally want to be closer to us. The car stopped in front of Linglong Restaurant. Let's go. They should have been waiting for us for a long time now. As soon as Yanrui got out of the car, Xiongqing upstairs had already received the news. He said calmly at this time, It's okay. They drive quite fast. Wei Rong silently rolled his eyes in his heart. Who was so worried just now? You are not worried. I am annoyed when you leave. Xiongqing said. We will find them privately this time. You should be nicer. Did we represent the official last time? Wei Rong was speechless. This kind of thing is not discussed privately until the last minute. At this time, Yanrui had already reached the door. He only heard Xiongqing inside yelling, Shut up. Then there was no sound in the house. Yanrui pursed his lips, suppressed his smile, counted to 10, and then raised his hand to knock on the door. Come in. Hearing Xiongqing's voice, Yanrui pushed the door open and walked in. At this time, there were already 2 dishes on the table. Yanrui raised his eyes and greeted Xiongqing and Wei Rong with a smile. Minister Xiong. Minister Wei. Long time no see. Long time no see. Long time no see. Xiongqing didn't think much about it. Just thought Yanrui was being polite. He smiled and replied, I just ordered some signature dishes. I don't know if you like them. If you want to eat them later, Just continue to order. That's great. The few of them sat down and smiled. At this time, Xiongqing looked at Jian Anqi and cursed. You are still the same. You can't say a word. Jian Anqi opened his mouth and was about to say something. But unexpectedly, Wei Rong spoke for him. You are not the leader now. Why are you still acting so arrogant? Hurry up and eat. I'm hungry. Once a leader, always a leader. Jian Anqi often told me how much Minister Xiong took care of him. Yin Rui pulled Jian Anqi to sit down. It's just that he was tired these 2 days, and didn't have much energy. Is that so? I remember that you were in good physical condition before. How can you be tired without doing anything after you came out? Xiongqing probed vaguely. And Jian Anqi answered without hesitation. I neglected to exercise after I came out. So this happened. Xiongqing was choked for a while. He encouraged himself silently in his heart, and told himself not to curse like before. And then he calmed down. Then let's have a drink first. Yin Rui felt a little nauseous when he thought of alcohol. Jian Anqi also knew what Yin Rui was thinking. He said to Minister Xiong, okay. Then give us 2 bottles of Coke. We don't know who will drive when we go back. Okay. Okay. Xiongqing ordered 2 more bottles of Coke. After that, the room suddenly became silent. Yin Rui felt the awkward silence and felt a little uncomfortable. But he didn't know how to start, for fear that something he said would make Xiongqing unhappy. Although he could vaguely guess why Xiongqing was looking for him, he was also worried that he would guess wrong. In this case, Xiongqing will take the initiative to speak. Xiongqing himself couldn't stand this strange atmosphere. He cleared his throat and said to Yin Rui, Xiao Yin, have you checked your account? Account? What account? Yin Rui was confused. But the system quietly reminded him, it's the video you recorded before about the preparation of doomsday supplies. They help manage that. Ah! Yin Rui just remembered that he still has such an account. I haven't had time to watch it recently. What's wrong? Are you going to record a new video? Yin Rui asked. The new video is indeed going to be recorded. And they have prepared the script. But there is one more thing. Look at your number of fans. Xiongqing asked with a smile. Did you not notice it? Yin Rui nodded honestly. I really didn't notice it. What's wrong? The number of fans increased very quickly. And many data analysis bloggers used your account as a typical example for analysis, saying that you are one of the bloggers with the fastest increase in fans. After Xiongqing finished speaking, Wei Rong also spoke. I heard that there are many advertisers who want to find you to advertise. After hearing this, Yin Rui was also a little surprised. He really didn't expect that his video could be used in this way. He waved his hand quickly. Forget about advertising. I just want to popularize science. I don't know if anyone will listen to me and prepare the supplies mentioned in my video for their home. Don't tell me. There really are. Wei Rong seemed to know Yin Rui's account very well. And he spoke very logically. As soon as your video came out, several merchants made a supply package based on the supplies you mentioned, and recommended themselves in the comments section of your video. I was curious and took a look. Wei Rong paused here. He looked at Xiongqing's curious expression and felt a little proud. He continued, we sold more than 3,000 copies. Many stores also made the same supply packages after seeing the business opportunity. If we add them up, we can sell 20,000 copies in total. Is there such a thing? Yin Rui was a little surprised. Although 20,000 copies are not a lot, it is a good start. So I have an idea now. Wei Rong was so excited that he kept talking. Otherwise, put a product link under your video. The product will be prepared by our military department. What we sell is the supply package. Of course, the price of this supply package will definitely not be high. Make another video and write at the end of the video that 10,000 supply packages will be drawn. Of course, although this supply package is produced by us, the brand must not be written as ours. S name. And then register a company. That's right, Yin Rui said. But now there is only 1 month left before the end of the world. Do we have enough time? I remember that we should have a lot of factories under our name. Let those factories work hard. There may not be a chance to work after the end of the world, Wei Rong said nonchalantly. He looked at Xiongqing and patted his shoulder. What do you think, old Xiong? After thinking about Wei Rong's words, Xiongqing nodded and said, I think it's indeed possible. But at that time we can write and draw 10,000 copies, and actually send more out, so that more people can have the material packages. Also, we can distribute the Jiangsu and Zhejiang material packages to each city, so that they can also prepare in advance. And the power of an individual is not great. Wei Rong thought for a moment. The key is that the government should take action. Speaking of this, Yin Rui suddenly asked curiously, do the people above know about these things? They already know. But they haven't made any rolls yet. After all, time is a bit tight. Xiong Qing was afraid that Yin Rui would think that the people above didn't believe him. The time is too short. I haven't received a reply yet. Yin Rui nodded. I know that this kind of thing must be cautious. After all, if someone who is not familiar with him hears what he said, the first thought must be to let him go to the hospital for a checkup. In this world, the only person who can believe in him should be persistence. Thinking of this, Yin Rui smiled and picked up a shrimp for Jian Anqi. Eat it quickly. Jian Anqi didn't know why Yin Rui was suddenly willing to show his affection in front of the leader. But he answered readily, you eat it too. Seeing that the relationship between the two was not bad. Xiong Qing also had a bottom line in his heart. At this time, he asked the question he wanted to ask most today. Xiao Yin, do we have a mine here for the stones in your hand? Can we dig them? Are they the stones I gave you? Yin Rui answered without hesitation. I got these things by chance. But I probably can't dig them out. But that's not certain. Thinking back to the energy space in Wenmingshir's plane, Yin Rui didn't say it too hard. But the probability is not high. But don't worry. I still have a lot of that kind of stone here. After Yin Rui finished speaking, he took out a small box and handed it to Xiong Qing, which was full of raw seeds that had not been refined yet. How are the people you experimented with now? The one who had a fever the earliest is still having a fever. Seeing Yin Rui take the initiative to ask this question, Xiong Qing hurriedly asked, when will his fever subside? Yin Rui looked at Jian Anqi, recalled his situation at the time, shook his head and said, in fact, it is not certain. We have no way to control the length of time. But don't worry. After the fever subsides, he will become a completely different person. Yin Rui thought about it and took out a large box of energy beads. When he has a fever, put a few of these beads by the way, and he will feel much better. Xiong Qing hurriedly took it. He looked at the box, and he didn't know what he thought of. He stood up and smiled at Yin Rui. I'll go out and make arrangements. Then he walked out of the door with the box. Yin Rui knew that Xiong Qing sent someone to send the box back to the person with a fever, and he felt a little relieved. For some reason, when he saw the scene, he suddenly had a big appetite. He added a bowl of noodles, and then confessed to Xiong Qing, actually, I had a fever before, but after the fever, I became a completely different person. A bit like evolution. By the way, Yin Rui drank a mouthful of noodle soup, and after feeling physically and mentally relaxed, he said to Xiong Qing, Minister Xiong, I have something to discuss with you. Xiong Qing sat upright. Go ahead. Yin Rui took out a box of crystal sea sand at this time. This bead contains rich energy, and it is very suitable for ordinary people's physique. After ordinary people absorb the energy in it, if nothing else, their immunity will definitely be enhanced. But after this bead absorbs the energy, it will turn into a small grain of sand. Yin Rui said, as he put the box back on the turntable and in front of Xiong Qing. I just don't know how to let everyone wear it and keep the sand. I want to recycle it later. Let alone sand. Even if it's beads, many people might lose them. Crystal sea sand is very expensive. He also thought about reusing it after he found the energy space in this plane. Xiong Qing was speechless for a moment. This may be difficult to say. Is this thing very valuable and rare? Yin Rui thought about it and answered without hesitation, no. I just don't want to waste money. Oh, is this a lot of money? You can ask Wei Rong to pay for it. Wei Rong's family is very rich. What does it have to do with me? I have given you half of my money. I still have to keep it for my grandson. Wei Rong was furious. Don't think about my money. You won't need the money in the future. But if possible, you two can exchange your money for gold. After the end of the world, gold has always been a hard currency. Yin Rui said. It doesn't matter. Even if the end of the world doesn't come, gold is a relatively valuable investment. If you want to buy things from me in the future, I will accept gold. Yin Rui smiled. And Wei Rong didn't know why, but suddenly felt a little uneasy. He always felt that even if he exchanged it for gold, these things would not stay in his hands. Forget it. Just tell me how much you need. Wei Rong muttered. I thought I would never be able to spend all the money my dad left me. But I didn't expect to meet you. Wei Rong rolled his eyes at Xiong Qing. You're annoying me. Yan Rui smiled. And Xiong Qing didn't care. He had already received Wei Rong's money, so it was okay for Wei Rong to complain. His father was a big investor before. He started the shipping business from scratch and became the largest shipping group in the country. He passed on his wealth to him, but he insisted on joining the army. His father had no choice but to find a professional manager and let him get dividends every year. Now my daughter is managing the group. Anyway, she doesn't need me. Wei Rong smiled proudly. It's a pity that my daughter doesn't like to find a partner. If she is willing to find a partner, she can give me a grandson, and the group will have successors. Where is your grandson? Your son is a photographer every day and doesn't want to take over the company. Where is your grandson? Xiong Qing had never asked this question before, but he became curious at this time. He doesn't want to do it either. He said he wants to be a chef. Wei Rong said indifferently. He can do whatever he wants. I can't control it. Yan Rui didn't expect that Wei Rong, who looked stubborn and a little old-fashioned, could be so open-minded. However, he recalled that in his previous life, there seemed to be a woman named Wei who made a thriving business. Did she have a brother? His brother seemed to be a leader, not a photographer. Maybe it's not just one person. Yan Rui was a little dazed. In his previous life, he didn't have the energy to understand these things. Every day, he was either looking for food or looking for food. There was nothing else to do. And he didn't know much about those spheres of influence. Seeing that the topic was a little off, Yan Rui spoke again. It's okay not to return it. But what I think is that if everyone can put it by their side in advance, even if it is placed at home, it can bring great benefits to the body. In the end times, many people died not because of attacks or lack of food, but because of bacterial or viral infections. At that time, medicines were in short supply and the medical system was completely paralyzed. Whether you could see a doctor was all up to luck. Many doctors lost their advantage at this time because they had no medicine. So it is very important to have a good body. After hearing Yan Rui's words, Xiong Qing's expression was also a little solemn. Okay, I will find a way to let everyone know the seriousness of the matter. But we can only use other methods to let everyone wear this thing around them. I understand. Even if we tell the truth now, no one will believe it. Yan Rui smiled. Or we can distribute these things to various provinces and cities first. Public sector. And when a disaster occurs, these things can be distributed. Or you can put these things in your material bag first, and then do as you said, and distribute them to various provinces and cities. Wei Rong said. Do you think this is okay? Of course. Yan Rui agreed. I have a lot of this stuff. Hearing that Yan Rui had a lot, Xiong Qing was relieved. Yan Rui continued at this time. When the time comes, we can wear this thing with us first. This is different from what I gave you before. It won't make people fever in a short time. After listening, Xiong Qing nodded. Thank Yan Rui. And then carefully took out one from it and put it in his pocket. After basically talking about everything they wanted to talk about, several people finally relaxed and began to feast. Yan Rui's appetite was even better after drinking the noodle soup. While eating, he said, for so many years, my only wish was to get rich. Who knew that now? The wish has become to survive. Get rich? Xian Anqi suddenly spoke. And Yan Rui looked at him after hearing his voice. What's wrong? Getting rich is something that many young people wish for now. Xian Anqi put down his chopsticks and looked at Yan Rui. What if we say that our crystal sea sand can attract wealth? Yan Rui. Don't say it. You're reliable. Reliable? What do you mean reliable? Xiong Qing didn't quite understand. It's impossible that anyone really believes that this thing can attract wealth. Minister Xiong. Although what you said makes some sense. You may not understand the young people nowadays. Yan Rui said. You don't know that young people nowadays want to worship all the gods and Buddhas in the sky in order to get rich. As long as they can get rich. There are many who are willing to exchange 10 years of peach blossoms for it. 10 years of peach blossoms? Isn't it a bit long? Xiong Qing was Yan Rui's. Rui's belt was a little crooked. Yan Rui shook his head. Not long. Not long at all. We can say that this can attract money. But people may not believe it. But as long as they hear about props related to attracting money, everyone may want to try it. Yan Rui said, this thing doesn't need to be too expensive. But it can't be too cheap. If you want to buy it, there should be a threshold. But the threshold can't be set too high, so as to attract more people to buy it. Xiong Qing shook his head. I don't understand the ideas of you young people. You can do it. If you need financial support, just find Wei Rong directly. No need to find financial support. Yan Rui smiled. But I will need your help at that time. This matter on the platform is likely to be restricted or blocked because of feudal superstition. I just hope that my account will not be affected at that time. That's easy. Xiong Qing understood. I'll take care of this. You can do it boldly. I will never let you be affected. Hearing this, Yan Rui smiled. And after eating, Yan Rui packed up all the food on the table without hesitation. Thank you for the hospitality. I ate a lot. I really like the taste of Linglong restaurant. It's good if you like it. But if you leave, can you tell us in advance next time? Xiong Qing said frankly. We really don't know. Yan Rui laughed. Don't worry. We probably won't leave in the future. They have now decided not to go to other planes and concentrate on preparing to face the disaster of this plane, and will not leave in a short time. The system also reported their plan to the main control, and the main control fully understood their plan. As a resident of the Amon plane, who was also affected by the energy riot, he supported Yan Rui's decision with both hands. After returning to the supermarket, Yan Rui lay on the bed and said with some melancholy, "Where do you think the aggressive consciousness is hiding now?" Fan Zhou had been hiding in the game company before, and this was a place he came to by chance. And this was because of Fan Zhou's personal preference. And there was no pattern at all. Don't think about it. We can't stop the arrival of the end of the world. We can only take one step at a time and minimize the loss. Jian Anqi sat next to Yan Rui. Do you feel bad? Just had a meal. And gave away so many things. Jian Anqi looked at the little money grubber Yan Rui and asked teasingly. Yan Rui pouted and answered without disguising, Of course I feel bad. 1,000 points per kilogram. But there is no way. This money can't be saved. Yan Rui said, Don't look at Minister Wei's cursing. He still doesn't really believe that the end of the world will come. But he has really paid a lot. Such a big family business. But he doesn't want to take it at all. How courageous. Don't think about them. Think about our future. Jian Anqi said, What do you think we will do after the end of the world? I want to travel. Yan Rui put his hands behind his head. I want to travel in our plane first. It's not too much to travel in such a big place for 20 years. Not too much. And then? Travel to other planes? Jian Anqi continued to ask. Yan Rui thought for a moment. Let's talk about it later. I want to see what kind of life our host can live in the main control center. If the environment there is good, we can live there for a while. But I still don't want to leave home. Yan Rui turned over and put his hands on Jian Anqi's waist. Are we going to treat the main control center as our home? It would feel strange. There are no fellow villagers there. Jian Anqi laughed. But there are creatures from various planes there. Do you think there will be dinosaurs? Or people from the cultivation world? Or we may see Tianqianmai. Thinking of Tianqianmai, Yan Rui couldn't help laughing. I don't know what kind of life Tianqianmai is living now. By the way, we haven't mined the jade mine he gave us yet. Or find someone to mine it. Puppet? Of course it's a puppet. Yan Rui said. Mining jade shouldn't be very delicate. Just leave it to the puppet. Yan Rui immediately called out the system. Bought a puppet. Bought them tools. And let them mine non-stop. Capitalist. Become a capitalist now. The system spoke sourly. And no one knew where it learned the words from. What capitalist? If I were a capitalist, you would be the one working non-stop. Yan Rui pinched the system's face and laughed at the system's grinning face. I don't know if it was a psychological reason, but after returning home, Yan Rui felt a sense of security in his heart. He slept very soundly that night. He went to bed very early, but he slept until noon in the morning. Good morning. When Yan Rui turned over, he saw Jian Anqi lying next to him. He gently kissed Jian Anqi's cheek and lay back down again. It's raining outside? Yan Rui listened to the sound of rain outside, took a deep breath, and then said, It will rain more and more in the future. Don't think too much. What do you want to eat in the morning? Jian Anqi put down the book, got out of bed, and prepared to make breakfast for Yan Rui. Let the system renovate the supermarket for us today. Isn't it a little bigger? There has been no chance before. Yan Rui called the system into the house. Can we renovate it today? Yes. But there are people watching you downstairs. Are you sure they won't come in? It's better not to be interrupted when I'm renovating. The system complained a little. Yan Rui thought about it. Then there's no way. I can't let them not stare at me. I am their key observation object now. If I lose it, they will definitely go crazy. Yin Rui rubbed his eyes. How long will it take you to decorate? Otherwise, Jian Anqi and I will go on a 2-day and 1-night trip. Okay. But I want to go with you. The system pinched his waist. Don't think of leaving me behind. Yin Rui smiled. Don't worry. I won't leave you behind. Then we will go out in a while, and say hello to Minister Xiong first. Minister Xiong looked at the message on his mobile phone and said, Why are young people so restless? 2 people are going on a trip again. Then let them go. You still want to go with them? Wei Rong said. Don't talk nonsense. Because Wei Rong paid for it. Xiong Qing has tolerated him for a long time. But the message Xiong Qing replied to Yin Rui was okay. I hope you have fun and return home as soon as possible. Best wishes. Finally, Xiong Qing also added a love heart to Yin Rui at the end. Where are we going? Jian Anqi asked. Yin Rui thought for a moment. How about we go find Yun Heng? He knew that Yun Heng must have been framed by her peers. So she had to return to the countryside to grow medicinal herbs. However, even so, she was still willing to save all living beings. She was a person with great love in her heart. Let's go and learn how to grow them. Show her our medicinal herbs, and see if we can learn anything. Yin Rui said. Let's go! Let's not do it. Jian Anqi looked at Yin Rui's enthusiastic look and persuaded him. Your medicinal herbs are grown very well. Yun Heng is an expert, and can see the difference at a glance. If you reveal your true colors at that time, she will become suspicious of you. Yin Rui felt that what Jian Anqi said made sense. And he immediately changed direction. Then say that the seeds I raised did not germinate. Because nothing came out. We didn't dare to try again. So we came to ask what to do. This is fine. Jian Anqi agreed. After the 2 of them had dinner, they headed in the direction of Yun Heng. Jian Anqi and Yin Rui walked and stopped on the road. They were not in a hurry. It was already afternoon when they arrived at Yun Heng's house. He stood at the intersection of Yun Heng's house, and found that there were 2 luxury cars inside. Is there a rich person who heard about Yun Heng's ability, and wanted to recruit her? Yin Rui guessed. Rich people have the best eyes for talent. No. Jian Anqi slowly drove the car inside. The atmosphere is wrong. Yin Rui also felt that the atmosphere inside was somewhat tense. After he and Jian Anqi looked at each other, they hurriedly got out of the car. Sure enough, Uncle Yun was standing in front of Yun Heng. And Uncle Yun was blocking the people in front of him, not letting them touch Yun Heng at all. A circle of people gathered around them. Yin Rui came up and patted the shoulder of the person standing at the outermost edge, and asked, Brother, what's going on inside? The elder brother came late and didn't hear the whole story. But he still guessed. They said that Yin girl stole their things. We didn't understand what it was. Anyway, they said that if the things were not handed over, they would put Yin girl in jail. That must be slander. Yin Rui lowered his voice and said indignantly, Professor Yun would not steal things. I also think Yun girl would not. Yun girl was well behaved when she was a child. And she must be good when she grows up. After hearing what the 2 said, the people around them all nodded in agreement. Let your fellow villagers see how despicable your character is. What is mean by mean? I don't understand. The people around were whispering. But the sound was just enough for the person opposite Yun Heng to hear. It means that she has low character. I don't understand. Don't use fancy words. The villagers looked at each other and burst into laughter. Even if the person opposite didn't understand, he could see that the villagers were making fun of him. Yun Heng, I don't care how you argue. You must let us in today to find it. If I can't find it, it can prove your innocence. If I don't go in, it proves that you have something to hide. Who knows if you will sneak something into my girl's room when you go in. You are a person of low character. Mean by nature. Yes. 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 The villagers around him understood the meaning of these 2 words at this time. And Dong Lingran was furious. You don't have to give me an explanation today. Seeing these people want to fight. The villagers were unhappy. Although there may be some minor frictions between families in the village from time to time. When encountering such things, everyone will definitely stand together. Not to mention that everyone believes from the bottom of their hearts that Yun Heng will not do what that person said. I will beat anyone who stops me. Who cares about you? The villagers rushed forward. Yin Rui and Jian Anqi also mixed in the crowd. At this time, Dong Lingran cried out in pain and knelt on the ground. Who hit me? Don't touch the porcelain. You little kid. We didn't get close to you. Are you here to touch the porcelain? You are shameless. Dong Lingran was furious. He always thought that the villagers liked to watch the fun. But no matter what, they shouldn't get involved in such things. Who knows? Yun Hung will become the talk of the village in the next few years. Moreover, he had said such harsh words. How could these people still stand on Yun Heng's side? Dong Lingran felt that he had been deceived. You all wait for the court summons. And Yun Hung. Dong Lingran turned to look at Yun Hung. I represent the school today. If you don't let me in, the school will not only expel you, but also take back all your degrees. You used to be a high-ranking Dr. Yun, but now you are just a high school student. What's wrong with being a high school student? It's just that academic qualifications can't be used to measure it at all. Yun Hung was so angry that he trembled. He knew that Dong Lingran had a background, but she didn't expect that he could actually make her lose her degree. My daughter doesn't want those broken things. Get out. If you have the guts, call the police. If you have the guts, tear down my house. I tell you, don't even think about entering this door today. Go. Damn. Yun Hung has an important experimental data, and he is pointing to this data to publish a journal. After publishing this journal, his status will be further improved. Originally, they thought that as long as they knew the experimental method and experimental process, they could also produce the same results. Unexpectedly, they not only did not produce the same results, but also failed once. Damn Yun Hung. Before leaving school, he asked Yun Hung to leave everything behind, and didn't take anything away. Unexpectedly, this woman had already transferred the experimental data, and I don't know when she found out that something was wrong. Two smart women are troublesome. Dong Lingran cursed Yun Hung 1,000 times in his heart. Just when everyone was about to rush in, he suddenly felt a pain on his left face. Dong Lingran was stunned for a moment, then realized what happened, and immediately widened his eyes, and looked around in disbelief. Who is it? Who hit me? Chapter 187 Doomsday Disaster. The young man from the city got beaten. This news spread quickly, and soon spread throughout the village. At this time, Dong Lingran was still looking for the murderer who was beating him. You are so bold. Do you know who I am? Do you know who I represent? Dong Lingran's current behavior was basically equal to incompetent rage in Yen Rui's eyes. He squeezed through the crowd to the front row and pointed at Dong Lingran and cursed, It's him! It's him who stole my things! Looking at Yen Rui, who came out to accuse him inexplicably. Dong Lingran was still a little unresponsive for a while. Yen Rui stood upright and dressed elegantly. He was completely different from the villagers, who were difficult to deal with around him. For a moment, Dong Lingran even had the illusion that he had really stolen his things. But even if he stole it, he would never admit it. Who are you? I don't even know you. Don't talk nonsense here. Dong Lingran regained his righteous attitude. If you dare to talk nonsense, I will sue you for defamation. Even if you sue me, I will tell you that you stole a copy of my experimental data. At that time, I just asked you to help look at the equipment. As a result, you not only took away my experimental data, but also deleted my entire experimental record. Yen Rui acted so hard that he almost believed it. He had seen Dong Lingran in his previous life. At first, he was doing well in a small team. He didn't need to go out every day to get support from others. But later he seemed to be kicked out. Yen Rui now thinks that it should be that the team found that Dong Lingran had no real ability, so they kicked him out. But at that time, he didn't know Dong Lingran's name at all. Nor did he know that he was actually related to Yun Hung. He crossed his arms and looked at Dong Lingran with his chin up. Anyway, I have called the police. You will suffer when I return to school. Dong Lingran finally realized that Yen Rui was talking nonsense. Just when he wanted to continue to curse, he felt a gust of wind in front of him. He subconsciously covered his face. When the surroundings became calm, he saw the bodyguards he brought with him. Some covering their chests, some covering their stomachs. Anyway, each of them had a painful expression and lost their fighting power. Just when he wanted to curse, he saw Jian Anqi standing behind Yen Rui. For some reason, Jian Anqi didn't say a word, but when Dong Lingran saw it, he couldn't help shuddering. Okay, I'll spare your lives today, and you will suffer when I return to school. Dong Lingran pointed at Yun Hung angrily, then turned to look at Yen Rui. He raised his hand, turned his head and thought of something, then pursed his lips and put his hand down. Watching Dong Lingran leave in anger, Yin Rui laughed out loud. What kind of person is this? He comes here to show off. Go away. The surrounding villagers didn't even bother to find Yun Heng to prove his innocence. In their eyes, Yun Heng must have offended someone in the city. Looking at Dong Lingren's appearance, they knew that he must be an uneducated young master. The young master should be managed by the young master. The villagers looked at Yin Rui, thought nothing of him, and turned away. Seeing that the storm was over, Yun Heng and his daughter breathed a sigh of relief. Yun Heng said sincerely, "Thank you for your help." Yin Rui waved his hand. "It's nothing. I just happened to come here. If you were taken away, it would be a waste of my time," Yin Rui said calmly. Yun Heng took a deep breath, calmed down, and then smiled and said to Yin Rui, "What are you two doing here? Can't you grow the seeds I gave you?" Yin Rui nodded. "Yes. I failed to grow seedlings. I did everything according to the internet and checked the books. But it just didn't work. It was like dead," Yin Rui said. "I just came to learn from you." Yun Heng smiled. They'd basically save some steps when learning online, because they are all experienced. Some very simple operations don't need to be emphasized too much in their eyes. But for ordinary people, it is a difficult hurdle. Yun Heng asked his father to take a rest, and he would receive Yin Rui and Jian Anqi himself. But Yun's father disagreed and insisted on following a few people. So Yun Heng had to give up. "Come and see my method. If there are any problems, you must ask them immediately." Yin Rui could feel that Yun Heng was really a good teacher. Even the simplest teaching was explained in detail by Yun Heng. And he could also give many different examples. Even Yin Rui, who had successfully planted many plants, learned a lot of new knowledge. Perhaps because no one had come to discuss professional issues with him for a long time. Yun Heng was not only getting more and more excited, but also supplemented the aspects that Yin Rui had not asked. After this trip, Yin Rui learned a lot of knowledge. At night, Yun's father insisted on keeping the two of them for a meal. Yin Rui and Jian Anqi could not refuse, so they had to agree. The dinner was very sumptuous. Although the food was not exquisite, it was full of human touch. It was only for the two of them. But there were 8 dishes on the table. "Thank you so much today. Otherwise, we would not know how badly that kid in the city would bully us." Father Yin raised his glass, clinked glasses with Jian Anqi and Yin Rui, and drank it all. Yin Rui looked at Yun Heng's distressed eyes, and didn't know how to comfort him for a while. At this time, Yun Heng came back to his senses and looked at the two of them and said, "Sorry. My father is not in a good mood recently. Is it because of Dong Lingren? Did he steal your achievements and blame you?" Yin Rui said. "Did you call the police?" Yun Heng nodded. "Not only did I call the police, I also found the leader. But I heard that his family has a strong background. And my mentor also." Other problems did not seem to cast too much shadow on Yun Heng's eyes. But when her mentor was mentioned, Yun Heng's mood became depressed. "The past is over. I promise that no one will bother you in the future. Just do what you should do." Yin Rui raised his glass. "I promise you." "Really? Young man? Can you do it?" Father Yun was a little unconvinced, but there was still hope in his eyes. Yin Rui nodded. "Don't worry. I can definitely do it. His name is Dong Lingren. Right? What's your mentor's name?" "Forget it. Don't tell me. I will definitely ask him to apologize to you within 3 days and restore your reputation. But there is one thing." Yin Rui looked at Yun Heng and said, "I will help you with these. And you have to do one thing for me." "What?" Yun Heng's mind was full of thoughts. She didn't know what Yin Rui wanted to do, nor how excessive his request would be. But the conditions Yin Rui offered really moved her. "After you recover everything, stay at home for at least 3 months. Yin Rui made a 3 with his hand. "That's all I ask. After 3 months, you can go wherever you want." "That's it?" Yun Heng was confused. "Why 3 months? You'll know when the time comes." Yin Rui tapped his head lightly. "Don't worry. I'm not drunk. This is my condition." Yun Heng thought for a long time. She lowered her eyes, and finally nodded, agreeing to Yin Rui's conditions. After dinner, Yin Rui decided to leave. Yun's father and Yun Heng also invited 2 people to stay overnight, and Yin Rui naturally refused. After returning to the car, Jian Anqi asked, "What do you want to do?" "Of course, I'll go find Minister Xiong. Who else can I ask for help?" Yin Rui said as a matter of course. "Fortunately, I reacted quickly and let Yun Heng stay in the village for 3 months. If she returns to school, She may not be affected. Don't let me ruin her future. Jian Anqi smiled. And the two drove to the hotel. This hotel is the most luxurious hotel in this city. After the two checked in, they turned on the faucet to take a shower. And then they heard Jian Anqi say, "The smell in this hotel is not right." After hearing this, Yin Rui immediately took a step back, then turned on the faucet in the bathroom, smelled it, and said, "Let's find a hotel." Who knew that after Yin Rui found the hotel staff, the hotel staff actually thought that Yin Rui and Jian Anqi were making trouble for no reason. Yin Rui said patiently, "I just want you to check the water tank and pipes. Not to cause trouble for you." The staff smiled formally. "Okay. Don't worry. We will send workers to check tomorrow. Please rest assured that our hotel will conduct equipment inspections every week. And there will definitely be no problems. You can rest assured." After hearing this, Yin Rui could only return to the room. But the two of them were no longer interested in ordering food or taking a bath. What will be in the water? Yin Rui regretted it this time, regretting why he didn't watch the news carefully in his previous life. Otherwise, he wouldn't be clueless now. We report the news to Minister Xiong. The last time the hard gold bug was discovered, Minister Xiong solved it in a timely manner. As soon as he said it, when the news from Yin Rui and Jian Anqi came, Minister Xiong was just lying on the bed preparing to rest. Xiong Qing squinted at the phone, looking at the content of the message. He had a headache. So tired. "I haven't rested well these days." That is, he went to bed early today. But just after going to bed, Yin Rui sent him his guess. The result was still just a guess that there was a problem. But no specific problem was guessed. However, Xiong Qing still got up and started calling to send people to the hotel where Yin Rui was staying for testing. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the test results came out. And it turned out that there was indeed a problem with the water in the hotel. However, it was not the hotel's problem, but the area where the hotel was located had a large area of pollution, and the pollutants had seeped into the hotel's water pipes. Xiong Qing immediately ordered the entire hotel to be fenced off and immediately suspended business. The hotel staff and customers were a little confused. They didn't find any abnormalities here at all. And the official notice also proved that this incident had nothing to do with the hotel. It was a sign of the coming of the end of the world. In the previous life, the problem must have started with water. And the earliest disaster was also a flood. Yin Rui recalled, "We should start calling on everyone to start saving water from now on." Will this cause panic among everyone? Jian Anqi was a little skeptical. And it is very likely that everyone will not listen. I can't care so much. Now I must start to think of ways to call on everyone to prepare together. Chapter 188 Doomsday Disaster. The next morning, the situation in the hotel caused a small-scale discussion on the internet. The hotel must have not cleaned up again. They will definitely not admit their own problems. If it was their own problem, how could there be an official endorsement for them? There must be someone behind them, waiting for the anti-counterfeiting. But this news did not cause much discussion. Even if Yin Rui changed 3 small accounts online and hired the system as his own water army, there were only a dozen accounts. And under the powerful source of information on the internet, it did not cause much splash. Yin Rui put down the phone and said with some melancholy, "Why is no one listening?" Jian Anqi replied, "You said that if you know nothing about the end of the world, and suddenly someone said on the internet that the end of the world is coming. Do you think he might have a problem with his brain?" Yin Rui thought about it and felt that it was not wrong. But Yin Rui knew everything. But the feeling of being powerless made him very depressed. How can we make people think of saving water? Yin Rui leaned back against the car and sighed deeply. He closed his eyes and suddenly recalled the water tank in the toilet when he was in college. Water outage. Yin Rui opened his eyes suddenly and turned around with some surprise. Water outage. As long as the community stops water a few more times, everyone will definitely find a way to save water at home. Just like their dormitory. Because the school's water supply system is so capricious. They only saved a large bucket of water. Although life is sometimes inconvenient, once it comes to a critical moment, stopping can play a big role. Yin Rui, although this method is a bit unethical, it will definitely work. Yin Rui did what he said, and immediately sent his idea to Xiong Qing. After receiving Yin Rui's message, Xiong Qing replied after a while, "Okay. Your plan will be implemented nationwide in the near future." The decision was made so quickly, Yin Rui was a little surprised. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. While they can still communicate as usual, They will naturally solve the problem as quickly as possible without wasting a minute, Jian Anqi said. During this period, everyone will definitely race against time. It would be best if this is the case. In my previous life, communication had not returned to normal until I died. I don't know if it really didn't return to normal or it was because of some people. Yin Rui put this idea behind him and thought about the most important thing at this stage. After returning to the supermarket, Yin Rui looked at his phone and said to Jian Anqi, I want to go home and get some things. Go home? Isn't this? Jian Anqi immediately realized at this time that Yin Rui was talking about his original home. The home of him and his parents. I'll accompany you? Jian Anqi subconsciously requested. Yin Rui shook his head. And then said, no. I can go back by myself. By the way, what are Wang Jiaming and the others doing now? In his eyes, he hadn't seen Wang Jiaming for a long time. And if this continued, he would even forget what Wang Jiaming looked like. By the way, did you bring the person Wang Jiaming was looking for? Yin Rui suddenly thought of the person in his previous life that Wang Jiaming had to find at all costs. And asked curiously, found it. Wang Jiaming has brought people here and brought them to the house we arranged for them. He said he was going to find a job here and would move out once he found one. Did he find a job? It is indeed very easy to find a job now. It is just right to delay for a while. And then you don't have to look for one anymore. Jian Anqi chuckled. Not only did he find one, but he was also offered an offer by 3 companies. Now he has been offered an annual salary of 600,000. After all, he is an outstanding graduate of a university. And he is on a full scholarship. I heard that he never took any exams since he was a child. And he was recommended for admission. Such an amazing person. Is he willing to share a house with Wang Jiaming? Yin Rui smelled a hint of something unusual. Yeah. From what Wang Jiaming said. He just graduated and has no money. So he came here when he was called. I didn't expect that there would be a company here that would pay him so much. How could such a genius student be poor? He can win prizes by participating in a competition. Or he can become a tutor if he is not doing well. Only Wang Jiaming would believe that. Yin Rui laughed out loud. Remember this? You can use it to make fun of him later. At that time, I ran out of the exercise to find you. And they also laughed at me for a long time. Jian Anqi hugged Yin Rui. Minister Xiong knows about this. Yin Rui hit him. It's not me who asked you to come. And I didn't know shit at that time. You can't blame me. Okay. But you still have to compensate me. Come back for dinner in the evening? Yin Rui didn't realize Jian Anqi's uneasiness at all. He said with some doubt. Of course, I will come back for dinner in the evening. Where will I go if I don't come back? Jian Anqi touched his head and smiled. Go back. Don't forget to bring your keys. This time when Yin Rui went home, the system rarely followed him. It appeared behind Jian Anqi, patted his leg, and said, Are you not okay? Jian Anqi looked down at the system. I'm not wrong at all. If you have nothing to do, go to the farm and pick the mangoes. Let the puppet pick them. The system disappeared in a flash. Yin Rui walked on the road, looking at the peaceful atmosphere of the world, and couldn't help but slow down his pace. I don't know how long it will take to see this kind of scene again. After he walked home, he sent a message to Jian Anqi. Before Jian Anqi sent the message why so slow, he rejected it himself and changed it to another sentence. Okay. Wait for you to come back. Yin Rui looked at the message and laughed involuntarily. He turned off the screen of his mobile phone and opened the door of his home. There was no big difference between home and before. According to normal time, it was only 2 days since he last returned home. But Yin Rui missed home. Yin Rui had brought all his parents' things with him. He put all the things left by his parents in a small box, and then stored them all in his own space. This time he came back. He wanted to take the things he had in school before. Textbooks, notebooks, small notes passed between classmates in class, and his target item, the yearbook. Yin Rui sat on the bed and carefully opened his yearbook. As soon as the yearbook was opened, Jian Anqi's face in it immediately rushed into his eyes. I don't know why. Jian Anqi, who used to look ordinary, suddenly became so handsome now. He pursed his lips and touched Jian Anqi's face in the photo. And then, there was a hurried knock on the door. Xiaoyan! Xiaoyan! Are you home? It was the voice of Grandma Feng next door. Grandma Feng was his old neighbor. After his parents got into trouble, she always took good care of him, as long as he was at home. She would find all kinds of reasons to have dinner with him. She even said that she had a serious heart disease and needed to see a young man to feel good. In the previous life, Grandma Feng and her family left the building earlier than him. Since then, he has never seen Grandma Feng. And this time, when he heard Grandma Feng's anxious knock on the door, he immediately recalled what happened in the previous life. It seemed that at this time in the previous life, Grandma Feng's little granddaughter was sick, and there was a little eye, as if it was some bacterial infection. Their family had been going to the hospital. In the previous life, they left early and found something wrong, and the whole family went to the hospital to accompany the little girl. Could this also be a sign of the end of the world? Yin Rui didn't have time to think about it. He immediately opened the door. What's wrong? Grandma Feng. What do you want to talk to me about? Seeing Yin Rui at home, Grandma Feng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's like this. Our Shucho is sick, with a high fever. I want to ask if you have any medicine at home. There's no medicine for children, but there is medicine for adults. But Grandma Feng, you should take Xiaoqiu to the hospital. I heard that there is a disease that is a bit eye-catching recently, specifically for children with weak constitutions. Is that so? After hearing what Yin Rui said, Grandma Feng was a little undecided for a while. Xiaoqiu just has a low fever, and I thought that taking a fever-reducing pill and sleeping for a while would make her fine. Is it necessary to go to the hospital? Yin Rui immediately said. If necessary, you can tell Uncle Feng and Aunt Feng that we should send the child to the hospital. If there is no infection, it will be the best. It will be a peace of mind. Yin Rui said nothing, changed his shoes, and left the room. Xiaoqiu and Grandma Feng were the only ones left at home. Although Grandma Feng was not old enough to do anything, it was still much more convenient with the help of Yin Rui, a young and strong man. Yin Rui carried Xiaoqiu, who could no longer open her eyes, on his back, and went downstairs while talking to Grandma Feng. Xiaoqiu may be a little bit wrong. Her temperature rose too fast. But don't worry. The hospital has experience in treating this. But she may need more injections for a few days. How could this happen? I haven't taken Xiaoqiu anywhere these days. How could Xiaoqiu get such a serious illness? Grandma Feng still remembers very clearly that she took Xiaoqiu's temperature before she left home, and it was 38.1 degrees. Now looking at her rosy little face, it must have risen by at least 1 degree. After arriving at the hospital, Grandma Feng was a little at a loss. Yin Rui frowned at the crowded emergency room. Has the situation become so bad now? Yin Rui said he was going out to rent a wheelchair, but in fact he just took a detour and took out the wheelchair he had stockpiled before, and then asked Grandma Feng to sit in the wheelchair and hold Xiaoqiu. And he went to register. Grandma Feng was a little confused, until it was her turn and she was asked to talk about Xiaoqiu's condition. At this time, the doctor asked her, "Did you take your children to Green Sea Park in the past few days?" Grandma Feng nodded immediately. Yes. Yes. Is it because of this reason? The doctor replied, "It is possible. Children with fever have gone there recently. I will give you an examination first, and then you can take the medicine with the prescription, and then go to the drip area for injection." The doctor quickly wrote a prescription for Grandma Feng and Xiaoqiu, and then called the next one. At this time, Uncle Feng and Aunt Feng also rushed to the hospital. The two thanked Yin Rui profusely and said that they would leave the future to them. They would treat him to dinner when they returned home in the evening. Yin Rui nodded, said hello and left, and his expression became solemn. Chapter 189 Doomsday Disaster. Yin Rui just took Xiaoqiu's pulse. Judging from Xiaoqiu's current pulse, there is no big problem, but the disease is developing too fast. Once it is out of control, Xiaoqiu may not survive this virus. Yin Rui immediately called Jian Anqi and said that he wanted to meet with Xiong Qing and discuss something with him. Jian Anqi immediately agreed. Hearing Yin Rui's serious tone, he immediately called Xiong Qing. But when Xiong Qing asked him what problem he wanted to discuss, Jian Anqi was stunned. "You kid, what are you hiding from me? Or do you just not know what to talk to me about?" Xiong Qing tsk twice, then said, "Give the phone to Yin Rui. He's not here. Only me." Jian Anqi's tone suddenly became a little cold. "When he comes back later, shall we go find you together? Or come to the supermarket? This matter is very important. You didn't even tell me anything, but you said it was very important." Xiong Qing complained in his heart, but still responded, "I know. I'll go to your supermarket later. After he hung up the phone, Xiongqing stood up and said to Wei Rong, I'm going out for a while. Wei Rong sat up immediately. Where are you going? Xiongqing glared. I have to report to you what I do. Finally, he still explained. I'm going to find Yin Rui. He said there is a problem to discuss. What problem? Wei Rong asked subconsciously. I don't know. Xiongqing waved his hand and turned away. By the time Xiongqing arrived at the supermarket, Yin Rui had already told Jian Anqi everything that had happened to him today. When Xiongqing arrived here, Jian Anqi took him to the hotel. The hotel was now empty. Looking at the hotel that suddenly appeared, Xiongqing was shocked and speechless. You are? Xiongqing pointed to the large and empty conference room. I remember there is no such tall building outside your supermarket. Xiongqing pulled out a stool, but did not sit down for a long time. Where are we now? It's near the supermarket. Yin Rui did not explain too much. He looked at Xiongqing's puzzled expression and could only say, ordinary people can't see it. Xiongqing sat down with a look of sudden enlightenment, and then said, You should have told me earlier. I wouldn't have asked. Yin Rui was a little embarrassed after hearing this. After several people sat down, Yin Rui immediately told Xiongqing what he had discovered today. Children have low immunity, and they often go out to contact viruses. So they are the most dangerous group. I have medicine here, but I can't do it so comprehensively by myself. So I still need you to help me endorse it. When Yin Rui came back, he had already asked the system for medicine. This medicine is not a traditional medicine, but a liquid medicine that Yin Rui found in the world of cultivation that can remove all diseases of mortals. It is said that even if they are entangled by witchcraft or curses, this liquid medicine can solve it. It can only remove all the impurities on ordinary people. Are you sure this medicine is good? Xiongqing was a little skeptical. Facing this kind of problem, he had to be cautious. Yin Rui understood. So he said, after taking this medicine, it will basically get better in 1 day. If there is still no effect after 1 day, I will think of other ways as soon as possible. However, after Yin Rui got the medicine, he felt that this medicine could cure these diseases and could completely survive this crisis. Well, let's solve it now without further ado. Xiongqing immediately stood up with the medicine bottle in his hand, but came back immediately after walking 2 steps. How to use this medicine? One child can use 1 milliliter a day, and it can be diluted in any medicine, including saline. This bottle is probably enough for 10 children. 10 children are not enough. Give me some more. Xiongqing waved at Yin Rui. Is 200 enough for a bottle? Ah? Not so much. 1 bottle. Forget it. Count it as my donation. This medicine is originally an entry-level medicine for all alchemists in the world of cultivation. Some junior alchemists, who cannot condense medicine pills, will use this kind of medicine to practice controlling the temperature. He bought 5 bottles with 1 point. When Yin Rui thought of the diseases that caused many families to lose their children in his previous life, he could be cured with just a little effort. And he couldn't help but sigh. But this was just a momentary thought. Yin Rui took out a plastic box from the void in front of Xiongqing. There were about 50 bottles of such liquid medicine in the plastic box. Xiongqing looked at Yin Rui, who no longer pretended to be anything in front of him, and felt a little complicated for a moment. While it has not spread yet, quickly give the children the injection, and contact other cities to see if there are similar symptoms. This disease is coming fiercely, and it will definitely not be silent. Xiongqing's expression was solemn. I thank you on behalf of the children. Yin Rui waved his hand. This thing is really not expensive. There is no need to thank me. It's just a small effort. Xiongqing didn't say much, shook hands with Yin Rui tightly and left. After doing this, Yin Rui breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I contacted the authorities at the beginning. Otherwise, he would not have been able to save these children in time. Don't think too much. We will definitely be able to save more people in the future. You have to get used to it. Jian Anqi put his arm around his shoulders. Go back. Wan Jiaming will be here soon. The two walked out of the supermarket and noticed that there had been significant changes inside the supermarket. Originally, only 4 rows of shelves could be placed, but now 6 rows can be placed. And the gaps between the shelves have also become much wider. More than enough for 2 people to walk side by side. The decoration has also become more refined. And 2 more seats have been added in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. There are also 4 slightly narrow double tables next to them. If possible, The double tables can be combined into 4 tables. There are 2 more layers of shelves on the vegetable area at the door. Originally, only 1 layer could be placed. But now 3 layers can be placed. His cashier area has become more spacious. The system even prepared a comfortable ergonomic chair for him. Even if he was checking out and drawing talismans here, he would not feel crowded or tired. Originally, there were only a few refrigerators side by side on the wall. But now there is a whole row of refrigerators. The freezer is also 2 sizes larger, and it can be seen at a glance that it can hold more goods. Yin-Rui called the system over. Thank you. It is the best decision for me to leave the decoration to you. The system raised its chin proudly. I have been waiting for your compliment for a long time. Yin-Rui laughed, and then realized that the system had been wanting a reward for him. He touched the system's head. Next time, I will praise you in front of the master. Can I eat ice cream? Eat. Eat as much as you want. Yin-Rui said bluntly. In the future, in the supermarket, you can eat whatever you want, without any restrictions. The system didn't expect Yin-Rui to give him such a big reward in such a short time. He widened his eyes. But at this time, he still didn't forget his good friend Katanin. What about Anin? Isn't it the same as me? Yin-Rui nodded. But you two are the same. Neither of you can eat too much. Oh! Eat less snacks now. I will take you and Anin to a big meal in the evening. Great. The system cheered and immediately went to Anin to report the good news. After he left, Yin-Rui turned to look at Jian Anqi. Where are we going to eat tonight? At the hotel. Jian Anqi replied. I think it's time to tell them the truth. Is it today? Yin-Rui was still a little hesitant. Will they be scared away? After all, they had to follow us in their last life. It's better this way. If they have any concerns, they can solve them in advance. Otherwise, if they have regrets like in their last life, they may not be at peace for the rest of their lives. Jian Anqi hugged Yin-Rui. I was lucky in my last life. Yin-Rui listened to Jian Anqi's words. His nose was a little sour. He nodded. Then we must make it more serious. Let them take it seriously. And never regret it in the future. But as far as I know, they should have nothing to regret. Jian Anqi let go. But in the face of disaster, let's wait and see. In the evening, several people came together. When they arrived at the supermarket, everyone was holding a gift box. Although they had met before, it was the first time to have a formal meal together. I forgot to remind you all. Don't bring gifts here. You see, I still run a supermarket here. Yin-Rui greeted him enthusiastically. We are not going to open this supermarket recently. There are too many things to eat. Ah? Closed? Are you going to do logistics business with Captain Jian? As soon as Tong Jiaxiu opened his mouth, he was slapped by Kong Li next to him. As a result, he couldn't control the strength. And the crisp slap sound was particularly obvious in the silent supermarket. Yin-Rui smiled. Let's talk about this problem later. Come on. Let's eat first. Jian Anqi has prepared all the dishes. Okay. We can finally eat the captain's food again. During the training before, the rabbits we hunted were terrible. Later, the captain took over the cooking job. Otherwise we would have starved to death. You are hypocritical. You are picky about taste in the wild. You are a waste. You can't even cook rabbit meat. Just when several people were arguing, the friend brought by Wang Jiaming felt something was wrong for the first time. He pulled the corner of Wang Jiaming's clothes. Wang Jiaming looked over and knew nothing about it. Yin-Rui noticed his action and said, Nice to meet you. Hello. My name is Yin-Rui. Hello. My name is Bo Chen Gan. The two shook hands slightly, and Yin-Rui pushed open the door of the bakery in the hotel restaurant. Come in first. I will explain everything here to everyone later. Chapter 190 Doomsday Disaster. As soon as they entered the room, they saw that Jian Anqi had already placed all the dishes on the table. Several people also pretended to be calm and sat in their seats. Although they did not show it on their faces, they were already full of doubts in their hearts. Where is this place? Did Yin-Rui say something just now? What does he want to tell them? Although they have recently known that Yin-Rui and Jian Anqi should be doing some business that is different from normal people, they have never been very curious. And even if they have kept it in their hearts. But for some reason, now that Yin-Rui and Jian Anqi want to confess to them, they all feel a little flustered without exception. Come on. Let's have a drink first. We haven't eaten together for so long. And today we finally have the chance. Wan Jiaming raised the glass first. And then after receiving Bo Cheng'an's eyes, he put the glass down angrily. Seeing them like this, Yin Rui laughed out loud. Why are you so nervous? It's not the first time we meet. Today we are just having a meal and chatting. It's nothing. Forget it. I'll tell you the truth first. Otherwise, I think you won't be able to eat this meal. Yin Rui put down the cup in his hand, sat on the chair, and glanced at Jian Anqi. Do you want me to say it or should I? Jian Anqi thought for a while. I'll say it. Jian Anqi thought he had some dignity in front of him. He looked at the truth-seeking eyes in front of him and said concisely, the end of the world is coming. If you have any unfulfilled wishes, do them within this month. Yin Rui looked at the expressions of several people who became somewhat at a loss as soon as Jian Anqi finished speaking, and fell silent. Finally, he still said, Then let me speak. Yes, Brother Yin. You speak. Wan Jiaming seemed to have found his backbone. What was Captain Jian talking about just now? He was not reading a novel. You heard it right. In a month, our planet will face floods, droughts, insect plagues, animal mutations, and other natural disasters. So the era will restart, and this year will be the first year of the end of the world. After Yin Rui finished speaking, the room returned to silence. Yin Rui didn't care how confused they were now. He continued, I asked you to help buy things before. And it was also to prepare for the end of the world. After the end of the world, social order will collapse. Supplies will be scarce. And it will not be easy to have a full meal. In addition, there will be water and power outages. If we don't prepare in advance, our future days will be very difficult. But the strength of the two of us alone is not enough. So the two of us specifically found you. I heard him say that you are the people he trusts the most. Yin Rui said gently. So we decided to tell you this news first. As for whether you can accept it, Yin Rui held a seed in his hand. He stretched out his hand and spread his palm in front of everyone. Look, this is not a magic trick. Several people stared at Yin Rui's hand and saw a green seedling slowly sprouting from the black seed in Yin Rui's hand. The seedling grew upwards at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon a rose flower grew out. In front of everyone, Yin Rui cut off the roots of the flowers, and then conjured up an empty vase out of thin air. Yin Rui held the vase in his hand, and then water slowly seeped out from the bottom of the vase. In the blink of an eye, the water covered the bottom of the vase and rose to the middle of the vase. Come on. Yin Rui put the vase in front of them. This is really not a magic trick. I don't even have the black cloth for magic. Wait. Brother Yin. I need to digest what you said. Tong Jiaxu leaned back in his chair as if he had let go of all his strength. You said that the end of the world will come in a month. But you have special abilities and can save us? Several people looked at each other. It's not that I don't believe it, but this is too unbelievable. Yin Rui understood their doubts, and he nodded. Indeed, it is not very realistic to let you believe this immediately. How about this? Whether you believe it or not, you will wear this stone on your body. If you have a fever after wearing it, don't be nervous. It's a normal phenomenon. Originally, several people stretched out their hands, but when they heard Yin Rui say that he had a fever, their movements stopped in midair. Go on, Jian Anqi said coldly. Whoever dares to tell others about what happened today will be dead. Did you hear me? I know. Several people said yes. Bo Cheng'an looked at the two of them and said, What if we accidentally leak this on the internet? It doesn't matter. Yin Rui didn't care. Your news will not stay on the internet for more than a second. Seeing Yin Rui's confident look, Bo Cheng'an lowered his eyes, pushed his glasses and said, If I don't believe what you said, can you leave? Of course you can. Yin Rui was speechless. I'm not some evil force. If you want to leave, you can leave. Looking at Yin Rui, who was so open, Bo Cheng'an didn't know what to choose for a while. Come on. Let's eat first. Didn't you say you haven't eaten the food made by Brother Jian for a long time? Yin Rui invited everyone to eat together. But looking at their expressions, Yin Rui always felt that they were probably not in the mood to eat now. If I had known you were like this, I would have talked to you after dinner. Yin Rui looked at their inability to eat, and said helplessly, Don't forget to take stomach strengthening and digestion promoting tablets when you go home. Everyone was still silent. But after a while, Wan Jiaming finally couldn't help the doubts in his heart, put down his chopsticks and said, Brother Jian, is this true or false? Really? Compared with the people opposite, Jian Anqi ate much more calmly, and with the system and an eating with relish next to him. The two sides were simply worlds apart. Jian Anqi put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth. You still don't believe it now, right? It's not that I don't believe it. But how did you accept it in such a short time? I know you can get inside information from above. But the end of the world? Wang Jiaming frowned. Confused. This is too outrageous. It's really outrageous. But there will always be things in the world that you can't understand. In a month, the end of the world will come. Whether you believe it or not. Jian Anqi said. I can protect Yan Rui without you. Hey, brother Jian. That's not what we mean. Calmly, who had been silent all the time, felt that the atmosphere in the room was a little wrong. So he quickly changed the subject. Then you asked me to purchase fruits and seafood before. Is it also for the end of the world? Yes. But didn't you say that after the end of the world, there will be no water and electricity? These things should not be able to be preserved for too long. Do you want to provide these things to the authorities at the beginning of the end of the world and exchange them for something? Yan Rui shook his head. No. You will see these things in the future. But you are right. After the end of the world, we are indeed preparing to cooperate with the authorities. And you will know when the time comes. Everyone listened to this news and couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. You should digest this news first. Have you two finished eating? Let's go after you finish eating. Yan Rui knew that if he and Jian Anqi stayed here, several people would not be able to eat well. So he planned to leave directly at this time as the two had discussed before, giving them some space. I'm done eating. Where's Anan? The system suddenly spoke. And he was a little proud of himself when he saw the question marks on the heads of several people in the room becoming real. Seeing Anan nodded and meowed. Several people thought that they might be dizzy. They accidentally saw the monkey talking. This kitten is still normal. Then let's go together. The system spoke again. He glanced at several people, made a face at them, and then patted An's back. And An's body immediately became larger. And the system climbed up with its tail swinging, and rode in and out of the box. After Yan Rui and the others left, the people in the room looked at each other, not knowing how to react for a moment. You saw it, too. What did you see? I saw flowers growing in the palms, water turning out of thin air, monkeys talking, and cats growing bigger. I saw it all. The people in the room talked to each other about what they had just seen, their voices somewhat frustrated. No way. The end of the world can't be real. Didn't Brother Yin just say that after the end of the world, there will be animal mutations? Is this monkey and his family mutated in advance? He also said that there might be floods, droughts and insect plagues. Do you really believe it? Why don't we believe it? Besides, they told us because they trust us. Didn't you see that they just said that they wouldn't care even if we went out to talk about it? It seems that they have cooperated with the official. Official? Is it the official with Minister Xiong? Through the system's monitor, Yan Rui watched their enthusiastic discussion and said with some satisfaction, sure enough. They quarreled when they got together. Were they also so unstable in their previous lives? They are not very old. It would be strange if they were stable. But you seem to be older than me, who has lived 2 lives. Still the same size. Yan Rui hit Jian Anqi's arm. But it was just when the apocalypse just started. They still had some playful thoughts. Starting from the 2nd year of the apocalypse, even they began to become more and more silent. Yan Rui looked at the screen, holding the hamburger made by Jian Anqi in his hand. I think we have been restrained enough today. If we tell them that the place where they are eating now is made by folding space, they will doubt their lives. Yan Rui smiled. Forget it. Let's talk about it later. When the time comes, let Minister Xiong find someone to run this hotel. I'll do whatever you say. Jian Anqi looked at Bo Qinan, who was silent in the room. He is a smart man. He even felt that Bo Qinan could lead them to make the right choice more quickly. Chapter 191 Doomsday Disaster. The next day, Yan Rui did not receive any news from them, so he put it behind his mind. However, Jian Anqi was a little restless. Yan Rui sat beside him, put his arm around his shoulders and said, Why are you so nervous? They will definitely not leave. At most, they will go home to give something to their relatives who miss them. I'm not nervous. Although Jian Anqi said this, his constantly flipping toilet paper still revealed his inner uneasiness. Yan Rui sat beside him and held his shoulders. I'm telling the truth. From my understanding of them, they really won't leave. Yan Rui comforted, after all, I have been with them for longer than you have. But this time there is Bo Chandon. So what? Doesn't Bo Chandon want to live? He is a smart man. Yinrui patted Jian Anqi's arm. Let's go. Don't think about it. If you have time, come and pick pumpkins with me. The pumpkins are ripe. Yinrui and Jian Anqi have to pick the pumpkins before they are ripe. And save a few old pumpkins for seeds. After they picked all the pumpkins with the puppets, Yinrui received a message from Xiong Qing on his phone. The sick children's conditions are under control. Yinrui looked at the news and breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that the children are fine. Grandma Feng's family will definitely stay at home. We will secretly share some food with them then. Okay. Jian Anqi answered absent-mindedly. Seeing him like this, Yinrui simply pulled his arm and said, Since you can't let it go, let's go find them. Jian Anqi didn't say anything, but silently obeyed. As soon as the two of them went out, they saw one jumping and others squatting in the corner. And they didn't know how long they had been squatting. Hey, Captain! Seeing Jian Anqi go out, several people exclaimed. Yinrui looked over and saw Jia Zhenlin and Tong Jiaxiu staggering. Calmly, and Wan Jiaming immediately supported the two people. Bo Chandon, who had just stood up from the chair next to him, adjusted his glasses. Yinrui, it looks like they have been squatting here for a long time. Why don't you go in? The main thing is, I don't know what to say. Forget it. Come in and talk. Before Yinrui turned around, he hooked Jian Anqi's finger. Seeing Jian Anqi's relieved expression, although he didn't say anything, Yinrui lowered his head and smiled secretly. Several people still came to the hotel. But this time, they came to the hotel lobby. Have you figured it out? Do you believe it or not? Do you want to leave or stay? We are not going to open a bodyguard company now. If you want to work, I can also help you contact people. We believe it. But we really don't have any idea in our minds. But we really don't want to leave. After Wan Jiaming finished speaking, several people nodded vigorously. Yes, Brother Jian. You can't let us accept it immediately. We read apocalyptic novels all night last night, and our minds are still confused now. But if you want us to leave, we will definitely not leave. Tong Jiaxiu scratched his head. Brother, you can just command us. Just like before. Yinrui smiled. He pushed Jian Anqi, and Jian Anqi nodded and replied, That's fine. After Jian Anqi finished speaking, the people on the opposite side breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Yinrui asked, Do you have any family members who need to be taken care of? It would be best to bring them here before the end of the world. Several people shook their heads together. Calmly said, None of us have a home. Otherwise we can't bring our things here to take care of us, as soon as Brother Jian asked. All my belongings are just a suitcase. Me too. I don't have anyone to take over. At this time, Wan Jiaming raised his hand. Yinrui saw it and asked, Do you have anyone you want to take over? Ah? No. I have taken over everyone I want to take over. Wan Jiaming thought the topic was over. I have a question. Asked. Jian Anqi spoke briefly, as if he was still giving them orders. What exactly is this place? Is it really outer space? Yinrui was speechless. He thought Wan Jiaming was going to make a request. Seeing him like this, Yinrui took out his mobile phone and sent each of them a file that the system had sorted out yesterday. There are many answers to questions here, including the specific time of the end of the world and possible future situations, as well as this hotel and the talking monkey and cat that you saw yesterday. Yinrui was thinking about how to explain everything to them last night, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was too troublesome to explain. So he simply let the system sort it out. And then he reviewed it himself, and finally asked Jian Anqi to review it. After finding that everything that should be said was written in this small document, he prepared to send it all to them today. As for if there are any more questions, they don't need to know at this stage. Have you worn the stones I gave you yesterday? Yinrui suddenly asked. And several people remembered that Yinrui had given them a stone yesterday. Hee. I put it in my pocket, and I forgot to wear it when I changed clothes. You must wear it at all times, so that you can be far ahead of others. Don't ask what's ahead. Yinrui tapped the screen of his mobile phone. It's all in the file. The questions that several people wanted to ask were immediately choked back by Yinrui. Now go home and exchange all the money in your hands for supplies. Jian Anqi gave an order and said at the same time, Buy the kind of food that can be stored for a long time and does not require electrical heating. Haven't you read the apocalypse novels? You can also make a list of what you need to prepare and buy it yourself? Yes. Several people answered subconsciously, and seeing Jian Anqi's smile, Yanrui also smiled and said goodbye to them. Look, I'll tell you. They won't give you an answer you don't like. Yanrui pulled Jian Anqi. Let's go. We have to pick the winter melons. But before they were ready to pick the winter melons, Xiongqing's people had already arrived at the supermarket. When they saw Yanrui, they couldn't help but feel relieved. Boss Yan, it's good that you're here. Where else can I go if I'm not here? Yanrui laughed. I was not here before because the supermarket was being renovated. This person had never seen Yanrui, who had been renovating the supermarket for so long. So he immediately changed the subject. Boss Yan, Minister Xiong told me that we should shoot a video together, and we will give out rewards at the end of the video. I don't know if you still remember. Ah. Yanrui then remembered his previous plan with Minister Xiong. Remember? Come quickly. Yanrui looked at the script, which was basically about how to use tools at home to make a device that can filter rainwater and how to save water resources. The filming went smoothly. Yanrui finally said that he would give out 10,000 gifts, including crystal sea sand disguised as stones in the filter device. After the filming was completed, Yanrui said, "You are really smart. You can come up with this idea. Let's brainstorm. In this situation, everyone should work together to find a solution. By the way, Minister Xiong asked me to tell you that the people above have begun to prepare for the end of the world. Don't worry. Thank you." After sending the people away, Yanrui touched his stomach. He looked at Jian Anqi without saying a word. Jian Anqi immediately understood and gave him a piece of bread. Fill your stomach first. I'll go cook. I want to eat hot pot. Yanrui said. I want to go out to eat. I don't know why Yanrui suddenly had such an idea, but Jian Anqi still followed Yanrui out obediently. The eating out that Yanrui mentioned was going to the snack stalls at the night market. And the hot pot he mentioned was actually spicy hot pot. I still remember the first time you caught me showing my true colors. It was here, Yanrui said with some nostalgia. You don't know. I was so scared that I almost couldn't breathe. You didn't act like you couldn't breathe, Jian Anqi said with a smile. At that time, I thought you were going to have a midnight snack with your family secretly. I didn't have that. You must have been jealous then, Yanrui said with a smile. Say nothing. Ask nothing. You'll be suffocated to death. Jian Anqi was overjoyed. After the two of them ate until they were full at the snack street, they bought more than 10 or 20 yuan from each store, just like they did when they first met. Come here every day in the future. Instead of coming here every day, it's better to go to another night market while it's still early. Yanrui's eyes lit up after hearing this. Then let's go! It's a pity that we can't make the taste of the night market at home. Bring me a bowl of ice jelly. I want to eat it. Asterisk. Another half a month has passed, and Yanrui's video has also sent out tens of thousands of gifts, in addition to various notices from above. The nationwide phased water outage has become the norm. This water outage is really fair to everyone. My property management fee is more than 6 yuan per square meter a month. But guess what? Last time I didn't have water at home. I wanted to ask the property management to deliver water, but the property management said there was no water, and I couldn't buy it when I went out. You can't blame the industry for this. We went to the supermarket, and all the purified water was sold out. I didn't wash my face all day, and I just drank beverages. Hey, my family had already stored 3 big buckets of water before the water outage notice came. Enough for me to use for a week. Originally, some people wanted to complain about the water outage online, but they found that netizens from all over the country had encountered the same problem. So people had other guesses for a while. Forget it. Forget it. I won't chat with you anymore. I'm not sure about this. I'll go buy 2 more buckets. I'm waiting for the official rumor to be refuted. It's not like this water won't be used in the future. I suggest you stock up more. My family has already stocked up 5 barrels of purified water. Looking at the reaction on the internet, Yanrui felt relieved. At least at the beginning of the apocalypse, people won't panic because of the lack of water like before. Water is the most important thing. Even kindergarten children know that. I heard that the authorities are preparing food and even sent fishing boats to the sea to catch fish. Jian Anqi pointed to the news on his phone. I heard that the fishermen thought the authorities wanted to compete with them for business. But the authorities even charged a high price for the fish they caught. If you save 1 more fish now, 1 less person will go hungry later. Yanrui looked at the sky with a serious expression. The time for the official arrival of the apocalypse is getting closer and closer. Chapter 192, End of the World Disaster. I always feel that the weather is not right recently. Is it my illusion? I don't know. I didn't pay attention. My family has been out of water recently. We used to notify you. But now they don't notify you at all. There is no way to report it. I heard that it's the same in the whole city. Don't talk about the whole city. I think it's the same in the whole country. Hurry up and stock up on water. I always feel that something big is going to happen. I not only stocked up water, but also food. When the water is cut off, I had some stored water to make a meal. The last sentence was said by Yen Rui. He arranged 2 shelves in the living room. One shelf is full of various small hot pots, and the other shelf is full of various breads and milk. A corner of the purified water box is exposed next to it. Awesome. Please link to the shelf. You are not afraid of expiration with so many things. How many people are there in your family? When Yen Rui saw that someone finally noticed him, he immediately replied, "It's just me and my partner. There are also a cat and a puppy at home. If this thing is not expired, just eat it. Who knows what will be cut off in the future if the water is cut off now? What if there is a power outage? How could there be a power outage? It's been a long time since our country had a power outage. Our country hasn't had a large-scale water outage for such a long time. Forget it. I'm going out to buy food now. I'm so panicked. Don't forget to buy vitamins." After Yen Rui posted the last message, he turned off his phone. He stretched and lay on the sofa. It's really good. Many people should be stocking up on food now. I'll ask Minister Xiong to help take a screenshot of this post and make it popular. Minister Xiong is too busy. He didn't even want to find someone to connect with me. I don't know why he is so energetic now. Yen Rui and Jian Anqi complained. The first heavy rain will come in a week. Let's go out now and walk in the park, Jian Anqi suggested. It's going to rain heavily. Let's go out and bask in the sun now. Yen Rui rolled over from the sofa and got out of bed. Let's go. Today is the last day of fun. We will reopen tomorrow. The supermarket has been closed for too long, and many people have already thought that the supermarket has closed down. Yen Rui reopened it at this time, just to tell everyone that the supermarket is reopened, mainly to let everyone have a way to buy supplies when the disaster begins. And he is that way. When the two were walking in the park, they heard someone pulling their children and forbidding them to play in the bushes. There are black bugs that bite people now. If you get bit, you will lose your legs. This black bug is not a hard gold bug, right? Yen Rui said with a smile. Minister Xiong's propaganda is very effective. He can be regarded as a propaganda minister. Hard gold bugs will not bite people and amputate them. Jian Anqi asked doubtfully. Minister Xiong is too good at bluffing. If you don't say it seriously, everyone will gather together, and there may be infectious diseases. Yen Rui said. It's better to say it seriously. After basking in the sun, Yen Rui and Jian Anqi went home. Yen Rui even specially registered a new contact number to be used as a work number for the supermarket. If I don't notice it tomorrow, you can remind the customers to scan my code and add me as a friend. Then the delivery will be free. Let Wan Jiaming and others deliver the goods. Jian Anqi made the final decision. And you? Don't even think about running away. Asterisk. The next day, Yen Rui found a big speaker and started to promote himself. At the same time, the banner of limited time discount for 3 days was big, ensuring that anyone passing by could see it. Today is Saturday, and many people happened to come here with their children to play. Seeing the limited time discount here, they also walked in curiously. Welcome, Yen Rui greeted with a smile. What is the prize for scanning the code to add friends? The first guest asked curiously. There are lighters. Or bleach, Yen Rui said. It's a big bag. How can you give gifts like this? We don't even use this stuff at home. The visitor smiled. Can you give something practical? Practical? That's fine. Then give a pound of rice. Yen Rui didn't care. Opening discounts must make customers feel that it's a discount. Right? The visitor was amused by Yen Rui's words, and did not forget to scan Yen Rui's QR code with the child, and happily took a small bag of 1 pound of rice and left. After Yen Rui sent the guests away, he thought about it, and then walked outside and changed the surprise gift directly to lighter/rice/bleach. He hoped that everyone would choose lighters or bleach. But everyone is not at the end of their rope now, and they don't know how important these two things are in the end of the world. It just so happened that there were a lot of people at this time, and the news that the supermarket was giving away rice had spread. So many nearby residents came to join in the fun. Yenrui's publicity was very effective, and with the addition of old customers, the sales volume on this day reached a new high since his opening. Xiao Yin, will you send me rice tomorrow? Grandma Su, you need new friends to scan me to get it. You can call your son, daughter, and granddaughter to scan a few numbers to get a few kilograms. After receiving Yenrui's answer, Grandma Su smiled and said hey, and promised to let everyone in the family scan the QR code of the friends tomorrow. On the first day, Yenrui's friends increased to more than 300. Rest early. There will definitely be more customers tomorrow. After taking a bath, Yenrui lay on the bed and nestled in Jian Anqi's arms. He put Jian Anqi's hand on his waist and said dazedly, prepare more rice for sub-packaging tomorrow, and put the vitamins in the most conspicuous place. Yenrui's voice became smaller and smaller. Jian Anqi rubbed his head and pinched his face. Seeing that he was already sleeping soundly, he hugged him again, and then closed his eyes and fell asleep. The next day, the two got up early. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Yenrui had already opened the door in case there were nearby customers who had to go to school or work early. As expected, because they heard that rice was given away here, some elderly people who didn't sleep much came directly to the door and waited for Yenrui to open the door. It's opened so early. Seeing Yenrui open the supermarket door, the grandparents who were sitting around with small stools stood up with a smile. I heard that rice is given away here. Right? Yes. Just scan the code and add friends to get a bag of rice. Yenrui pointed to the words on his wall and said, Grandparents, if you have family members or something, you can also add me as a friend. I will give as many copies as the number of people. What about lighters? Are lighters also given away? Yes. Grandma, do you want a lighter? Yenrui finally saw a customer who needed a lighter. The grandma smiled and said, yes. The gas stove at home is not working well. I have to use a lighter to light it. How many lighters can you give me at a time? 5 at a time. All good windproof lighters. The kind that can be used for a long time. Yenrui explained carefully. Hearing this, several old men were also tempted. Then I don't want rice. I can't finish the rice at home. I want a lighter. Yenrui happily gave them the lighter. And today I don't know if there are too many people coming. So there are more people who have the same idea as him. And today there are even people who want bleach. This was Yenrui's original plan. But when he found that no one really bought bleach, Yenrui still posted in his new account circle of friends. Bleach is 20% off. Only 6.8 yuan a bottle. But after 5 days, the number of people who wanted bleach was only 1/3 of the number of people who wanted lighters. And the number of people who wanted lighters was 1/50th of the number of people who wanted rice. Anyway, the recent customers now know that there is a supermarket that can deliver goods to their homes. When the disaster begins, our bottled water will be in short supply. Yenrui checked the inventory again. We have sold so much water in the past 2 days. And we have sold thousands of bottles. Do you want to find Tianqi Amai to buy some more water? Jian Anqi asked. I found Tianqi Amai yesterday. But Tianqi Amai seems to have no time recently. He is imprisoned by his boyfriend and can only sleep in his room every day. The system sent the chat records of the two people to the two people. And Yenrui was speechless for a while. Yenrui. It's unnecessary but not surprising at all. However, our inventory should be enough to support for a while. By the way, how many days has he been imprisoned? 3 days. The system answered. Ah. Then he should take some time to come out. It doesn't matter. We will go to the personal shop to buy some more. Yenrui looked at his personal shop. He spent less time selling things and more time buying things. But Yenrui really didn't have time to think about other things now. He quickly wrote a purchase notice and posted it. And then contacted Xiongqing. There are still 2 days. Is the coastal area ready? Ready. Don't worry. Xiongqing replied quickly. Yenrui looked at the screen of the mobile phone and felt relieved. At that time, the cities on the coast were severely damaged, and several small cities were directly swept into the sea. All the residents in the city were reported missing. At that time, everyone donated money and materials, and wanted to help the people in the disaster area with their own strength. But he found that he was almost unable to do anything. Yenrui closed his eyes, and then comforted himself, saying that things in the previous life were things in the previous life. And now was a new opportunity. And things like that in the previous life would not happen again. Seeing Yanrui's pale face, Jian Anqi said nothing, but just held Yanrui's hand. Let's go. Do you want to pick watermelons? The watermelons seemed to be ripe. Yanrui smiled and said, You are using my method to make me happy. Right? Then do you want to go with me? Yes. Asterisk. 2 days later, Yanrui looked at the sky outside, which was as solemn as dark clouds covering the city. And his expression became serious. Send a message to Wang Jiaming and the others. Let them get ready and start delivering goods. I've already notified them. And the raincoats are ready. Don't worry about that. When will the communication in the city be cut off? About a month later. The wind and rain are too strong. And the incense burner is severely damaged. In addition, there is a severe shortage of manpower. So the communication will start to be cut off. We don't need to worry now. Yanrui frowned, turned on the TV and said, I don't know what's going on in the coastal areas. Yanrui watched the news on TV, and his heart was in his throat. Now the rain is not too heavy, and the disaster has not yet appeared. But the series of thunderstorms in the weather forecast are still tingling. Family members, have you received the notice? The village chief said that the higher-ups asked us to take our belongings and move. Which village are you from? Our village is the same. Since your IP is different. Why do you have to move? Our village has also been notified. And our village also requires moving. No way. Is it really going to happen? I don't want it. Looking at the news that the transfer was about to begin, Yanrui's eyelashes moved. Do you know where they will be transferred to? I don't know. But it's better than staying at home. Jian Anqi showed Yanrui a few more pictures. Look. The old people at home still remember to bring some food. And these young people can't resist. So they still have to drive the car and listen to the old people's words to bring it. In the future, he will know how correct the choice he made now is. Yanrui was a little restless. He thought about it and decided to find Jian Anqi to sweat on the farm together. If he were to draw the talisman at this time, all the cinnabar would be wasted. Who knew that just when he was about to start, he heard the number of his work start to ring. Yanrui hurriedly picked up the phone and found that the other party was an office worker. The water supply at home was cut off, but he forgot to store water. He drank too much beverage and his lips began to numb. So he wanted to order a box of water and asked if it could be delivered. Of course. Yanrui agreed readily. Hearing Yanrui's response, the other party seemed relieved. That's great. Otherwise, I would have to go downstairs myself. By the way, you deliver this to your door. Right? Of course. As long as you need it. We can provide it here. Yanrui said. We will definitely deliver it within an hour. It hasn't rained yet. But the constant thunder makes people feel depressed. The road conditions should be pretty good. Since the others are not here, Jian Anqi will deliver this order. Jian Anqi saw that there was only one box of water. So he simply chose to deliver it on an electric bike. Come back soon. Yanrui kissed Jian Anqi and saw that although he was riding an electric bike, he was still very handsome with a safety helmet on. Jian Anqi smiled. I will definitely come back before it rains. As soon as he finished speaking, big raindrops fell. Yanrui, don't say such things again in the future. However, Jian Anqi put on his raincoat again and rode away on his electric bike. After a while, Xiong Qing called him. Xiao Yin. Xiong Qing's voice was just a call over there. And then, the two of them were silent for a long time facing the microphone. Yanrui knew what he wanted to say. And he was a little helpless now. Finally. You're here. Yanrui sighed. I hope what I said is wrong. Yanrui laughed at himself. But Xiong Qing on the opposite side began to comfort him after hearing what he said. It's nothing. We will deal with the enemy as soon as he comes. Can we be worse than your last life? Xiong Qing said. I called to tell you that we have all started to prepare to evacuate the coastal areas to the inland areas. Some people are coming to our city. We are going to vacate several hotels to accommodate them. Empty the hotel? Is it too late? Yanrui said. It's troublesome to let tourists come and go on rainy days. Yanrui said. I have a hotel here. Let them stay here first. Xiong Qing. Admit it. Your hotel. Where did you open the hotel? Xiong Qing asked. I don't need to ask. But if so many people live in it, you have to give them an explanation. Otherwise, I will not be the only one who will ask. Are there any unfinished buildings in our city? I will move the hotel there. Yen Rui said, when he was suffering from insomnia. He had discussed this with the system. Although there were no buildings near the supermarket that could accommodate so many people, he couldn't make too many noises. After all, he was in his hometown and planned to keep a low profile. As for the hotel, the two of them could place it in an unfinished building, and let the unfinished building or the unfinished building become the framework of the hotel. In the end, when other people looked over, they would just think that a new hotel had been built here, but no one had ever noticed it. An unfinished building? There are no unfinished buildings now. But there is a new community near your home. Last month, the developer had problems and took his family abroad. So it is also about to become an unfinished building. Do you want this building? New campus? Yen Rui thought about it for a while, and thought of the new community. That new community is not bad. At that time, many people who had no place to live because of the earthquake went there to live. The quality of the building looks pretty good. Then let's decide where to stay. When will the people who are relocated arrive? The first batch of relocated people will arrive in about 3 days. There will be about 10,000 people in the first batch. Can you accommodate them? About the same. Yen Rui thought about it for a while. I can take in all the first batch. And you can ask other hotels to take in the rest. It's great that you can take in the first batch. I thank you on behalf of the victims. Yen Rui didn't know how to answer for a moment. He could only smile and said, I just have a little ability. If your ability is considered a little ability, then we don't have any ability. Don't worry. Your situation has been known to the higher-ups. If we can really survive the disaster, the higher-ups will definitely find a way to commend you. After Xiong Qing finished speaking, he hung up the phone immediately without waiting for Yen Rui to refuse. Yen Rui was staring at the phone in a trance. At this time, the supermarket's work phone received new news. This time it was 2 guests. One guest had no oil at home, and the other guest had no vegetables at home. They wanted Yen Rui to send some fresh vegetables over. Yen Rui confirmed the order for the 2 people, and Jian Anqi came back at this time. 2 more orders have come. Let's drive this time. You're all wet. Yen Rui pulled Jian Anqi's sleeve and asked, How are you all feeling now? It should be okay. Today is a working day. I saw a lot of riders delivering food on the road. I guess everyone thought it was just an ordinary heavy rain. I always feel that you alone are not enough. It's time for Wang Jiaming and others to come now. Not long after Yen Rui sent the message, Wang Jiaming and others all came to the supermarket. And even Bo Chendan came with everyone. It just so happens that there are 2 orders now. Don't ride the electric bike. Just drive. I'll reimburse the gas. Yen Rui said. Wait a minute. There are 3 orders now. There are a lot of rainy days. And no one likes to go out in such weather. Another order for snacks has arrived. The distance is not far. Who will deliver it? I'll do it. I. Several people said in unison. Seeing this, Yen Rui smiled and said, There must be a lot of orders today. Don't fight for them. Sure enough, while they were talking, Yen Rui's phone received several more orders. No one would fight for them. Everyone delivered to a community. After everyone left, Yen Rui's heart could not help but calm down a lot. I'm going to draw a talisman. It will definitely be useful in the future. Draw the talisman from last time? We still have a lot of stock. No. Draw a talisman to prevent mosquitoes. After the rain, there are many mosquitoes that spread diseases, especially the disgusting pests such as hard gold bugs. Yen Rui found a talisman in the book that can prevent mosquitoes from approaching. As long as the human body is not bitten by mosquitoes, there will be fewer infectious diseases. As for whether they thought it was magical or feudal superstition, Yen Rui didn't care. Boom! A sudden thunderclap startled Yen Rui's pen. It was only 1 o'clock in the afternoon, but it was as dark as midnight outside. Yen Rui couldn't calm down at this time. He turned on his phone and looked at the reactions of people on the internet. Oh my god! What's going on this year? Why is it raining in so many places? I'm in country K. And it's raining here too. I'm in country G. And it's raining here too. It started raining heavily last night and hasn't stopped yet. It hasn't rained here yet. But it's probably going to rain soon. It's already so stuffy outside that people can't breathe. Yen Rui looked at these discussions and found that there were Chinese people abroad. So he reminded them, this weather is not right. If you have a chance, it's best to go out now and stock up on food and drinks at home. I'm afraid I won't be able to go out in a few days. It's not that serious. Don't be too nervous upstairs. Yes. It's normal in the rainy season now. Yen Rui then replied. But haven't many villages and cities already started to relocate people? It's still being broadcast on TV. The country won't make people relocate because of tension. As soon as Yen Rui said this, the whole building was silent for a while. No. I have to go out and buy some things now. I'm panicking. Me too. I have to tell my parents to stock up some things. No. I have to buy them and send them to their homes. The flight home has been booked. The netizen who just said that he was abroad has now booked a flight. Yen Rui wanted to tell him that this was the best decision he had ever made. But after thinking about it, he swallowed his words. This person can go home freely. Don't other people want to? They are just tripped up by things. Yen Rui scratched his head. Everyone should pay attention to safety when they are abroad. And don't let others know if you have hoarded things. I place an order in China, with pictures. Yen Rui looked at the familiar chat interface, and found that this person was actually his neighbor. The order he just placed should be the goods delivered by Kongli. Seeing the neighbors around him start to prepare because of his words, Yen Rui couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in his heart. On the third day, the rain still didn't stop. Fewer and fewer people came to the supermarket. But there were more and more orders online. And there were many new customers introduced by neighbors or relatives. This is a bit far. XX community. About 8 kilometers. They said they would pay extra. So let's go. It's a good time to go out and stretch your bones. If you don't go, I will. Tong Jiaxu snatched the list from Wang Jiaming's hand. I'm more capable than you. You're talking nonsense. Give it back to me. I didn't say I won't do it. Wang Jiaming chased Tong Jiaxu, trying to snatch the list back, but was pulled by Yen Rui. What are you snatching? There's another one for 12 kilometers. Yen Rui stuffed the list into Wang Jiaming's arms. Wait for Bo Chenan to come back. You and Bo Chenan go together. Thank you, Brother Yen. Listening to Yen Rui's words, Wang Jiaming laughed out loud. Isn't this the world of 2 people that Yen Rui gave him and Bo Chenan? Bring 2 loaves of bread and yogurt when you go. Eat something when you're hungry. It may be a little late for dinner. Yen Rui got dressed. Jiananqi and I will go out for a while. Today is the day for the relocated people to live in the hotel. Yen Rui had placed the hotel in the unfinished building the night before, and the hotel is now open for normal occupancy. When they arrived at the hotel, Xiongqing had been waiting there early. When he saw Yen Rui, he came to greet him. Your hotel is really amazing. There are more than 60 floors in total. Basically all the room types he has seen, heard of, and lived in on the market, as well as tent areas, dining areas, and even 5 kitchens. I won't provide staff. Your people should have arrived. Yen Rui looked around and found that many people were standing behind Xiongqing, ready for battle. It has already started to flood. Last night, 6 villages were flooded, and it started to flood the city. Xiongqing lowered his voice. It is estimated that in a few days, the entire city will be submerged in the sea, as you said. Although he had experienced it once before, Yen Rui still felt a little uncomfortable when he heard it. However, Xiongqing patted him on the shoulder when he saw him like this and said, But we have stored all the things in the city in the warehouse, and have sent them to the material warehouses in various regions by train and plane. So nothing is wasted. The two chatted for a while, and Xiongqing felt an electric current in his arms, and he immediately stopped chatting. People are coming soon. As soon as he finished speaking, a bus appeared at the door. Yen Rui and Xiongqing went to meet them, and after the door opened, people began to get off the bus with their bags on their backs. However, in everyone's eyes, there was no curiosity about coming to a new environment, but deep irritability and worry. Yen Rui knew that the network was not disconnected yet, and they should have known that their hometown had encountered a disaster. In their frowning brows, there was not only worry about the evaporation of their property, but also uneasiness about the future prospects. Xiongqing pulled Yen Rui and Jiananqi back, and then a small group of people came forward, with a gentle smile on their faces, and began to entertain these poor people who were forced to leave their homes. These people are specially sent by the higher-ups, for fear that they may have psychological problems. After all, after the disaster, when nothing can be used, human resources are the most valuable. Yen Rui watched these professionals come forward to comfort them verbally. Yen Rui didn't know what they said, but when they got off the car just now, the faces of the people were still full of clouds. and now finally had a trace of smile on their faces. Yin Rui could see that their faces were not forced smiles, but real smiles from the heart, and even had some expectations for the future. Yin Rui smacked his lips. As expected, professional things should be done by professionals. There is a conference room on the 3rd floor. If you need to do this kind of psychological counseling, you can choose there. After listening, Xiong Qing shook his finger. We don't take that route. We rely on silent infiltration. After speaking, Xiong Qing pointed around. All the staff here have been trained by us. They have a certain concept of psychological counseling, although they are not regular soldiers. At least they will not say things like it's not a big deal. What's so hard about it, or you are tired? But others are not tired. What's your little tiredness? And other words that will make people collapse psychologically. Yin Rui gave Xiong Qing a thumbs up. I can't think of this. You are really amazing. There is no way. We have to do what the higher-ups ordered. And didn't you say that all subsequent communications were cut off? We have already started to restore radio contact. If the mobile phone doesn't work, we can only use the radio. What if the radio doesn't work? Yin Rui asked subconsciously. I won't be so unlucky. If the radio doesn't work, we actually have a group of military horses. Xiong Qing's face was not gloomy at all. In short, we will definitely not be divided into 4 places. Hearing this, Yin Rui also took up confidence. After the rainstorm, there will be floods. Don't forget to prevent mosquitoes after the floods. I know. We have already prepared these things. Not only have we bought a lot of medicines from outside, but even mosquito coils have been arranged for every household. Don't worry. It's still more worry-free to cooperate with the official, seeing that he didn't have anything to do here, although everyone was busy. But they were on the right track. Yin Rui and Jian Anqi left the hotel in the rain. After returning to the supermarket, he found that Anin was the only kitten left in the supermarket. Yin Rui looked at him and asked, Did everyone go out to deliver goods? Anin nodded. Yin Rui took off his coat and looked at the messages on his mobile phone. He found that there were more than a dozen delivery messages. Yin Rui began to reply quickly. During the reply process, he found that everyone seemed to have begun to realize the importance of stockpiling. The situation at the beginning of just a barrel of oil or a box of water has disappeared. Now everyone's customer unit price is starting from 300. Looking at the customer, who wanted 5 boxes of self-heating hot pot alone, Yin Rui nodded with satisfaction. This is right. Start stockpiling. Only with such sensitivity can you survive for a long time in the end times. After sorting out all the goods and waiting for them to come back, Yin Rui turned on his mobile phone and followed the online discussions. The internet has been flooded with this kind of bad weather, and many people have begun to shiver. If I had known earlier, I would have stocked up earlier. Can you believe that my house is still without water today? You can collect some rainwater, filter it, and boil it to drink. It should be fine. I saw a blogger who taught everyone how to filter raw water in the wild before. I will share it with you. Have you noticed that the coastal cities are like that now? But the government still has not organized donations. And even those who want to donate cannot find a donation channel. That's because the country has made preparations early this time, and does not need everyone's help at all. Everyone can save the money for more important things, such as stocking up for themselves. After Yin Rui left a message, he sent the video he had taken before. There are so many mosquitoes near my home. They are biting me to death. As a result, I asked several supermarkets and convenience stores, and all mosquito coils are out of stock. If there is no supermarket or convenience store, you can ask the community hospital or property management. They should have stocked up. My home internet connection is suddenly disconnected. What should I do? You can contact the community. The community should send a notification. Don't worry. It should be restored in a while. After all, it's not time for the internet connection to be disconnected yet. Yin Rui is active online, like a customer service representative. And someone noticed something was wrong at this time. Xiaoyan doesn't like salt. Are you an insider? How do you know so much information? Yin Rui made no secret of this. I am indeed an insider, but I don't know much. So don't have too many illusions about me. I'm just a screw. Then is there any inside information? Yin Rui answered carefully, wrote all his suggestions in the post, and emphasized, don't panic. The country will definitely not give up on anyone. Don't worry. You can find the community if you are short of food and drink. And you can call the police directly if you need help. This time, even if Xiong Qing didn't push Yin Rui's words, Many people took screenshots and forwarded them to their relatives and friends. And for a while, it was circulated on every website. Yin Rui looked at this scene. And then looked at the endless orders appearing on his mobile phone. And he was full of confidence. With such cohesion, he believed that the chaotic situation in his previous life would definitely not happen. These days, several people have been working non-stop. As long as they come back, there will be more than a dozen takeout orders waiting for them. Starting from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. From time to time, they have to help run errands and sell medicines. Everyone is so busy that they can't breathe. But after a few days like this, Xiong Qing sent someone to help. Jian Anqi looked at the dozen people at the door, frowned and said, "We can't fit so many people here. It's okay. We'll build a shed. It's not cold now anyway. We can just stay outside." Yin Rui looked at the man who smiled at him with a mouthful of white teeth. And his favorability doubled. "You guys just have to bear with it today. Stay under the shed for a day. And change tomorrow. Hey, Boss Yin, don't change us. I begged Minister Xiong to assign this job to me." "Huh? Why?" Yin Rui was curious. At this time, the man raised his hand with his palm facing up. And Yin Rui immediately thought of something. He looked at the person in front of him with some surprise. Sure enough, Yin Rui looked at his palm, and a small flame slowly emerged. However, the small flame was short-lived, and the moment he appeared, it turned into a wisp of flying ash. However, this man was not annoyed at all. He looked at Yin Rui and said proudly, "I am making rapid progress." Yin Rui gave a thumbs up. "Really fast. Long Lahuai." This man stretched out his hand to Yin Rui. "I am the first one to have a fever. And now I am the team leader of this team. If you have any questions, you can directly tell me. Or if you want to contact Minister Xiong, you can also contact me directly. I can pass messages very quickly." Looking at Long Lahuai, who smiled at him with a big white tooth, Yin Rui couldn't help laughing. Jian Anqi coughed lightly, and Yin Rui immediately lowered the corner of his mouth. "Let's talk about some business. There are so many orders now, but I don't have so many cars to provide you. It doesn't matter. We will bring these cars ourselves. Each of us is equipped with a car, and you don't have to worry about the fuel. We will ask the higher-ups to reimburse you." Yin Rui understood. He didn't expect that the higher-ups had arranged it so well. "Is it the same for other supermarkets?" "Yes, it's the same for other supermarkets. The main purpose is to keep an eye on them and prevent them from raising prices. When all the goods in their supermarkets are sold out, the people there will naturally evacuate." Long Lahuai looked at Yin Rui. "Boss Yin, our goods here won't be sold out in a few days, right?" Yin Rui smiled and said, "How is that possible? My goods here can't be sold out." After that, he threw a stack of orders to Long Lahuai. "You can distribute them. Try to distribute the goods of a community to the same person. This can also save some fuel costs." Of course, Long Lahuai took over his first mission here with a smile. With Long Lahuai's joining, Yin Rui and the others relaxed a lot. And now everyone finally had time to relax. The rain had been falling intermittently for a month, and finally stopped. Looking at the sunshine outside, Yin Rui seemed to be in another world. He stood outside the door. The damp and humid air seemed to be unwilling to leave. But the towering sun did not miss a chance to take them away, as if it wanted to use all its strength to apologize for disappearing for a month. But Yin Rui, who knew everything, closed his eyes, without any joy on his face. This short sunny day lasted only 3 days, followed by more violent storms, typhoons, and even tornadoes in some areas. But even if there were only 3 days of sunshine, Yin Rui didn't want to waste it. He looked at the people who had stayed with him for a month and said, "I won't hide it from you. You have to come back in 3 days. I'll give you a holiday for these 3 days. You must cherish it." After hearing Yin Rui's words, everyone looked serious and felt a little uneasy. But Yin Rui took a deep breath, took Jian Anqi's hand and got in the car. He didn't care. He wanted to enjoy his last freedom for these 3 days. Chapter 193, Doomsday Disaster. 3 days passed quickly, and the dark clouds in the sky gathered again. Yin Rui looked at the sky outside and sighed. "This rain will last for 3 months. I asked Minister Xiong, and now all the supplies have been distributed to the grassroots. Although everyone may not eat as well as before, they will definitely be full." Jian Anqi picked up what Yin Rui wanted to hear and said, "He also asked me to tell you not to mind, because there may not be many people coming to buy things from you." Yin Rui laughed. It would be best if there were no people. I'm too lazy to deliver goods. It's a pity that Yenrui's dream did not come true. When the rain was about to stop, he had already started to receive orders frantically on his mobile phone. What's wrong with Minister Xiong? Didn't you say that the supplies have been distributed? Yenrui said while looking at the list and picking up the goods. Jian Anqi shrugged. Maybe the free supplies distributed by Minister Xiong are not delicious. The supplies distributed by Minister Xiong are not bad. There are fish or meat to choose from. And there is no shortage of fresh vegetables. Most of the orders for things from him are snacks or drinks. Minister Xiong's supplies are still not comprehensive. While delivering the goods, Yenrui said to the system, "Have you found the trace of the invasion consciousness now?" The system was a little depressed. "No. I didn't find it." Looking at the system with its arms open and wailing at the sky, Yenrui felt a little bit sorry. Okay. Don't worry. He must have hidden well at the beginning. And when he shows his feet, we will catch him in one fell swoop. The system smacked its lips, retracted its arms, jumped onto the shelf, and casually opened a bag of potato chips to eat. I'm hungry. Looking at the system like this, Yenrui shook his head and could only turn back and say to Jiananqi, "Recently, a lot of fruits have ripened. We have to find time to harvest all the fruits. If the apocalypse really lasts for a long time, his inventory plus points will not be consumed for a few days, so he can only make plans early." "I know." Jiananqi put down the things in his hands. "Let them deliver the goods, and the two of us will go to pick the fruits." Sure enough, the heavy rain came as expected. In just 2 days, the water level outside had reached the height of people's ankles. Yenrui's delivery range is getting larger and larger, and even the surrounding counties have found him. It's just that he can't reach places that are too far away. But fortunately, this time everyone has stored food, and they all know the importance of water. Some people have bought water purifiers to purify rainwater. After Yenrui picked all the fruits and vegetables, he looked at his mobile phone during the break. The discussion about this rain on the internet was overwhelming, and everyone was panicking. Is it really possible to go on like this? Will there be a power outage in a few days? I only have one power bank at home. If there is a power outage, the internet will definitely not be able to support it for long. And your power bank is useless. It can't really be the end of the world. I haven't lived enough. What are you afraid of? If we have to die, let's die together. You might as well stock up more food and water. The supermarkets near my home are all empty. A bottle of water sells for 20 yuan. Is there no one controlling the price in your home? Someone in my home has been arrested for selling water at a high price. Is there no supermarket that can deliver goods in your home? There is a small supermarket near my home that has everything. You can place an order by sending a message, and there is no price increase. Yenrui knew at a glance that this person should be his neighbor. Maybe this neighbor could do some publicity for him. Yenrui rubbed his hands, thinking that it was time to call Long Luowai back. The heavy rain continued, and some areas had already started to lose power. Rumors spread all over the place, and huge panic enveloped every corner of life. At this time, the country finally issued a notice. Future Disaster Emergency Notice. It wrote about the response methods that people can take after various disasters occur. Not only is there an electronic version on the internet, but each family even distributes paper versions according to the number of people, for fear that everyone will only have one copy and lose it and lack a backup. And it has been guaranteed that all departments are ready. Even if a major disaster occurs, the state machine will operate urgently, and there will be no situation where no one is reliable. The emergency notice pointed out that even if there is a problem with the network or communication signal, the country will still issue instructions to various places in other ways, and ensure that the country has sufficient food reserves to ensure that everyone will not suffer from famine. Yenrui also received 2 copies. Looking at the catalog, Yenrui found that the disasters were arranged in the order in which they were reported in his memory. But due to caution, it was not stated that the disasters would occur in this order. And there were also several disasters that he had not experienced in his previous life. The first part was floods and waterlogging. Yenrui looked at the disaster manual with a solemn expression. Jian Anqi came over and also took the disaster manual and began to read it. But after a few glances, he put the manual down. I don't know how long the communication can last in this life. I heard that in the previous life. I tried my best to maintain it for only a short month. Yenrui closed the manual, then looked at Jian Anqi and said, This global disaster will cause countless families to be unable to reunite. It's okay. Hasn't the country started sending people back from abroad? I heard that the pilots are retired fighter jets. Although it's dangerous, they can land safely. Are you sure they can land safely? Yenrui looked up at Jian Anqi. With the strong wind and rain outside, his words were more comforting. Jian Anqi nodded. Of course. You can trust me on this. Jian Anqi changed the subject. The amulets you sold to Minister Xiong before. He hung them all on these planes. If this doesn't work, who else can do it? When did I sell it to? Yenrui's eyes were still a little confused. When did I sell the amulet to Minister Xiong? Why don't I remember it? It was when you were busy delivering piglets before. And someone over there asked if there was anything that could guarantee safety. You casually mentioned the amulet. And then I gave them all the amulets you had left in the previous plane. 1,000 yuan each. A total of 6,000. I made 6 million from this. Now, whether it is points or deposits, they are just numbers for Yenrui. Not to mention that this transaction was all arranged by Jian Anqi. And he has no impression of it. I have so many amulets left. I drew so many? Yenrui himself had no impression. Jian Anqi nodded. You drew not only this, but also many other amulets. They all thought you converted to Taoism. After refuting the rumor, don't tell them where my craft came from. Brother Yin. While the two were discussing, Wang Jiaming rushed in. Brother Yin, do you have antipyretic medicine here? Yes. What's wrong? Who has a fever? Chang'an has a fever. And now he's talking nonsense. Wang Jiaming's cheeks flushed with anxiety. And he said anxiously, maybe he got caught in the rain yesterday. Blame me. If only I had insisted on holding an umbrella for him. Wait a minute. Yenrui thought of something. He gestured to Jian Anqi. Jian Anqi understood, and immediately took out the thermometer gun. Snap. On his forehead. And sure enough, the temperature showed 39.2 degrees. Looking at the screen of the thermometer, Wang Jiaming's expression suddenly became a little annoyed. It turned out that I infected him. Damn it! Yenrui was speechless. I seem to have told you before that if you have a fever, you must find me. Yenrui was heartbroken. How could you all forget? Wang Jiaming scratched his head a little embarrassedly. We remember it. But in this situation, antipyretics are still very precious. So if we can hold on, we still decided to hold on. Yenrui sighed, not knowing what to say. So he could only say, you and Bo Chag'an. Lie back on the bed right now. Ah? Jian Anqi couldn't help it anymore, and patted the back of his head. We will go home with you. Wang Jiaming felt a little weak after being patted by Jian Anqi. On the way back, he was also deprived of the right to drive. Sitting in the back seat and listening to Jian Anqi's scolding. It was the first time that Yenrui saw Jian Anqi lose his temper. In his 2 lifetimes combined, he had never heard Jian Anqi speak so fast. He turned to look at Jian Anqi and whispered to the system, record it for me. I want to watch it again later. The system didn't know how to comment on Yenrui's request, but it still did it obediently. Wang Jiaming sat in the back seat without saying a word. When they were almost at the destination, Yenrui patted the back of Jian Anqi's hand. Okay. Everyone doesn't want you to worry. I'm not worried about them. I'm worried about his boyfriend. No boyfriend. Wang Jiaming spoke at this time. Yenrui saw that Jian Anqi was about to get angry again, and hurriedly said, among you, are you the only one with a fever? Bo Chag'an? Of course not. We all have a fever. But we are in good health and can survive. Wang Jiaming said with a smile. Yenrui opened his mouth, looked back and forth a few times, then turned his head and looked out the window helplessly. Destroy it. It can't be saved. As expected, Jian Anqi was also furious. But this time he didn't curse, but turned his head and laughed a little. Get out of the car. I want to see if you can really make it. Sure enough, the 5 people who originally lived in 2 houses are now all squeezed into one house to take care of each other. Looking at the few people who fell sick on the bed and didn't even have the strength to speak, Yenrui took a step back, pursed his lips, and waited for Jian Anqi to scold. But this time Jian Anqi only scolded a few words and stopped. He looked at the few people, fed them a pill with a solemn expression, and then asked, didn't I ask you to stock up on medicine before? We know that this medicine will be more precious in the future. I think that since you are in good health now, you can hold on for a while, and use it if you have a fever again in the future. Jian Anqi didn't know what to say for a moment. He opened his mouth and finally took out a few boxes of energy beads and placed them beside them. Don't deliver the goods these days. I don't know how you pretended to be so good. You can't tell at all. If it weren't for Wang Jiaming's panic for Bo Chendan, he wouldn't have known that they could hold on so well. Seeing Jian Anqi's appearance, several people were moved. They knew that their lives were 100 times better than others. Not to mention anything else. Just saying that they could eat 3 meals a day, with fish, meat and prawns, was better than 90% of the people on the earth. Although they remembered that Jian Anqi and Yan Rui had told them that they must find someone if they had a fever. They really didn't want to cause trouble for the two of them. Besides, the disease started on a sunny day. They thought they could recover in 2 days. But they didn't expect it to turn out like this. We were wrong. Sorry. As soon as Tong Jiaxu apologized, several people apologized together intermittently. Jian Anqi saw them like this, discussed with Yan Rui, and then said, after you have superpowers, don't use them casually. Come to the supermarket and let us test them first. We have superpowers? Hearing this word, several people were even a little surprised. What kind of superpowers do we have? Yan Rui stepped forward. Didn't I tell you? You will have superpowers after having a fever. Just like I did that day. But you may be a little different. But since you have a fever, it means the type of superpower is different. Yan Rui didn't expect that these people would all have a fever, which proves that they all have superpowers. Xiongqing's people only had 6 people who had a fever and activated their superpowers. Although the probability is not low, it is a big difference compared to this 100%. Then I'll check online to see what superpowers there are. Kongli, who was always steady, couldn't wait to take out his phone. Yan Rui smiled and said, do you want me to stay with you? No. No. We'll just take a nap. It's called a nap. But the few people who heard the news definitely wouldn't feel sleepy. But they shouldn't be in any trouble. After all, they are strong. After Yan Rui and Jian Anqi returned to the supermarket, they could only assign Long Lehuai a more difficult task. Now everyone has to stock up. And the supermarket is basically closed. Only he can buy things. So the orders are floating like snowflakes. Too tired. Really too tired. Even the system sighed. I really can't chop anymore. Yan Rui looked at the system that was chopping bones with a machete and encouraged him. Have you taken all the physical potions? If it doesn't work, you can change your body. I bought you a lot of forms. Choose one that can be used with claws and continue to work. Since knowing that Yan Rui not only sells fruits and vegetables, but also chickens, ducks, fish, meat and pork, the orders suddenly became more and more. Many people even secretly sent messages to Yan Rui, asking him if he was an insider, and if he had any inside information. It's a pity that Yan Rui couldn't say anything. He could only deal with it, and said that he was too busy, so he didn't have time to reply. Who knew that this behavior would make his reputation spread? For a time, the city began to spread a small range that Yan Rui's Leeson supermarket had a mysterious background. Yan Rui. This person actually wants 500 kilograms of pork. Should we give it? 500 kilograms? Who is this person? Yan Rui patted the picture in his hand, tied the bag of the fruit he had just picked, and then wondered, is this person going to resell it? Sure enough, the system checked and found that this person had already started to buy supplies in small quantities in various supermarkets. But he bought many times, and the single quantity was not conspicuous. So he was not targeted. This time he bought so much at once. One may be worried that Yan Rui will soon run out of goods. So, however, there are advertisements for packaged and sold supplies in this person's friend's space. At first glance, it is a second-hand dealer who is preparing to resell. Other supermarkets do not have this ability to distinguish. But Yan Rui does. And he will never let this person succeed. Yan Rui quickly replied, sorry. We don't have so much pork in stock. You can look at other products. The other party replied quickly, no pork. Then what do you sell? No. I must eat this pork today. Otherwise I will complain to you. Yan Rui looked at the man's arrogance and immediately determined that this person was a middleman. Go and complain. You'd better complain to me to close the store. Then I will go to your house in person to see if you are a human or a ghost. After Yan Rui finished speaking, he took screenshots of the evidence of this person's high-priced reselling of supplies in his friend's space, and then sent them all to Xiongqing. Xiongqing immediately replied, it's just right. We have to catch this person and set him as an example. Yen Rui was satisfied. Now is a time of high panic. If it were other cities, it would be fine. But in his city, he would definitely not tolerate someone disrupting the order like this. Not to mention that the things he sold were not much different from the supplies distributed by Xiongqing. And they were not in short supply. It was just taking advantage of people's panic mentality. Such people are the most hateful. Okay. The order for 500 kilograms of pork is gone. Have you finished cutting 30 kilograms of bone sticks? Yen Rui looked at the system. Tell me when you're done. There's also ice cream for this order. Even though Yen Rui has been selling at normal prices these days, the large number of orders still makes him a lot of money. Even at night, when Jian Anqi wanted to hug him to sleep, he accidentally touched his arm and could hear his cry of pain. Is it so serious? Jian Anqi rubbed his slightly swollen arm and said distressfully, Let Minister Xiong send some people over tomorrow. We are too short-handed. No. Don't. They may not have many troubles to do over there. Didn't you see that the community group said that they are now recruiting volunteers to tidy up the trees on the street and clear the water? Yen Rui hung his arms and let Jian Anqi do it. I guess there are not enough people in the country now. Everyone is busy. The little work we do is nothing. Besides, Wan Jiaming and others should be here tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. It has recovered. So we can leave 2 people to help in the supermarket. Jian Anqi was silent. And Yen Rui knocked his head. What are you thinking about? I'm thinking whether to distribute these goods directly to various communities and let them sell them themselves. And not buy from us again. It's possible. But the road is not easy to travel now. And there are not so many cars. It's not the end of the road yet. So forget it. Yen Rui thought. Now everyone has enough food. And when there is not enough food, we will distribute the supplies to various communities. Jian Anqi rubbed Yen Rui's arm with some distress. This is too tiring. There's nothing I can do. After all, as long as my store is still open, it proves that there is still hope and everyone can hold on. Didn't you see that some people asked me if the store was still open even if they didn't buy anything these days? If I said it was not open, I guess they would really start to panic. Jian Anqi sighed, but still told Yen Rui some good news. The first batch of planes flying back to China from abroad have all returned safely. I heard that there are about hundreds of thousands of international students and overseas staff returning from various countries. This is really great. After these people go home, at least their families can rest assured. Yen Rui breathed a sigh of relief. I'm in a good mood. I want to eat ice cream. But Jian Anqi had to feed him ice cream. And Yen Rui couldn't even hold the spoon. The next day, Yen Rui turned on his mobile phone and received a message from the community. It turned out that a batch of Chinese medicine packages had been distributed, specifically for preventing influenza and allergies. Yen Rui had never heard of allergies in his previous life. But since the medicine had been distributed, he and Jian Anqi had to keep a copy. We go home to get it tomorrow? Wan Jiaming will be able to return to his post tomorrow. And he and Jian Anqi will have free time. Okay. In the end, there was no need to wait until tomorrow. In the afternoon, Jia Jinglin and Tong Jiaxi returned to the supermarket first. Yen Rui looked at the 2 of them and said happily, You 2 recovered so quickly? Yes. I have been lying in bed for a few days. And my bones are so soft. The 2 said. Come on. Let work fill my weak hearts. What? Jia Jinglin hit him. Then said yes. 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 We 2 just want to work. And the 3 of them are still a little short of it. By the way, how is your family now? For example, is there a water or gas outage? The power outage last night was short. But it was okay. Now the power has been restored, and the gas has not been affected. Yen Rui was relieved. At this time in his previous life, the gas had been cut off. He and Jian Anqi could only eat rice soaked in cold water. He often had stomach aches. It was the gas stove that Jian Anqi found from somewhere that saved his stomach. Jian Anqi didn't know why Yen Rui suddenly grabbed his hand. And he shook it back. After the 2 looked at each other, Tong Jiaxi couldn't help but gasp. Jia Jinglin pulled the man up and left. Let's go. Let's go. I'm going to deliver the order. Since there were 2 people helping him, Yen Rui and Jian Anqi finally had some free time. The 2 of them held hands, wearing flip-flops, and walked from the supermarket to their own neighborhood. Halfway, Yen Rui looked at the figure in front of him and stopped. Mu Shiran. Why is he here? Jian Anqi looked in the direction of Yen Rui's gaze, and saw the person who had separated him and Yen Rui in the previous life. He couldn't help but clenched his fist. As a result, he forgot that Yen Rui's hand was in his palm. He came back to his senses when he heard Yen Rui's cry of pain. "What are you doing?" Yen Rui whispered. "Mu Shiran makes you so angry. If it weren't for him, I could support you for a lifetime." Jian Anqi spoke angrily. And Yen Rui laughed. "Just because of this. I thought it was because of the revenge for killing. That's why." Jian Anqi took a deep breath. "Should we go up and see what he wants?" Yen Rui hesitated. He didn't want to get close to Mu Shiran, but he wanted to know if Mu Shiran had paid attention to him. "Let's go out the back door," Yen Rui said. "Let him think we've been living at home and not in the supermarket. Then you just need to listen to me." Jian Anqi nodded. And the two of them walked around the back, lined up to get some medicine, and then walked out the door with an umbrella. I didn't expect that after so long. Mu Shiran was still waiting at the door. "Hey, Mu Shiran." Yen Rui pretended to be excited as if he had really seen an old friend. "Why are you here?" Mu Shiran's eyes lit up when he saw Yen Rui. "I didn't expect it was really you. I just came to try my luck. It seems that my luck is really good," Mu Shiran said with some excitement in his tone. "I came to you on purpose. What do you want to talk to me about?" Yen Rui looked at Mu Shiran, and his eyes were also filled with joy, as if an old friend had reunited. "Then I'll get straight to the point. I heard that your family opened a supermarket, and it's still in business until now. So I want to ask if you can transfer a small part of the goods from there to me, and I will sell them in our community." Seeing Yen Rui about to speak, Mu Shiran immediately assured, "Don't worry. I will definitely sell it at the same price as in your supermarket. Definitely not higher. And definitely not lower. Why do you suddenly want this?" "But no, brother. That supermarket is no longer mine." Yen Rui refused without hesitation. "It has been taken over by the government. Otherwise, how could I have so many supplies to sell? I would have sold them out long ago." Mu Shiran suddenly realized. So the supermarket was indeed taken over by the government. "Right?" Yen Rui nodded, then shook his head, and said uncertainly, "I don't know if it's official or not. The person who bought my supermarket didn't say what he was. But he didn't look like an official person." Mu Shiran wanted to curse in his heart, but he kept a smile on his face. "It's okay. I know. After this damn weather is over. Can you buy the supermarket back? Who knows if this damn weather can end? But the person who bought my supermarket gave a lot of money. Enough for the two of us to live for a while. And we are going to travel when the weather is good. Okay. Okay. Then I'll leave. And we must have a good meal when we have a chance." Mu Shiran put on his collar, thinking that he should have worn a raincoat when he went out today. But then he thought of the people in his family, and his face darkened. Mu Shiran said goodbye to Yen Rui with the last smile he forced. And Yen Rui turned around and immediately changed his face. "Did you see his last expression?" "Yes. I guess his purpose of coming to you is not that simple," Jian Anqi said. "Let the system monitor him." Hearing that he was assigned another task, the system had no choice but to take over. But it was relatively simple to keep an eye on Mu Shiran. He has a lot of family members. A little girl who calls him brother, who should be his sister, and two young men, who don't seem to be easy to mess with. "Can you check the information of these two people?" Yen Rui said breathlessly while climbing the stairs. "These two people may be the accomplices of Mu Shiran in the previous life." "Okay. I'll keep an eye on him. When he got close to you just now, I injected the code into his phone, so we can know all the messages he sent. Although it sounds a bit of an invasion of privacy, Yen Rui couldn't care less. The safety of both of us is in your hands. Tonner. It's up to you." The system was full of power when it heard Yen Rui's chicken blood. But Yen Rui was now a battery without power, and walking up the stairs made him out of breath. "No way. My body has been transformed. Why am I still so weak now? This is too wrong." Looking at Jian Anqi, who picked up the mop and started cleaning the floor as soon as he got home, Yen Rui said, "You should take a break too. Come and massage my shoulders." Jian Anqi smiled and walked over obediently. But at this time, someone knocked on the security door outside. Jian Anqi frowned, walked up and asked, "Who is it?" "It's me. Grandma Feng next door." Grandma Feng didn't hear that it wasn't Yen Rui's voice in the house, but she heard someone coming back home. So she came to knock on the door and ask. Jian Anqi looked back at Yen Rui, who nodded. So Jian Anqi opened the door. Grandma Feng was shocked to see that it was not Yen Rui who opened the door, Grandma Feng. Yin Rui came out and said, Grandma Feng. He is my friend. What do you want now? Grandma Feng came back to her senses, nodded and said, Yes, I want to ask. Do you know where I can buy rice and flour? I don't have anything to eat at home. And the next wave of resources has not arrived yet. Nothing to eat? Yin Rui was surprised. It shouldn't be. Didn't the community distribute supplies? Grandma Feng waved her hand immediately. It was distributed. But it's not enough to eat. Our family of 4 only received 3 kilograms of rice, which is too little. But on the app that the children know, it's either out of stock or out of stock. We can make do with chips and biscuits for a meal. We adults can eat like this. But I still have Shucho at home. 3 kilograms of rice. You 4 people. You only got 3 kilograms of rice this week? Yin Rui listened to Grandma Feng's words. A little unbelievable. Besides your family? Is it the same for other families? Yes. Everyone is like this. But some families got the goods in the supermarket before, so they can have food to eat. Then add me on WeChat. And I will send you our supermarket's work number when the time comes. Our supermarket now has clearly marked prices. And we have everything you want. Pork, beef, and mutton are all at the previous market price. So you can just buy them. Really? Grandma Feng was a little unbelievable. Is it still this price now? Yes. I cooperate with the official. I provide the place and they deliver the goods. So it is very reliable. After Yin Rui finished speaking, he pretended to take out a bag of 10 kilograms of rice and a bag of 10 kilograms of noodles from the kitchen and came to Grandma Feng. I'll send it to your home. Jian Anji. Get a barrel of oil from the kitchen. And then take out the vegetables we bought yesterday. Yin Rui didn't wait for Grandma Feng to refuse. And said directly, Grandma, if you don't eat Shucho, you can eat it. Our supermarket has a lot of orders. And it's not certain when the queue will end. You can eat these first. And if you need anything, just contact me directly. Alas. Alas. Grandma Feng responded repeatedly. When he opened the door, he could hear the 2 adults in the room calling to find a way to buy supplies. After seeing Yin Rui, she first smiled and greeted him. Then saw the things in the 2 people's hands and hung up the phone in a hurry. Xiao Yin. How much are these things? I'll transfer them to you. Father Feng wanted to transfer money to Yin Rui without saying anything. Yin Rui waved his hand quickly. No. These things are all in stock in my supermarket. I didn't spend any money. That was also bought with money. I'll give it to you at the current market price. These are a total of 2,000. Do you think it's enough? Wait a minute. Yin Rui stopped immediately. What did you say? These are a total of 2,000? Yes. You see? This rice costs 50 per caddy. You have 10 caddies. Plus 10 caddies of noodles. And these vegetables and fruits. I think 2,000 is a bit too little. Father Feng said firmly. You take this money. Is it like this outside? Yin Rui opened his mouth. Are you guys? Haven't you heard that there is a supermarket that sells things at the original price? I have heard of it. But think about it. How is it possible? The prices of things outside have been driven up like crazy. If they still say they sell things at the original price, they are probably lying. Father Feng acted like he had seen through everything. But as soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped on the head by Grandma Feng. I told you not to talk nonsense. I told you not to talk nonsense. That supermarket belongs to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan can't possibly increase the price to sell things. Ah? Is it the supermarket opened by Xiaoyan? Mother Feng was also a little unbelievable. Is it true that the supermarket doesn't increase the price to sell things? Yin Rui nodded. It's true. Add me on WeChat and I will push the work number to you later. And you can directly order whatever you want when the time comes. When you see the prices in my supermarket, you will know that what I said about these things not being expensive is true. Father and Mother Feng nodded somewhat embarrassedly. Who would have thought that the owner of the cheapest supermarket lived next door to them? And the supermarket was so close to his home. The couple was completely in the dark. After delivering the things, Jian Anqi and Yin Rui went back to open the door, lay on the bed at home for a while, and then immediately called Xiong Qing. Seeing that the phone number was Yin Rui, Xiong Qing was a little surprised. After he picked up the phone, he asked in confusion, What's wrong? Does the supermarket need help? Yin Rui, no. I have something to report to you. Recalling the last report, Xiong Qing sat up straight. You said? Yan Rui told Xiongqing the news he had just received, and then said, I think this matter is very serious. I clearly remember that each person gets 3 caddies of rice and 1 caddy of noodles per week. But now it has shrunk to 3 caddies per family, and there is no noodles. This amount is really too much less. Yan Rui knew that some people would be greedy, but he didn't expect that they would be so blatantly greedy. This place is still within the scope of Xiongqing's relationship, and it is easy to be caught. But he didn't expect that these people would be so unscrupulous. When Yan Rui reported the matter to Xiongqing, he could hear Xiongqing's angry voice. He solemnly said, Don't worry. I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter, and an explanation to all the residents. After Xiongqing hung up the phone, he immediately called people nearby to a meeting. At such a tense moment, some people were dissatisfied after receiving the meeting notice. It was already so late, and they couldn't finish their work. Yet they were still asked to engage in this kind of formalism. As a result, after arriving at the meeting, I found that this meeting was absolutely necessary. You said that someone is corrupt now? Are you crazy? Are you really not afraid of death? I think he just wants to die. Xiongqing was so angry that he slammed the table. Go and investigate now. Everyone found out, from top to bottom, will be shot. Ah? That's not necessary. After hearing Xiongqing's decision, someone hurriedly advised, It's not necessary to be so serious. Find them, and then lock them up for a while to serve as a warning to others. No! Xiongqing did not give in. I have repeatedly emphasized before that ordinary people's supplies cannot be plundered. You all know how important this batch of supplies is. At the very least, it is to fill everyone's stomachs. At the most, it is. Xiongqing stood up and said in a serious tone, Ordinary people just want to make a little money by taking shortcuts. But this is our free. What is the name of the supplies distributed to the people for free? Anyway, if I don't tell you the importance of this, you won't know it. Xiongqing was so angry that he cursed. Let me know whose subordinates were caught, and you can go back to cleaning. If you can't manage your subordinates well, there is no point in keeping you. After Xiongqing finished speaking, he left without looking back. After he left, the house was in chaos. Some people were shocked that they dared to challenge Xiongqing's limit now. Some people were shocked that they dared to be greedy for so much. And some people began to contact their subordinates and began to conduct self-examination. Xiongqing deliberately didn't say which community had problems. Not because he was afraid of alerting the enemy, but because he felt that this matter should not be done by one person. And there might be several people sharing this wave of supplies. You have to know how much money Wei Rong spent to buy this batch of supplies. However, Yan Rui, who returned to the supermarket, didn't know this. After the two of them went home to rest for a while, they returned to the supermarket and started new work. Looking at the friend requests on WeChat that once again became 99+. Yan Rui sighed. He handed the phone to Anan and asked Anan to help click the approval button for these friend requests. Anan has no hands and can't do much, but Anan has paw pads and can still help. Anan was so happy to get the work assignment that he flicked his tail and did the same work repeatedly but didn't feel bored at all. Yan Rui has earned at least 100,000 yuan in the past few days. But this 100,000 yuan is completely hard-earned money. If there is no apocalypse, I can earn so much every day. However, Yan Rui knew that this was his dream. After being busy for a while, Xiongqing called him specially. The corrupt person has been caught and sentenced to death for serious circumstances. Chapter 194 Doomsday Disaster. Xiongqing arrested a total of 6 people. 2 of them were only dismissed from their positions, and had all their ill-gotten gains reclaimed and fined because their crimes were relatively minor. That's how they were saved. The other 4 not only embezzled materials, but also resold them at high prices in private, and colluded with some evil forces. In just a few days, each of them had made at least 600,000 yuan, and the most had made nearly 10 million yuan. I have earned less than them with the golden finger these days. Their golden fingers are much better than mine. No way. They are just shameless. The system was dissatisfied. Yan Rui touched his head. Yes. Yes. Thick skin is their golden finger. Jian Anqi looked at these numbers and sighed. So many termites were found in just a few days. I wonder if other districts have the same behavior. Then I'll ask. Yan Rui replied to Xiongqing's question. And Xiongqing replied, each district has begun to investigate. If all the materials can be returned before the investigation, they will only be dismissed. If they can't return them, they will have to eat jail food. The jail food is not delicious recently. Some dirty and tiring work is done by prisoners. They are the most serious and do the dirtiest work. If I had known this, why did I do it in the first place? What time is it now? I'm still doing this. Yin Rui looked at these most annoying avatars without mosaics and found that there were no familiar people. I guess they had been offline in this world early in their previous life. Serves you right. Yin Rui hummed a song while asking the system. Did you find out what Mushiran was up to? What is he doing now? Yin Rui asked. I'm tutoring his sister. His sister is going to take the college entrance examination. His sister didn't catch up with the good times. And he didn't know if there would be a college entrance examination in the future. He still hoped that there would be one, so that society could return to normal. Do you want to watch the execution? Jian Anqi suddenly asked. Yin Rui glanced at him. Why should I watch this? I don't want to. Besides, he had seen enough of this thing in his previous life. He should watch as little as possible in this life. Yin Rui returned to work, and 3 months passed in a row. During these 3 months, except for some wailing on the internet, there was no chaos in social order. This is completely different from the previous life. After the heavy rain, the weather finally cleared up, and Yin Rui knew that the flood was finally over. It's just that the arrival of the disaster will not give anyone a chance to breathe. The rain had just stopped that day, and there were even leaves blown down by the wind and rain that covered the cabs outside. And everyone received the same notice. Go downstairs quickly, and go to an open area. In front of Yin Rui's supermarket is a huge square, which is also one of the evacuation targets for nearby residents. The terrain here is high, and the water has reached the calf. I don't know what the low-lying areas are like now. Yin Rui was a little worried. How about we buy another hotel? You can't arrange all the people in this plane by yourself. All you can do is to assist from the side. After all, one person's power is limited. Jian Anqi looked at Yin Rui and said, You still have to be careful here. After all, you won't leave here like other planes. Yin Rui blinked, understanding what Jian Anqi meant. He was a little disappointed. I just want to help. If you want to help. Jian Anqi looked outside. Why not put some air mattresses outside, so that people can rest on them when they come? Yin Rui's eyes lit up, and he started to pump up the air mattresses with the people outside. Because there was no power outage, they used an electric air pump to pump air directly. When some residents came here, they had already pumped up more than 10 mattresses. Yin Rui looked at the residents who were carrying large and small bags, and walked up to them in the water and said with a smile, You came at the right time. I have a mattress here. You are taking care of the children, right? Take the mattress and choose a place to rest. If you are cold, you can ask them for a blanket. Yin Rui pointed to the soldiers who escorted these residents and whispered, You brought blankets, right? The soldier who looked young said embarrassedly, I have to ask our leader about this. I haven't received any notice. Yin Rui nodded. It's okay. I'll put it on first, and you can remind your leader later. Although the temperature is still high during the day, it is still a bit cold at night, and there are many mosquitoes. By the way, Yin Rui said he forgot something. He hurried back to the supermarket, called Long Lehuai, gave him a huge suitcase of about 30 inches and said, Quick! Send this to Minister Xiong as quickly as possible. Long Lehuai looked at Yin Rui's nervous expression and did not dare to neglect it. He nodded vigorously. Don't worry. I will definitely complete the task. Jian Anqi waited until Long Lehuai left before asking, What's wrong? What did you give him? It's a talisman to prevent mosquito bites. I drew a little and sent it to Minister Xiong. But it's not enough. Yin Rui looked worried. The mosquitoes are not that bad now. Just spray a little more mosquito repellent. I'm mainly worried about what will happen after the earthquake. The ruins after the earthquake breed bacteria in large quantities. This is the beginning of extreme heat. When it is extremely hot, the land begins to lose its activity. Farmland is barren. Agricultural output is directly cut in half. And there is no harvest. Don't think too much. Someone must have found a way to do the later work. Jian Anqi frowned when he said this. When will the first wave of earthquakes come? Tonight at 11 o'clock. The two of them looked at the clock on the wall at the same time. The electronic screen showed 13:16, which made people's scalps numb. I don't even know where the worst earthquake area was in my last life. Yin Rui worriedly said. I don't know if the country can evacuate people early this time. Definitely. Jian Anqi didn't know whether he was talking to himself or Yin Rui. The system jumped over at this time. What are you two doing? There are not enough mattresses outside. Yin Rui came back to his senses. Okay. I'll come now. While preparing the air mattress, Yin Rui kept an eye on the dynamics on the internet. Many people were discussing online why everyone was suddenly called out of the room. At first, some people thought that the meal was still outside. But after coming out, they found that they were deceived by the community. They didn't bring anything with them. They only brought some personal belongings and were taken to the school playground not far from home. I'm still hungry and just about to lose my temper. But they said they would serve food in a while. 3 dishes, 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish. And they would fill me up. So I couldn't even get angry. Your treatment is so good. We only have a small hot pot and a bottle of water per person. Are there any corrupt people over there? I heard that we have executed more than 20 people here, which is quite a big deal. Your IP and mine are so far apart. But the same thing happened. It's the same here. More than a dozen people have been executed. And we are rushing to execute more than 20 people, all of whom are former leaders. This is just a step into the crosshairs. It seems that the whole country is the same. Yin Rui is relieved and continues to look through his phone. Why can't I see foreign IPs recently? Are they all back? My classmates have lost contact abroad. And I don't know what's going on. It should be a signal problem. Even if there is no heavy rain outside, the signal is not good. Yin Rui is out of reach of foreign affairs. He has been to so many planes in his life, but he has never been abroad. After recovery, we will travel abroad. Jian Anqi looked at Yin Rui staring at the phone screen and said, we couldn't go abroad before. And later we didn't have time to go abroad. After everything returns to normal, we will travel abroad. Okay. Yin Rui smiled and looked forward to the future. Because of Yin Rui, a big supplier of supplies, the residents nearby have never lacked food. So they looked at the boxed lunch with 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetables. And they were particularly happy. But this is the scene Yin Rui wants to see the most. Today's meat dish is a chicken leg, a steamed meat, and the ingredients are a stir-fried bean sprouts and a pickled cabbage, which can be regarded as a proper meal. After the meal, everyone had an orange as dessert. Everyone ate their meals silently without fighting or grabbing, and then lay on the mattress, either playing with their phones or looking at the sky silently, not knowing what they were thinking. At this time, someone walked into the supermarket. Boss, do you have poker here? Of course. Yin Rui took out a deck of poker from the counter, and then continued to promote, I also have Monopoly here. I am the city lord. And what else? I can't remember. Anyway, it's suitable for playing now. Yin Rui pointed to the other side of the shelf. Go to the end. There are more than 10 kinds of games over there. Really? The man was a little surprised. Can you sell this in your supermarket? Before, this was a square. There were many children, and it sold well. Yin Rui answered with a smile, and saw that the man directly took 3 sets of board games. And he couldn't stop laughing. Would you like a cup of coffee to refresh yourself and play the game more attentively? Then have 1 cup. Don't buy it for them. After Yin Rui finished this business, he always felt as if he was not in the end of the world. No, the country is well controlled now. And this situation can't be called the end of the world at all. It can only be said to be a natural disaster. Seeing someone come to buy board games, someone asked about the price and walked towards the supermarket. After completing several orders in a row, Yin Rui was very happy. At this time, Long Lahuai ran back wiping his sweat. Take a break. Why are you so tired? I left you a box lunch. Yin Rui handed it to Long Lahuai and opened a bottle of Coke for him. Long Lahuai didn't even catch his breath, and waved to Yin Rui. Thank you. I'll drink it later. I'll take the things away after I finish speaking. What are you taking with you? Where are you going? It's like this. There are many emergency evacuation sites nearby. It's a bit chaotic. The minister is afraid that he can't control it. So I asked you if there is any way to make everyone less impatient. Yin Rui pointed to the residents who were playing games outside the door. Can you take a look at those? Long Lahuai didn't pay attention when he just came back. But now he noticed what was going on outside. Oh, this thing is good. I'll call the minister. Long Lahuai immediately asked Xiong Qing for instructions. Xiong Qing asked Long Lahuai to hand the phone to Yin Rui, and then said, Xiao Yin, this really needs your help. Do you have any goods here? These things are not in the things I prepared. Of course I have them. I'll let Long Lahuai send them now. Yin Rui agreed without saying a word. After Long Lahuai took the phone back, he listened to Xiong Qing's words for a few more words before hanging up the phone. What do you want? How much do you want? I'll go to the warehouse to get it for you. Jian Anqi walked to the door of the warehouse and asked. There are 70 settlement points in total, and an average of 10 sets per settlement point is enough. By the way, can you give more poker and chess? Long Lahuai actually wanted to say mahjong, but looking at the situation outside, it was really difficult for him. Okay. You wait. Jian Anqi went downstairs, took out a total of 800 sets of games, and then prepared poker and chess, and then went upstairs. Looking at Jian Anqi going upstairs empty-handed, Long Lahuai was a little confused, and he asked with a pale face, Is there any problem? Yin Rui shook his head. No problem. But there are some knowledge that you should start learning now. Chapter 195 Doomsday Disaster. When Long Lahuai left the supermarket, he felt that his worldview had been overturned. He thought that he had supernatural powers, but he didn't expect that something more surprising would happen. Everything written in the novel is true. Yin Rui looked at Long Lahuai's back as he watched the giant truck leave, and couldn't help laughing. The world is changing too fast. After adjusting everyone's mental state, Yin Rui sat back at the cashier. At this time, he heard a familiar voice again. Mu Shiran, why are you here? I remember your home is far from here. Yin Rui looked at Mu Shiran standing in front of him with a smile, and his heart sank. How did you get here in this road condition? There is no space in the emergency plaza near my home, and the conditions are not very good. There happened to be a quota for leaving, so I came here. Mu Shiran smiled and said, Your conditions here are really good. You don't have to suffer. Yin Rui didn't know why, but he always felt that there was sarcasm in his words. He raised his eyebrows. No, I just got here too. If it weren't for me being the former boss here, they wouldn't have given me such a job. Yin Rui whispered, Are you buying anything? I have an internal discount. Then I won't be polite. Ling Ling, come and say hello to your brother Yin Rui. Mu Shiran waved outside, and saw a pale-faced 16-year-old girl who couldn't even stand steadily standing timidly at the door. Come on. Come on. Since my sister is here today, I'll treat you. Yin Rui looked at Mu Shiling who was being pulled into the door by Mu Shiran. Just take whatever you want to eat. No. I can still support my sister. Mu Shiran didn't know why. His tone suddenly turned cold, and he even lost the intention to pretend, and turned around and walked into the supermarket with Mu Shiling. Mu Shiling turned around and smiled at Yin Rui a little embarrassedly, and then followed Mu Shiran to choose products. Yin Rui felt that Mu Shiran was a little weird. He didn't do this in his previous life, and he didn't know why he suddenly became so sensitive. By the way, Yin Rui, can you ask the official people if you can buy medicine? Mu Shiran, who came to pay with a basket of things, had adjusted his mood at this time, and asked calmly as if nothing had happened just now. My sister has an immune system disease and needs special medicine. We just went to the hospital and found that the hospital was closed. So I want to ask if there is a channel to buy medicine. We are almost out of medicine. Is that so? Write down what medicine you need for me. Yin Rui handed Mu Shiran a piece of paper. Write it down and I will show it to the official people. They should be able to help you solve it. Thank you. Mu Shiran wrote 3 particularly long drug names on the paper, and also wrote down the manufacturer and the quantity required for a course of treatment. At the end, he did not forget to remind, Please ask me if I can use medical insurance. Of course I can, Yin Rui said. There is no water or power outage now. So what can I do? Hearing Yin Rui's words, Mu Shiran couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Yin Rui looked at the 3 medicines and realized that they should not be very cheap. Having a patient at home is indeed a heavy burden. Mu Shiran went to work in another place before, probably for the higher salary. As for why he came back, seeing Mu Shiling's shaky appearance, Yin Rui also understood the reason. Yin Rui looked at Mu Shiling with a complicated look. In his previous life, he didn't remember that Mu Shiran had a sister. It must be a bad omen. He didn't know when she died. Mu Shiran suddenly lost her loved ones, which must have been a heavy blow. Pfft. Yin Rui slapped his cheek hard. He lost his loved ones and became a pervert. What does it have to do with me? Jian Anqi looked at Yin Rui, who didn't know what he was thinking, but suddenly spoke. He was a little puzzled. Why do you think so far? I didn't think so far. I just thought that Mu Shiran might have become like that in his previous life, because Mu Shiling died of illness. If Mu Shiling was fine in this life, he might not become like that in his previous life. Then do you want revenge? Jian Anqi asked. Yin Rui was a little confused. Logically, the things in the previous life have nothing to do with this life. But I really can't forgive the things he did in the previous life. Yin Rui shook his head. Forget it. Don't think about it for now. There will be an earthquake tonight. Let's distribute more needed supplies. Yin Rui immediately put this matter behind him. And at the same time, he casually asked the system. Why did he come here? But you didn't notice him when you were staring at him? The system was speechless. He rolled his eyes. Couldn't think of any excuses. Lowered his head. And said a little embarrassedly, Actually, I was absent from duty. Yin Rui freed his hand and pinched his ear. How dare you say that? Today I punish you not to eat ice cream. Don't. The system immediately defended itself. Although I didn't stare at him. I stared at the two men who lived with him in his house, and looked very fierce. Oh! Yin Rui really ignored these two people before. Why? Where did they go? They went to a warehouse, and buried something in it. The system said. Wait until the water recedes, and then we'll go take a look? Hearing this, Yin Rui suddenly felt a little uneasy. He asked, where did they bury it? On the mountain? How did they get to the mountain? Aren't they afraid of landslides? It's not a mountain. The system replied. He went to a garage on the ground, which is close to Mu Shiran's home. It's quite close, and it only takes about 10 minutes to walk there. How did they bury it in the garage? Yin Rui asked. Aren't there concrete pillars over there? They just buried it in the sand. Maybe some construction waste. The system spread its hands. I really don't know about this. Yin Rui recalled that in his previous life, the garage had long been turned into ruins in the earthquake. What were they doing here? Were they burying gold? Silver and jewelry? If they were burying gold, silver and jewelry, they would be really disappointed. After the building collapsed, it was all car wreckage. Nothing would be left. But although he thought so, he was still a little uneasy. He took Jian Anqi's hand. I'm panicking. Why don't we go and see what's in there? Otherwise I may not be able to sleep tonight. No one will sleep tonight. Jian Anqi did not refute Yin Rui's words. If we go there now, how long will it take us to get there? According to the current road conditions, 40 minutes. The system called up the map. Under normal circumstances, you can get there in 20 minutes. Okay. Jian Anqi said hello to Wang Jiaming and asked him to look after the shop. Then he took Yin Rui to a corner where no one was nearby and took out the modified car bought in the extreme weather plane. You forgot that this car can run in the snow. And it is extremely sealed. This road condition will not be affected at all. Yin Rui looked at this and his eyes lit up. You still have a good memory. After the two got in the car, Jian Anqi increased the horsepower, avoided the emergency square, took a detour, and reached the destination in 20 minutes. Which floor did they go to? 6th floor. It was quite high. Yin Rui cursed in his heart. Jian Anqi drove the car around the parking lot for a few laps. According to the instructions of the system, he found the place where the two buried things. This parking lot was also very dry in the continuous heavy rain. Yin Rui asked the system to look around and confirmed that there was no one around. Then he put on gloves to push the sand in front of him. After pushing it away, he found two small boxes inside. Why are there still two? They are brothers who settle accounts openly. Yin Rui handed one to Jian Anqi. And he also chose one to open. Wait a minute. Jian Anqi immediately stopped Yin Rui from opening it. And Yin Rui's hand in the air suddenly stopped. What's wrong? This. Jian Anqi took a look at Yin Rui. And Yin Rui's scalp immediately went numb. And he couldn't help but retching. Jian Anqi immediately closed the box and patted Yin Rui on the back. Yin Rui finally stood up, straightened his back, looked at the box in Jian Anqi's hand and cursed. What the hell is this? It should be. Jian Anqi thought about how to describe it in words so that Yin Rui would not feel sick. It should be the kind of pests that look like when they were young. Jian Anqi's brain worked quickly, and he came up with such a more elegant statement. Come on. Yin Rui handed the box in his hand to Jian Anqi. Look. Are they the same? Jian Anqi opened the lid, looked at the things inside, then closed the lid and said, they should be relatives. Good guy. Yin Rui was amused by Jian Anqi's inexplicable description. Can you tell the difference between insects? I can't see it, But judging from the number, the family in your hands should be more prosperous. Jian Anqi put the 2 boxes into his space button together. Send this to Minister Xiong. Yin Rui nodded immediately. But he looked at the lemon juice that Jian Anqi handed over, and his expression was a little hesitant. Jian Anqi was a little surprised. You don't dislike me because I just touched the box, do you? Yin Rui pursed his lips. I love you. But can you wash your hands? Jian Anqi didn't expect that the first time he heard Yin Rui say that he loved him was under such circumstances. He didn't know whether he should be happy or angry. But for some reason, he felt a little sweet in his heart. He took out a bottle of water and asked Yin Rui to pour water for him to wash his hands. After washing them clean to Yin Rui's satisfaction, he looked into Yin Rui's eyes and said, Can you say it again? What? Yin Rui looked at Jian Anqi's clean hands and pulled them over with satisfaction. Nothing. Jian Anqi held Yin Rui's hand tightly, interlocking his fingers. Yin Rui didn't know what kind of struggle Jian Anqi had just gone through in his heart. He was still angrily guessing the sinister intentions of these people. I was wondering why the grain production suddenly stopped in the last life. It's not a reduction. It's a complete failure. It must be because of these insects. Yin Rui walked and cursed. I don't know what benefits the invasion consciousness promised them, but they actually risked not having food to harm people. Maybe they don't know that their behavior will have such a big impact. Jian Anqi looked at Yin Rui, unable to move his eyes away. Yin Rui turned his head, looked at Jian Anqi's eyes, subconsciously leaned forward and kissed him, and then sat back in the parking space as if nothing had happened. Let's go. Go find Minister Xiong. Chapter 196 Doomsday Disaster. Minister Xiong looked at the small box in front of him. His expression wrinkled. Yin Rui hid far away from the box, pointed at the box and said, I don't know what this is. You guys be careful. You don't have to be extra careful. This thing just looks. Xiong Qing pouted. It looks too disgusting. Yin Rui felt like he had found a confidant. Right. I don't know where they found this thing. And I think this thing should not be the original species of our world. Xiong Qing immediately closed the box. What do you mean? Yin Rui repeated the system's words. This species has never appeared in this world. There is not even a similar gene sequence. So it must be taken seriously. Xiong Qing did not question Yin Rui's words. He immediately put the box away. Don't worry. I will hand over the bugs to professionals. We must find a way to eliminate the bugs as soon as possible. They must have more than one person sent to release the bugs. Maybe there are people in every city. Finding a medicine that can completely solve the bugs is the most important thing now. In the past 2 years, the country had grain reserves, plus his own inventory, which could ensure that everyone would not go hungry. But if the situation continued to be so bad, he would not be able to support such a large demand. Xiong Qing's expression was serious. I know. Seeing Xiong Qing taking it seriously, Yin Rui did not say anything more. He did not delay Xiong Qing's arrangements. After walking a few steps, he looked back at Xiong Qing and whispered to Jian Anqi, Do you think that Minister Xiong is a little too tired now? Jian Anqi took a look and said, No way. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Even though he carried the energy beats given to him by Yin Rui, Xiong Qing could not stop the fatigue in his eyes. Maybe there was no big problem physically, but he must have been under great mental pressure. Go back. We will be busy from today. After Jian Anqi and Yin Rui returned to the supermarket, they saw someone standing at the door of the supermarket. When he saw Yin Rui, his eyes lit up, and he took 2 steps forward and asked impatiently, Boss Yin, do you have everything? Yin Rui was a little confused by the question. What? Basically, what do you want? I want a guitar. The man said without hesitation. Don't you think it's too stuffy here? Let's sing together. Maybe we will feel better. Guitar. Yin Rui touched his chin. Come over in a few days. Maybe I can get you one. But I don't think you should worry about everyone's emotional problems. Yin Rui looked at the residents playing poker and games in the square, smiled and said, Your answer is not unreasonable. But there is no need to be too anxious now. By the way, what kind of guitar do you want? Write me the model, and I will get it for you. That's great. The man left his contact information and the model he wanted, and said to Yin Rui, If you buy it, you must contact me. Yin Rui made a reassuring gesture to him, turned around and posted the customer's request on his store. These days, he also purchased some things from his personal store's purchase platform. Although the price is higher than that of Tianqianmei, it is better than nothing. When will Tianqianmei come out? If he doesn't like that guy, he can just kill him. That won't work. If he can't complete the task assigned by the system, he will most likely stay in that plane forever and can't go back. He is that kind? Yen Rui was surprised. What if I can't complete the task in the plane? We don't have tasks. At most, we can't make money in the plane. Then I will be like a waste. I can only ask for points from you every day to read novels. It's not like now. He has downloaded all the novels in this plane. He didn't even use his high-speed processor to scan the data. Instead, he used the mobile phone Yen Rui bought for him. He flipped through a few pages every day when he had time. He was reluctant to finish it all at once. At 6 o'clock in the evening, dinner was served as usual. Yen Rui and Jian Anqi also ordered one and ate dinner in the crowd. He looked at Mu Shiran, who was using the braised eggs he bought from the supermarket to give Mu Shiling a snack. He was even a little dazed. The gap between this person's life and the previous life is too big. The current Mu Shiran is somewhat different from the black-hearted and black-lunged person in the previous life who killed the person he loved most. Yen Rui turned his head back. Mu Shiran did not notice Yen Rui's gaze. Instead, Mu Shiling looked at Yen Rui looking at her and pushed her brother. Mu Shiran whispered something, and Mu Shiling stopped and ate well. After the meal, there was fruit. Today's fruit was a small box of blueberries per person. Many people looked at this dessert and joked with a smile that eating here was better than eating in the company cafeteria. Although Yen Rui knew that they were not praising him, he couldn't help but feel proud of everyone's happiness. The closer it got to 11 o'clock, the more uneasy Yen Rui felt. At this moment, the water on the road had almost receded, leaving only some puddles that had not dried up. Everything looked as if the sun would rise as usual tomorrow. That was an expectation that should not be had in the end of the world. Yen Rui and Jian Anqi sat on the air mattress in the square in front of the supermarket, looking back and forth anxiously at their phones. Jian Anqi looked at his rapid breathing and said, "You are not afraid that your phone will run out of power? You look like you don't have a power bank." Yen Rui put down his phone. "Yes. Should we use a shared power bank? There should be many people here whose phones are out of power." Jian Anqi pulled him back. "Don't think too much. It's almost time." Looking at the 10:58 on the watch, Yen Rui was silent. "Here it comes." At first, Yen Rui saw some slight fluctuations in the nearby puddle. At this time, no one knew what was going to happen, but some sensitive people felt a little dizzy. Then the noise became louder and louder. And even if the people present were a little slow, they also felt that it was unusual now. Stand up. Lie down. Run. Various sounds came from all directions. Jian Anqi hugged Yen Rui tightly. The roar in their ears made the two of them lose their minds for a short time. The collapse of the surrounding buildings and the panicked shouts of others had nothing to do with them. Only each other was left in the world of the two people, and they were tightly entangled in the test of disaster. After an unknown amount of time, the surrounding noises gradually calmed down, and Yen Rui finally opened his eyes in Jian Anqi's arms. This short minute seemed as long as 10,000 years. Yen Rui took the mask prepared by the staff and put it on. The dust in the air floated in front of Yen Rui's eyes, making the scene around him seem a little unreal. Fuck. After another short silence, a sigh from the heart was extremely abrupt. This fucking can actually predict fuck. Look! My building collapsed. Hey. Really? Your building collapsed? Oh no! My building collapsed too. The people around immediately stood up to check the situation of their own buildings. Some people burst into tears after finding that their houses had collapsed, while others lamented that their buildings were still standing in the community, as if they had survived a disaster. Yen Rui's building didn't collapse. It was like this in his previous life, and it hasn't changed in this life. Jian Anqi looked at Yen Rui's somewhat frightened expression and asked, "Do you want to go back and take a look?" Yen Rui shook his head. "No. There's no need. It's important for us to stay here." Sure enough, after some residents found that their houses had collapsed, they were relieved and thought that their property had been reduced to zero, and they couldn't help crying out loud. After the grief, they rubbed their eyes again, and while crying, they came to Yen Rui to buy tools, wanting to dig and see if they could dig out some of the money left in their own family. Yen Rui's things were sold cheaply, but his points also rose that night. Headlights and shovels were indispensable. As long as these two items were purchased, Yen Rui would give a pair of gloves and a waste bag. Basically, every set was paid for. But Yen Rui didn't take it seriously. Are there any aftershocks? Jian Anqi asked. Yen Rui shook his head. No tonight. There will be one tomorrow night. Jian Anqi frowned. This is not a normal earthquake. Yen Rui knew. Of course. But after he sent the box of bugs to Xiongqing yesterday, he asked the system to continue to keep an eye on the two people. But the two people seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth. No matter how the system scanned the city, it could not find a trace. Are these two people dead? Yen Rui guessed. The only one who can know about the situation of these two people now is Mu Shiran. Minister Xiong should find someone to investigate. But he may not be free now. Jian Anqi shook the group chat of the three people in front of Yen Rui. Minister Xiong said that such boxes have been found all over the country. Some cities have even found 6 boxes. And some cities have found 1 box. 4 boxes have been found in our city. This proves that the invasion consciousness is really looking for people to take action all over the world. But how can they find it so quickly? Yen Rui was a little surprised. This efficiency is too high. It's the Sky Eye. Thanks to you. The Sky Eye is still in operation. In addition, the centralized management of residents does not require too much manpower. So it is enough to send more people to find people. Jian Anqi rubbed Yen Rui's head. It is because of you that the world has not become worse. Don't talk about the world. Other places can't be contacted now. And I don't know what they will become. It's enough to take care of what we can take care of. Jian Anqi had just finished talking to Yen Rui when he saw Long Lehui rushing over with a somewhat frozen expression. Boss Yen, do you have a crane here? Yen Rui, I really don't have one. What's wrong? As soon as Yen Rui said this, he thought of the role of the crane. Long Lehui continued, crane is enough. But now there is not enough oil. The place where the oil was stored before. Could it be that the oil storage place collapsed? This loss is huge. No. No. The oil storage place did not collapse. But the road to get oil collapsed. The reserves in the city are not enough at all. So let me ask you if there is any way here. Similar to the crane replacement? Long Lehui looked at Yen Rui expectantly. Yen Rui pursed his lips. I thought you were talking about something. Then there must be. But no need to replace. Yen Rui waved at Long Lehui. Give me your space button. Long Lehui obediently presented the space button. And Yen Rui transferred most of the diesel he had previously stored to Long Lehui. Watching Long Lehui leave happily, Yen Rui shook his head and put gasoline and diesel in his purchase post. There shouldn't be much diesel left. We didn't stock up much at the time. And we don't know if the planes with diesel can provide us with a large amount. Yen Rui was worried. Why hasn't Tianqianmei appeared yet? It should be soon. He has reached the stage of mandatory surrender. But after Tianqianmei surrendered, she beat up the boss, causing the boss to fail to pass the face recognition of the villa door. And both of them were trapped in the villa. Ah. He said that Tianqianmei couldn't just give in like this. Let's go. Go outside to collect the garbage. And then go downstairs to sleep. Now Yen Rui also slept outside with everyone just in case, fearing that someone with jealous eyes would come to cause trouble. In the previous life, when everyone knew that this supermarket had an official background, someone had secretly made trouble. He learned from the experience of his previous life and didn't want to cause such problems. Jian Anqi wanted Yen Rui to live a more comfortable life. He blocked the sight of others with a thick mat, and then took out a silent fan. In front of the fan was a pile of net bags filled with ice crystals. It won't be hot this way, Jian Anqi whispered in Yen Rui's ear, as if to take credit for his wit. Yen Rui laughed, took out a blanket, and wrapped the two together. Cover your stomach even when it's hot. Don't get caught in the wind. Just as Yen Rui was about to lie in Jian Anqi's arms and fall asleep, Mu Shiran found Yen Rui standing in front of Yen Rui's mattress. Mu Shiran saw the equipment of the two people and smiled. You two are really smart. Yen Rui turned over. What's wrong? You want it too? Mu Shiran shook his head. Forget it. I can't enjoy it. Do you have an ice pack here? My sister can't stand the heat. Yen Rui originally wanted to give him a little help because there was a patient in his family. But he felt unhappy when he saw his weird look. He took out 2 bags of ice packs from the refrigerator and an ice cup. Put these 2 next to the quilt. Add this one to the water. Do you want 2 more ice creams? Mu Shiran, no. My sister can't eat 2 cold things. A total of 10 yuan. Just scan the code. I'll go out first. Yen Rui didn't want to talk to Mu Shiran anymore. Yawned, squinted his eyes, and went out without looking at Mu Shiran. Only an in. who was full of energy, was staring at him. Mu Shiran lowered his eyes, paid the bill, and left in a hurry. He didn't even say hello when he passed by Yan Rui's bed. Yan Rui looked at him and cursed softly in Jian Anqi's arms. Annoying. Chapter 197 Doomsday Disaster. After waking up, Yan Rui rubbed his eyes, replaced Anan, who had been watching the supermarket all night, and started to watch the store himself. Now is a time of chaos. Long Lahuai is also worried about what will happen. So he also set 2 people to stand at the door of the supermarket, fearing that someone will cause trouble. The global earthquake has caused great pain in all regions. Yan Rui can't do much. Just donate the supplies in his hands in batches. But even if he donated a lot, Yan Rui's inventory is still bottomless. Have the casualties appeared? After sending away a wave of customers, Yan Rui looked at Jian Anqi and asked. Jian Anqi nodded. According to the judgment, the epicenter is not in our country, but in the open sea. The coastal cities are deeply affected and caused a serious tsunami. But we have already evacuated the residents in the coastal areas and brought as much supplies as possible. So it is not as terrible as you think. I remember that there is a situation where the ground cracks and swallows people and then closes again during an earthquake. There should be many casualties in that case. Doesn't the fact that the epicenter is not in our country prove that there is no such situation? The national data has not yet come out, but the areas that have issued announcements have suffered very little losses. A total of 67 people died, and more than 300 people were injured in more than a dozen provinces and cities. Jian Anqi looked at the data and knew without Yan Rui saying, if it weren't for your reminder, the number of casualties would be more than this if only one building collapsed. Yan Rui felt more comforted in his heart. And then he continued to be busy. Many people have to go home to take a look even if their homes have not collapsed. They have been notified that there will be aftershocks tonight. They have to at least take out their valuables. They still have to live in the future. Yan Rui and Jian Anqi also joined. But their target was not the brothers' residential area, but the nearby large shopping mall. The large shopping mall is now unsupervised. But there will be symbolic soldiers guarding nearby. But if residents go to the mall to collect supplies, no one will care. Yan Rui and Jian Anqi took a small cart and prepared to see if there were any supplies that could be dug out from the ruins. According to Long Lahuai, the major shopping malls in the city had already been taken over, and a certain amount of compensation had been given. If they did not collapse, they would slowly distribute all the supplies in batches to the people. If they collapsed, like now, let the people search for treasures on their own, which was also a way to find something to do. However, if someone wanted to make trouble, the soldiers left behind would not let them succeed. Yan Rui and Jian Anqi took out their gloves, chose a place where there were not many people, took out their tools, and started digging. This looks like a bedding store. Jian Anqi looked at the 4-piece suit that was already a little tattered, and he could still see some beds under the ruins. That's good. We'll use it when it gets really cold. If it weren't for the current shortage of manpower, the people wouldn't have to search for these supplies. What did you find? Yan Rui just bent down when he heard a familiar voice. He turned around and found that it was Xiao Qiu. Xiao Qiu. You're well. Yan Rui saw his neighbor, Xiao Qiu, who was still sick 2 days ago. Seeing Xiao Qiu holding a lollipop in his mouth and wearing a straw hat, he could tell that he hadn't suffered much in the past few days. Well, I'm fine. My grandma told me that you were the one who sent me to the hospital. I came here today to help you as a thank you. Xiao Qiu was small but agile. Before Yan Rui could stop her, she had already jumped into the hole that the two of them had just dug. Yan Rui raised his head in a hurry and saw that Xiao Qiu was already holding a box of 4-piece suits and was struggling to hand it to Jian Anqi, who was waiting next to Dong. Here you go. Ouch. Ouch. Yan Rui passed Jian Anqi and took the box from Xiao Qiu. Then he quickly reached out and carried Xiao Qiu out of the hole. When you go back to school, the school will definitely teach you what not to do after an earthquake. One of them is that you must not jump under a collapsed building. Yan Rui carried Xiao Qiu to a nearby open space. You help me watch the car. If anyone wants to take something from the car, just call me. By the way, keep an eye on my cat, and tell him not to scratch anyone casually. Yan Rui looked at Anan, who was sitting in the car and licking his fur obediently, and said, Anan didn't want to come, but Yan Rui made him homemade cat food. The raw materials of the cat canned food all came from the farm. It smelled so good that no kitten would refuse it. Originally, it was Anan's job to watch things, but since Xiao Qiu came, Anan was happy to be quiet. Xiao Qiu was like a little soldier, vigilantly observing the surroundings. As long as someone approached, he would stare at them with what he thought was a sharp look. But in fact, there was no threat. However, supplies are not in short supply now, so not many people come to snatch the things on Yan Rui's cart. Instead, some people come from time to ask if they can lend them the cart so that they can transport the things back. Yan Rui pointed in the direction of the supermarket and told them that if they wanted a cart, they could go to the supermarket to borrow one. If there was no cart, they could just take a few shopping baskets and return them when the time came. The people who came left happily when Yan Rui filled a cart and took it back to the supermarket. He found that many people were gathered at the entrance of the supermarket, and he didn't know what they were doing. Yan Rui quietly approached, but found that it was a mess inside, and he couldn't hear clearly. He stood on tiptoe and stretched his neck, but he didn't know what was going on inside. He could only pat the person next to him. "Brother, what happened inside?" The man didn't even turn his head. "It seems that there was a fight inside just now. It was said that it was because of something that was robbed or beaten. I didn't hear it clearly. Wait for me to ask." After that, the enthusiastic brother patted the shoulder of the person in front of him, and his tone was a little anxious. "Do you know what happened?" After a while, he asked several people at a relay and found out that the two families were neighbors, and their relationship had never been very good before. This time, they also tacitly stayed away from each other. But today, their houses collapsed, and when they were about to borrow a car to dig up some supplies, they met each other, and they started fighting after just a few words. The little soldier who was trying to stop the fight shouted, but no one listened. After pulling the two apart, they turned around and started fighting again, as if the grudge between the two was going to be resolved today. Yan Rui looked at Jian Anqi. "Something is wrong, isn't it?" Yan Rui pulled Jian Anqi out of the crowd. Even if everyone is depressed now, it is impossible for them to become so manic when the social order is stable. It must be the aggressive consciousness that is causing trouble. After Yan Rui figured this out, he immediately pulled Jian Anqi and squeezed into the crowd. And without saying a word, he pushed the two people to the ground. At this time, the sweaty little soldier who was entangled by the two people next to him said hesitantly, "Boss Yan, it seems not in line with the rules. It's okay. If there is anything, let your leader come to me." Yan Rui and Jian Anqi covered the mouths of the two people respectively, and then shouted to the people around, during the special period, if there are other people who want to violate the public security regulations, they will not be treated like this. After that, he pulled hard and took people away. The two people who were taken to the nearby command center by Yan Rui seemed to be dispelled the moment they stepped into the house, and the resentment that had just been suppressed in their chests was swept away. The two people looked at each other and saw a hint of embarrassment in each other's eyes. Yan Rui let go of the two. "What? Why don't you fight now? Why were you fighting so hard just now? 2 or 3 soldiers couldn't stop you too." "I was impulsive." One of them scratched his head. "I was really impulsive. I don't know what happened." Yan Rui sat in front of the two. "Tell me, when did it start?" "What?" Although the two had some conflicts, it was just about someone forgetting to take out the garbage, someone's child crying in the middle of the night, or someone putting a shoe cabinet in the fire escape. In short, some trivial matters. Why did you two suddenly want to fight? This should not be your usual character. Yan Rui looked at the two people who were gentle and polite. They should have worked in the office for a long time, and did not have much strength. But what he didn't expect was that a fight suddenly broke out in front of his supermarket entrance, and the two young fighters couldn't stop them. "Since when did you start to feel particularly angry?" Yan Rui played with the energy beads in his hand. "I think for you, you two should have gone to the same place together. Did you make an appointment? Or did you arrive at the same time? After leaving there, you two began to dislike everything." "No, I didn't go anywhere." "Me too. I just took a look at the gate of the community, and then came back here. I didn't go anywhere. My mother is still sitting on the mattress. I was the same as him. I just took a look at the gate of the community, and then prepared to come back to borrow a car. Can I leave now? My family has nothing now, and they are waiting for me to take it out." Yan Rui nodded after understanding. "Let's go. Let's go. Don't fight again after you go back. If you are angry, find a place to stay for a while, and eat ice cream to cool down." Yan Rui persuaded the two, and they nodded a little embarrassedly, and finally shook hands with each other to show friendship. When the two left, Yin Rui said to the soldiers who had been watching nearby, "We should report this matter to Minister Xiong, and have him send it to information stations across the country. If we find the same situation again, we must calm people down first, and never let the conflict escalate. By the way, we must also pay attention to our internal situation. This situation can happen to anyone." Although the young soldier knew a lot of discomfort, since it was Yin Rui's arrangement, he immediately executed it and sent the message out. At the same time, Yin Rui had already pulled Jian Anqi to the gate of the community, where the two people who had just fought had just arrived. They may have seen someone, or heard some sound, or even just smelled something, which can make people lose their minds. Jian Anqi frowned. Then, there may be such problems in nearby communities. Go to the other collapsed communities nearby to have a look. Yin Rui immediately came to the nearby community again. Sure enough, people were fighting again. Yin Rui hurried forward to separate the two people. After injecting his energy into their bodies again, the two people let go, as if they couldn't understand their actions just now. After Yin Rui and the staff who were trying to stop the fight gave instructions, they left again and went to other communities. Sure enough, other communities, like here, had arguments of different scales. The largest one was when 6 or 7 people gathered together and were about to fight. What exactly does he want to do? Yin Rui frowned. Does he regard this plane as his playground? Jian Anqi pondered. This aggressive consciousness is obviously still in the early stages. Now, he should be trying to understand human nature. When he understands everything, he will start the final invasion. When did he start to destroy the world on a large scale in his previous life? Jian Anqi asked. Yin Rui recalled, and then said, "Destroy the world on a large scale? In my previous life, I think he was destroying the world on a large scale from the beginning. Then ignore him for now. And when he shows his hand, we can catch him in one fell swoop." But Jian Anqi's expression has never relaxed. Now he has begun to release evil thoughts in various places. Is it because he thinks there are too many people? Who knows? Yin Rui said, "Let's go home and pack up the things at home first." Although his building has never collapsed, it is no longer habitable after a few years. At that time, there were many treasure hunting teams who took advantage of the absence of patrols to kill, burn, kill and loot. If it weren't for Jian Anqi, Yin Rui's house would definitely be robbed clean. In addition, frequent earthquakes made high-rise buildings no longer safe. And finally new buildings had to be built to live in. When Yin Rui returned home, he met Grandma Feng and her family in the corridor. Grandma Feng was a little surprised when she saw Yin Rui. "You are back too. We see that your supermarket is doing quite well." "That's great." After seeing Yin Rui, Grandma Feng praised him profusely. "In this world, you can have such a small supermarket. You won't have to worry about the rest of your life. Fortunately, my supermarket has also been incorporated. I have changed from a boss to an employee. Otherwise, I wouldn't have so many supplies." Yin Rui hid. "I came back to pack some things. I just received a notice saying that there may be another earthquake tonight. I am afraid that our building can't withstand this wave. So I came back to get some things." "Really? Then I'll come back again." Grandma Feng was just about to go out with some things. She asked Xiuqiu and Feng's mother to stay where they were to look after the things. And she brought Feng's father to move the house, taking the commonly used things with her, and coming back to get them if needed in the future. But when she heard Yin Rui say this, Grandma Feng immediately changed her mind. "Thank you, Xiaoyan. Do you need to move things? Let us help you take them down first. There may be no elevator in a while." Yin Rui glanced at the elevator and recalled that there seemed to be no elevator accidents in his previous life. So he said, "It's okay. We don't need much. So we don't need to take anything." Seeing Grandma Feng was about to leave, Yin Rui suddenly thought of something. And he walked up and put an electric baton in the hands of Feng's father, who was carrying a lot of bags. "It may be chaotic outside. Protect yourself." Grandma Feng groaned twice. "It's hard to buy this thing now. How much is it?" "Grandma will give it to you." Yin Rui waved his hand. "No, I don't have much money. But I just happen to have a way." Yin Rui smiled cunningly. And Grandma Feng and Feng's father looked at Yin Rui gratefully. It was indeed as Yin Rui said. In this situation, the world is about to be in chaos. Especially since their family, young and old, have no ability to protect themselves. Once an accident happens, they will not even be able to fight back. At this time, weapons will come in handy. After seeing off the Feng family, Yanrui and Jian Anqi walked into the house. Yanrui looked around and sighed deeply. I'll take out the quilt and clothes. You don't need to keep pretending now. Jian Anqi picked up Yanrui's clothes one by one. And the books and notebooks you used before. So they are so memorable. Keep them. Jian Anqi put away all the things in the house one by one. Seeing him like this, Yanrui smiled and said, when those people come here to rob things and find that it is an empty house, they may not be very angry. Do you remember the appearance of the people who robbed our things in the last life? Jian Anqi asked. Do you want to get rid of them in advance? Yanrui asked. Then shook his head. No need. They didn't end up well after robbing things in the last life. And basically all of them were robbed by the thieves. They bully the weak. And naturally there will be people stronger than them to eat them. This is too normal in the end of the world. But this situation may not happen in this life. Now the whole country is well controlled. Although there are some small-scale chaos and casualties. Compared with the previous life, this place can be called a utopia. Yanrui breathed the air in the house. After the end of the world, can we come back to live? Jian Anqi rubbed his shoulder. Of course. Wherever you want to go, we will go there. There should be no time to come back in the near future. Yanrui and Jian Anqi went downstairs and came to the door of the house they bought for Wan Jiaming and others. At this time, Bo Chindan was left in the house. When he knocked on the door, Bo Chindan was wearing pajamas and greeted them with sleepy eyes when he opened the door. He can still fall asleep at this time. This mentality is also a bit enviable. Yanrui looked at him and asked, did anyone knock on the door? Bo Chindan yawned a little, poured himself a glass of water and sobered up. Then answered, yes. Someone asked me if there was water at home, saying that the water was cut off. Did the water cut off? It was indeed cut off. But I saw that they were holding sticks and kitchen knives. So I didn't open the door, and said that there was no water at home. You saw it? Then they were not very cautious. Yanrui touched his chin and thought, are they a little too arrogant? Bo Chindan said, no. They hid their weapons behind their backs or in blind spots. But I can see them. Bo Chindan smiled. I can see everything I want to see nearby. I don't know what kind of ability this is. Oh. Yes. Yes. You all have awakened superpowers. Yanrui was a little excited. How do you see? What do you feel when you see? I can't really explain it. When they came to knock on the door, I couldn't see anything with my cat's eye. But I exerted a little force. And suddenly I felt that my field of vision became wider. And the obstacles became useless. I could see whatever I wanted to see. I was a little tired after seeing it. And my head still hurt a little. Otherwise, I would have gone to the supermarket to work today. You are overusing energy. You should carry more energy beads with you. Or crystal sea sand. Do you have any more here? Bo Chindan nodded. There are still quite a few. And there are a lot of supplies at home. All of which were bought with money from everyone before. And weapons. Wan Jiaming left me a knife. But except for the people I know. If they don't open the door, nothing should happen. What's the use of a knife? You are so small that you can't swing a knife as fast as those thugs. Use this. Yanrui took out his old friend. The magnetic sonic cannon. If you have to, use this. This can't kill people, but it will make them faint on the spot. You can contact us when the time comes. Or wait for them to come back and teach them how to use it. We will be busy soon. Bo Chindan studied hard and found that the operation was as simple as a water gun. He said confidently, don't worry. We will definitely not have any problems with this. After Yanrui left, he said to Jian Anqi, we really bought the right house. Of course. If even a reborn person like you can't make a good choice, then this world will really be a mess. The two hurried back to the supermarket, which was already very busy at this time. If Long Lahuai hadn't sent someone to help in time, the two of them would definitely not be able to handle it. The blankets sold quickly that day, and Yanrui directly took out most of the blankets in the inventory. Although the official had given everyone a blanket, those who had the conditions either took it from home or bought better quality blankets from Yanrui. They were busy until the evening, and at 10:30, the crowd had begun to get a little restless. The authorities said there will be another earthquake at 11 o'clock. Is it true or not? Are the predictions so accurate now? It doesn't matter whether it is accurate or not. We just listen to it. The authorities will not harm anyone. My house has collapsed. I am so worried. If there is another earthquake tonight, my house will not be able to be saved. When we went back during the day today, we found that the load-bearing walls were cracked, and it was no different from collapsing. Are we in the same community? My house was bought for 18,000 yuan per square meter. But the quality is still like this. I don't know if the developer can sleep well. I heard that it is not easy abroad. Their internet is down. At least we can still access the internet. I also think it may be more chaotic abroad. Yin Rui listened to the topic gradually going off the topic, and his heart calmed down a little. This is the best. Everyone is not angry for the time being, and can still have a normal conversation. As long as there is no aggressive consciousness to make trouble, they should be able to get through this period of time smoothly. At most, the social development will be a little slower, but the foundation is still there, and there will definitely not be too many problems. Just when Yin Rui was thinking about the best possible situation, the dizziness he felt yesterday appeared before their eyes again. Jian Anqi hugged Yin Rui tightly, and Yin Rui leaned against Jian Anqi's arms. The world was spinning, and the rumbling sound kept rushing into their ears. After about 5 minutes, the sound finally stopped. Yin Rui opened his eyes, and saw several more buildings collapsed. For a moment, he felt mixed emotions. I told you. My building collapsed. At least you went home to get things today. My house collapsed yesterday, and I didn't get anything out. It's okay to survive. If it weren't for the timely discovery from above, we might all be buried under the building now. Everyone, listen. The latest instructions have been issued below. The earthquake had just ended, and there were already new instructions. Yin Rui and Jian Anqi came forward and listened to the community staff holding a loudspeaker. In view of the recent special circumstances, many people's homes have been destroyed. So the post-disaster reconstruction work will be started today, and it will be divided into 2 parts. It took about 5 minutes. Yin Rui listened carefully. After listening, he was somewhat impressed by the decision made by the above. The first of these 2 parts is to assign all residents, regardless of whether their homes have collapsed or not, to a unified living place in the suburbs. Although the conditions in the suburbs are not very good, there are 3-story buildings that can shelter from wind and rain. The second part is the reconstruction of the city. You can sign up to earn points. You can earn 20 points if you work 8 hours a day. You will be picked up and dropped off by car, and you will be provided with 2 meals in the morning and at noon. It is pure physical work. As for other ways to earn points, they will be gradually introduced in the later stage. But the daily salary will not exceed the reconstruction in the city. Yin Rui and Jian Anqi looked at each other. Although they have already passed the clear road above, they don't want to expose their differences in front of the public, so that they will not be easily discovered by the invasion consciousness. The 2 immediately sent a message to Xiongqing. Due to the earthquake, the base station had some problems. Yin Rui resent the message 4 or 5 times before sending it out. It seems that even if you prepare in advance, things that are supposed to break will still break. Yin Rui sighed. This time, Xiongqing's message was not replied immediately. After a long time, Xiongqing called. After Yin Rui picked up the phone, he heard Xiongqing's complaints. I don't know why it was damaged so badly. I can't even get through the phone. I'll make it short. You come to the suburbs. We will open a separate room for the 2 of you. But it won't be conspicuous. Most families can have a small double room, if there are more people in the future. And if you start paying rent with points, some people will start living in a big bunk bed. Yin Rui understood. That's good. Can you help me arrange a neighbor? No need to arrange. When the time comes, you and your neighbor will register together. The person who registers knows you. You just need to give him a hint. Xiongqing put his little. The movements were very clear. And finally, he suddenly said, the bugs have begun to appear in large numbers in the northwest. But it doesn't matter. We have already produced primary insecticides, and they shouldn't spread. Hearing this good news, Yin Rui was a little excited. Really? That's really great. Insecticides were not available until a long time later in his previous life. At that time, communication was inconvenient, and there was no way for cities to communicate. Only when the bugs began to appear in the city would they start to develop insecticides. But the efficiency at that time had been greatly reduced. And after the epidemic was rampant, it was even more out of control. Yin Rui put down his phone and smiled. That's great. Jian Anqi held his face. Don't let others see it. If someone finds out, they will think you are antisocial. Yin Rui lay in Jian Anqi's arms and laughed softly. This life is great. although it is still a little bitter. For me, it is simply a loss and recovery. Jian Anqi covered his head with a quilt. Don't think about it. Go to sleep. The next morning, Yin Rui was awakened by the sound of a car. The car that came at this time should be the car that took them to the suburbs. Yin Rui and Jian Anqi symbolically closed the door of the supermarket, and finally followed the car to the suburbs like everyone else. Yin Rui was a little surprised to see a large area of 3-story buildings. Is this the house that they started to build after reporting the end of the world? You know, Yin Rui talked about so many disasters. This house must be earthquake-proof and warm, and it will take more time and effort to build than an ordinary house. But what was unexpected was that they actually built such a large residential area in such a short time. What a strong country and infrastructure. Yin Rui secretly gave a thumbs up in his heart. He found Grandma Feng and asked them if they wanted to continue to be neighbors. Grandma Feng naturally agreed happily. Xiao Qiu also happily held Yin Rui's hand and asked him to stay with her and never run away. Who knew that an uninvited guest came at this time? Yin Rui, which building are you going to live in? We can take care of each other if we live together. Looking at Mu Shiran standing in front of him, Yin Rui felt a little uncomfortable. We have to follow the arrangement. But I plan to live with my friends. I don't know how many rooms there are on the first floor. Let's see if we can live together. Yin Rui's cheeks were stiff from his fake smile. Seeing him like this, Mu Shiran felt a little uncomfortable. But she didn't say anything after all. She stood behind Yin Rui without saying anything. Wang Jiaming and the others looked at each other, guessing their relationship. But they didn't dare to speak, so they could only awkwardly change the subject. I heard that there are 2 beds in one room, 10 households on one floor, and public toilets and showers. It feels the same as when we are in the military camp. It should be modified according to the military camp. Otherwise, how could it be built in advance? Bo Qinan pushed his glasses and answered Wang Jiaming absent-mindedly. He leaned his arms tightly on Wang Jiaming, and all his attention was used to observe Mu Shiran behind him. Bo Qinan lowered his head and talked to Wang Jiaming casually. Unexpectedly, Mu Shiran suddenly looked up and looked in the direction of Bo Qinan. Bo Qinan was startled. His mind was moved, and the energy in his body was immediately disordered, and he almost fell down. Wang Jiaming was startled and quickly hugged Bo Qinan, who was coughing non-stop. Yin Rui was also attracted by the noise here. He immediately walked to Bo Qinan, took out a pill from the box of mint candies, and stuffed it into his mouth. What's wrong? Bo Qinan shook his head. Nothing. It's almost our turn. Yin Rui saw that he didn't look like a big deal, so he was relieved. At this time, Grandma Feng had already registered and stayed to remind Yin Rui. We have booked 303 and 304 in Unit 2 of Building 96. How about you and Xiao Jian live in 305 next to us? Yin Rui took a look at the map. 303 and 304 were right in the middle. 305 was at the innermost side, and number 1 and number 2 were by the stairs. If there was any danger, these 2 rooms would definitely be attacked first. Okay, you guys live in number 1, number 2, and number 6. Mu Shiran, can you and your sister live in number 7? Mu Shiran walked forward, took a look at the layout map of the corridor, and nodded. Okay, this floor is full of grown men. There will definitely be no danger. Don't worry. Yin Rui pretended to be indifferent, smiled and patted Mu Shiran's shoulder. Mu Shiran smiled uncomfortably. What kind of danger can there be? After all, it is managed by the government. Yin Rui thought so too. And a group of people walked towards the target location in a mighty manner. It's just that Building 96 is too far away. So they rented a community tram and spent a pack of cigarettes. Now we are not accepting cash anymore. We are going to start the era of barter. We have nothing, and we don't know how to live. Grandma Feng said with some worry. We only have 1 strong laborer in our family, and sending him to rebuild won't earn enough to support the whole family. Not to mention that we have to pay rent with points in the future. Xiao Qiu is still young. There should be a subsidy policy. Yin Rui comforted. There will definitely be suitable jobs for us by then. Don't worry. The higher-ups will definitely arrange it. Grandma Feng didn't feel too relieved, and Yin Rui could only sigh and say nothing more. Mu Shiran has been taking care of Mu Shiling. After a few days of tossing, Mu Shiling seems to have lost weight again, and her face is getting paler. Yin Rui turned around, thinking that he heard that after Long Lahuai sent the medicine over that day, he not only didn't get a thank you from Mu Shiran, but he didn't even get a look. Although Lan Lehuai didn't want this thank you. This attitude really made him uncomplimentary. After hearing this, Yen Rui also compensated Lan Lehuai. Now he looked at Mu Shiran, thinking that even if he had not killed Jian Anqi in this life, he did not want to have any intersection with Mu Shiran again. At that time, in this situation, we could only lock the door and take one step at a time. The tram drove for a full 20 minutes before they arrived at Building 96. Perhaps because no one rented a tram, they were the first people in the entire unit to arrive at the destination. Going up to the third floor, each family found their own room. Wang Jiaming naturally lived with Bo Chengan, and the two lived in number 6. The other people lived in the palm of their hands. Jia Xinlin and Tong Jiaxu lived together, and calmly lived in a room by himself, all living in number 1 and number 2. The room was indeed very simple, with only 2 beds, a table, and a clothes hanger. Yen Rui didn't think about it, and put the 2 beds together. Oh no! There seems to be no 3-meter mattress. Then put a few more layers of bedding on the original mattress. We won't sleep here anyway, Jian Anqi said. Let the system take us back to the supermarket to sleep. But we always have to prepare well. Yen Rui scratched his head, but couldn't think of any solution. He could only listen to Jian Anqi's words, and took out a few layers of bedding to spread. The 4-piece set also chose the one he had prepared before, plus 2 pillows. In short, even if the 2 of them rested here, they would not sleep uncomfortably. At this time, Yen Rui heard a knock on the door. Yen Rui walked forward quietly and asked, "Who is it?" "It's me." Mu Shiran's voice came from outside the door. "Yen Rui, can you buy bedding? The bed here is too hard and my sister is not used to it. I'll go downstairs later. It's a bit inconvenient now." Yen Rui looked at the perfect bed he had assembled and said, "There should be a shopping area inside. Then I'll wait for you. Call me when you go out." Yen Rui breathed a sigh of relief when there was no movement outside the door. Just as he was about to continue talking, he heard the system say, "He's still outside the door." Yen Rui was startled. He took Jian Anqi's hand and called, "Let's go to the supermarket," on his mobile phone. Jian Anqi nodded, and the next second, the two returned to the supermarket. "Is Mu Shiran sick? Why is he always staring at me? I won't give him money." Yen Rui cursed. "He's haunting me. Doesn't he have other relatives?" Jian Anqi was curious. "Isn't he a local?" "He is a local. But I don't know why. I have never heard of his family. I haven't seen Mu Shiran's relatives in my previous life." Yen Rui thought about it. This is really a bit strange. "System, can you investigate? It's not like he has been raising his sister alone for so many years. His sister's expenses should be quite high." The system immediately went to investigate, and Yen Rui and Jian Anqi came to the farm. They haven't been to the farm for several days. There are countless jobs waiting for them to do. Yen Rui rolled up his sleeves and started picking. After working for half a day, the system reminded him again. "Mu Shiran has been circling your room door 3 times, without making a sound or knocking. Just waiting for you at the door." The system whispered. "He seems a little scary." Yen Rui also felt a chill all over his body. "I'll go back and see what he's going to do." Jian Anqi naturally went with him. After they went back and changed their clothes, they opened the door and saw Mu Shiran coincidentally also open the door. "Are you two going out?" Mu Shiran pretended to be surprised. "I'm going out too." Yen Rui nodded. "I'm going out to see if there's anything I need. I don't know if they still accept money here. I brought some cash." "What about you?" "Me too." Mu Shiran shook the wallet in his hand, turned back, and told Mu Shiling in the house not to open the door to anyone, and then went out with Yen Rui. There are several small markets near the residential area, which are now managed by the government. In the future, you can rent stalls here, but now they are all official stores. "What do you want to buy?" Yen Rui asked Mu Shiran. "I'll help you find it." Mu Shiran looked at Yen Rui, curled his lips and said, "I'm not buying anything. I just came to take a look." Yen Rui. Inexplicable. Chapter 198 Doomsday Disaster. Even if Rui wanted to explore Mu Shiran's behavior, he had no patience at this time. Without saying a word, he turned around and walked into the market. Although the market was not prosperous, there were many stalls opened by official personnel. Everything was very cheap. The main things sold were some daily necessities and food. Yen Rui glanced at Mu Shiran, who was following behind him, and gave Jian Anqi a look. Jian Anqi understood, took Yen Rui's hand, and left the crowd in a few seconds. When Mushiran came to his senses, the two had disappeared. Yin-Rui stuck his head out of the wall, looked at Mushiran who was frowning and looking for him, and chuckled. I don't know what he wants to do. He probably hasn't turned evil yet. He just stares at me every day. He is a bad person. It has nothing to do with you. Jian Anji said. Let's go first. Buy some things and wait for him in the car. Maybe he just wants to take a ride out to have a look. Yin-Rui nodded and started shopping with Jian Anji. Without Mushiran, Yin-Rui was in a much better mood. He carefully observed the prices of the stalls in the surrounding market and found that the things here were very cheap. A 4-piece set is only 10 yuan. A pillow is 3 yuan. And a thick duck-down quilt is 15 yuan. It seems that they are worried that everyone has no money, so they didn't mark too expensive prices. These books are free, Yin-Rui said. No one limits the purchase of one copy, which is really good. Do you want to buy it? Jian Anji asked. Yin-Rui thought for a while. Don't buy it yet. This thing is sold one less now. Let's not join in the fun. There are mushrooms in front. Let's buy some mushrooms to eat. After the two bought mushrooms, they changed their route. Seeing towels that cost $1 and tissues that cost 50 cents, Yin-Rui suppressed his desire to get a bargain and hurried out of the market. The two returned to the tram and found Mushiran waiting at the door of the tram in surprise. After seeing the two of them, Mushiran looked a little complaining and said, Where did you two go? Why can't I find you? Yin-Rui was a little embarrassed. I just saw fresh mushrooms and couldn't help it, so I ran over to buy some. They were super cheap. It's a pity that you didn't buy them. Yin-Rui picked up the bag and shook it in front of Mushiran. Look! It's really fresh. Isn't it very cheap? You'll know if you go and take a look. It's at the front of this street. There's also a chicken stall there. You've just settled down. You can also make some soup for Lingling. Yin-Rui looked at Mushiran's expression and suggested. I thought Mushiran would refuse, but he thought carefully after listening to Yin-Rui's words, and then said yes. We have to make up for her. It's not like before. You two wait for me. I'll be back soon. Looking at Mushiran's back as he ran away, Yin-Rui blinked. I don't know how his sister died in his previous life. He should have been crazy for a while at that time. System. Keep an eye on him and see what he bought in the market. The system divided a part of its monitoring facilities, and he jumped out, became small, hid in Yin-Rui's hair, and whispered, Can we go back to the supermarket tonight? Of course we have to go back to the supermarket. There is no room for you and an inn here. Why suffer when you have the conditions? Yin-Rui had suffered enough in his last life, so he must enjoy himself in this life. The system was happy, reporting to Yin-Rui about Mushiran's dynamics at all times. He bought 50 cents of onions and garlic. He bought chicken for 8 yuan. He bought mushrooms for 3 yuan. He bought a pot and a stove. Okay. Don't report to me what you bought. I don't want to hear it. Yin-Rui told the system to shut up and went online with Jian Anji to read posts. There are fewer posts on the internet now. Perhaps because they all live outside and most of them don't have the opportunity to charge. In addition, the signal is not good now. The forum that used to have 99 plus posts a day has now become a deserted appearance with only a dozen posts a day. However, there are also many valuable contents in these dozen posts. Yin-Rui clicked on a post with an IP of J Province. When he was asked to leave home by the community staff, he began to live broadcast his mental journey in the post. At first, Yin-Rui found that this netizen obviously did not understand such a decision, and even mixed in a few swear words. Many people echoed his statement. Most of the people who left messages in this post felt that there was no need to leave home and live outside. There were also doubts about whether the country's technology had reached this level. After the earthquake at night, he found that his home had become a ruin, and he was still lying safely on the camp bed issued by the government. He was stunned. Fuck. Now all I can think is fuck. It actually collapsed. If I don't get out, I will be buried in it. Yin-Rui laughed out loud when he saw this. This was exactly the same reaction as his neighbors. But the conditions in J Province were obviously better. He only had an inflatable mattress here, while J Province could issue a camp bed to everyone. The measures taken by J Province are similar to theirs, and now all the people have been taken to the suburbs. However, what is different from Yin-Rui is that they only have tents in the suburbs. Unlike Yin-Rui, where there are already built buildings. I don't know what went wrong in J Province. According to the content of the post, Everyone's situation is similar after the disaster. It seems that the disaster relief policy is commanded by the top. But each place will make minor adjustments according to its actual situation. Just like the people from other provinces who replied in the post. They live directly in the air raid shelter. Everyone has a bed in the air raid shelter. There is no need to build new buildings. Most of their manpower is put into tidying up the city. However, someone left a message saying that in addition to the reconstruction of the city, they also have the work of taking care of farmland in the suburbs. Manually turning the soil can earn 15 points a day, including 2 meals. The new job has been announced. I think it should be the same here. After all, food will be the most important material in the future, Yan Rui said. How about asking Wang Jiaming and the others to pick 2 people to take care of the farmland? They should not be assigned to take care of the farmland, Jian Anqi said. Now is an extraordinary period. There was no unified arrangement before. Now it is different. We are likely to have a policy of approving reenlistment, similar to non-compulsory conscription. Does it mean that you can go back to serve in the army? This is a good thing. Yan Rui's eyes lit up. You should go back too. It would be great to go back. I won't go back. If I go back, I will have to obey the instructions and arrangements every day, and I may not be assigned to any place. Jian Anqi frowned, and said with some tangled expression, Forget. I won't go. Why not go? Yan Rui's voice was a little anxious. I remember you have always wanted to be a soldier before, and then you come back because of me. I have already fell in your hands. What else can you worry about? I buckled my hand in my palm. No, I don't worry about leaving you. Yan Rui heard it, and immediately waved his fist. I can hit 10-1 now. If you believe it. If you do and go back, I will use my sandbag's fist to beat you. Yan Rui knew how much Jian Anqi liked to be a soldier. He was completely because of his Anqi, even if it is not among the troops. Every time he goes out to collect materials, there are very rules and systematic rules. Whether it is commanding operations or in person, it is proficient and unbeaten. It's really a waste of talent for such a person to stay with him and do the work of sorting and moving goods every day. If there is no opportunity, forget it. But now that there is an opportunity, Yan Rui will never let Jian Anqi give up. Seeing Jian Anqi's excited expression, Yan Rui took advantage of the victory and pursued. You can make more contributions if you go. Much more than what you do in the supermarket. And even the system can do those jobs. Okay. If there is such a policy, I will go back. Jian Anqi's eyes were shining with expectation when he said this. When Yan Rui was lying on Jian Anqi's shoulder and was about to say something, Mu Xiran came back. Seeing the large and small packages in Mu Xiran's hand, Yan Rui wanted to help take them. But when Mu Xiran saw it, he turned his hand and said, It's okay. I can do it myself. Yan Rui took his hand back and cursed in his heart. He didn't want to help. Let's go. After Mu Xiran bought some things, he seemed to be in a much better mood. After the car started, he asked, Are you two going out tomorrow? Going to the city to earn points? Yan Rui didn't hide it. Yes, we are going back tomorrow. What about you? Are you going? I'm not going. I'll wait until there is a job here before signing up. I want to be closer. I'm a little worried about my sister being alone at home. Yan Rui didn't persuade him anymore. After Jian Anqi drove the car to his residence and got out of the car, Yan Rui noticed that he looked at his mobile phone. And Yan Rui immediately understood. You go up first, and the two of us will walk around the neighborhood. Mu Xiran paused for a moment, and nodded after a while. Okay, I'll go upstairs first. Is it the news that you can go back to the army? Yan Rui immediately jumped in front of Jian Anqi. Show me the text message. Jian Anqi handed the phone to Yan Rui and said with a smile, Nothing. Just a suggestion to go back. The current situation is special, and there is no compulsory conscription. If there are difficulties at home, you don't have to go back. It's all voluntary. There are no difficulties at home. You can go back. Yan Rui grabbed Jian Anqi's hand. Where to register? Let's go now. Registration can only be started next week. There are too many people who don't have mobile phones now. Registration will not start until the announcement is released throughout the district. Yan Rui nodded. Okay. But you go first. Forget it. I'll go first. I'll talk to Minister Xiong first. So you won't regret it later. Jian Anqi had no choice but to follow Yan Rui's actions. After he sent the message to Minister Xiong, Minister Xiong gave him a big thumbs up after a while. Minister Xiong likes you very much, Yen Rui said. But he is so high-ranking. How could he be your superior? We are a special force. He just stayed in the camp for a while. I took over a few tasks under his command. And then I was under his name, Jian Anqi replied. But he would often come to train us, which can be regarded as doing it personally. After all, he is so old. Hearing Jian Anqi's words, Yen Rui couldn't help laughing out loud. And seeing Yen Rui happy, Jian Anqi also looked gentle and curled the corners of his lips. After we go back, we'll talk to them. They'll probably want to go back too, Yen Rui said. They must be strong enough to be in the same team with you. Sure enough, after Jian Anqi told them the news he received, everyone chose to go back. But calmly asked after the surprise, what about Shanghai? If we go, there will be no one to deliver goods to the supermarket. Why do you still have feelings for the supermarket? You might take turns to protect the supermarket. Just like Long Lehuai, Yen Rui said. Let's celebrate tonight and go to the supermarket to eat. Okay. I'll go borrow a car. Tong Jiaxi cheered. And Wan Jiaming patted him on the back of his head after hearing it. Why borrow a car? What if others see it and think too much? After that, he looked at Jian Anqi and said with a smile, where did you hide your car? Can it accommodate several of us? What car? Just stay in the room at 5 p.m. and we will find you then, Yen Rui said. Don't tell anyone about our going to the supermarket at night. Understand? I know. I know. Several people would not question Yen Rui's words at all. At 5 o'clock, Yen Rui and Jian Anqi knocked on the doors of several people respectively. They gathered in 2 rooms. Quietly without disturbing anyone, Yen Rui looked at them with doubts in their eyes and smiled. Then the eyes of several people changed immediately. In just a moment, several people were already standing at the door of the supermarket. Oh my god! How can this? This is too fast. They actually guessed that Jian Anqi and Yen Rui might have some way to teleport that day. But when they appeared in front of them, they were still surprised and opened their mouths. Come on. Let's celebrate. Of course. We have to eat hot pot to celebrate. Yen Rui took out 2 pots from the space and placed them on the table. Then Jian Anqi took out various ingredients from the space. There were 6 or 7 kinds of beef and mutton alone. Then, there were various seafood and meatballs. These were all bought by Kong Li when he was shopping for takeout. Although they could eat their fill every day. After a month of floods and 2 earthquakes, several people had already begun to miss the taste of hot pot. They didn't bother to be polite with Yen Rui. They picked up their chopsticks and ate heartily, with snot and tears flowing. It's so good. I haven't eaten so well for a long time. I can't take it anymore. I feel like I've degenerated after not eating spicy food for a month. You didn't say a word just to steal our food. Yen Rui and Jian Anqi watched them fight for meat with a smile. Don't fight. Don't fight. We have a lot of stock. Although there is a lot of stock, I always feel that it tastes better when we fight for it, Wan Jiaming said with a smile, and grabbed a chopstick from the pot and put it on Bo Chengan's plate. Baby, eat quickly. Bo Chengan was a little embarrassed. He lowered his head and couldn't say a word. Seeing him like this, others winked at him. But Wan Jiaming didn't care. We Chengan and the other 2 have worked hard, and we need to eat something good to replenish ourselves. How are you tired? Tell me, Jia Zhenlin asked. Let's not talk about anything else. This afternoon, he stared at the 2 families across the street for a whole day. The Feng family was still normal, but Mu Shiran always felt weird. How weird? Yen Rui became interested. Didn't he say that he would make chicken soup for his sister today? Did he do it? He did it. But he was nagging while making it. Always saying something. Sometimes he suddenly seemed angry. When his sister called him, he pushed his sister hard. It seemed like he had mania. Bo Chengan asked in confusion. After he pushed his sister down, he immediately regretted it and hugged his sister and refused to let go. After his sister pushed him, he started to slap himself in the face. It was really abnormal. Yen Rui. This is too abnormal. I didn't know he had this side. Maybe he is just like this. Weird, Jian Anqi said. It's just that you didn't notice it before. And you don't know him. Yen Rui frowned. I haven't heard that he has schizophrenia. Maybe he was suddenly stimulated after the disaster. Who knows? We don't understand this disease. Not to mention that the cause of the disease can't be found in this situation now. Jia Zhenlin continued. We just need to keep an eye on him. Our tutor doesn't care. The main thing is that we are afraid that he will hurt the child of the Feng family. The school will reopen in a few days. And he will also go out to work. There shouldn't be any big problems for the time being. Yin Rui temporarily put this matter behind him. You guys eat quickly. There will be more after you finish eating. Okay. After eating, Jian Anqi and the system sent them back and told Bo Chingan to tell him if he found any abnormality in him. As for Mu Shiran's self-harming, don't worry about it. This matter has nothing to do with him. Yin Rui now focuses all his attention on the orchard in front of him. To be honest, I'm a little stressed now. Yin Rui looked at the orchard that had once again produced a good harvest and said, why is it that no one, whether it is artificial intelligence or cultivation puppets, can pick a peach completely without any flaws? Otherwise, let Minister Xiong send someone to pick it, and then disguise it, so that some jobs can be added. Is this okay? Yin Rui began to think about the feasibility of this matter. System. Can this be adjusted to the environment color of a greenhouse? The blue sky and white clouds in the wild now are too easy to arouse doubts. Let them open a small door in the basement next to their mouths. And then let them think that this is an artificially cultivated farm. Then divide it into several areas and let different people come to pick. Do you think it's okay? I can do it. The system raised its hand. I can. I will still set up partitions. Before each opening, you must first get your consent. If you want to go to the banana area, you can't go to the peach area. Great. Yin Rui raised the system and rubbed his head hard. Then I will tell Minister Xiong tomorrow that I will give 10 points for 1 day's collection. Let them pay first. And then we will use supplies to exchange points. And then, don't forget to drive all the livestock down from the mountain. Don't let them see that we are still raising them together. It's not like a greenhouse. How can you raise pigs in a greenhouse? And they are still so fat and strong. And then sat straight and nodded vigorously at Yin Rui. Yin Rui picked him up and kissed him hard. That's great. My little cat is so capable. After making the arrangements, Jian Anqi and Yin Rui returned to the room and had a good sleep. The next morning, when they woke up with the alarm, they returned to their room in the suburbs while they were still asleep. Do you want to sleep a little longer? Yin Rui shook his head. No. I have to go out soon. The two of them signed up for the reconstruction work in the city yesterday. They had to gather for breakfast early in the morning. If they didn't eat breakfast, no one could stand the hard work of the morning. For breakfast, each person had a vegetable steamed bun and a small steamed bun, plus a soy milk. Yin Rui took a bite and found that the ingredients were very solid. He felt a little full after eating a vegetable steamed bun. If you can't finish the food, take it. If you are hungry in the morning, you can also give it back to your relatives. Don't throw it away. Throwing it away will deduct points. The sound of the loudspeaker continued to echo in the cafeteria, sounding full of energy. Jian Anqi, like Yin Rui, was full after eating a steamed bun with vegetables. He put the steamed buns for both of them in the space, then went to the gathering place, got on the bus, and waited for departure. At 8 o'clock, everyone set off on time. When they arrived at the edge of the city, the bus stopped. Everyone got off the bus according to the instructions. People in the city basically have an impression that this place used to be a large furniture mall, which often held promotional exhibitions and activities. So it was very famous. At this time, the instructions were issued. Everyone should know where this is. Today's job is to clean up the mall. The supplies inside will be used for our transition. No one should be lazy. Everyone has a break every hour for 15 minutes. If you are really tired, you can stand there for a while. If you have any requests, you can directly call the team leader. If you are found to be lazy, you don't need to come tomorrow. It will be recorded in your file. If there are any preferential policies in the future, it is very likely to affect you, and even your whole family. So don't try to get points here. Okay. Now everyone come over to register your name and residence. And then go to the back to pick tools. Lunch will be distributed at 12 o'clock. And work will continue at 1:30. Yin Rui listened to these requirements and felt okay. After hearing them, the faces of others were a little bad. Only 15 minutes of rest in an hour. Do you think we are donkeys? Only 1.5 hours of rest at noon. That's too short. A short break affects me. Do you think this price is really reasonable? There was a big commotion in the crowd. And the staff in charge of registration didn't take it seriously at first. He had expected that some people would be dissatisfied. But there was nothing he could do. He knew the real situation now. Resources were scarce and staff was insufficient. No matter what job the person standing in front of him had before. There was no preferential treatment now. But the commotion was getting louder and louder. Just when he felt that things were about to get out of control, and was about to stand up to stop it, he was pressed on the shoulder by the person who was registering in front of him. "How important is your matter that you can leave me here?" The man looked at the registrar with a fierce look. "Finish it for me. Don't think about leaving if you don't finish it." The registrar took a step back. "What do I want to do? Do you care? I have to deal with the riots behind me now." "You wait a moment." The clerk just took a step forward. And the person in front of him suddenly started roaring. "Who do you think you are? You still want me to wait? Ah! I want to kill! Ah!" The last "ah" sounded a little different from the previous majestic momentum. As if it took a turn. The registrar mustered up his courage and slowly opened his eyes that had just been closed. After confirming the situation in front of him, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you," the registrar said gratefully to Yen Rui, who pressed the troublemaker's head on the table, and then changed his tone. "Who are you? You still want to kill me? You are too lawless." Yen Rui let go of his hand, and the registrar took 2 steps back in fear. Yen Rui hurriedly said, "It's okay. He should be awake now." The man nodded immediately. Yes, I am awake." Yen Rui continued, "I have also dealt with the people who just made trouble. They should all be affected by this apocalyptic atmosphere. This emotion will pass, and it won't have any major impact in the future." "Really? I still have to report it," the registrar insisted cautiously. And Yen Rui nodded. "Okay. Everyone may be affected by this emotion recently. Don't treat it as a scourge. However, there should be an announcement today on how to solve this situation. The official solution should be to apply cooling oil on the philtrum. The main function is to make yourself more sober." The cooling oil was bought from Yen Rui. Yen Rui actually bought the mint ointment from the cultivation world. The method of making this ointment is very simple. Basically, a junior medicine cultivator can make hundreds of cans a day. Yen Rui started to prepare this after discovering that everyone might have emotional problems. He specially hired many junior medicine cultivators and directly made 200,000 cans. The medicine cultivators are still processing these days. Yen Rui asked them to make as many as possible. After all, he still wants to send this to the whole country. Now the road conditions are not good, so it can only be sent by plane. But the fuel of the plane is very precious, and it is a waste to only send the cooling ointment at a time. In short, there are still many troublesome things. But these are not the worries of Yen Rui and Jian Anqi. They just need to provide the supply. After regaining consciousness, the few people here all felt a little ashamed. After Jian Anqi gave them a few instructions, he returned to the team and continued to queue up for registration. After this little episode, many people were too embarrassed to be dissatisfied, and the work of the day finally went on. There were about 100 people in this group, and they didn't clean up the garbage all morning, and there was no trace of the goods in the exhibition area. Everyone, except Yen Rui and Jian Anqi, was exhausted. Yen Rui realized at this time how much stronger his physical fitness was than others. Jian Anqi asked at this time, "What will the next disaster be? Extreme heat? Or extreme cold?" "It will gradually become extremely hot. You can't feel it now. In a few days, the weather will be even hotter. It should be winter. But the temperature is getting higher and higher. It can reach 60 degrees at noon. Then we can't go out to work during the day," Jian Anqi said. "In addition to dehydration and heat stroke, sunburn will also be a big problem." Yen Rui nodded. "That's true. So it will be particularly chaotic at night. Nighttime is the time for everyone to move around. But at this time, it is also the time to hide crimes. We should be more careful at that time and don't let criminals find opportunities." Yen Rui thought at this time. Patrol may be your job at that time. Thinking of this, Jian Anqi pursed his lips. "You will be alone at home by then." "Oh! Don't talk about this. Look at me now. If it weren't for not wanting to stand out, I would still be working. The lunchbox is here. Come on. Come on. Get the food." The lunchbox is still very filling, and the portion is quite large. Since Yen Rui didn't feel too hungry, he couldn't eat any more after eating 80% of it. Just when he was about to hand the lunchbox to Jian Anqi to let him finish, someone came over. "Brother, you don't want to eat this meal?" Yen Rui nodded. And the man looked at Yen Rui and said a little embarrassedly, Can you leave this meal for me to eat in the evening? Yin Rui immediately handed the lunch box over. Of course. If you don't mind. It's no problem at all. Looking at the other party's happy and grateful eyes, Yin Rui suddenly felt a dense soreness in his heart. Jian Anqi knew what he was thinking. He hugged Yin Rui's shoulders and said, "Let's work hard and try to get everyone back to their previous lives as soon as possible." Yin Rui nodded vigorously. After returning home at night, Yin Rui took the initiative to come to Xiong Qing's office. Xiong Qing was shocked when he saw him. He called everyone else out and welcomed the two in. What's wrong? What happened again? The last time Yin Rui brought him 2 boxes of bugs was still fresh in his memory. He had just started to get better. If there were any problems again, his old body might not be able to support it. No. It's a good thing. But I need your help, Yin Rui said. I have a farm here. But it's not quite, well, normal. Yin Rui didn't know how to describe his farm. So he just didn't say it. I need some people to come to my farm to help pick fruits. Recently, some fruits have ripened here and need manual labor. Okay. How many people do you need and how to arrange it? After Yin Rui told Xiong Qing about his plan, he said, when the time comes, just tell me that it is the greenhouse prepared for the experiment before. To be honest, whatever you want to plant, my farm can grow it for you. And the harvest speed is very fast. Basically 1/10 of the normal time. Or even faster. Xiong Qing held his breath. Can that support the people in our entire city to eat fresh vegetables and meat every day? No. My farm is very small and cannot support the supply of so many people for the time being. Okay. Tell me what you need. And I hope you can trade with me when the time comes. Xiong Qing said seriously. These things can only be kept secret by our officials. I know we are not very good, but I can guarantee your eternal peace. Yin Rui laughed. Minister Xiong, my people will still work under you in the future. I will definitely not cooperate with others, no matter how much money they offer. Oh, are you saying that Jian Anqi is coming back? Minister Xiong glanced at Yin Rui. Good boy. You can't run away this time. Jian Anqi smiled and looked at Yin Rui without saying a word. Seeing Jian Anqi like this, Xiong Qing secretly cursed him for being useless. But thinking that he was tied to someone like Yin Rui, there was nothing wrong with it. I will start recruiting people tomorrow. In the name of the official. By the way, do you need professional help? Xiong Qing asked. How is the production there? Yin Rui and Jian Anqi looked at each other. We don't need to worry about the production here. But we do need professionals. The two thought of a name at the same time. The next morning, Yun Heng waited early at the agreed location. Seeing Yin Rui, Yun Heng smiled and walked up to hold the hands of the two people. I'm glad to see that you two are doing well. The base station on our side was affected and we couldn't contact you before. Yin Rui held Yun Heng's hand in return. I know that at this time. Nothing will happen unexpectedly. Yun Heng said, I just didn't expect you really have someone above you. No wonder you weren't afraid of offending Dong Lingran that day. You know, after he went back, he was reported for falsifying his thesis, and all his academic qualifications were removed. In the end, he only had a high school degree. His backers were also investigated. If it weren't for the disaster, maybe they would have to go to jail together now. I guessed at that time that this matter might be related to you. But it wasn't until now that it was confirmed that I was really relieved. Yun Heng said, Don't worry. No matter what problems you have, as long as I can solve them, I will do my best. Yin Rui was a little embarrassed by Yun Heng's sudden words. He immediately changed the subject, pushed the door of the room, and entered the farm. This is my farm. But I don't know how to improve it. Is this your farm? Yun Heng exclaimed. What is this place? Why is the climate so different from the outside? Yun Heng looked back at Yin Rui in surprise. Is it the environmental simulator you created? Yin Rui touched his head awkwardly. It's not an environmental simulator. Anyway, it's similar to a normal outdoor farm. Yin Rui walked forward. I'm always worried that I'm a little wasteful of these lands. So I want to find you to see if there is any way to improve the layout. Is this what you want to ask? Don't you ask what kind of agricultural products should be planted? Yun Heng, who had already squatted down, turned his head and looked at the two of them in disbelief. Yin Rui shook his head. We don't need that. Yun Heng looked at the plants in front of her, as if she saw some treasure. Her expression was a little fascinated. You can grow plants of this level. No wonder you don't need my guidance. Yin Rui blushed a little after hearing what Yun Heng said. Let me take you for a walk. All along the way, Yun Hung was filled with excitement and doubt. You can actually produce so many fruits. And each fruit is so plump. How can you plant it like this? The distance between each plant is too far. You waste so much area like this. It's a pity. Wow. Your soil is so moist. And there are no yellow leaves. It's amazing. Yin Rui felt very embarrassed when he heard Yun Heng's words. I just did it randomly. No one has ever guided me before. Yun Hung was amazed. Don't worry. Although there are many unreasonable things here, they will definitely be improved a lot after I have done it. When the time comes, you can write down everything I said. When you start to cultivate again, you can find a notebook to do it if I am not there. Yun Hung helped them a lot. Not only did he improve their land use, but he also taught them several types of intercropping. Yin Rui only knew one before. But now, he has learned a lot, and saved a few acres of land to plant other crops. After Yun Hung left, Yin Rui ordered the puppets to move. It was already noon. He set the system to only allow access to the fruit tree area, and then began to welcome their first batch of workers. This was the first time that someone other than Yin Rui and Jian Anqi entered the farm. The farm didn't give many points, but they were not too few. Although it was only half a day today, a meal was included. So many people signed up. Unfortunately, Yin Rui only needed 50 people. And these 50 people were carefully selected by Minister Xiong. And they looked nimble. After Yin Rui told them the work for today, he demonstrated it to them. Picking peaches is not difficult at all. The main difficulty is how to reduce the loss of damaged peaches. After the explanation, Yin Rui took the basket and wanted to work with him. At this time, someone suddenly came over and asked cautiously, "Are you the boss of Lisan Supermarket?" Yin? Yin Rui turned his head and looked at a young man of 17 or 18 who was looking at him mysteriously. Nodded and admitted, "It's me. Have you been to my supermarket? I just ordered online. I haven't been there in person." The man said, "But I have always wanted to see you. What do you want to see me for?" Yin Rui was confused. And he was a little confused about this old customer who had never been to the store. "I have seen your video and won a prize." The young man came forward. "Thanks to you, I have become the Flashman now." Chapter 199 Doomsday Disaster. Yin Rui didn't understand what was going on. He looked at the man with a mysterious look. When he wanted to continue asking, the man had already left, leaving only the back of the two of them. Jian Anqi looked at Yin Rui. "What does he mean?" Yin Rui shook his head and said in confusion, "I don't know either. What is he talking about?" However, the confusion did not last long. At night, Yin Rui and Jian Anqi had just gotten off the car and were about to walk towards the dormitory. When they passed a corner, they were stopped by someone. Yin Rui looked at the boy who told them that he was the Flashman at noon today. "Finally, I've waited for you." The young man's eyes lit up when he saw Yin Rui. "You too. Follow me." "Yin Rui, you should at least tell me your name first. Will it be dangerous for the two of us to follow you?" The man looked at Yin Rui with a puzzled look. "Can't you hear the hidden meaning in my words? Shouldn't normal people hear the meaning of my words and then tremble? And we hold hands and look at each other with tears in our eyes?" Yin Rui wondered how many novels this man had read. "Hurry up and tell me. I'm in a hurry to go home for dinner." "Okay." The man stretched out his hand, then thought of something, raised his eyes, and looked at Yin Rui. "Are you two wearing sunglasses? What are you wearing sunglasses for?" Yin Rui didn't want to show his ability in front of this man. "No sunglasses." "Then you two squint your eyes." After the man finished speaking, Yin Rui's eyes suddenly flashed resolutely. And then his eyes hurt. And he groaned. Yin Rui subconsciously transferred all his energy to his eyes. And the stinging in front of his eyes disappeared immediately. Then he covered Jian Anqi's eyelids with both hands. And Jian Anqi could slowly open his eyes. Seeing the two of them like this, the boy in front of him said a little nervously, "I told you to squint your eyes." Yin Rui put his hand down and asked anxiously, "Did you get the lottery in my live broadcast room?" The boy nodded. "Yes. I thought the bead you gave me was beautiful, so I put it on the bedside table." Yin Rui learned from the boy that this person's name was Li Lujing, a senior high school student. He had just finished the college entrance examination. When he had nothing to do during the holidays, he wandered around the live broadcast rooms of various anchors. When he saw that Yin Rui's live broadcast room was drawing a lottery, he drew it casually and unexpectedly won it. During the flood, "I bought things according to the list of supplies in your gift package. There was a period of time when the water and electricity were cut off. And we survived with this supply package. Li Lujing stopped. Are you different from me? After saying this, Li Lujing still felt a little skeptical. It's impossible. I saw that you two didn't look tired at all today. With that kind of work intensity. Ordinary people can't complete it so easily. Have you been eyeing me for a long time? Yanrui's vigilance increased greatly. Li Lujing nodded honestly. Yes. After seeing you today, I followed your car to work, wanting to see if you are different from me, and found that you should be much better than me. Li Lujing looked like an ordinary beneficiary of Jinghai Sand. Yanrui knew that such a person would appear, but he didn't expect that he would appear so early. How did you survive the fever? Yanrui continued to ask. Li Lujing didn't take it seriously. There was antipyretic medicine in the gift bag you gave me, so I just took it directly. Yanrui stretched out his hand. Give me your hand. Li Lujing obediently stretched out his hand at this time. Yanrui slowly injected his energy into Li Lujing's body, and found that there was indeed a flow of energy from the same source as his own energy. Yanrui withdrew his hand, and said frankly, Indeed. We have the same adventure as you. There should be many people like you now. What are you going to do next? Li Lujing was stunned after hearing Yanrui's question. He found the two people today mainly on impulse. As for what to do next, he didn't have any idea at all. How about this? You leave me your home address, or we can arrange a time to meet, and I will report your situation. Do you agree? Yanrui looked at the clear confusion in his eyes, and said, I report you to the higher-ups to tell them that there are ordinary citizens with superpowers now. If there are people like you, they should be very confused now. Yanrui said, Don't worry. I can definitely guarantee your safety. Are you willing to report your situation? After encountering this kind of thing, Li Lujing was a little unsure. The young man who was a little arrogant just now said a little uncertainly, I want to ask my mother. I have to discuss it with my mother. Yanrui smiled. Okay. Discuss it with your mother. I won't go to the city tomorrow. How about we meet at the market in front of building 55 at noon? Li Lujing nodded, turned around and ran. And after a few steps, he turned back and said, My home is over there. Then he ran in the opposite direction in front of Yanrui. Seeing Li Lujing leave, Yanrui laughed out loud. Let's talk to his mother tomorrow and see how to report this to Minister Xiong. But I think they should have been prepared a long time ago. The next day at noon, Yanrui came to the market entrance as agreed. After a while, he saw a middle-aged woman in simple clothes and capable temperament walking towards them, followed by Li Lujing, who was lowering his head and looking listless. You too. I'm Li Lujing's mother. Liamo. Liamo stretched out her hands to the two of them. My son has caused you trouble. I'm sorry. Yanrui shook his head. No. Let's find a place to talk. The few of them came to a small alley nearby. After confirming that there was no one around, Liamo took the initiative to speak. Boss Yan, I'm sorry. I don't want my child to be the first person to report the situation. Yanrui was not surprised by this. I understand. But Li Lujing's situation should not be concealed for long. After he awakens his superpowers, his physical fitness will be significantly improved. If he is not careful, he will be discovered. Looking at Li Mo's frowning and worried expression, Yanrui felt a little reluctant and continued to add, But don't worry. I will keep the secret for you. But tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, the official will issue a notice to collect information from people who have undergone physical changes. At that time, there may be more than just Li Lujing. That's fine, as long as he is not alone. Liamo was obviously worried that after Li Lujing had such ability, she didn't know what kind of people would target him. And she didn't know if he would be in danger. She could imagine that Li Lujing's life had changed. Yanrui comforted her. To be honest, I gave out 100,000 copies of the Lucky Draw gift package nationwide. We will also distribute crystal sea sand that can stimulate superpowers. I believe that people with superpowers will not be rare in the future. Will having this superpower have an impact on his body? You just said that physical fitness will improve. It won't be at the cost of life. Absolutely not. Yanrui promised solemnly. Not only will it not affect life, but you will not get sick often in the future. And your life will be extended. Liamo breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. And at this time Li Lujing stood up. Can my mother also have superpowers? Yanrui opened his mouth. And Liamo immediately stopped him. Shut up. You are everywhere. Actually, it's not impossible. Take this back with you. If you have a fever, it proves that you have superpowers. If you don't have a fever, this bead can also strengthen your body. Yin Rui handed Li Mo a crystal sea sand. He looked at Li Lujing again, and threw another one to Li Lujing. Wait for the announcement these days. Don't worry. There won't be any scary experimental subjects. Yin Rui patted Jian Anqi. Show them your strength. Jian Anqi understood, and stretched out his hand. A basketball-sized ball with purple-black electric light immediately appeared in front of him. Cool, Li Lujing exclaimed. Li Mo was also shocked by the scene she saw for the first time, and couldn't take her eyes off it. After Jian Anqi withdrew his hand, everything returned to calm again. If there's nothing else, we'll leave first. Goodbye. Yin Rui waved to the two and left first. After leaving, he immediately called Xiong Qing. But as expected, the call didn't go through. The two had to go around and came to Minister Xiong's office. After seeing Yin Rui, Minister Xiong excitedly called out, Come on! Come on! See the results! What results? Yin Rui subconsciously walked forward, and then saw two adult hard gold bugs in a box surrounded by several people. Yin Rui looked a little disgusted. But it was difficult to show it because there were too many people. So he could only bite the bullet and say, What results are you looking at? Look at this. Xiong Qing raised the white plastic bag in his hand, sucked 2 drops of liquid in it with a straw, then held his breath, and dripped 2 drops into the box containing hard gold bugs. Yin Rui watched the moment the drop of potion fell into the box. The 2 hard gold bugs immediately rushed towards the direction of the potion liquid. After a while, the potion liquid had covered the bodies of the 2 hard gold bugs. Then a surprising scene happened. The 2 hard gold bugs attacked each other like crazy, with a posture of fighting to the death. Fuck. How did he eat the one on the opposite side? Yin Rui looked at the 2 bugs in the box and exclaimed, Fuck. Is this a bug competition? In the end, we will choose the most powerful one and let us step on it to death. Ha ha ha. Xiong Qing laughed heartily. We don't have to work hard. As long as he takes this medicine, he will die in less than 3 days. This is because all the experts in our country have already devoted their strength to researching a method against hard gold bugs in such a short time. Don't worry. The 2 boxes of bugs you sent won't live long. Xiong Qing patted his chest and assured. Now the higher-ups are preparing to develop universal insecticides. It won't be long before these suddenly appearing invasive species won't be able to survive here. Hearing Xiong Qing's words, Yin Rui felt relieved. That's great. At least the food won't be completely exhausted. And if people can eat enough, there won't be too much unrest. By the way, what are you doing here? Xiong Qing gave the things in his hand to the person next to him, and the 3 of them walked out together. According to my observation, it seems that some ordinary people have begun to awaken their superpowers. I wonder if we have any measures for this. So fast? Xiong Qing was surprised. According to his estimation, it would take another month for ordinary people to begin to awaken. It's okay. Get well soon. It proves that we haven't been affected too much. Xiong Qing was a little happy. The higher-ups have already made a plan. They will register all the superpowers, and then conduct specific training every day. And when they can control their superpowers, they will be assigned different jobs. For example, people like you will be sent to grow vegetables. Xiong Qing joked, and you will be sent to generate electricity. If you can glow, what kind of job will you be assigned? Yin Rui thought of Li Lujing and asked, Glow? Be a lighthouse? Uh-huh. Let's talk about it later. Maybe we can develop other uses. Do you know such a person? Let's post the announcement first. You are busy first. And try to post this announcement as soon as possible. After the 2 of them dealt with everything, they walked towards home. When they reached the door of the stairs, they saw Mushiran opening the door and preparing to go out. What a coincidence. You just came back? I was just about to go out to find you. Chapter 200 End of the World Disaster. Yin Rui looked at Mushiran, feeling uneasy. Why did you ask us? I want to ask you when the hospital will resume operations. I want to take my sister for a physical examination. Mushiran said. My sister has to have a physical examination every year, but it has been postponed this year. I want to ask when it can start. Well, I'll ask for you. It should be able to resume operations in the near future. You don't have to worry too much. Yin Rui looked at Mushiran. Do you have anything else to do? Mushiran smiled. No. I'll go downstairs and take a look. See if there is any work to do. Yin Rui looked at Mushiran and pulled Jian Anqi into the door in confusion. As soon as he entered the door, he said, "This man is too weird. What on earth is he going to say? I always feel that he has no good intentions." Mu Shiran's sinister eyes made Yen Rui a little uncomfortable. "We have weakened the situation of the end of the world a lot now. I always feel that the invasion consciousness has been watching us in the dark. Don't think too much. Are we going to the city tomorrow?" Jian Anqi took off his clothes, revealing his strong upper body. Yen Rui looked at his back. His mind was a little erratic. Jian Anqi took out another piece of clothing from the space and returned it. He turned around and saw Yen Rui's expression, and raised his eyebrows with some pride. "How about it? It looks good, right?" Yen Rui came back to his senses and snorted coldly. "It's not good looking. I have it myself." Jian Anqi laughed out loud, walked up and hugged Yen Rui. Yen Rui rubbed against him in his arms, and then pushed him. "It's too hot. Stay away from me." Jian Anqi reluctantly put down his hand, then took out a cold towel to wipe Yen Rui's face, and said, "The current temperature should be acceptable. When it gets really hot, I don't know what to do." Yen Rui sighed. "Although we bought a lot of ice crystals, it is not enough for everyone. We can only use it in the most important places first. But how to define where the most important places are?" Yen Rui shook his head. "Forget it. I won't think about it. I'll talk about it later. Anyway, I have already told Minister Xiong that I have ice crystals and fire essences in my hands." Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Yen Rui looked at Jian Anqi. Jian Anqi protected Yen Rui behind him. The two approached the door and Jian Anqi asked, "Who is it?" "We are here to distribute disaster manuals." A strange voice came from outside the door. Jian Anqi opened the door. As expected, he saw a man in uniform standing at the door with a stack of brochures in his hand. "Great. How come there is only someone in your house on this floor? I just knocked on the nearby doors, and none of them opened," the man said. "They should be going to earn points." "What is this? Didn't we distribute a disaster manual before?" Jian Anqi took the booklet from him and asked. The man explained, "That is different from this one. This one has more targeted strategies. For example, if you feel unwell or mentally unwell, you can go to the office to get a crystal C-sand for free. Or," the man paused, then smiled at the two of them. "In short, it's all in the manual. You two must read it carefully, especially the third page. By the way, can you take all your neighbor's shares? I may not have time to come here again." Yen Rui nodded, took the manuals of several people nearby, and closed the door in front of the staff's grateful eyes. "Take a look. What's on the third page?" Yen Rui urged immediately. Jian Anqi flipped through the third page and saw the words "Precautions for the Establishment of the Superpower Management Bureau" written on it. The two flipped through the manual and found that the manual was written in great detail, clearly stating that there were already superpowers, and clearly stated that the emergence of superpowers was part of human evolution, and asked all residents not to be too repulsive. It also shows that superpowers are not free to do whatever they want. If someone is found to use superpowers to bully the weak, they will be severely punished and will never be tolerated. This is good, so that people don't pay too much attention to people with special abilities. However, it says that wearing crystal C-sand will increase the chance of becoming a superpower. I guess the price of crystal C-sand will increase. No. Jian Anqi turned the page. Anyone who resells crystal C-sand will be shot on the spot. Hiss. Yen Rui took a breath of cold air. It's so serious. There is no way. It's a chaotic world now. If there is no such punishment, it will be difficult to manage. Jian Anqi expressed his understanding of this. It also says that as long as you register with the official, you will be protected by the official. I think there should be a lot of people who sign up. That's for sure. Everyone has not lost confidence in the official yet. And because of the previous prediction, the credibility is getting stronger and stronger. So as long as the first person signs up, there will definitely be a constant stream of people who will follow. At this time, Jian Anqi's cell phone rang. He answered it and said him a few times, then hung up. "What's wrong? Who wants to see you?" Yen Rui asked curiously. "Minister Xiong." Jian Anqi stood up. Yen Rui thought he was going out and wanted to turn around with him. But Jian Anqi sat down again immediately. "What did he say?" Yen Rui asked. Jian Anqi took a deep breath and replied, "He told me to form a team to train people with special abilities." Yen Rui's eyes lit up. "This is a good thing. Do you agree? If you don't agree, I'll help you agree now." Jian Anqi pushed Yan Rui, who stood up excitedly. Down? He told me to think about whether to accept it or not, and give him an answer when I'm done. I agree. Of course I agree, Yan Rui said firmly. You go to be the captain, and let Wang Jiaming and others be your officers. Isn't this the best of both worlds? Jian Anqi looked at the excited Yan Rui and curled his lips. Okay, I'll go and agree now. Jian Anqi accepted the new job, and Yan Rui was very happy. He sent a message to everyone, saying that he wanted to celebrate tonight, and asked them to come to his room after get off work. As a result, just after his message was sent out, Yan Rui received another message from Xiong Qing. Is there a way for ordinary people to improve their combat effectiveness? Yan Rui looked at his hands. A little absent-minded, Jian Anqi glanced at his phone screen and asked, Have you thought of it? Yan Rui shook his head. Actually, if you want to buy it, there are many things you can buy in the system mall. But I can't think of the best solution for the time being. Yan Rui was still thinking about how to control costs, maximize benefits, but not too much damage to the balance of the plane. Didn't you get a lot of secrets in the ancient martial arts plane before? Jian Anqi reminded. Can you take these out? Yan Rui's eyes lit up. Yes. These have been scanned into the system a long time ago, and there is no need to spend money at all. And these things don't require too much energy. Yan Rui immediately replied yes. I will send it tomorrow. Minister Xiong replied immediately, I'm going to your place now. Is it convenient? Looking at the somewhat anxious Minister Xiong, Yan Rui was embarrassed to refuse. Otherwise I'll go over now. Then thank you. Yan Rui handed the phone to Jian Anqi. Look, we are all going to be frequent customers of Minister Xiong. Jian Anqi smiled. This kind of treatment is something many people want but can't get. Let's go. We can take them to dinner when we come back. Seeing Yan Rui, Xiong Qing was still frowning with anger, but he immediately smiled when he saw Yan Rui. The people standing opposite Xiong Qing immediately breathed a sigh of relief and hurried away. Xiong Qing looked at Yan Rui and came over. What's up? Xiao Yan. You look in a good mood today? Yan Rui laughed. Nothing. Do you have a place to put things? I prepared a lot of things. Yes. My office can put them. Yan Rui shook his head. The office is not big enough. Is there a bigger place? Xiong Qing thought for a while. The office where the sofa was moved away. Good guy. After thinking about it, it's all an office. Yan Rui could only follow Xiong Qing to his office. Xiong Qing looked at Yan Rui and said with a smile, Don't think I'm cautious. It's because there is really no suitable place to put such confidential information. Now there is a shortage of manpower, and the conditions are not good. So I can only rely on manpower to keep an eye on it. We caught a foreign spy yesterday. I don't know why they are so loyal. They are still stealing here even though we can't contact them. Xiong Qing said. I wanted to see if they have any special ways of contacting each other. But I found that they are just doing this out of habit. Why are there such people? Yan Rui thought for a moment and asked the system, Do we have any way to filter them? The system thought for a while. You can enter all the contact data of everyone into me, and I can extract keywords for analysis. As for whether it will be complete, I'm not sure. Do you want to check? It's okay. There is no need to check, as we have control over how many people like this there are. We have already started arresting them, and we have basically caught them all in the past 2 days. Xiong Qing said with a smile. We didn't catch them before because we wanted to use them to send some wrong information or something. Now they are useless. So we just catch them to do hard labor. Yan Rui. That's good. Originally, he was still struggling to not want those traitors to take his things. But he found that they had already won the game. Yan Rui could only walk to the side and put away all the sofas by the wall, and then fill the original sofa position with martial arts secrets. Yan Rui looked at Xiong Qing, whose eyes were shining, and explained, This stack is a little difficult to practice, so it can be practiced by people with a solid foundation. This stack is not too difficult, but not too simple either, so it can be used as an advanced version. This stack is a relatively basic set of exercises, which is more suitable for ordinary people to practice. There are boxing, sword, and knife techniques, as well as other more niche techniques, such as hidden weapon techniques and medical techniques in martial arts competitions. If you want to promote them, you need to choose carefully. However, these techniques have one thing in common after practicing, which is that they can strengthen the body and prolong life. I dare not say that you will be free from disease and disaster, But some minor problems will definitely be eliminated. Some people may not be able to use crystal sea sand to stimulate superpowers. But if you learn this, as long as you practice diligently, you can also have combat power that is not inferior to superpowers. And your physical fitness will also be greatly improved. The more he listened to Yan Rui's words, the brighter Xiong Qing's eyes became. Good boy. You also gave me a plan. Not bad. Not bad. Yan Rui, I can't help it. I have too many things in my hands. I accidentally sent it to your heart. Xiong Qing laughed. And Yan Rui immediately pushed Jian Anqi forward at this time. When will he take office? How to calculate the points? Xiong Qing stopped laughing and patted Jian Anqi's shoulder with a look of relief. Now someone is planning for you. Look at your beauty. Jian Anqi pursed his lips. And Xiong Qing looked at him like this. What? Want to talk back? It's too late. Xiong Qing casually took out a badge from his pocket, looked at Jian Anqi's short-sleeved t-shirt, smacked his lips, and hung the badge on Jian Anqi's collar. Wear formal clothes tomorrow and report to the headquarters. Understand? Yes. Jian Anqi answered subconsciously, and then he remembered that he had not officially started work yet. Seeing him like this, Xiong Qing laughed again. Okay. You two go back. I'll ask someone to sort these things out, and then you come back to check them. Now let's open some of the simplest exercises first. Xiong Qing had a plan in his mind in a short time. Yan Rui nodded, and he and Jian Anqi left hand in hand. After returning to the dormitory, Yan Rui couldn't wait to take the badge that Jian Anqi had just received, and looked at it again and again with care. Although the badge was a bit simple, the content on it was worth 1,000 gold. Captain of the King Conservation Area Training Camp, Jian Anqi. Chapter 201 Doomsday Disaster. You will start managing people with special powers from today. Are you nervous? Yan Rui said, as he arranged Jian Anqi's uniform. Jian Anqi smiled and pinched Yan Rui's waist. What's there to be nervous about? It's just a redo of the previous work. After Yan Rui arranged Jian Anqi's clothes, he held his hand tightly. The temperature has been getting higher and higher recently. You should carry some ice crystals with you to avoid heat stroke. No. I'm still quite heat resistant now, Jian Anqi said. Anyway, I'm much more heat resistant than when I didn't have special powers. Don't you feel it? Yan Rui patted him. I'm just worried about you. After I send you to your destination, I'll come back to visit the farm. Yan Rui said that his farm work has been on track these days. Different people go to different areas to work every day. Although they don't keep it secret, there is no chance of leakage as long as they don't investigate it carefully. The area where Jian Anqi worked was not far from their dormitory. When Jian Anqi arrived, the others had already changed their clothes and stood at the door waiting for Jian Anqi to appear. Captain! Several people saluted at the same time. Jian Anqi looked at them and cursed. Go back. It's not the same as before. Yan Rui smiled and said, You are not the captain now. You are the battalion commander now. Jian Anqi's momentum just now weakened instantly. He looked at Yan Rui helplessly. Are you going to wait here for me to get off work? Yan Rui shook his head. No. I will pick you up in the evening. After that, he immediately let go of Jian Anqi's hand and ran away. Yan Rui had spent a long time with Jian Anqi, and now they were suddenly separated, and he was still a little uncomfortable. He shook his head and wiped the sweat from his forehead. You'll get used to it. As he walked, he passed by the nearby market. The market was crowded at this time. Many people gathered together to choose the goods they needed. The prices were not expensive, and there were even businesses on credit. However, there were many buyers and few sellers. Yan Rui looked at the market, thinking. After returning to the dormitory, Yan Rui immediately turned on the surveillance to see how the people on the farm were working. It's good to have helpers. After all, humans are much more spiritual than puppets. He watched the workers who were resting in the surveillance chatting, and even wanted to join in. I came here this morning to get a crystal sea sand. Did you go? No. I got up late this morning, and was about to go home after get off work. Do you know anyone with superpowers? Why do you feel it's fake? How could it be fake? You'll know later. Yan Rui continued. Listening to the people inside continue to chat, even if it's fake. What can it do? Anyway, I believe that the higher-ups won't harm us. I also think that this thing is a big deal. At most, I won't bring it. They didn't say it's mandatory. I think it looks good, so I brought it. Yan Rui watched these ordinary people chatting, And he understood more and more that people now have complete trust in the official. With trust, they have confidence. Even if someone has some thoughts of going astray, they will have concerns. Yin Rui saw that everything was running normally. So he sent a message to Long Lahuai. I want to buy a stall at the market. What procedures do I need to go through? Long Lahuai seemed to have wanted Yin Rui to set up a stall a long time ago. Seeing Yin Rui take the initiative to propose it, he said with some joy, you can choose any stall you want. If one position is not enough, several adjacent stalls can be vacated for you. By the way, do you need us to help move the goods? We can help you pretend. Yin Rui didn't expect that it would be finalized like this. No. Jian Anqi and I can just prepare it. Doesn't Brother Jian have a new task now? He probably doesn't have time. We can recruit a few more people. Don't worry. We know all of them well, and you can trust them. Hearing this, Yin Rui was a little moved. Jian Anqi now has a formal task, and can no longer do this, and that with him like before. Well, let's move tomorrow. Just find a car to drive in from outside. After getting Long Lahuai's affirmation, Yin Rui suddenly thought of Mu Shiran's sister. By the way, when will the hospital reopen? The sister of someone I know needs to go to the hospital for a physical examination. Next week. It will basically be ready. Basic examinations can be started next week. As for the surgery, it may have to be postponed. The hospital is located near Building 42. Okay. See you tomorrow. Yin Rui put away his phone, looked at the 2 bars of signal on his phone, and sighed. I don't know how long these 2 bars of signal can last, whether they will disappear in the end, and whether the base station can continue to operate. But he has no problem contacting people in the same area. After returning to the dormitory, Yin Rui knocked on Mu Shiran's door for the first time. After knocking a few times, there was a response from inside the door. But after a long time, Mu Shiran appeared and opened the door. Seeing Yin Rui, Mu Shiran's lips curled slightly. He looked tired and said to Yin Rui weakly, Why did you come to me suddenly? Yin Rui looked at him like this, thinking of a quick battle. I asked the hospital for you. The ordinary examination can be done next week. But what's wrong with you? Do you have a fever? Yin Rui was shocked by his own guess. Could it be that Mu Shiran is about to awaken his superpowers? Mu Shiran said weakly, Nothing. It's just that my sister was sick last night, and I took care of her all night. Yin Rui was relieved inexplicably when he heard this. But when he thought of his sister, he felt helpless for no reason. I have medicine that can enhance immunity. Do you want to try it for your sister? Yin Rui blurted out. And he was a little surprised when he said it. Mu Shiran raised his head and stared at Yin Rui. Yin Rui looked at him. The moment their eyes met, Mu Shiran seemed to lose his temper. Are you sure it works? Yin Rui touched his chin. It should work. It is said that it was circulated in a small number of high-level families before the disaster. It is a bit like a nutritional injection. Mu Shiran nodded, as if he had made up his mind. Okay. Come in. Yin Rui walked in and saw Mu Shiling lying on the bed. Her face as pale as paper. He was shocked. He didn't expect Mu Shiling's condition to be so bad. The Mu Shiling he saw in the previous few TVs was at least a little weak. What's going on? Is the condition getting worse? Yin Rui asked cautiously. Mu Shiran shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's just, the date is coming soon. Yin Rui took a deep breath in his heart. At this time, Mu Shiling seemed to have heard a voice, and opened her eyes with all her strength. Then she weakly curled her lips, and tried to smile at Yin Rui. Brother Yin is here. Sorry. I can't get out of bed. Yin Rui said hurriedly, Don't get up. Don't get up. After that, he turned to look at Mu Shiran. Hurry up and boil some water for my sister to take medicine. There was no water in the room, so Mu Shiran could only take the kettle out to get water. Watching Mu Shiran leave, Yin Rui turned around and held Mu Shiling's hand. Mu Shiling was startled, and her eyes, which were originally a little turbid, suddenly widened. Yin Rui said, Hush. Brother has studied Chinese medicine. Maybe I can cure you. Mu Shiling looked at his serious expression and couldn't help laughing, but began to let Yin Rui put his hand on her pulse. You can remember my pulse now. If you encounter this kind of pulse again in the future, you will know that this person will not live long. Yin Rui took his hand back. He had just transferred his energy into Mu Shiling's meridians, nourishing her somewhat dry veins. Don't say that unlucky thing. Okay. I think you can live for a few more years. As for how many more years you can live, I will check your pulse again in a few years. Brother Yin, don't make me laugh. I'm fine now, eh? At this time, Mu Xiling was a little surprised. Her limbs, which were sore just now rejuvenated. Yen Rui stood up. It happened that Mu Shiran came back to get water at this time. Yen Rui greeted him. You take the medicine. If it works well, I will find a way to buy it for you later. Yen Rui then took out a chi-boosting pill from his pocket and handed it to Mu Shiran. I'm leaving. After Yen Rui left, he sighed deeply at the door. He didn't know whether what he did was right or wrong. He should hate Mu Shiran. No, he still hated Mu Shiran. But looking at Mu Xiling's somewhat broken eyes, he couldn't help but save her once. Yen Rui closed the door, his expression a little tired. Forget it, Yen Rui encouraged himself. And then the next second, he appeared in the supermarket. After entering the supermarket, the voice of the system suddenly appeared in his ears. Someone outside wants to rush in and steal things. Do you want to help? Yen Rui. I just came here. And he robbed it. Is it such a coincidence? Of course not. I have come here several times before. The last few times I staked out, I found that there was really no one living there. So I came to smash the glass this morning. But I couldn't break it. The system's tone was still a bit gloating. We are the main control of the product. How can you mortals understand the mystery? No wonder it hasn't appeared much in the past few days. It turned out that it went to read novels. Then let them fight. I'll pack up and prepare to transport it to the market. Now basically no one will buy things here. It's closed. So Yen Rui swept the things on the shelf into his space button one by one with a rhythmic sound of knocking on the door. These are more suitable to be placed in the market. But they may compete with the official business. Forget it. I'd better sell more snacks and fruits. Yen Rui muttered while collecting the goods. At this time, the people outside the door were already furious. What the hell is this door? Why is it so hard to open? It's so unlucky. The leader was a middle-aged man with a tiger tattoo on his bald head. He was holding a huge iron rod and cursing at the door. Other stores can be smashed open with a single blow. But this store? Someone is protecting it. Brother Gio, don't be angry. I have a small electric drill at home. There is still some power left. I will bring it tomorrow. We must drill this door open no matter what. Why didn't you bring it today? The man called Brother Gio spat on the ground, then raised his hand and slapped the man who had just spoken. Waste. Don't you think about it? The man who was slapped didn't dare to say much. He nodded and responded with his head down. He took 2 steps back, trying to reduce his presence in the crowd. I really don't believe it. This shitty door can stop me. Brother Gio glanced at the supermarket and said fiercely, if you can't open this door today, none of you can leave. As soon as he said this, everyone present looked a little unhappy. It was hot now, and it was too hot to wear only a vest. Not to mention that some people were shirtless. But they were sweating all the time. They didn't expect to encounter Yen Rui's store that couldn't open the door at all when they came out today. But because of Brother Gio's majesty, they still responded, Brother Gio is awesome. Yen Rui was packing up his things while letting the system live broadcast the situation outside. Seeing Brother Gio's appearance, Yen Rui laughed. I remember him. He was like this in his previous life. He formed a small group, burned, killed and looted everywhere. And finally, he was so bold that he robbed the official and let them execute him on the spot. At this time in the previous life, bullets were precious, and one was reserved for this 9th brother, which shows how bad this 9th brother's nature is. Yen Rui squatted down, not taking this man seriously at all, and only said to the system, can you help me carry some things tomorrow morning? I want to move some fruits from the farm. The system raised both hands. Of course. Bang! The sudden collision sound startled Yen Rui's heart, and he frowned and looked at the 9th brother outside the door. At this time, Brother 9 drew a cross on Yen Rui's door and said, you guys take turns to find something to poke this point hard. I don't believe it. Even if it's bulletproof glass. I have to make him show me his tricks. Yen Rui heard this, and knew that this man would not stop until he stole something. The toad doesn't bite people, but it makes people feel disgusted. I might as well strangle him in the cradle. Yen Rui ran away without saying a word. He suddenly pushed open the door. The younger brother outside the door was holding a steel pipe that he didn't know where he got from, and was about to poke it towards the point he drew on the door. Seeing someone going out, the person outside the door immediately stopped the car, and a strange and awkward silence spread among the few people. But the silence didn't last long, and Brother Gio came out from the back. Are you the owner of this store? Yin-Rui looked Brother Gio up and down. Did you beautify him? The Brother Gio in the video looked about 175 centimeters tall. But Yin-Rui saw him in person, and found that he was at most 168 centimeters tall. This is the shooting technique I just learned. How is it? Pretty cool. Right? I'll shoot a vlog for you and Jian Anqi in the future. Yin-Rui was speechless for a while. And Brother Gio saw Yin-Rui standing there in a daze, as if he had misunderstood something. He took a step forward and said, Are you the only one in this supermarket? Yin-Rui nodded. What's wrong? Do you want to buy something? Brother Gio laughed and looked around with some pride. Buying things? Do you think I look like I'm going to pay for something? Yin-Rui also laughed. You really don't look like you have money. Puff. Behind Brother Gio, there was a younger brother who looked like a newcomer. And for a moment, he couldn't control his smile, and was glared at by Brother Gio, who turned his head. Forget about having no money. I don't sell on credit here. Go buy something somewhere else. You stinky boy. You're playing dumb for me. Brother Gio walked up with a steel pipe and hit Yin-Rui's head hard. If this hit Yin-Rui's head, nothing would happen. But if this force hit an ordinary person, it would probably cause a severe concussion. Yin-Rui's eyes shone, and he raised his hand slightly. Brother Gio looked at Yin-Rui, who looked a little fragile, and was surprised that he could catch his moves with his bare hands. Yin-Rui looked straight at him. Are you going to kill me and steal my things? You are so skilled. How many people have you killed? What are you talking about? Brother Gio used his free hand to punch Yin-Rui. Ah! A cry of pain came out of Brother Gio's mouth. Yin-Rui looked at him and said, Actually, I am a person who is easy to be soft-hearted. I can't do it when killing people, and I will hesitate to treat my enemies. Yin-Rui looked down at Gio Ji's left hand, which had fallen limply, and then looked at the people behind Gio Gu. You are the same as him, right? No. 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 We are not. He pulled us out of the village. If I don't follow him, he will touch my wife. Yin-Rui frowned when he heard this. You are so disgusting. Gio Gu cursed. If you have the guts to put me down, I can beat you to pieces with one hand. Yin-Rui nodded. Not impossible. Come on. Yin-Rui instantly let go of his hand. When he felt free, Gio Gu was even a little bit unconvinced. After a moment of stunned, Gio Gu immediately took 2 steps back, and then ran outside without looking back. Still want to run? Yin-Rui chuckled. And then everyone saw Gio Gu clearly running towards the outside. But in a flash, the man suddenly turned around and ran back towards Yin-Rui. Seeing Yin-Rui looking around at his stunned younger brothers. Do any of you want to run away? No. No. None of Brother Gio's younger brothers were loyal to him. So it was not surprising. Yin-Rui nodded, then raised his hand and grabbed Brother Gio's head, who could not control himself, and ran towards Yin-Rui. I remember that you seem to be willing to torture people. Yin-Rui pursed his lips, and then he injected his energy into Brother Gio's brain. The effect of this energy was different from the use of Yin-Rui's energy injected into Mu Shiling's body. Yin-Rui gathered his energy into a small ball and engraved it in Brother Gio's brain and rushed around. If you're lucky, you might get a good night's sleep in the future. Yin-Rui let go, then took out his phone and called Long Lahuai. Unfortunately, after taking out his phone, a big no signal appeared in Yin-Rui's eyes. Yin-Rui was a little helpless and waved to a few people. You guys wait here. Don't run. Can you do it? Yes. 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 Several people nodded hurriedly. Yin-Rui ignored the cry of pain from Brother Long, who had a broken hand, and returned to the supermarket. He turned around and appeared in the dormitory. This time, he took out his phone and finally called Long Lahuai. What's wrong? Brother Yin? Long Lahuai didn't expect Yin-Rui to look for him again in such a short time. Is there something urgent? About the same time. Can you come to our dormitory now? Let's talk about it when we meet. Yin-Rui said. By the way, bring a few more people. I caught a few criminals. In your dormitory? Long Lahuai exclaimed. And Yin-Rui immediately said, No. No. Not in the dormitory. In the supermarket. Long Lahuai was obviously relieved. Okay. I'll be there right away. Less than 10 minutes later, Yin-Rui's door was knocked, and he immediately opened the door and saw Long Lahuai standing at the door with a few people. Yin-Rui welcomed the people in. and then brought them to the supermarket. Long Lehuai's eyes itched, and he felt the scene in front of him change. Yin Rui walked out of the supermarket with a few people, pointed at the people in front of him and said, "That's him. This brother Long should have killed a lot of people now." "What?" Long Lehuai was a little surprised. "He killed people?" "Yes." Yin Rui walked to Brother Jiu, squatted down, and took out a handful of crystal sea sand from his trouser pocket. "When did the crystal sea sand start to be distributed?" After Yin Rui asked. Several people fell silent, and Brother Long was still shouting in front of Yin Rui. "I didn't kill anyone. They gave it to me voluntarily." Yin Rui laughed out loud. "Really?" After saying that, he looked at the circle of Brother Long's brothers around him. "When he killed people, were you watching from the side? Or did you join in the action?" The moment Yin Rui asked, someone's mentality collapsed, and he knelt down in front of Yin Rui with a thump. "He forced me to do it." Yin Rui sighed, and Long Lehuai was silent at this time. What he didn't expect was that there really was an outlaw. Obviously, they have been very cautious. Why does this dark side still exist? Yin Rui patted his shoulder. "Fix the gaps. Punish this kind of people. It is more important than anything else." Long Lehuai's expression was frozen. He nodded and said, "I know." Yin Rui walked to the back of the supermarket, and then drove a car out. He parked the car in front of several people. "You can drive back. If the oil is not enough, there is a spare in the trunk. You can park at Jian Anqi's place. He will bring it back to me." After Yin Rui finished speaking, he returned to the supermarket, closed the door, and directly put the matter behind him. After arriving at the farm, Yin Rui walked to the warehouse where the fruits had been picked. Every day, the system will put the fruits picked by the workers in the basement warehouse of the supermarket. And today's finished system has not been placed yet. "What are we picking today? Are they picking wolfberries?" Yin Rui asked. "System, yes. Today we are mainly picking medicinal herbs. They also pick strawberries and grapes in the morning. Now some people are going to pick spinach, which has been ripe for a long time. Then leave a handful of spinach tonight. I want to drink spinach and egg drop soup." Yin Rui licked his lips. "Let's go and see today's fruits." Yin Rui looked at the warehouse filled with strawberries and grapes and felt a headache. The joy of harvest, pain and happiness. Yin Rui looked at the things on his farm, which were obviously better than the materials he prepared before the disaster. "Then let's split it into two parts. One for the cheap and one for the premium. We won't sell it tomorrow. Let them pack it in plastic boxes. Even puppets can't do this. Puppets are so dumb that they can't do anything." "That's right. They only have a little bit of strength." Yin Rui sighed. "Okay. I prepared the basic goods for the stall. Let's go back and relax and watch a movie. We'll go pick up Jian Anqi after get off work." Yin Rui waited in the dormitory until it was almost time, and then went to Jian Anqi's unit. Jian Anqi looked around after work, and only smiled when he saw Yin Rui. Yin Rui ran to Jian Anqi. "How was your work today?" Before Yin Rui finished asking, Jian Anqi hugged Yin Rui tightly in his arms. Seeing this, the brave people around him immediately started to make a noise. "Oh! Why are some people picked up and some people not picked up? I'm so envious. Yo yo yo." When Jian Anqi had hugged him enough, Yin Rui lowered his head and coughed uncomfortably. "Annoying. Let's go home." Jian Anqi laughed out loud. "Okay. Let's go home now." Yin Rui didn't say anything along the way. Jian Anqi thought Yin Rui was a little angry at first, and observed Yin Rui's emotions nervously. But when he saw Yin Rui's slightly red ears, he had a plan in his mind. He must be shy. After returning to the dormitory, Jian Anqi took Yin Rui back to the supermarket. He held Yin Rui's hand for a long time. Yin Rui pushed him. "I'm hungry. I want to eat spinach and egg drop soup." Originally, he wanted to do it himself and let Jian Anqi take a break after working all day. But Jian Anqi was obviously very energetic. He would never show mercy. Jian Anqi pecked Yin Rui's mouth a few times. "Okay. What else do you want to eat?" Yin Rui thought for a long time, but couldn't think of it for a while. Instead, Jian Anqi started to recite the menu. Steamed pork with taro or steamed pork with rice flour. Another tomato stewed beef brisket. The last piece of beef left from the previous meal. How about blanched lettuce or garlic cabbage? And finally a soup? Steamed pork with rice flour. And blanched lettuce for vegetarian dishes. After thinking about it, Yen Rui realized that he had been led astray by Jian Anqi. He snorted coldly and raised his chin. I won't tell you what I did today. Jian Anqi was not angry either. Sit down and wait for dinner. Yen Rui originally wanted to keep the secret, but he couldn't help it at the dinner table and told everything that happened today. The large-scale distribution of crystal sea sand started this morning. And he already has a small pile? 5? Or 10? 6 crystal sea sands. I don't know if he got them by stealing or where. Anyway, I remember that he did all kinds of bad things in his previous life. Basically, he did everything that was required by the criminal law. Yen Rui bit the chopsticks hard and gritted his teeth. He also said that I was pretty and wanted to take me back to play with him. Jian Anqi put down his chopsticks after hearing this. Is he with Long Lahuai? Yes. But after he said this, you knocked out 2 of his teeth and broke 1 of his arms. And you pushed him over and let me step on him several times. Yen Rui held down Jian Anqi, who was about to take action, and said, there were so many such things in my previous life. And someone even liked you. But in the end it was always the 2 of us together. Yen Rui held Jian Anqi's hand. Let's eat. I just want to tell you about this person's previous life. How hateful it is. You are still angry. Jian Anqi sighed heavily. I did a good job in my last life. I now doubt whether the death of Brother Gio is related to you. Basically, no one goes to the place where the official mission is done. Why did Brother Gio go there? It was the 8th day after he offended us. When he just got up from the bed. Yen Rui sighed. It's a pity that I still can't get the answer. After all, you don't know anything in this life. I did it. Jian Anqi answered without hesitation. This kind of thing should be done by me. Huh? Just admit it? Yen Rui raised his eyebrows. How can you be so sure? Jian Anqi said, as long as someone wants to harm you, I will definitely take action. This is my principle. After hearing this, Yen Rui laughed out loud, and then realized it belatedly. Don't think I can forgive you for doing this. Jian Anqi picked up the chopsticks again. You don't blame me. How can you forgive me? I'll help you watch the stall tomorrow? Yen Rui immediately refused. How can I skip work on the 2nd day of work? By the way, how many people signed up today? 6. Jian Anqi said. But the department distributing crystal sea sand is quite busy today. It is estimated that there will be a peak in registration in a month. Only then will it be busy. Yen Rui wanted Jian Anqi to be busy, but didn't want him to work too hard. When will you start formally training the superpowers? Wait until the number of applicants reaches 20. Today I have taught them the basic control methods, and there shouldn't be too many problems. Yen Rui said, it would be great if it were so. The day of extremely hot weather is getting closer and closer, and it is not certain what kind of chaos will appear at that time. Generally, law-abiding citizens cannot imagine what kind of criminal methods there will be. But Yen Rui, who has experienced an extremely hot weather, can almost imagine it. Forget it. If we can find the invasion consciousness earlier, we won't have to go through the rest of the disaster and can live a normal life again. Yen Rui and Jian Anqi fell asleep early on this day. At the same time, Mu Shiran, who couldn't fall asleep in bed but was worried that the sound of turning over would affect Mu Shiling, opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling, recalling the dreams he had in the past few days. In the dream, someone told him that as long as he listened to him and did what he said, he could cure his sister. A few days ago, his sister was critically ill, and he wanted to try whether what this person said was right. So he followed his request and went to the wild to bring back a stone. Sure enough, the next day Mu Shiling was able to get out of bed. Mu Shiling said that her health improved after Yen Rui came, and wanted him to thank Yen Rui. But he sneered. He was just a pretty boy who had been relying on his good looks and sweet mouth since he was a child to rob him of so many things. The eyes of the person he secretly loved, the perfect papers, the favor of the teacher, and the scholarship. His parents died, so why could the scholarship at that time be given to Yen Rui? Yen Rui's family was not without money. His mother and father left him so much property, but they wanted to use their lives to rob their son of these thousands of yuan. Mu Shiran turned his head, listened to Mu Shiling's shallow breathing on the other side of the curtain, and recalled the scene at that time. Yen Rui was hypocritical. So he took the money. Why did he refuse it? It made him seem so noble. It should be his own money. But he felt particularly aggrieved to take this money. It was all Yen Rui's fault. Mu Shiran closed his eyes and began to try to communicate with the voice in his mind. I have brought the stone back as you said. What should I do next? Mushiran repeated this sentence many times in his mind. But the voice did not echo at all. He was so tired that he could not hold on any longer, and could only fall into a deep sleep. Asterisk. The next day, Yin-Rui and Jian Anqi got up early, and came to the stall. Jian Anqi insisted on helping. Yin-Rui could only take time to bring Jian Anqi to the stall before he went to work, and even refused Long Lehuai's help. Leave the car in your unit. If others need to go out for field work, they can use that car. That car was Yin-Rui's car. It didn't have any special functions, but it was very easy to drive. It was not a pity to give it to Jian Anqi. Jian Anqi said, "Okay. Let's put the goods on display. What do you need?" Yin-Rui looked around and found no one. Then he took out the supplies he had previously stored from the space. These should be enough. Yin-Rui took a total of 20 boxes of fruit, 5 boxes of snacks, 2 boxes of toys and 2 boxes of books. I see these things are not sold in other stalls. Other stalls basically sell daily necessities, and some ordinary food. There are basically no fruit snacks. It's just a single variety. After all, there are not many fruits that can be preserved for a long time. And the official can't do anything about it. After all, it is not as important as vegetables. I'll help you put it on display and leave. When the market officially started, Sui Yorn noticed such a novel store. It's said to be novel, but everyone has seen the things he sells. But the era of seeing these things has passed. Now these things are basically a priceless existence. Look at the bright red cherries, the ruddy apples, and the green bananas that look fresh. These things that were commonplace before suddenly appeared in their eyes, making everyone swallow their saliva. "Mom, I want to eat." A childish voice broke the silence. And then a young female voice asked, "What does the baby want to eat?" "Baby. Baby wants to eat." The child's words expressed everyone's thoughts. Yes, who doesn't want to eat? But these things are so rare and expensive. They have to count every penny now. And those who haven't found a job don't have any points. For a while, Yin-Rui's stall was surrounded by a circle of people. But no one came forward to talk to Yin-Rui. After hearing the child's voice, Yin-Rui was looking forward to the mother's prayer to take the lead and come to his stall to buy something. He would treat his customers like God. But why didn't the customers come forward? Yin-Rui was a little depressed. At this time, someone finally plucked up the courage and came to Yin-Rui's stall. "Boss, this..." The man looked around and pointed to one of them cautiously. "How much is this spicy strip?" "Spicy strips? 50 cents a bag." "Really?" After asking the price, the man seemed to have confidence in himself. "Then I want 2 bags of spicy strips." "Boss, how much are apples?" "Apples are a bit expensive." As Yin-Rui spoke, he pulled a bag from the side. "Apples are 1.5 yuan per pound." "What about cherries?" Someone in the crowd next to him couldn't help asking. "Cherries are the most expensive. 10 yuan per pound. And mangoes are 15 yuan per pound." Yin-Rui said, thinking, "Oh, this is really troublesome. I'll just write a price list." He did it right away. Yin-Rui pulled over a cardboard box, took out a pen from his pocket, and then began to write and draw skillfully. Bananas are 3 yuan per pound. Peaches are 3.5 yuan per pound. Oranges are 3 yuan per pound. And ugly oranges are 5 yuan per pound. Yin-Rui didn't remember the price he bought them at. But anyway, everyone's situation is not good now. And these things are not what he wants to sell. So any profit is also a profit. What's more, setting up a stall here can also earn points. The people around were a little surprised when they saw Yin-Rui write down the prices of the goods one by one. "Boss, the melon seeds here are not 5 yuan per 2 taels, but 70 or 80 yuan per small bag after weighing like in the supermarket." Yin-Rui laughed out loud. "How is it possible? My price is 5 yuan per bag, and I won't weigh it again after you buy it. That's too unethical." After Yin-Rui finished speaking, some people around laughed out loud. At this time, the young mother with the child was the first to line up in front of the stall. "Hello. I want this, and this, and 2 of these." Yin-Rui was so enthusiastic that he smiled. But he still reminded her, if there are few people at home, don't buy so much. If you buy it and keep it for a long time, it will not be fresh. And there is no refrigerator now. After Yin-Rui finished speaking, the mother's face was a little disappointed. But Yin-Rui's next words made her eyes light up again. "I come here to set up a stall every day. When you want to buy, just come here to buy it. You can't eat so much if you stock up. Isn't the stall only open for this day? The mother was surprised. Is there still stock? This thing should not be easy to preserve. Of course, it is not easy to preserve. But I am selling it on behalf of the higher-ups. Yinrui pointed to the sky seriously. And then said, the higher-ups have been trying to find ways to reduce the impact of disasters. So don't worry. It turned out to be like this. That's great. Chapter 202 Doomsday Disaster. Yinrui replenished the goods 3 times in total that day. The first time, he pretended to do it himself. Took out a small cart from a nearby corner and pushed the goods to be sold on the cart. The second time, he asked Long Lahuai to help him pretend to bring back some goods from Jian Anqi. The third time, he simply didn't care and took things out from the cabinet under the stall 1 box at a time. Anyway, no one was always watching how much goods there were. When he got home at night, Yinrui collapsed on the bed and didn't want to move at all. My body is not tired, but my heart is tired. Yinrui enjoyed Jian Anqi's massage weekly. I originally thought that I would stop selling after selling those goods. But looking at the expressions of those people, I couldn't bear it. Damn soft-hearted. If I feel tired, I'll take a leave to help you tomorrow. Anyway, no one is here right now. Forget it. Yinrui immediately refused sternly. Work hard and don't skip work casually. After rejecting Jian Anqi's proposal, Yinrui said to himself, but I still have to find an assistant. Who do you think is more suitable? Yinrui fell asleep in a daze before he could think of a candidate. Seeing him like this, Jian Anqi carried him back to bed, covered him with a quilt, and walked out of the room. Captain? Are you going to go on a mission so late? Wang Jiaming opened the door and saw that it was Jian Anqi, and his eyes lit up instantly. Jian Anqi looked at Wang Jiaming and shook his head. I'm looking for Bo Chenan. Hearing Jian Anqi calling him, Bo Chenan immediately came out. Wang Jiaming took a step back and let Bo Chenan come forward, but still asked Jian Anqi curiously, Captain, what do you want to do with our Anan? Bo Chenan pushed Wang Jiaming, and Jian Anqi said expressionlessly, meet at the dormitory door downstairs at 7:30 tomorrow morning. Why? And wants to go to work with us? Wang Jiaming was a little happy. Recently, he and Jian Anqi got new jobs together, leaving Bo Chenan at home. Bo Chenan didn't have any entertainment and was particularly bored. It would be great if Bo Chenan could go with him. No. Yinrui is short of manpower. He opened a stall at the market. His situation is special, and people who don't know his background can't be used. Are you willing to go? Yes. Before Wang Jiaming wanted to say anything, Bo Chenan agreed at once. I am willing. Meet downstairs at 7:30 tomorrow morning. Right. Well, after Yinrui sends me to work, you two can go to the stall. Then you will also send me to work tomorrow. Wang Jiaming smiled and hugged Bo Chenan. Jian Anqi took the initiative to close their dormitory door to isolate the two people's voices from himself. Just when he was about to go back to his room, the door of Mu Shiran's house opened at this time. Jian Anqi looked at Mu Shiran, who stuck his head out and didn't even say hello, but was stopped by Mu Shiran. Are you still short of people to help Yinrui? I can do it too. You can't. Jian Anqi refused without saying a word. He took 2 steps forward, thinking that something was wrong, and turned back and said, you have to work 12 hours a day there, without rest time in between. And there are no holidays. You can't take care of your sister. If there is any work I can do, please help me contact them. You know my situation. Thank you very much. Mu Shiran didn't look unhappy at all. Instead, he didn't seem to want this job. He just came out to chat with Jian Anqi. Jian Anqi was a little confused. He didn't know that after closing the door, Mu Shiran suddenly squatted down and rubbed his head in pain. Brother, what's wrong with you? Mu Shiling looked at Mu Shiran like this, and ran forward in panic. Brother, I'll pour you some water. It's okay. I just had a sudden headache. Maybe I didn't rest well these days. I'll be fine after a nap. Mu Shiran forced himself to stand up from the ground. Mu Shiling looked at Mu Shiran worriedly, and then said, Really? Brother, do you want to go to the hospital with me for a checkup? Mu Shiran shook his head. Brother is sleeping, and I will definitely be fine tomorrow morning. I promise. Mu Shiling looked at Mu Shiran, who was sweating in pain but still forced to talk to her, and nodded. Okay. I'll rest too. Good night, brother. Turning around, Mu Shiling pulled the curtain between the two of them, and then her tears fell in big drops. Mushiran closed his eyes, and his mind was full of a voice. You useless thing. You can't even work with Yenrui. What's the point of keeping you? Mushiran screamed in pain in his mind. I've done everything you asked me to do before. Isn't that enough? Compared to this, what I did before is nothing. You useless thing. You can't even do a small thing. Why should I keep you? And your useless sister. They are all things that should be evolved and eliminated. And they don't deserve to die. Don't. I was wrong. I will definitely not fail next time. Tell me. What should I do? I promise to do it. The voice fell silent. And at the same time, the burning sensation in Mushiran's mind also disappeared. You should find a way to awaken your superpowers in the next 2 days. And then report to Jian Anqi and ask him to keep you in his superpower training camp. I awaken my superpowers within 2 days? I can't control this. Of course I will help you. Don't go out in the next 2 days. I guarantee that you will awaken your superpowers within 2 days. What about my sister? Can she awaken her superpowers? I heard that awakening superpowers can also enhance physical fitness and prolong life. If his sister can really awaken superpowers, her physical condition may be greatly improved. It depends on your performance. I give you benefits, and you still bargain with me. Don't dream. After speaking, the voice in his mind disappeared. And Mushiran instantly felt that a large stone in his mind was dissolved. Mushiran breathed in fresh air. This time he truly realized that the power in his mind was real. And this power was completely beyond all power in this world. Mushiran suddenly felt excited when he thought of this. If this is true, maybe his sister's illness can really be cured. Yenrui and Jian Anqi didn't know that he had been targeted by the invasion consciousness. The next morning, he got up early. After opening his eyes, Jian Anqi told him about his arrangements last night. Bo Qinan should be trustworthy. He basically knows everything he should know. On the contrary, Mushiran is someone who must not be approached. Okay. I was too tired last night and didn't think about Bo Qinan. Bo Qinan's presence is really too low. After coming here, he basically didn't show up. I don't know what he is worried about. Arriving at the dormitory building, Yenrui smiled and said to Bo Qinan, who was ready to go, You will do hard labor with me today. Can you get used to it? Of course. Don't worry. He will definitely not complain or feel tired. If he can't do it, call me and I will do it. Wang Jiaming was the first to express his loyalty. Jian Anqi sneered. You want to leave your post? Wang Jiaming suddenly wilted. Yenrui laughed. Let's go. Let's send them to work first. And then we will go to the stall. The few people following them looked at the two couples in front with some envy. I want to find a partner. 2. Don't even think about it. Unless you know everything about me. Then I can't stop talking. Then the few people lowered their voices and made a lot of noise. When they arrived at Jian Anqi's work area, Yenrui waved at them. Let's go. We'll go to the stalls too. After they left, only Yenrui and Bo Qinan were left. Yenrui said, It shouldn't be that busy in the morning. Everyone goes out in the afternoon. So it might be a bit too busy. But it doesn't matter. The stall owners around here also came to help yesterday. If it's busy today, if they don't come, they will definitely come to help. Bo Qinan raised his eyes, looked at the long queue, pursed his lips and said, That should be our stall. Yenrui looked at the stall owners around who had already started to organize the queue, and said with a smile, I told you. They will definitely help. These stall owners had received instructions the day before yesterday that they must fully cooperate after Yenrui's stall opened. So in the past 2 days, they would rather ignore their own stalls and help Yenrui look after the stall. Bo Qinan knew that the place where Yenrui was would be very popular, but he didn't expect that the reputation would spread so widely and become so popular that there were at least 200 people queuing at the door. The long and winding queue had already filled the market. Let's go. Let's sell things first. I think I should limit purchases. What do you think? Yenrui said as he strode towards the stall. Bo Qinan nodded. The situation may not be too tense now, but at a certain time, scalpers will inevitably breed. Whether there is a purchase limit or no purchase limit, there will be a large number of customers gathering. If you want to solve it, you can only open a branch. On the second day of my opening, you thought about opening a branch for me. Yenrui laughed out loud. The two walked to the stall at this time. After seeing Yenrui, the guests all exclaimed a little. Why? Are you not happy to see me? Yenrui said with a smile. How could I not be happy? It's just that we waited so long. And everyone thought you would come at 9 o'clock. You were so tired yesterday. It's not unusual to sleep in today. Yin Rui arranged the goods while chatting, so I asked my friend to help today. He has never done this before. And he is just here to help. So if you have any questions, just ask me directly. Don't ask him. He doesn't know anything. Yin Rui first took Bo Chandon out, fearing that someone would come to cause trouble. But this kind of thing shouldn't happen. There are official people all around. But it's better to be prepared. Yin Rui didn't choose that many goods today, but the quantity was definitely sufficient. Everyone didn't have so many choices, but the speed of buying goods was also faster. Bo Chandon was mainly responsible for helping customers weigh goods. He originally wanted to ask Yin Rui where the calculator was, and he also wanted to help calculate the bills. But he found that Yin Rui didn't need these things at all. As long as all the goods were put together, Yin Rui could immediately give a completely correct total price. And even for a whole day, there was no mistake. Bo Chandon was in awe of Yin Rui's skill. But he didn't know that it was all the system's credit. Yin Rui just had to read out the final result. However, with Bo Chandon, Yin Rui was indeed much more relaxed. At noon, Jian Anqi and Wang Jiaming also came to help. For a while, the small stall was crowded with people, making it difficult for Yin Rui to turn around. Go away. Go away. Go away. Bo Chandon pushed Wang Jiaming, and Yin Rui pushed Jian Anqi. You too. Like them. Go to maintain order for me. Or go to get the goods for me. See what goods are here today. Go and move another 20 boxes for me. Okay. The two people who finally got the order turned around and left without saying a word. On this day, Yin Rui received twice as many guests as the day before. But after returning home, he did not feel as tired as yesterday. It feels different to have one more person to help. I earned a total of 13,500 points today. If a normal supermarket had this much profit, I would be so happy. How are you going to pay Bo Chandon? Jian Anqi asked. It's better not to let him help for nothing. Of course not. I have already told him that I will give him 50 points or 500 yuan a day. I will not calculate the conversion rate between points and money. Let him choose by himself. This should not be too little. Yin Rui asked Jian Anqi. This may be a bit too much. But this job is hard. So it's okay. What did he choose? Points or money? He said he would give him 5 days of points and 2 days of money a week. And I agreed. Yin Rui said. Bo Chandon is still cautious. No one can say what will be settled in the future. It seems that points are the general trend. But he knows the inside story and has confidence in us. He thinks this situation will not last too long. So he wants to take this opportunity to save some money. Yin Rui suddenly thought at this time. How much is your salary per month? Does Minister Xiong give you points or money? Points. I get 1,500 yuan a month. And others get 1,000 yuan. Jian Anqi said with a smile. The salary card has not been issued yet. After it is issued, I will give it all to you. Yin Rui snorted. Who else do you want to give it to besides me? I will confiscate all of it. You don't have to confiscate it. What's mine is yours. Jian Anqi hugged Yin Rui. The cafeteria will open tomorrow. Let's go to the cafeteria. What cafeteria? Yin Rui became interested. It's the residence canteen. There is one canteen for every 10 buildings. You can eat in the canteen with points. It's still in trial operation. Let's go and have a look tomorrow at noon. Yin Rui was about to agree. But when he thought of the grand scene in front of his stall, he shook his head and said, Forget it. If I leave, the customers in front of the stall may curse me. Then let's go to have breakfast early tomorrow morning. Jian Anqi was prepared. Breakfast starts at 6 o'clock. There shouldn't be many varieties. But let's go and try it. Okay. The next morning, Yin Rui and Jian Anqi arrived at the canteen door as scheduled. The canteen had just opened at this time. Because there was no publicity, it seemed a little deserted. Yin Rui and Jian Anqi walked into the canteen door. At this time, there were already old people who got up early. They walked in curiously while exercising. After smelling the hot breakfast, they started to eat a long-lost hot meal. Yin Rui looked at the few windows that were open sporadically and was a little disappointed. But thinking about the current difficult conditions, he felt that this was not bad. There were 3 windows in total. One window sold buns. There were only 2 fillings to choose from. One was cabbage meat, and the other was cabbage tofu. The other 2 windows sold porridge, and cakes respectively. Yan Rui ordered 2 buns, a bowl of porridge, and a tea egg. He spent a total of 3 points. 1 point for a meat bun, 0.5 points for a bowl of porridge, 0.5 points for a vegetarian bun, and 1 point for an egg. This price is not expensive. But when I think about the 10 points a day for the workers who pick the fruits, and 1/3 of that for a breakfast, I feel a little uncomfortable. Jian Anqi saw his expression of not being able to eat, and comforted him. This price is not the final price. It is still a bit chaotic now. But after being hungry for a while, there will be experts who will set the price. Or Minister Xiong will ask you to raise the wages of the workers. This is normal. Yan Rui nodded. Then I will give them a raise starting today. 15 points a day is not something I can't afford. Since Yan Rui decided, Jian Anqi naturally supported it. But after calculating, his salary was the same as Bo Chendan, and the salaries of others were even lower than Bo Chendan. Jian Anqi stopped talking immediately. Just like that. After Yan Rui became popular for about a month. Xiong Qing finally had time to meet Yan Rui. As soon as they met, Xiong Qing held Yan Rui's hand. Xiao Yan. Thanks to you and Can. What's wrong? Yan Rui looked at Xiong Qing, who was holding his hand tightly, and was a little flattered. Is there something wrong? Yes. You don't know. Although other cities have already made material preparations. But when I see that they can only rely on pills to supplement vitamins every day, while our people can eat fruits, I know that I have enjoyed my life. Yan Rui suddenly realized. Is the situation outside so serious? Their fruit trees have begun to die? That's not true. But because of logistics problems, many areas are not well circulated, and some areas do not produce fruits. So they are very passive, Xiong Qing said. By the way, the temperature has reached a daily minimum of 38 degrees. And the highest temperature at noon has reached 46 degrees. Is it the hottest time? Yan Rui nodded when he heard this. He could clearly feel that the temperature was much higher than before at the stall these days. He asked Jian Anqi. Jian Anqi was not sensitive to the temperature changes because he was surrounded by superpowers. But Yan Rui was facing ordinary civilians. He saw everyone sweating profusely these days, and even had to wipe their sweat when talking. So he knew that the hottest time had arrived. Yan Rui said, I don't have many ice crystals, which can only support our use in can. That's enough. It doesn't matter, Xiong Qing said, but I have to warn you in advance. There are many old researchers in our country who are not in good health and cannot bear it. So this ice crystal may be used by them first. At this point, Xiong Qing opened up again. You don't know how stubborn those old professors are. They don't turn on the air conditioner when it's hot, saying that they want to save resources. It's better to allocate these few degrees of electricity to experimental equipment. I heard that you have ice crystals here, and many research institutes came to apply for it. That's what they should do, Yan Rui said. But I think we might as well change our thinking. Since the temperature is low at night, let's go out at night. This was the case in my previous life. The surface temperature during the day was almost 70 degrees. If the skin accidentally touched the asphalt road, it would be burned. If you were unlucky, the wound would be infected by dirt and die. It was only in the last 2 months of extreme heat that someone proposed this method. That is, to go out at night. There were no problems in those 2 months. But everyone might not be used to this kind of life. But the complaints were reduced a lot. Later, the extreme cold was completely the opposite. After hearing what Yan Rui said, Xiong Qing made a prompt decision. I will report it now. I think this method is feasible. If the higher-ups disagree, we will implement it alone in Can. After Xiong Qing finished speaking, he grumbled. Now the phone doesn't work. We have to send telegrams. The road construction progress is slow every day. It's really annoying. Yan Rui could only persuade him. At least it's better than being unprepared. If we really are not prepared at all, our casualties will be very heavy from the beginning. That's right. You kid are trying to take credit for yourself, Xiong Qing said with a smile. I tell you, the people above told me every day to find a way to send you over, under the pretext of protecting you as a key person. In fact, I know what they are thinking. They just want to snatch you from me. Xiong Qing raised his eyes at this time. You can't leave. I am the first person who believes in you. Yan Rui smiled and nodded. At the same time, Xiong Qing said, Do you know Yan Heng? If you have time, go see her. She has been very busy these days. When you see her, persuade her to have a good rest. Does she work very hard? Okay. I will go see her if I have time, Yenrui said. The problem is that Yenrui can hardly spare the time now. After thinking about it, he went home and wrote a letter to her, asking Jian Anqi to deliver it to her. However, practical help is more important. He gave Yunheng a box of crystal sea sand, thinking that even if Yunheng did not awaken his superpowers, he could at least stay up late without hurting his body if he got more crystal sea sand. After receiving his gift, Yunheng also gave him a return gift, which was a box of newly cultivated seeds. This seed has a higher yield than normal seeds, and is more cold resistant and drought resistant. It may not taste good, but people who are not very sensitive should not be able to taste it. Let's plant this. Buy more land on the farm? I have earned a lot of points recently, and I don't know where to spend it. Then do you want to upgrade the farm? The system asked. Farm upgrades are very cheap now. You can harvest with one click, kill pigs and cows with one click, and limit the range of livestock. Wasn't it possible to limit the range of livestock's movement before? Yenrui asked back, and the system was confident. This time the restrictions are more complete. Anyway, there will be no sneaking. And there is one-click reclamation and one-click planting, which is very useful. Okay. Upgrade first. And expand 5 acres of land for me by the way, Yenrui said. These 5 acres of land are all planted with wheat and rice. With one-click harvest, we don't have to worry about bending over to plant the land ourselves in the future. And the system mall has now added a batch of new products. The products you scanned before are now all on the shelves. If you need them, you can buy them in the system mall. Yenrui, so this is how your system mall works. Yenrui had a hunch a long time ago, and now that it was finally confirmed, he felt a little settled. Forget it. This is good for me, Yenrui reconfirmed. My points should be enough. Enough? Enough? It will be enough for you to reclaim another 100 acres. Hearing this, Yenrui was tempted. 100 acres? Before those one-click functions, he didn't even consider it. But now, he is a little tempted. We can take a look at the situation for the time being. The country is not short of food at all. We have no way to transport what we lack now. Jian Anqi saw Yenrui's expression and knew what he wanted to say. Relying on your own strength proves that it is fundamentally wrong. We have always relied on unity to move forward. Jian Anqi held Yenrui's hand. Believe in everyone's ability, and don't put too much pressure on yourself. After hearing Jian Anqi's words, Yenrui relaxed a little. He thought about it, and it was true. He alone could not support more than 1 billion people. And even if he could, that would be when the situation got worse. And it had not reached that point yet. Yenrui said, then let's cultivate 10 acres of land first. Anyway, it's not laborious to plant with one button. When the time comes, we can hire people to help us harvest and increase employment opportunities. However, when it comes to jobs, various departments have really tried every means to increase employment quotas. Official staff have started to work normally before. Even departments that have contact with foreign countries or other cities are now idle every day. And they are called back to work and wait for unified transfer orders. Others, some units have added countless temporary positions out of thin air. And even 5 parking lot managers have been hired. Even if there are no cars now, they are called to temporarily manage bicycles and talk about future matters later. There are also stalls. Yenrui has taken on a new task. He sells his goods wholesale to people who want to set up stalls at low prices. However, he has agreed that he can sell them at low prices. But the price cannot exceed his set price. He can grab his customers at low prices, but he can never charge too high. However, Yenrui's products are easy to sell, and people don't need to rely on low prices to grab customers. Moreover, if the price is low, there will be no profit. So the market is peaceful. Hello. In the evening of that day, when Yenrui just started to sell things, someone came over. I want to sell a basket of oranges wholesale. Is it okay? The clothes the man wore looked a bit worn out, and he looked at Yenrui with an awkward expression. Seeing this, Yenrui smiled and said, that's fine. But where do you want to sell? If you want to sell oranges, don't go near building 22. Today, someone is selling oranges wholesale. You can go to building 73. No one is selling fruits there, so you'll be the only one there. After Yenrui finished speaking, he gave the man a basket of oranges and lent him a cart. Return the cart to me when you're done. Yin Rui took the crumpled banknote from the man's hand, then waved at him. Let's go! The price should not exceed 3.5 yuan. And the area should not exceed 0.5. Okay. Good. The man left in ecstasy. At this time, the stall owner who had just opened a stall next to him said, "You can also give him the wholesale price for a basket. Aren't you afraid that he won't return your car? What are you afraid of? If you are afraid of coming and going in business, you can't do business well." Yin Rui smiled. Besides, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Didn't I make money? Yin Rui has seen a lot of people dressed like this. Many people want to come to him to buy goods and try to make some money. Although there were no casualties in the earthquake, it did make many families worse off. They were not rich to begin with. And after losing all their family property, they lived a tight life. Yin Rui didn't think about making too much money from this. He recently discovered that even in such a situation, there is still a gap between the rich and the poor. Yin Rui recently thought of a way to tailor some goods for these rich people to sell. Xiao Yin, I've found a stall. Uncle Feng, who lived next door to Yin Rui, found Yin Rui. When he saw Yin Rui, his eyes lit up with excitement. I heard that the rich people basically live between Building 8 and Building 16. There are also a few empty stalls in the market there. But the things they sell are obviously not as rich as our market. That's normal. I'll hand over my stall to you tomorrow. Bo Chang'an is still here. If you have any questions, just ask Bo Chang'an. Yin Rui has already agreed with Bo Chang'an to build a small house near the stall. Every morning, Bo Chang'an takes the space button given by Yin Rui to deliver the goods to the small house. In the evening, he takes the space button back and replenishes it. In this way, Uncle Feng won't find anything unusual, especially now that everyone starts to act after dark. Yin Rui went to another market to sell some high-end products. That day, the originally dimly lit market suddenly burst into a stream of light, attracting the attention of many people. As they approached the light, everyone saw an unexpected stall appear. Yin Rui stood in the middle of the stall with a smile on his face. He looked at the people around him and said with a smile, "Everyone, my stall is open for the first day today. Welcome to come and see it." Yes, see it. When everyone saw Yin Rui's face, they couldn't take their eyes off him until Yin Rui pointed at the things in his stall and said, "Do you need anything? I have everything here." The people around him came to their senses and began to pay attention to the items Yin Rui was selling. After seeing them, everyone couldn't take their eyes off him. Skin-care products that originally cost thousands of yuan per set in shopping malls. Those brand-name bags that need to be matched to buy. Various perfumes that are difficult to transport. Silk bedding. Tea. Famous cigarettes and wines. Brand-name sunglasses and ties. In short, all kinds of luxury goods that are not available now are all available at Yin Rui's stall. You actually have perfume from here. Is it genuine? A young master who looked young and had obviously suffered the most these days picked up the perfume and looked at the label from front to back. Can I try it? If it's real, I'll buy it. Of course. 300 points per bottle. Don't worry. It's definitely not a fake. This is a one-to-one copy he made from the system. And it's more real than the perfume sold on the market. The young master gently pressed the spray head, and the familiar cold snow mountain smell came to his face. He immediately closed his eyes and enjoyed it. And in a trance, he returned to the time when he could live a normal life. I want it. Are there any other scents? He knew as soon as he smelled it that this thing was obviously genuine. And he didn't know where Yin Rui got it from. Of course. We have the whole set. How many bottles do you want? Yin Rui was grinning from ear to ear. The man looked at Yin Rui and said, "Can I charge you money?" "Sorry. I don't charge money here. I only charge points." The young master hesitated for a moment, then said, "Then I'll buy 1 bottle each." After making up his mind, he was still a little dissatisfied. "If you charge me money, I'll buy 5 bottles and stock up." "Sorry. I don't take cash here. But since you are the first customer, I will give you a set of skincare products." Yin Rui pointed to the skincare product set in front of him and said, "You can pick a set you like and take it away. If you sell this set, how many points do you want?" The young master asked. 800 for 1 set. Yin Rui's answer obviously made the young master happy. "Then I want this set. My mother used this before. This time she didn't bring out many sets, so she is saving them." "Don't save it. I always have goods here. Or if you don't have the goods you want, You can contact me at any time, and I will find a way to buy them. Can you buy them? Where do you get them? Is it the military or the government? Why haven't I heard of it? Yenrui listened to the slightly scrutinizing question, and was not angry at all. This is my secret. If it is made public, how can I make money? The young master thought about it. But we don't know whether he wanted to explore Yenrui's purchase channels. But Yenrui actually got 1,800 points. The 1,800 points on the other side. You have to give me 5 times the system points. Right? Yenrui said. Aren't system points calculated in proportion to cash? Isn't it a bit embarrassing to earn so much? The system turned its fingers. You only spent 1 system point to copy this bottle of perfume. Of course. There is no business without fraud. I am such a fraud. How much commission can you get? Okay. I will go to the main control to register now. The system let Yenrui's 9,000 points arrive without saying a word. At the same time, Yenrui's stall was immediately surrounded by onlookers. Here are papers and pens. If you need any brand, skincare products, cosmetics, basically what is sold in the mall, I will try to get it for you here. Listening to Yenrui's words, everyone thought that his source of goods should be the malls in the city. It is said that he has started to dig malls recently, and brought superpowers with him. So the progress should be accelerated. But it's good this way. They can finally use the brands they were familiar with before. In their eyes, the goods in Yenrui's hands were not very complete. But these things made Yenrui earn 200,000 points in one night. And the system points soared to 600,000. You sold a jade bracelet for 100,000 points. Aren't you a bit shady? Although the system also received a commission. He felt a little uneasy about holding these points. I just picked it up randomly. It was given by Tianqianmi. I didn't expect it to be sold. Yenrui was very happy. People can take out 100,000 points at once without worrying about the money. You are worried. Look at your lack of ability. Yenrui was a little disappointed. Look at today's watch. Did I record the tea leaves? Copy them all for me. After experiencing the anxiety just now, the system immediately became excited. Don't worry. I will definitely get everything done today. Yenrui was satisfied. At this time, he had already walked to the door of Jian Anqi's unit. He had established a good relationship with the 4 security guards at the door. He gave each of them an apple, and chatted with them on the stone lions nearby. When Jian Anqi came out, he couldn't wait to share the good news with Jian Anqi. After hearing this, Jian Anqi sighed and said, there is such a difference at this time. This is normal. In the previous life, there were rich people who formed a private army just to protect themselves. Yenrui said, if there were no such people, how could we make so much money in one night? After the two returned to the dormitory, Yenrui immediately returned to the supermarket. After feeling the cool air on his face, Yenrui breathed a sigh of relief. This is the life that people should live. No one can compare to our current life. Jian Anqi hugged Yenrui from behind. What do you want to eat? Let's eat crabs. Let's have a big meal. We made money today, so we'll eat the white crab with spiritual energy in the cultivation world. What's it called? I've been envious of it for a long time. It's called Imowen crab. It was originally black, but there is a white variant every year, so it's a little more expensive. Yenrui was even more greedy after hearing this. The crab was fat and big, and contained huge energy. It is said that people with low cultivation will feel dizzy as if they were drunk after eating it, and their level will be much stronger after waking up. Yenrui couldn't wait to buy 4 crabs back. After he made money, he couldn't let these 2 little guys at home down, especially Anan who patrolled the farm every day. Jian Anqi cooked 5 dishes with 4 crabs. After eating, several people lay on the sofa in a daze. Anan lay on his back, swinging his tail in enjoyment, squinting his eyes, not knowing how to express his comfort. Yenrui spread his limbs and murmured, I seem to be really drunk. Chapter 203 Doomsday Disaster. The next day, Yenrui got up as usual according to his biological clock. He looked at Anan, who was sleeping beside his pillow with a small piece of tongue sticking out, and his heart softened. He rubbed Anan's head and whispered to Jian Anqi to get up. The two tiptoed out of the room without disturbing the system and Anan. After coming to the living room, Yenrui said, I always feel that I seem to be more relaxed, and my eyes seem to be a little brighter. Maybe it really works. We will buy it next time. Jian Anqi put on his clothes and put 10 ice crystals in his pocket. I'll go out first. Yenrui shook his head and put his arm around Jian Anqi. I'll take you. It was already dusk. The two had just opened the door and returned to the dormitory when a wave of heat hit them. It's too hot. Yen-Rui opened the window to let in some air in the room. Is it over 40 degrees now? Jian Anqi looked at the thermometer in the room. Yes. It's 46 degrees now. It's not the hottest time yet. But this temperature is basically the limit of the human body. Not to mention the harsh conditions now. There is no air conditioning. And you can only rely on a little cool breeze to cool yourself down. Sell some ice cubes tonight. Make ice cups or ice cream. Yen-Rui silently calculated in his mind how long this business could last. Sell once every other day? Do you think it's okay? Just sell 1 point for one. This thing is considered a luxury now. It's a luxury. But there's no need to sell it too expensively. Ordinary ice cream can be sold for 1 point. Or 0.5 points for wholesale. And then a high-end customized one. I remember there are ice cream machines in supermarkets. Yen-Rui immediately understood what Jian Anqi meant. There are 3. We will sell these 3 for 5 points each. High-end handmade custom models? In fact, it is the simplest handmade ice cream cups in convenience stores. Generally, foreign fast food restaurants sell them for about 10 yuan. This thing is not like those luxury goods that can be used all the time. But consumables. Once you eat it, it will be gone. If Yen-Rui asks for too high a price, he will feel guilty. It's not that they want to eat cheap food. Why do you care about them? They bought a bottle of perfume for 50 points. Let alone this. Then set it at 10 points per cup. At this price? Forget it. We will keep it for ourselves. Unexpectedly, Yen-Rui made about 200,000 yuan with ice cream at night. First of all, for the cheap ice cream, Yen-Rui also accepts cash transactions. You can buy one for 3 yuan or 1 point. If you want to wholesale, Yen-Rui can provide tools, plastic foam boxes and quilts. There are also several ice bags at the bottom of the box. If you don't have money, just use your ID card as collateral. The whole neighborhood was in an ice cream frenzy that night. Some people even ran down in their pajamas when they heard about ice cream sales. Those who couldn't buy even beat their chests and asked the vendors to promise to come back and continue selling. As long as the vendors were hardworking and diligent, they would at least make a few hundred points of net profit that night, which is a considerable income no matter where they are. And Yen-Rui's ice cream machine made him a lot of money. Do you have a more advanced ice cream machine? I want to eat the ice cream made by hand. Raw materials and machines are expensive now. But labor is not that expensive. My machine is a luxury now. Yen-Rui said to the rich people in front of him with a smile. 1 cup is 10 points. And cash is not accepted as usual. Does anyone need it? Are they all available tonight? Someone asked. My parents are at home. I have to go back to inform them. Of course we have them all. Although this is not available regularly. Once it is available, we will have enough for the day. Yen-Rui patted his chest and guaranteed. Until 4 in the morning, all are available. Yen-Rui's ice cream set off a frenzy. When it was 4 in the morning, he just wanted to close the stall. But he was a little surprised to see a familiar customer in front of him. Minister Xiong. What are you doing here? Minister Xiong pointed to the ice cream machine. I want to eat ice cream. Give me 2 cups. I'll take it away. The temperature is high now. And it melts quickly. So it's better not to take it back. Yen-Rui kindly reminded. And soon, 2 cups of ice cream were ready. I'm not worried about that. I have people here. Xiong Qing pointed to the young man in uniform beside him. He smiled at Yen-Rui. And then a trace of cool air came out of his palm. This is... Yen-Rui was a little happy. Congratulations, Minister Xiong. Minister Xiong waved his hands proudly. There is no way. There are so many talented people under me. And I can't control them. Yen-Rui handed over 2 cups of ice cream. And then said, do you want more? Minister Xiong shook his head. No. I will be busy later. The next day, the official issued a notice, mainly stating that it was extremely hot recently, and you can go to the cafeteria to receive high-temperature subsidies. According to the ID card, you can receive a subsidy with an ID card. Yen-Rui didn't know what the subsidy was, so he asked Grandma Feng next door. Grandma Feng handed Yen-Rui a gift package of high-temperature subsidy, which was a small pack of ice packs and a small box of heat-stroke medicine. In the extremely hot weather in the previous life, too many people died of heat stroke. This time, the preparations were timely, so there was not much loss. However, Yenrui always felt a little panic when he was free recently. Do you think it is possible that the invasion consciousness has discovered us? So they dare not act rashly. If the battle line is extended, so many people here can't stand it. Yenrui lay on the bed helplessly. I wish he would come to fight me now. Jian Anqi flicked Yenrui's forehead. What are you thinking about? We are not ready now. Let's talk about it when we are ready. Prepare for what? Yenrui turned over and asked. There are already 60 psychics who have registered recently. The first batch of psychics has started training. I will try to make them able to fight within a month. Jian Anqi paused. At least, they should be able to hold weapons and be comparable to those under Wen Mingshi. Then look for them in the original team. Their training level is no worse than that of Wen Mingshi's men. Yenrui realized that Jian Anqi obviously wanted to train a vanguard team as quickly as possible. But a month was too short. Although the physical fitness of those who had just become psychics was much stronger than that of ordinary people, their mental state obviously did not meet Jian Anqi's requirements. Yenrui said with some concern, can they accept the intensity as soon as they come in? 30 points a day. 3 meals. Fruit snacks every day. And energy supplements in the afternoon. Besides, I have informed them of the intensity of the training. And they can quit at any time. They should be able to bear it. Jian Anqi explained, I was actually prepared for them to quit. I recruited 60 people at the beginning. But in the end, only 30 people were left. Ah, you actually planned to do so. Yenrui thought this was somewhat reasonable. Those who have passed the training are your direct descendants. What direct descendants or not? They will all be sent to various departments in the end. Jian Anqi smiled and said, we don't do the trick of occupying the mountain and becoming the king. Who said you occupied the mountain and became the king? You slandered me. Yenrui smiled and hit Jian Anqi. When the two were happy, there was a hurried knock on the door. Jian Anqi walked up and opened the door. He saw Mu Shiran standing outside the door with a very anxious expression. Can you lend me your car? My sister is sick. What's wrong? After hearing this, Jian Anqi immediately turned around and took the car key. Seeing this, Yenrui also ran out immediately. He didn't dare to delay for a moment and followed Mu Shiran to their room. As soon as he entered the room, Yenrui saw that Mu Shiran's cheeks were abnormally red. He asked nervously, is she having a fever? Mu Shiran was organized at this time. She felt a little uncomfortable before going to bed yesterday morning. I gave her medicine and she fell asleep. But when I woke up at night, she became like this. She was hot all over and couldn't even open her eyes. Otherwise, I'll take a look at her first. After hearing this, Yenrui stepped forward and said, let me see if she has awakened her superpowers. Recently, many people have awakened their superpowers. Do you carry the crystal sea sand with you? Awakening superpowers? Mu Shiran obviously hadn't thought of this. He was slightly stunned. But then he reacted. Whether she has awakened her superpowers or not, I want to take her to the hospital first. Is that okay? Yenrui saw this and retracted his hand. Okay. Let's go downstairs now. I'll drive. Mu Shiran carried Mu Shiling on his back. Perhaps because Mu Shiran had long been accustomed to Mu Shiling's illness, he didn't seem to be too panicked. After several people sent Mu Shiling to the hospital, Yenrui asked the doctor, is Mu Shiling going to awaken her superpowers? It's hard to say. Her immunity is not very good. Recently, there are many ordinary people with fevers. They are not awakening superpowers. We have to wait for blood tests to confirm it. After hearing this, Yenrui pulled the corner of Jian Anqi's clothes. Jian Anqi understood and took a step back. Then Yenrui said, we are relieved that the person has been sent here. If you have anything, you can find me at the stall or go home. The two of us will leave now. After saying hello, the two turned around and left, not knowing that behind them, Mu Shiran lowered her head and spoke to the voice in her mind. You said that my sister will recover after coming to the hospital. When will she be well? Don't worry. It will take at least 1 day. Tomorrow, you can take your healthy sister to the market. Mu Shiran frowned. Don't play tricks on me. My sister is not in good health. She can't stand you doing this. The voice in his mind was a little disapproving. So you want me to find someone else? You should know that you have already taken the initiative to join the game when it just started. At this point, the voice in his mind chuckled. At that time, the box set by the person you found had a flaw. I haven't settled the account with you for ruining my good thing. Do you want me to settle the account with you now? A shadow fell under Mu Shiran's eyes. Then my sister. Will she be well tomorrow? Don't worry. She will definitely be well. And she will be very well. Chapter 204 Doomsday Disaster. I feel a little flustered. Yin Rui stopped and touched his chest at the door of the hospital. Jian Anqi said nervously. What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable? After that, he was going to take Yin Rui back to the hospital. And he would give him a physical examination no matter what. Yin Rui held his hand. No. I just feel flustered. As if I haven't done anything. Are you not used to staying up all day and going out at night? Or are you too tired these days? Take a few days off. Jian Anqi said. Yin Rui patted Jian Anqi's hand. No. I just panicked for a while. Maybe I just walked too fast just now. There's nothing wrong with my body. He just used energy to circulate in his body. And didn't find any problems. Maybe he was really too tired these days. It's okay. I'll go to bed early after I go back today. No big problem. Yin Rui pulled Jian Anqi to leave. But after walking 2 steps forward, he was still a little worried. He touched his ear and called out the system. Keep an eye on Mu Shiran. If he makes any move, notify me immediately. The system pouted, somewhat reluctantly, but Yin Rui picked him up and rubbed his head. And then he smiled and said, Then I'll go now. The two said goodbye at the door of Jian Anqi's unit. Yin Rui came to his stall and found that many people had already lined up. Yin Rui looked at these unfamiliar faces, who didn't look like rich young men and women. So he reminded them, If you need wholesale, tell me. I can give you wholesale prices and provide props. Oh, no need. Someone in the crowd refused directly after hearing Yin Rui's words. We are all here to buy on behalf of others. The boss lists the list, and we come here to earn a fee for running errands, which is not less than selling goods wholesale. Yin Rui suddenly realized that there was such a way. He was relieved and began to prepare goods for the customers in an orderly manner. While preparing the goods, Yin Rui would chat with the people who helped run errands while moving the goods. He found that in a short period of time, they had already grown to a considerable scale. Even for the benefit of the running errand circle, everyone had begun to standardize the pricing within the circle. 10 points are required for one time, within 5 items, and 1 point for each item exceeding 5. Your business is good, but it is tiring. Yin Rui smiled. Well, whether it's tiring or not, it's hard to find a job that can make money now. The uncle who helped run errands wiped his sweat. I thought this kind of thing would narrow the gap between the rich and the poor. But it turns out that the rich are still rich. And people like us, who used to live better than the rich, and the poor have suddenly become half human and half ghost. Don't say that. There is still hope as long as we are alive. The uncle nodded. Yes. It's better than drowning or being crushed to death. I don't know what's going on in our country. Is there a national master? Although Yin Rui knew that the uncle's words were not intended to praise him, he always felt a little proud when he heard them. There should be a master. Anyway, we are alive and can do business now. We are already very happy to have enough food and warm clothes. After Yin Rui sent the man away, he looked at the other person's back and felt emotional. Boss, do you have solar panels here? My boss wants to ask. Can I exchange them with points? Someone came to Yin Rui and asked. Yin Rui said without hesitation, You can make a reservation. But you have to pay the full amount first. Now I can only find one. 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. One piece is 500 points. Yin Rui took out a piece of paper and wrote the specifications of the solar panel on the paper. If you need it, ask your boss to come in person. I don't deliver to your door. Okay. Yin Rui turned around and bought a solar panel on the system mall. Now in this gathering place, the use of solar panels is very common. The official had prepared stocks long before the disaster. But it was the first time that an individual needed it. When they were going home, Yin Rui and Jian Anqi talked about this matter. Jian Anqi said, I know that family. Before the end of the world, that family had more than 40 large supermarkets in the province. They were very rich. Before, the government privately wanted their goods for disaster relief, and they donated all of them directly. Later, the government gave them points as compensation. So that's how it is. They are a family with a good vision. No wonder they can't spend all the points now. They directly booked a whole unit. Now they are looking for you to buy solar panels, because they have already found someone to buy air conditioners and refrigerators. However, because the children in the family have awakened their superpowers, they are not particularly anxious now. Sure enough, it is now the most important to go to the right circle and follow the right people. Now a day has passed. Yin Rui is at the dining table and thinks of his work in arranging the system. How is Mu Shiran today? Mu Shiran found a job, similar to a temporary worker in the community. He can get 15 points for a day's work, but he has to run around to deliver goods. The system said. He has returned to the hospital to see his sister. His sister doesn't seem to be in a very good condition now. Not very good? Did she faint again? Yin Rui asked. System, no. She is just pale. In the hospital environment, she still looks sick. Weaker than the child next door, who fainted from heat stroke. It shouldn't be. Yin Rui thought silently in his heart. I checked her body last time. There is nothing wrong. She should be able to hold on for a while. Although the environment of the hospital was generally not very good before the disaster, the situation is different now. Now, each of the hospital wards has enough ice crystals to keep the temperature at around 23 degrees at any time. And it can also be adjusted according to the patient's own body sensation. It can be said that it is the most relaxing environment in this gathering place. But Mu Shiling is still like this under such conditions. What kind of disease is this? Yin Rui wanted to go to the hospital out of curiosity, but was stopped by Jian Anqi. She is not in danger of life yet. If you go there now, Mu Shiran will probably think too much. Yin Rui stopped and scratched his head. It's not because of anything else. I just think I should go there. Then we will go there quietly later. Hearing what Yin Rui said, Jian Anqi stood on Yin Rui's side without hesitation. Yin Rui smiled and said, Then we don't need to. We can just say we will give them some gifts and some fruits. The next day, before Jian Anqi went to work, Yin Rui brought some fruit and went to the hospital to visit Mu Shiran. Mu Shiran was a little surprised to see them coming here. Yin Rui handed him the fruit in his hand, and then gave Mu Shiling a few books. You must be bored in the hospital. I especially found 2 books to relieve your boredom. How do you feel these 2 days? Can you be discharged from the hospital soon? Mu Shiling's condition looked much better today. She smiled at Yin Rui and said, I'm going to be discharged soon. These 2 days are my annual routine to recuperate in the hospital. Thank you for the book. Yin Rui took the opportunity to check Mu Shiling's body while the two were talking, and found that there was indeed nothing wrong with her. He also did not find anything abnormal in Mu Shiran. So he was relieved. Thank you too for coming to see us. Mu Shiran looked at Yin Rui with some emotion. The doctor heard that you are my friend, and gave us a lot of preferential treatment. Really? Yin Rui really didn't know there was such a thing. It shouldn't be. They should be taking care of you and your sister. And it should have nothing to do with me. However, Mu Shiran insisted that it was because of Yin Rui that Mu Shiling was able to get such good care. And Yin Rui had no way to refute it. After leaving, he still said silently, I shouldn't be famous to this extent. Of course not. But why Mu Shiran thinks so? That's unknown. Jian Anqi took Yin Rui's hand. Let's go. Take me to work. On this day, the boss who came to order solar panels came out in person to meet with Yin Rui. Yin Rui saw this person and felt a little familiar. He should have seen him several times on TV or in the news. He is a well-known local entrepreneur. Boss Yin, do you have samples of solar panels? Do you provide warranty? Warranty is fine. But if there is any problem, I can only repair it for you, not replace it. It is not easy to find this thing now, so I can only do this much. Yin Rui made it clear. If you are worried, I will buy 10 and get 1 free. And you can keep the free one as a spare. If it is 10, will it be enough to install electrical appliances in 2 rooms? Although this boss is rich, he has begun to be frugal with such large-scale expenditures. It's definitely enough for 2 rooms. These 5 yuan are enough to power a villa. If you have 2 rooms, 2 yuan per room is enough. Then buy 5 yuan and keep 1 for backup. The boss made up his mind. Yin Rui looked at him and said, Okay, this thing is not very popular and will not be out of stock. Just buy it if you need it in the future. Hearing Yin Rui's words, the boss felt relieved. In this situation, although he seemed to be in a better condition than others, he made the right choice and got a lot of points. But he also transferred most of it to his previous owner. There was not much left. In addition, he didn't have any income now and was under a lot of pressure. Boss Yin, come to my house for dinner when you have time. No, I'm not rejecting you. I really don't have time now. If you need it, you can come to me. Yin Rui smiled at the boss in a friendly way. The boss felt a little regretful. He originally wanted to pull Yin Rui to see if he could do some small business with him. But he was still rejected. Okay, My child is studying with Captain Jian now. We've been going back and forth. So we know each other now. Yanrui nodded absent-mindedly. He wiped the sweat off his face with a towel, looked at the moon hanging high in the sky, and murmured, "Why is it so hot so late?" Yes, the temperature is over 40 degrees now, and over 60 during the day. Yanrui felt bad. It got hot too quickly. It shouldn't be like this normally. Isn't he going to speed up the disaster? Chapter 205 Doomsday Disaster. Yanrui told Jian Anqi his thoughts in horror. Jian Anqi pondered for a moment, then said, "It is also possible that the invading consciousness found that he did not get the result he wanted. So it is possible to speed up the pace." Yanrui stood up. "No. We can't just sit there and wait for death. We have to find a way to find this invading consciousness. This may be a bit difficult, because the main consciousness of our world has no way to communicate with us directly. So we can only rely on ourselves to find a way to catch him out." "How to catch him?" Yanrui asked. "We don't even know where he is." "Then we can only lead him out." Jian Anqi pondered. "But how to lead people out? We still need to think about it in the long run." Yanrui scratched his head irritably. He collapsed on the sofa. "I'm so annoyed. Why don't we change the world and change the mood? Maybe we can think of it after relaxing." Jian Anqi pinched his face. "Even if it's just one day, something could go wrong. Let's wait until everything is settled." Yanrui hated this feeling of being at a loss. In his last life, this feeling always surrounded him. When he lost control, he even felt that his soul was falling, and below was an abyss with no one. He must change this situation, since he has been hiding in the dark. "Let him come to me." Yanrui made up his mind. He looked at Jian Anqi and said, "Let Minister Xiong make my name public tomorrow." "No." Jian Anqi refused sternly. "Absolutely not. I said I would lure him out. Not that I would let you take risks. What should we do? We can't just wait for all the disasters to pass. If we continue like this disaster will never pass." Yanrui's tone was a little anxious. For the first time, he raised his voice in front of Jian Anqi. In his last life, he just did it one by one, and 2/3 of the world's population died. What if he is unhappy in this life and increases the severity of the disaster? How can I save so many people? Jian Anqi looked at Yanrui, whose lips were trembling, and sighed. He hugged him in his arms without saying anything. "I don't mean to take it slowly, but give me some time. I will find a way to stay ahead of the aggressive consciousness." Jian Anqi held Yanrui's hand a little tighter. "There will be a way. I will find a way." Yanrui was in Jian Anqi's arms, and the familiar smell lingered on his nose. Only then did he calm down and buried his head in Jian Anqi's neck. "I know. I will find a way too. Challenging the aggressive consciousness is not difficult, but fighting him is difficult." And the two of them fell into a dilemma. "Maybe?" Yanrui said. "Do you remember what Fan Zhou said? Why did they choose our plane?" "It's energy." Jian Anqi answered immediately. "He was attracted by the energy of our plane." "That's right. What if we leave him with no energy?" Yanrui's words were a bit bewitching. "There is only so much energy in total, and we have so few superpowers now that we can't consume it all. What if we can encourage more people to consume energy? We have already given the cultivation method of the ancient martial arts plane to Minister Xiong. He should have his own considerations." Jian Anqi lowered his eyes and thought for a while, then stood up. "I'll go find him now and ask him to start thinking of ways to promote it nationwide tomorrow." "Yanrui, there's no rush for that day. Let's go find him before work tomorrow and let him have a good sleep." Minister Xiong looked several years older recently. Even if Yanrui secretly injects energy into him, it can only make him sleep well, and it basically doesn't have much effect. I can't imagine how hard those people would work in other cities without Yanrui's help. Yanrui and Jian Anqi went straight to Xiong Qing's office the next day without delay. Xiong Qing was eating at this time. In front of him was a steamed bun in the bowl, and a bowl of noodle soup made from instant seasoning packets, plus a handful of pickles. Yanrui recalled the 2 dishes and 1 soup he had just prepared, and felt a little guilty. Xiong Qing was a little happy to see the 2 people coming, and said, "How did you 2 have time to come today? Did you discover something?" Yanrui and Jian Anqi sat in front of Xiong Qing and said, "Well, how do you plan to promote the skills I gave you a few days ago? We have just printed a part of it. As you know, the situation is special now, and we print very slowly. It will probably take a month. After all the printing is completed, We will ship these things to various places. Xiongqing gulped down the soup in the bowl, put down the bowl and wiped his mouth. Actually, I thought of printing a few copies in each city at the beginning, and let them find ways to promote it themselves. But looking at their situation, it is much more difficult than ours. Some cities don't even have electricity. But we at least have electricity here, Xiongqing said with a sad tone. So I thought I could help as much as I could. At least each city could have 100 copies. After hearing this, Yin Rui realized that in the current situation, some things are easy to say, but there are thousands of difficulties and obstacles in doing them. Then I'll do it. I'll donate as much as you need, Yin Rui said without hesitation. But I may not be able to help with transportation. Xiongqing was overjoyed. Okay. You don't need to help with this. We don't have any big problems with transportation now. Looking at Xiongqing's rosy face, Yin Rui reminded him, you must promote it quickly. It's best if everyone starts practicing. If you have any questions, you can contact me directly. What contact methods are used in various regions now? Use Telegram. It's still quite inconvenient to contact by Telegram, Yin Rui thought. After searching for a while, he said, that's it. I'll write down all the precautions for the promoted exercises and distribute them. Okay. As long as you are ready, we can ship them at any time. After leaving Xiongqing's office, Yin Rui frowned. In this case, I don't seem to have time to set up a stall. Jian Anqi, then I'll take a leave. No. Your current work is more important than mine, Yin Rui said. Consume more energy, so that the invasion consciousness has the mind but no strength. At this time, Yin Rui suddenly thought of the system. Don't think of me. I'm really busy now. I have to keep an eye on Mushiran, take care of the farm, and contact the systems of other planes. I'm already too busy. Yin Rui sighed with some regret. What should I do? Who should I ask for help? He had given the ordinary stall to Uncle Feng and Bo Chandon to manage before, and the two of them were doing very well. Now this stall is more complicated and has higher requirements. And if it is stopped for a few days, the impact will not be very good. That's it, Jian Anqi said. Now Bo Chandon has experience. Let him take over this luxury stall, and let Uncle Feng do the ordinary stall alone. This is a helpless solution. But in just a few days, if it is faster, Yin Rui should be able to complete all the precautions in a week. But before that, he has to ask the opinions of these two people. Of course, Uncle Feng was even a little surprised. Before, he helped Yin Rui to look after the stall, and the points he earned had exceeded the level of other people he knew. Now Yin Rui gave him the opportunity to take the lead, and he would definitely not miss it. Now you are the only one left in the stall. Do you think 200 points a week is okay? Yes, absolutely. Uncle Feng thought that if he could do well this time, wouldn't it be great to get this long-term job in the future? Yin Rui looked like a man who could do big things. And Bo Chandon didn't look like an ordinary person either. So how could he be trapped by such a small stall? However, Yin Rui didn't think so far for the time being. After he told Bo Chandon about his plan, Bo Chandon said, Uncle Feng is a very serious person and can get started quickly. Sometimes Grandma Feng will come to help. That's good. But after I solve the problem, I will return to my original position. It's really hard to look after a stall alone. Hearing this, Bo Chandon smiled indifferently. I think it's quite interesting. I can see different people and hear different news every day. Bo Chandon suggested at this time, do you want to set up an intelligence group? As long as you collect information in the market, you can get most of the policy information in this area. No. Don't work so hard. If he wants any information, just ask Xiongqing directly. Or ask Jian Anqi. Isn't it tiring to set up an intelligence group? But Bo Chandon is ambitious. Yin Rui kept this in mind. After he returned to the dormitory, he did not stop at all. He immediately returned to the supermarket, took out all the skills, and began to think carefully. Jian Anqi did not disturb him, but gently prepared snacks and drinks for him to replenish his energy. There are too many exercises. When Yin Rui collected them, he didn't have time to read them carefully one by one. He just flipped through them casually to get an impression. Now after a careful look, he found that there are several exercises that are not suitable for ordinary people to practice. He dared to throw these few away blindly. In modern society, everyone basically lacks exercise. There are too few people who have fitness habits. Yin Rui has carefully selected these days, and picked out 3 exercises that are most suitable for ordinary people to practice. Among them, the most suitable for all ages is an entry-level breathing method. Although it is a breathing method, this book will be combined with appropriate movements, such as punching when exhaling, lifting legs when inhaling, etc. Yin Rui looked at the simple Wang's breathing method on the cover and nodded with satisfaction. Thank you, Master Wang. The book he researched is very suitable for their current situation. The remaining 2 types are palm techniques similar to Tai Chi, and the other is fist techniques. These 2 can slightly enhance the attack power. According to the current classification, these 2 types are considered high-intensity aerobic. It's just that all the consumed oxygen can be converted into energy. After Yin Rui wrote all the notes of these 3 books clearly, he immediately asked the system to copy tens of thousands of copies, and then asked Jian Anqi to send all of them to Xiongqing. He also needs to choose the advanced version of the exercises. There are more choices for the advanced version. It is necessary to combine the types of superpowers and the physical conditions of ordinary people. Yin Rui racked his brains and selected 5. One of these 5 is the Shuyu technique that Yin Rui learned. He didn't understand the Shuyu technique in this plane. He had heard that it was magical. But the Shuyu technique he brought back from the martial arts plane could use energy to treat patients. As long as a few people can learn it, it will also make the current scarce medical resources a little easier. This book of Zuyushu is actually a little difficult to learn. But Yin Rui still shared it out of selfishness, hoping that more people can learn it. After selecting all the exercises, Yin Rui stood up and stretched. How many days have passed? I don't seem to have rested for several days. Yin Rui rubbed his eyes and felt fine. But his eyes seemed a little swollen. It's been 13 days. Almost 2 weeks. And Minister Xiong has already distributed the first batch of exercises to all parts of the country. That's perfect. You copy these according to the last score. And tell Jian Anqi, I want to have a good sleep. And I'll talk to you after I wake up. Although Yin Rui's body could still hold on, his spirit was a little bit exhausted. After returning to the room, he fell on the bed and slept soundly. On the other side, Jian Anqi, who received the message, looked at the students he was training and couldn't help but smile. This smile made the students feel uneasy. Later, Wan Jiaming, as an assistant teacher, knew that it should be Yin Rui who sent him a message. Although he still didn't know what the connection between the 2 was, he was 100% sure that the only person who could make Jian Anqi have such an expression was Yin Rui. Start now. Run around the field 20 times. Pay attention to breathing. Ready? Start. Jian Anqi didn't even give these students a chance to think more. After giving the order, everyone started running, fearing that they would be detained in the morning. Yes, I don't know what happened these days. Captain Jian suddenly acted like a murderer. The last time they were so nervous was the head teacher who pursued grades in the graduating class. However, all the complaints disappeared when Captain Jian asked for leave the next day. Yin Rui slept soundly. When he woke up, he saw Jian Anqi sitting on the sofa reading a book. Yin Rui blinked his eyes, his voice a little hoarse. Jian Anqi, are you off work? After hearing Yin Rui's voice, Jian Anqi immediately put down the book in his hand and walked quickly to Yin Rui's side. I asked for leave today. I asked for leave. I don't know if it's because he slept too long. Yin Rui's voice is still a little lazy. He put his hands on Jian Anqi's neck and kissed Jian Anqi gently. Good morning. Jian Anqi chuckled and kissed back. It was not until Yin Rui sat at the dining table that he woke up a little. So I slept for 17 hours. Why did I sleep so long? Jian Anqi put the porridge in front of him. You haven't eaten for so many days. Eat something light to fill your stomach first. I don't know what Jian Anqi added to the porridge. The white porridge has a little sweet taste. Seeing Yin Rui eating sweetly, Jian Anqi began to report to Yin Rui about the major events that happened in the past few days. In addition to the fact that he had cooperated with Minister Xiong to distribute all the skills. Jian Anqi said another thing, with a serious expression. The infectious disease has appeared again. What? Yin Rui was in disbelief and almost choked. How did it appear? When did it appear? In which city? If it doesn't work, let's go to that city now. Maybe we can control it. It's in this city. Jian Anqi had to tell Yin Rui the whole news. It appeared about a week ago. The transmission speed is very fast, and the mortality rate is very high. Other cities have also found the disease one after another. However, according to the situation, The earliest case should be in Can. How could it be? Yin Rui murmured. I took precautions left and right. Why did this happen? This is not something you can prevent alone. Jian Anqi comforted. The only party at fault for the infectious disease is the aggressive consciousness. So you don't have to blame yourself. And everyone is working together to overcome this difficulty. I heard that there has been a breakthrough. This time. Because everyone is watching. It has not spread on a large scale. Now all the patients have been basically isolated. Residents outside basically won't be infected with the virus as long as they pay attention to wearing masks. But there is one thing that is very suspicious. Jian Anqi said. In Mu Xiling's ward, all the patients were infected with the virus this time. And Mu Xiling was alone and nothing happened. The medical staff also said they wanted to draw blood from Mu Xiling to see if there were antibodies in her body. But Mu Xiran refused sternly, and quickly took Mu Xiling out of the hospital. Hospital. Can Mu Xiling's body support her after leaving the hospital? This was Yin Rui's first reaction. But why didn't Mu Xiran let Mu Xiling draw blood? What was his reason for refusing? The reason he refused was that Mu Xiling was in poor health and had anemia. And she couldn't stand one less tube of blood. Jian Anqi looked at Yin Rui and said with certainty, he must have a problem. Yin Rui wiped his mouth. He must have a problem. His fox tail finally showed up. After saying that, he stood up impatiently. Let's go to his dormitory to see him now. Do you need to bring any gifts? Yin Rui asked. Jian Anqi thought for a moment. You shouldn't need to bring any gifts. After all, in his eyes, you are also a patient who has just recovered from a serious illness. Yin Rui? What patient who has just recovered from a serious illness? Jian Anqi explained, after the incident. Mu Xiran came to see you. I told him that you were sick and had a fever, which was very similar to the infectious diseases outside. He wanted to leave 800 miles away and never mentioned coming to see you again. Yin Rui was speechless. But he had to say that this was a very good excuse. He thought for a moment and took out a fruit basket. Let's go. Take this to see them. When the two stood in front of Mu Xiran's door, Yin Rui patted Jian Anqi. Should I pretend to be weak? After all, I just recovered from a serious illness. That shouldn't be necessary. Jian Anqi raised his hand and knocked on Mu Xiran's door. Who is it? Mu Xiran's vigilant voice came from inside the door. It's me. I'm Yin Rui. There were hurried footsteps from inside the door. But after the door was opened, Mu Xiran only left a small gap. Yin Rui looked at Mu Xiran, who was wearing a mask and watching the two of them vigilantly, and said speechlessly, I'm well now. I just heard that you two just came out of the hospital. So I gave you a gift. Jian Anqi shook the fruit basket in his hand. Yin Rui prepared it for you. Looking at this basket of fruit that was worth a lot before the disaster, Mu Xiran lowered her eyes, as if she had made a major decision, and opened the door with a fearless attitude. Come in. Yin Rui hesitated for a moment and handed over the fruit basket in his hand. I won't go in. I'm just worried about my sister's health. Is it really okay for her not to live in the hospital? Mu Xiran smiled bitterly. The hospital may be the most dangerous place now. You don't know that there is no one outside now. People would rather eat steamed buns and drink cold water than go out and contact other people. Yin Rui's expression was a little stagnant. So your sister is really not infected with the virus? Right? Yes. I don't know if God saw us as too pitiful and helped us this time. In the whole ward, only Lingling didn't have a fever. And after the test, there was really no virus in her body. So did you draw blood? Yin Rui asked. No. It's just a common virus test. Just collect saliva. After Mu Xiran took the fruit basket, he obviously didn't want to continue to entangle with the two people. After a few words, he closed the door. Looking at the closed door in front of him, Yin Rui turned his head and confirmed with Jian Anqi, there must be something wrong with him. According to Jian Anqi, the virus has been controlled in a small area, and it is not as serious as Mu Xiran showed. In addition, the residents outside did not dare to go out at all as Mu Xiran said. Although everyone wore masks according to official recommendations, they still took a walk and chatted, and their lives were not greatly affected. Only Mu Xiran took this matter more seriously than the sky. What does this prove? Yin Rui said. It proves that he knows how powerful this virus is, and his source of information is definitely not official. Then what is his source of information? System. Check if he has contacted any special people in the past few days. No. I swear to God. He really hasn't. The system raised its finger and pointed to the sky like a human to guarantee. I really didn't see him contact anyone. He didn't even talk much. Then what does he eat and where? Where do his points come from? For Mu Xiling, he will definitely not just stay at home and eat his savings every day. But the problem is that he just stays at home every day and lives off his savings. The system spread its hands. He really sits very steadily. He has prepared the vitamins for Mu Xiling every day. He does as he said, eating steamed buns with cold water, and even going to the toilet when there is no one, such as at noon. Yin Rui was surprised and couldn't close his mouth. Really? Why would he do that? Yes. Why would he do that? The system also touched its chin. The virus has been well controlled outside. Why is he so scared? It's not what I thought. Yin Rui held Jian Anqi's hand and lowered his voice and said, maybe the invasion consciousness is communicating with him. And he is now in the role of Li Changyang. Then what will he promise Mu Xiran? The invasion consciousness promises. Li Changyang can live with Wei Ning in his next life. What is the equivalent price for Mu Xiran? It must be his sister. Yin Rui didn't even have to think about it. It must be his sister. If it's not his sister, I'll pull my head off and let you kick it like a ball. That's not necessary. Jian Anqi touched Yin Rui's head. But we have no way to catch him now. Now it's just a guess. If our inference is correct, a rash impulse will only alert the enemy. Yin Rui also knew this truth. He asked somewhat helplessly, then what should we do? The invasion consciousness must have selected people in each city before. Otherwise it would not be possible to find the insect that can make food production extinct in every city. And the black gold insect can be found easily by him. Which shows that a lot of investment was made. The two people who stayed at Mu Xiran's house might have been chosen by the aggression consciousness at the beginning. But Yin Rui is still curious about why Mu Xiran took those two people in his house. The disappearance of those two people later must have been related to the aggression consciousness. The aggression consciousness must have known Mu Xiran's desire. So it thought of a way to control him. The situation is very serious. But through Mu Xiran's performance, coupled with the situation outside, Yin Rui has other ideas. I think the invasion consciousness may not have any extra power now. Yin Rui judged. Although the virus has appeared, it has not spread on a large scale in various cities. Yin Rui and Jian Anqi analyzed together. Look! The density of people in the gathering places of each city is so high. Not to mention this highly contagious virus. Even a common cold or fever would not have such a small range of infection. He has the ability to release the virus in the city he chooses. But he has no ability to control the range of infection and the intensity of the virus. When Yin Rui said this, he immediately asked Jian Anqi to find Xiong Qing. Ask Minister Xiong if the toxicity of the virus is much worse than that of the virus at the beginning. After hearing Yin Rui's analysis, Jian Anqi was a little impatient. It's useless for the two of us to guess here. Let's go out now and ask Minister Xiong. And send him the prepared exercises by the way. Yin Rui rarely saw Jian Anqi so active. After the two came to Xiong Qing's office as quickly as possible, they were told by Xiong Qing's guard that he was in a meeting and might not have time to see them for the time being. A meeting? What kind of meeting? Yin Rui asked. Is it about infectious diseases? Is the virus mutated? The little soldier scratched his head a little embarrassedly. I don't know much either. I am not qualified to know the content of a meeting of this level. Yin Rui could only suppress his curiosity and sit at the door of Xiong Qing's office waiting for the meeting to end. After a while, Xiong Qing hurried back from outside. His expression was stagnant, and he looked like he didn't want to be approached by strangers. But when he saw Yin Rui standing at the door of his office, he immediately changed his expression and greeted Yin Rui with a smile. Are you well now? Ah, I'm well. Yin Rui held Xiong Qing's hand. Do you have time now? I have something to ask of you. Some of the people following Xiong Qing knew Yin Rui, but some were seeing Yin Rui for the first time. After hearing what Yin Rui said, they immediately felt that this person was a little ignorant. Xiong Qing is now the highest commander of the entire Kancheng, the real top leader. Yin Rui wanted to find a connection, but he actually came here. Isn't it a bit too presumptuous? Who is Xiong Qing? He held Yin Rui's hand and said, Please or no please, come to the office quickly with me. I haven't seen you for such a long time. I miss you a little bit. Xiong Qing ignored the stunned people behind him, took Yin Rui's hand and walked into the office. And at the same time told the people outside the door, remember, when we are talking inside, don't let anyone disturb us. No one can. The guard had already known Yan Rui's specialness, and he saluted Xiong Qing. Understood. Xiong Qing nodded with satisfaction, and immediately took Yan Rui into the office. When they got to the office, Xiong Qing said with some emotion, I haven't seen you for a few days. Have you lost weight? After that, he patted Yan Rui's shoulder with some heartache. You have worked hard these days. Xiong Qing knew what Yan Rui was doing these days, but he still covered for Xiong Qing outside, although this cover was a bit abstract. Mr. Yan Rui handed the advanced version of the skills in his hand to Xiong Qing. I have already written down the precautions and so on. There shouldn't be any more problems. But if there are any problems, you can still send me a telegram to discuss. Of course. Xiong Qing took the space button and said, as if he had found a treasure. Do you know how big a storm it caused when I told them that there is energy in the air that can allow people without supernatural talents to still cultivate supernatural powers? Yan Rui reacted to Xiong Qing's words, but he realized it later that it was indeed the case. Although they are different statements, they are all about controlling energy in the end. And there is no difference in the eyes of others. The main thing is to give ordinary people a chance. We can't not give them a chance to fight just because they lost at the starting line. Moreover, if the difference in personal ability is too big, there will be big problems in the later stage. Xiong Qing laughed. You think very clearly. After Xiong Qing finished speaking, he suddenly thought of something. Bent down, took out a thick stack of papers from the drawer, put it on the table, and pushed it in front of Yan Rui. These are all yours. What are these? Yan Rui was confused. These are thank you letters from all over the country, thanking you for your efforts. After saying this, Xiong Qing couldn't help but sigh. You don't know how many voices of opposition there were when the country ordered everyone to live outside after the flood. You also don't know how many people think that building gathering places is a waste of money. There are too many people waiting to slap you in the face. I didn't expect that everything you said would come true in the end. Yan Rui took the thank you letter and smiled bitterly. I hope to be slapped in the face. Xiong Qing waved his hand. Let's not talk about this. Let's just talk about what we have now. Before, many people sneered at your disaster manual, and now they wish they could all. I studied word by word, fearing that I would miss something. Xiong Qing laughed. Many of my old comrades sent me messages at the beginning of the disaster. Now that they can't send messages, they started to send me telegrams, and they wanted to ask me which direction they should point to even if they fart. Yan Rui laughed out loud after hearing this. Ha ha ha. Tell them to take good care of their bodies. Xiong Qing slapped the table. Don't tell me. I'm in great shape after drinking your stuff. If it were before, I might have a stroke now. Yan Rui immediately pursed his lips to prevent himself from laughing out loud. Jian Anqi took this opportunity to cough twice, and Yan Rui immediately remembered the business. How is the virus? Is it still so contagious now? You said this virus, and I don't know what happened. It made people panic at the time. Within 3 days, Xiong Qing clapped his hands with a snap sound. Gone! Gone? What does it mean? It's gone. Just like a gust of wind. The virus disappeared directly, and even the infected patients can't find any virus. The patients just have some sequelae, and they have saved their lives. Nothing happened. Yan Rui turned his head and looked at Jian Anqi, and the two immediately had considerations in their hearts. Xiong Qing looked at the tacit interaction between the two and laughed. If you have any secrets, share them with me. I will definitely not tell others. Yan Rui smiled awkwardly. There is no secret. It's just that we made a bet. Oh! Then who lost? Of course Jian Anqi lost. Yan Rui couldn't sit still anymore. Stood up and said goodbye to Xiong Qing. I'm going back. My mind is now on my 2 stalls. Although there is no problem. But I can only feel at ease when I see it. Okay. Then you go and see it now. Although Xiong Qing saw that there was a secret between the two, he didn't care. Don't worry. I have someone watching your stall. If anyone wants to cause trouble, they will be dealt with immediately. Thank you so much, Minister Xiong. Why are you being so polite to me? Xiong Qing opened the door at this time, and this sentence was spread out. The people outside already knew who was the person who could make Xiong Qing so polite. Everyone looked at him with admiration. After Yan Rui felt the eyes of the people around him, he nodded a little embarrassedly, and then left the scene quickly. This fame. I really can't control it even if I want to. Yan Rui raised his eyebrows, then took Jian Anqi's hand and left humming a song. Leaving the office building, Yin Rui faced the moonlight and said easily, I thought this virus would spread and form a plague. But it turned out to be a dud. This feeling is really great. It's a false alarm. A false alarm is good. Yin Rui jumped forward. He took Jian Anqi's hand and said, this proves that the aggressive consciousness of our world is very weak. As long as we don't give him the opportunity to grow, he may die by himself. When the main consciousness of our world returns, we will knock him down directly. Yin Rui waved his fist. Let him taste the iron fist. Looking at such a happy Yin Rui, Jian Anqi couldn't help but curl his lips, and at the same time followed his. He analyzed, he must also absorb energy from humans to grow. Our country has a large population, which should be his main source of energy, but we did not provide it for him. So his energy is now much less than that of his previous life. Jian Anqi said slowly, and we have already begun to use the energy of this plane. Even if he has stronger energy, he can't compete with so many of us. The future is bright. Yin Rui was full of confidence. The future is so bright. If we can find a way to catch the aggressive consciousness in Mushiron's mind, maybe we don't have to endure the extreme cold, and we can end this damn doomsday. Maybe. Who knows what tomorrow will be like. Jian Anqi followed Yin Rui's words, and Yin Rui felt relieved. The two walked to Yin Rui's luxury goods booth. There was a long line in front of the booth as before. Bo Chandon did a great job. He gave me all the goods and profits every day. He also did a good job with the accounts. He even increased his income compared to before. I won't be needed anymore. Will I? If I'm not needed, I'll be really sad. Yin Rui walked forward and saw Wang Jiaming, who was supposed to be at work. Wang Jiaming shuddered when he saw Jian Anqi. Jian Anqi waved at him. But Wang Jiaming shook his head at Jian Anqi for the first time and resisted Jian Anqi's order. Jian Anqi was a little surprised when he saw it. He walked forward and asked, why? Wang Jiaming whispered to Jian Anqi, Captain, trust me. I will tell you the whole story when I go back. Jian Anqi nodded and did not pursue the matter further. Wang Jiaming breathed a sigh of relief at this time. I asked others to train for my class. Today is mainly physical training. There are no technical courses. So I came here with peace of mind. Do you think I don't know? Jian Anqi said unhappily. And Wang Jiaming immediately shut up. Who knew that before Wang Jiaming explained? Jian Anqi immediately knew why Wang Jiaming had to come here to stare at Bo Chandon. Shaoan, is this your friend? Are good-looking people willing to make friends with good-looking people? A vulgar voice came over, attracting the attention of the two. Yin Rui looked at the person who was speaking with a surprised expression. Who are you talking to just now? Chapter 206 End of the World Disaster. Yin Rui's question was also what Jian Anqi wanted to ask. He repeated, who are you asking this question to? After hearing the voice, the people around him shut up tacitly, and the originally noisy stall became silent. But this man was not willing to give in. I want to ask this handsome boy what's wrong. You don't let him talk? Jian Anqi chuckled. But everyone, without exception, all realized that there was some anger in Jian Anqi's tone. There was a big brother who wanted to smooth things over. And he said, come on. Buy whatever you need. Don't delay other people's business. You want to do business? Sure. I'll help you. This man immediately squeezed into the stall and rushed towards Bo Chandon. Baby. Don't do it. Dirty work, ah. Wang Jiaming couldn't bear it anymore, and punched this man in the face, hitting him with stars. And he fell backwards unconsciously. It was a pity that there were so many people around, but no one reached out to help him. The sound of him falling to the ground was imprinted in everyone's mind, and everyone felt a little happy. Yin Rui didn't say anything. He directly picked up the man, and then threw him to Wang Jiaming. Take him away. Wang Jiaming quietly exerted force on his wrist, and the man kept screaming in pain. But no one spoke for him. Instead, they were concerned about other issues. Boss Yin, is this stall still open today? Open. 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 Let him come today. We'll come tomorrow. Yin Rui waved to the person who was sent by Xiong Qing to protect the stall. And after handing the stall to him, he quickly left with a few people, leaving all the discussions behind him. Several people took this arrogant little hooligan to Jian Anqi's training camp. They found an empty room, threw him in, and tied him to a chair. Several people looked at the little hooligan who was still talking nonsense, knocked on his head immediately, and then threatened him in a vicious voice. Tell me, why do you want to die? When did I want to die? The little hooligan was still a little unconvinced when he heard Wang Jiaming's question. Why? Are you jealous of me? Are you sick? Wang Jiaming was so angry that he cursed loudly. Who is jealous of you? The little hooligan tilted his head and whistled at Bo Chandon. Don't follow him. Follow me. Follow me. I promise to wait for you at home every day. And provide you with what? Oh, emotional value. Bo Chandon felt a little nauseous. Where did you know me? In a dream. The man raised his eyebrows at Bo Chandon. Bo Chandon couldn't bear to look directly at him. So he turned his head to look at Yan Rui and said, I think he's not right. He only dared to secretly stare at me a few days ago. And stood beside me to help maintain order silently. I thought he wanted to find a job. But he has changed these days? Yan Rui whispered. Is he a little bit possessed by a ghost now? No. It feels like he has a split personality. Bo Chandon said. Compared to the past few days and these days, it feels like two people. Hey, I'm not two people. This is the real me. Then you were fake a few days ago? Yan Rui turned his head away. But after seeing Yan Rui, this person also raised his eyebrows and teased. Little beauty, do you need someone to warm your bed? You really won't cry until you see the coffin. Yan Rui stopped Jian Anqi, who was about to beat the man. Walked forward, squatted in front of him and asked with disgust. Who did you fall in love with at first sight? You make me confused. To you? To you? It's the same anyway. Seeing Yan Rui's initiative, the man smiled happily. And he didn't care about the blood on his nose. He just coughed and said, Don't worry. I will definitely treat you well. Yan Rui persuaded. How to treat me well? Besides, I was a little unhappy that you didn't choose me and him at the beginning. Yan Rui took out a glass of water and fed it to the man's mouth. Tell me first, did you fall in love with Bo Chandon at first sight? Seeing the water, the man gulped it all down. Yan Rui turned around and handed the cup to Jian Anqi. After Jian Anqi took it, the cup broke with a click. Yan Rui turned his head and gave Jian Anqi a warning look. Jian Anqi could only lower his eyes and took 2 steps back in anger. At this time, Yan Rui's medicine also took effect. The man's eyes gradually became blurred. After losing focus, he showed a little innocence. What's your name? Yan Rui took 2 steps back and asked in a gentle voice. How did you think of looking for Bo Chandon? My name is Li Xiaojun. The gods asked me to look for Bo Chandon. After Li Xiaojun finished speaking, he raised his head and smiled at Bo Chandon. I like you. Hee hee. Bo Chandon's expression wrinkled into a ball. Wang Jiaming held his hand and asked him to calm down. Yan Rui continued to ask, Who is the god? How did he contact you? Did he send a dream? Li Xiaojun nodded. Yes. It was a dream. You see, we are so in tune with each other, which proves that we are a perfect match. Yan Rui couldn't help but take a step back, and then said to Jian Anqi, You ask? I don't want to ask anymore. I can't do it anymore. Jian Anqi nodded. And just when he was about to take action, he heard Yan Rui reminding him from behind. No use of force. Jian Anqi withdrew his hand with some regret. Who is the person in your dream? What does he look like? I won't tell you. I want to tell my dear little baby. Li Xiaojun, with blood all over his face, tried to lean his head towards Yan Rui. Let's live well in the future. Life. Who the hell wants to live a good life with you? Jian Anqi couldn't help it anymore. And after cursing, he slapped Li Xiaojun. Then turned to look at Yan Rui, held his hand and said, I'm sorry. I really can't help it. Yan Rui touched Jian Anqi's hand. Okay. I'll continue. Yan Rui stepped forward. Tell me in detail about your dream, so that I can chat with you well, and we will have common memories in the future. Right? Li Xiaojun was overjoyed. Then I will tell you slowly. You must remember everything. Yan Rui smiled and nodded, and then listened to Li Xiaojun. That night when I was sleeping, someone told me in a dream that my lover was nearby. I asked him who he was, and he said that he couldn't tell me directly who it was. If he told me directly who it was, it would be equivalent to revealing the secret, and it is very likely that the fate would be broken. Then how did you find this person? He only said that he was near you. He told me that he is the most popular, the most handsome, and the most capable person in the neighborhood. Li Xiaojun looked at Yan Rui and smiled foolishly. The most popular person in this neighborhood is Bo Chandon. So many people gather around him every day, and many people write love letters to him. Really? Wang Jiaming couldn't help but speak. He looked at Bo Chandon with some suspicion. Why didn't you tell me? Bo Chandon pulled his hand. I told you to do it. I won't take any of them. Jian Anqi suddenly realized this problem at this time. He looked at Yin Rui and said, Have many people written love letters to you? Yin Rui gently pushed him. Why are you talking about this? Let's talk about business now. Jian Anqi could only suppress his thoughts and stared at Li Xiaojun, asking unwillingly, This? 2 points are not enough. There must be other reasons. Of course there are other reasons. Li Xiaojun looked at Jian Anqi as if he was looking at a fool. Because what the god said is true. Otherwise I won't go out. Can you tell me everything the god said to you? Yin Rui held Jian Anqi's hand and coaxed him softly. We'll end it after you finish. Okay. Okay. Li Xiaojun said with a smile. The god said that as long as my lover and I can be together, he could always support me. Give me money and food. And give me what I want. He also told me that my lover likes the kind of tall and strong, expressionless, and serious-looking people, and asked me not to reveal my true nature when I go to find you, and wait until the rice is cooked before talking about it. Hearing this, even Yin Rui wanted to slap him, but he still held back. So he didn't tell you who you are looking for, but only told you that the person you are looking for is in the market. Right? Yes. So can we go now? Is there a marriage registration office here? Let's get married. Yin Rui called a few people to leave the room together, regardless of Li Shijun's shouting behind him. This person is taking drugs, Yin Rui said firmly. Not only does he take drugs, but he has also had problems with his brain and can't make sense. But such people are the easiest to control, Jian Anqi said. That's why he was chosen. Chosen for what? Wang Jiaming asked curiously. After he was chosen, what happened? I think the person he wanted at first should not be our Chang'an. His target was Brother Yin. But by mistake, it happened that our Chang'an helped to look after the stall those days. So it became like this. The appearance that he just described the stall owner liked was obviously Jian Anqi. Wang Jiaming was not a person who looked expressionless and serious. Yin Rui pursed his lips. It looks like that. Then, he no longer concealed it, and told the two people everything about the invasion consciousness. He is now lacking in energy, and can only control people like Li Xiaojun. Although I don't know what his purpose is. If he fails this time, there will definitely be a next time. If it is still someone like Li Xiaojun, then let's not talk about anything else. It's very troublesome to just drive away flies every day. There is no way. Yin Rui shrugged. Then do you need to register to buy things at the stall? But there is no point in those errands to register. It's really a toad lying on the foot. Not biting people but annoying people. Yin Rui scratched his head. Forget it. Let's arrest Li Xiaojun first, and let him calm down for a few days. He must have gone crazy because he couldn't find drugs these days. Wang Jiaming finally waited for Yin Rui to say this. He had long wanted to detain Li Xiaojun. I'll go with you. Jian Anqi also grabbed half of Li Shijun's shoulder, looking at Li Shijun's back. The system's voice came out weakly from Yin Rui's ears. He seems to be a little strange. What's strange? Yin Rui asked. There is a black aura on him. The system squinted its eyes and looked carefully. It's so black. Is he going to die? Don't scare me. Why can't I see that he is black? Yin Rui looked at Li Shijun's back hard, and then said, How did you see it? I just feel that his energy is dirty. The system rubbed its eyes again. Oh, I can't see it. Maybe you saw it wrong, Yin Rui said. You are suddenly in the realm of metaphysics. What metaphysics is that? The energy on his body is dirty. So I said so, the system said. Let's talk about it next time when we have a chance. Yin Rui and Bo Chandon waited for two people for a long time. While waiting for them, Bo Chandon also reported to him in detail the business situation in the past few days, and told him about the new things that happened in the past few days. At first, everyone was shocked when they saw Bo Chandon, fearing that Yin Rui would quit if the stall was changed. After Bo Chandon explained that Yin Rui was still their boss, everyone was relieved. Rich households that had previously purchased solar panels have been wanting to buy various types of equipment in recent days, mainly to match their living standards before the disaster. The news of his solar panels spread further and further. When he said the boss's name was Yin Rui, many people suddenly realized it. Then more and more people came to line up. Bo Chandon has now passed the stage of curiosity. He automatically thinks Yin Rui can do everything. So what should we do next? Just cast a wide net? No. Don't be too anxious, Yenrui said. In fact, these few days, I have been trying to find this aggressive consciousness. I didn't expect that this aggressive consciousness actually came to my door, which saved me some trouble. At this time, Jian Anqi and Wan Jiaming came back, and both of them had solemn expressions. Yenrui walked up and asked, "What's wrong?" "Li Xiaojun is dead." "What?" Yenrui and Bo Chidan exclaimed at the same time. Although they both felt that Li Xiaojun was very disgusting, neither of them wanted to let him die. "How did he die?" Yenrui asked impatiently. "Sudden death. I don't know what happened. He was fine before entering the cell. After entering, he asked me to ask you to go see him. As soon as we left, he fell down. We thought he fainted. But when I went over, he was no longer breathing." After hearing this, Yenrui suddenly thought of the black air that the system just mentioned. He then asked the system, "So he is really dead? Did you really see the death air just now?" The system was also shocked. He was just talking casually just now, but he seemed to see a flash of black air. But he didn't expect that this black air was actually the death air. Is it really in the realm of metaphysics? This question is beyond the scope. At this time, Jian Anqi said, "The forensic doctor is doing an autopsy and will give the news soon. Maybe it was drug abuse. But drugs should not be easy to buy now." Yenrui complained in his heart, remembering that he left with a heavy heart. After returning to the dormitory, he told everything the system had just told him. After listening, Jian Anqi said, "Maybe it's not in the realm of metaphysics, but he is a person with dirty energy, and his body can't bear such pressure because of years of drug abuse. So he died directly." Jian Anqi continued, "When we took him there, many people saw it. So don't be too nervous. Nothing should happen." Jian Anqi said that he was probably afraid that Li Xijuan's family would find them and ask for compensation. But Yenrui was thinking about other aspects. Will the invading consciousness find a lot of people like this to harass us? What's his purpose? Jian Anqi frowned. "Forget it. Don't think too much. Let's eat first." "Yes. It's time to eat." At this time, the system suddenly appeared and stood on the dining table of the two. "What's wrong? Are you hungry too? Let's eat together." Yenrui stood up and wanted to prepare a set of bowls and chopsticks for the system, but was stopped by the system. "I don't want to eat. I just ate with an. I'm here to live broadcast to you. Come on." Yenrui rubbed his hands. "Show me. What good things are you going to live broadcast to me?" The figure of Mu Shiran appeared in front of the two of them instantly. Yenrui saw Mu Shiran's outfit and said with some surprise, "Why is he not wearing a mask now?" He just opened the window and stuck his head out, and found that only a few people on the street were wearing masks. There was no terrible virus spreading at all. The whole person seemed a little crazy. Sure enough, Yenrui saw Mu Shiran yelling in the room, scaring Mu Shiling standing aside and a little at a loss, and could only shed tears silently. After Mu Shiran vented, he glanced at Mu Shiling, said nothing, just pulled the curtain between the two, and then lay on the bed and said in a low voice, "What's wrong with you? Didn't you tell me that there would be virus spreading outside? Why is the situation outside different from what you said? That was just a small mistake. You go out normally now, and it doesn't affect you at all." The aggressive consciousness in his mind said indifferently. However, Yenrui and Jian Anqi could not hear the voice of the aggressive consciousness, but could only hear Mu Shiran's angry opening. "Then I wasted these days? Did you deliberately let my sister and I starve to death, so that you could find someone else to feed us? Right? Federation? Don't take yourself too seriously. With that little bit of energy in you, do you think you are worthy of being fed?" The aggressive consciousness said with some disdain. "I chose the wrong person at the beginning. If I had chosen your good friend Yenrui, maybe I would have achieved my goal by now, and I wouldn't have to waste time here with you." "You mean Yenrui?" Hearing his name, Yenrui straightened his body. At this time, Jian Anqi gave him a piece of pork ribs. "Eat well. Don't look around." Yenrui stuck out his tongue at Jian Anqi and continued to listen. He must have mentioned his name today to provoke Mu Shiran. Yenrui is a man of petty calculations and has no human touch. You actually want to rely on him to help you achieve your goal. You are really delusional. Mu Shiran sneered and continued. "You still say that he can guarantee my life of wealth and glory? What did he use to guarantee it?" With those two words he said casually. Mu Shiran's tone was a little disdainful. "He is jealous of me. jealous that I am better than him, and is afraid that as long as I give him a little chance, I will be able to step on him. So he dare not let me interfere in his business at all. Yen Rui was a little surprised. Does he actually think so? Isn't it because he is petty and has an antisocial personality? And he killed you in his previous life. So I don't let him interfere in my business. Jian Anqi touched. He touched Yen Rui's hand and comforted him. He will get retribution sooner or later if he continues to behave like this. Yen Rui continued to listen, not knowing what the aggression consciousness said to him. Mu Shiran suddenly went berserk. Just wait. I will make Yen Rui pay the price he deserves. And then you will know who is stronger between the two of us. Yen Rui. The aggression consciousness is sick. Why does he always stir up trouble around him? Does this make him feel happy? He came to this plane not to fight for hegemony, but to cause trouble for him. Right. Keep staring at Mu Shiran and see what he is going to do. By the way, keep an eye on Li Xiaojun. If there is any movement, you must tell me as soon as possible. Understood? The system nodded cautiously. I know. I have marked them all. As long as there is any accident, I can immediately teleport you to the plane you have been to before. Yen Rui, don't worry. But can I go back to the plane I have been to before? That's good. Yen Rui and Jian Anqi suggested, why don't we wait until the disaster here is over and go to the original plane to take a look? Jian Anqi smiled. Of course. I still miss them a little. Yen Rui had just made plans for the next day. He was going to start running his stall again the next day, and then open a new stall for Bo Chendan in another market. Uncle Feng did a good job himself, and Bo Chendan already had the ability to open a stall independently. It would be a waste of talent to trap the two together. Who knew that Yen Rui was awakened by the alarm in his mind at noon? What's wrong? Yen Rui jumped up from the bed, looking at Jian Anqi, who had just woken up and had a dazed look in his eyes. It's getting colder outside, the system said loudly. Go back to the dormitory quickly, or you'll be discovered. Yen Rui and Jian Anqi woke up immediately and teleported back to the dormitory the next second. Coincidentally, someone knocked on his door at this moment. Yen Rui put on his clothes and opened the door. He saw Mu Shiran standing outside his door, who had just said that he would pay the price. Mu Shiran was wearing a thin layer of clothes, and his lips trembled slightly from the cold. Do you have any props that can be heated? I can bear it myself, but my sister can't. Yen Rui wanted to harden his heart, but thinking of Mu Shiling, he was a little entangled. Fortunately, at this time, the community staff wearing thick down jackets came to their floor. Why are you opening the door? Go back to your room quickly. The collective heating has started now, and the room will be restored to 15 degrees in a while. The staff pulled Mu Shiran back to the door of his own dormitory without saying anything, and then pushed 2 quilts to Mu Shiran. Mu Shiran was stunned when he saw the quilt that appeared out of thin air. The staff member obviously realized Mu Shiran's surprise and said, I don't have time to explain to you now. You should go into the room immediately now. Maybe you will know later. Otherwise you will freeze to death and have nothing. After that, he gave Mu Shiran a small bag. Are there 2 people in your room? There are 2 stones in it. You and your sister each have one. Put it in the quilt to keep warm. I will send you food in 2 hours. People in other rooms? Where are the people in other rooms? Come out. The community is distributing things. There are quilts and heating stones. Come out quickly and get them one by one. Otherwise, we will judge them as dead and will not distribute food for a while. At this time, people from other rooms on this floor came out one after another, with the Feng family being the most active. There are 4 of us in 2 rooms. We can take it back by ourselves. Yen Rui saw the quilt weighing more than 10 kilograms and helped Grandma Feng. After Grandma Feng thanked him, she hurriedly urged Yen Rui to bring his things over quickly. After Yen Rui returned to the dormitory, Jian Anqi had already laid out the cups for both of them. Yen Rui shivered, returned to bed as quickly as possible, and then nestled in Jian Anqi's arms. How come it's getting cold so quickly? It was so hot yesterday. And yesterday, it didn't reach the highest temperature I've ever experienced in my previous life. I thought the extreme heat would last at least 3 or 4 months. This further proves that the invasion consciousness has begun to panic, and we are about to win. Jian Anqi's arms tightened. Do you want to go back to the supermarket? Yen Rui refused. Let's not go back to the supermarket for now. I want to feel the disaster here first. Yen Rui took out 2 fire spirits. Let's take another nap. When Yen Rui woke up again, it was white outside. Yin Rui jumped out of bed excitedly, walked to the window, pointed outside and said excitedly, "It's snow." Jian Anqi immediately took out a blanket and put it on Yin Rui. "Don't catch a cold. It's cold in the house." Yin Rui glanced at the thermometer in the house and said with emotion, "Although this house is simple, the quality is really good. It's so cold. But it's not drafty. And the heating is so fast." Yin Rui touched the radiator under the window and said, "Although the temperature is not high, it can be seen that they really tried their best. Indeed, when you were sleeping, the community staff also delivered food and medicine once, and sent another down jacket, and told everyone not to go out. The official will provide everyone with the resources they need during these days. And don't go out to work for points. Then should your training camp also be temporarily stopped?" Yin Rui asked. Jian Anqi nodded. "It doesn't matter if the training camp stops. People with intentions will make great progress when the training camp restarts. But some people are likely to stay where they are. They don't go out. But we too have to go out," Yin Rui said. "Let's go to Minister Xiong to see if there is anything we can help with." Jian Anqi nodded. "Let's go now. But it's snowing heavily outside. And the tram may not be able to move. Of course. That's the car we prepared for extreme weather." Yin Rui was a little excited. After the two got in the car, Yin Rui fastened his seat belt and said, "I'm not looking forward to getting in such a car in extreme weather. But I have to say that after getting in this car, there is no one outside. And the feeling of only the two of us in the world really makes me a little intoxicated." "Don't be intoxicated. There are not only the two of us outside." Jian Anqi pointed to the front. "Look, there are quite a few people outside." Jian Anqi and Yin Rui walked through the crowd. The car they drove was particularly eye-catching. Many people looked at them curiously wherever they went. Yin Rui tried to avoid such eyes. Just like that, the two of them arrived at the door of Xiong Qing's office. As soon as they entered the building, they saw many soldiers wearing heavy clothes and carrying tools to go out. Yin Rui stopped one of them and asked, "What are you going to do?" "We need to remove the snow. If the snow is too thick, it will affect everyone's life." The soldier smiled at Yin Rui and then immediately joined the crowd running out. Yin Rui and Jian Anqi walked up against the flow of people. When they arrived at Xiong Qing's office, they saw that the door of Xiong Qing's office was open. Through the door, they could see a group of people gathered inside. Yin Rui and Jian Anqi approached quietly without being noticed by anyone. And everyone's attention was attracted by Xiong Qing. The most important thing now is to remove the snow and ensure the temperature in the house. If you can stay at home, let everyone stay at home as much as possible. After the tasks are issued, give each staff member a work subsidy and ask them to come here every day to learn the exercises. Explain to them the importance of this exercise. Don't slack off. Slacking off before may make you poor for a while. But if you slack off now, it will directly affect the fate of yourself and your family. You must learn if you want to live." Xiong Qing said righteously. "I tell you, don't think of fooling me like before. If I hear that someone in someone's jurisdiction has been frozen to death because of not practicing the exercises, I will definitely punish him severely if I find out that someone has neglected his duty. No one can think of getting away with it. Do you hear me?" "Understood. Okay. Adjourn the meeting." The people in Xiong Qing's office immediately turned around and left. After seeing Yin Rui, they just stayed with a glance and didn't explore too much. Soon, there were only 3 of them in the whole office. Xiong Qing had no intention of chatting with the 2 people at this time. He just smiled when he saw Yin Rui, and then said, "You two are not afraid of the cold. It's minus 10 degrees outside. And you two are still going out. It's only 10 degrees. If you wait any longer, you really can't go out." Yin Rui walked up and asked, "Is there anything I can help you with?" Xiong Qing shook his head. "Not for now. The most important thing is that you two go back to the dormitory and obey my instructions like ordinary residents." "How could you have such an idea?" Yin Rui asked curiously. "What? How could you have such an idea?" "This is my original idea." Xiong Qing slapped the table. "I can guarantee that as long as everyone living in the dormitory lives safely, as long as you live in the dormitory, I can keep you safe." Xiong Qing sat back in the chair a little tired. "You two must live well for me. You two will be of great use in the future." Yin Rui thought for a while. "Are you going to train the staff in the exercises?" Xiong Qing put down the documents in his hand and suddenly thought of something. "Yes. I was really confused just now. How could I forget about this? Xiongqing stood up and held Yanrui's hand. You know these exercises best. Can you help me train the work representatives of these communities? I am really short of manpower here. He didn't expect that he would come here and take on such a big job. But he couldn't refuse, because as Xiongqing said, it was most appropriate for him to be the instructor of the exercises. Actually, I just wanted to donate a few cars to you at first. But, we need cars. We need cars. We only have a few snowplows here, which were transferred from other urban areas before the disaster. Do you have a more suitable car than a snowplow? No. 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 It's not a snowplow. It's just that this car can walk on flat ground in heavy snow, which is more suitable for travel. Yanrui stuffed the space button containing 15 cars into Xiongqing's hand. When will the training start? 6 o'clock this afternoon. This time is more suitable. After all, we still have to face the problem of jet lag. Xiongqing scratched his head. Did every disaster in your previous life change so quickly? How could the temperature suddenly become so low without any signs? Yanrui nodded. It did change so quickly. Can you contact other cities now? How are other cities now? We could send telegrams to each other before, and everyone was pretty much the same. Before the disaster, we had prepared everything we needed to prepare. At most, we were caught off guard, and the impact was not that great. Yanrui was relieved after hearing the news. Okay, we'll come back at 6 o'clock this afternoon. By the way, do you have enough food here? It's enough for now, but the more the better. Xiongqing rubbed his hands, and Yanrui immediately understood. There are about 20 tons of food in this space button. I'll think of a way after a while. The food in the farm is now stockpiled more and more, and he is not worried about the results at all. The only thing he is a little worried about is that there will be no workers to pick the fruits for him after the heavy snow. However, there is no rush for these things. At 6 o'clock that day, Yanrui stood in front of hundreds of people and began to explain the basic exercises. Yanrui decided to explain Wang's breathing method to everyone. The situation is urgent now, and there is not much time to divert. I am breathing method is the most suitable way for the public to learn in the community. People have to survive before they can talk about other things. Wang's breathing method is not simple, but as long as you study hard, it is not difficult. After learning for an hour, everyone can basically learn the first third. Okay, let's learn here today. If you have any questions, you can ask them now. You can also go back and teach the people now, and come back tomorrow to learn the rest. Yanrui knew that although everyone had learned 1/3 of it today, the procedure for teaching it to the public was complicated, and it might take a week for everyone to learn this 1/3. This is a protracted battle. Yanrui put his hands behind his back and walked outside with Jian Anqi, who was waiting at the door. As soon as he went out, Yanrui felt the cold wind on his face. A little cold, but this degree was nothing to him. Tomorrow I will emphasize to them that after learning Wang's breathing method, they will no longer be afraid of the severe cold. Yanrui said with some relief at this time. Fortunately, I acted decisively at that time and spread this method to all parts of the country in advance. If it had been a week later, it would have been a lot of trouble. Don't worry about the advanced level of the method. After the ice and snow melt, I believe Minister Xiong will definitely send out these materials as soon as possible. The two did not drive on the way back, but chose a small road where no one had cleared the snow, and walked deep and shallow in the snow to feel the texture of the snow. At this time, the familiar feeling of uneasiness appeared again. What's wrong? Jian Anqi saw Yanrui suddenly stop and asked cautiously. Why do I feel like something is going to happen again? The last time Yanrui had this feeling was when the virus suddenly appeared. Although the virus did not spread on a large scale, it still had a great impact on people. At this time, Yanrui suddenly thought of the previous events. System. Have you found out? Why was Mu Xiling fine at that time, but all the other patients in her ward were infected and died? I have some clues and some guesses, but I can't give you an accurate answer. Tell me about it, Yanrui said. Give me some ideas. After hearing Yanrui's words, the system cleared its throat. I think Mu Xiling may be the carrier of the virus. What? Yanrui was a little unconvinced. If she is the carrier of the virus, why is she fine? His brother is Mu Xiran, and Mu Xiran is a bad man who made a deal with the devil, the system said with some disdain. Think about it. Mu Xiran is so timid. If he is afraid of the virus, it proves that he knows the mortality rate of the virus. But the official has not emphasized this, but just told everyone to wear masks, and that an unknown virus is spreading. But Mu Shiran was scared to death, and didn't dare to go out. Moreover, his sister stayed in the hospital for so long. If he was really scared, he would want the doctor to check whether his sister was infected with the virus. Viruses have a latent period. But he didn't even let me draw blood. The more the system spoke, the more it felt that it was reasonable. And even the tone of voice rose a lot. So I am sure Mu Shiling is the virus carrier. Over. Chapter 207. The end of the world is coming. After listening to the system's analysis, Yin Rui couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Yin Rui was a little incoherent, and finally looked at Jian Anqi for help. Not really. Jian Anqi also pondered, it may not be impossible. After all, he has reached a consensus with the invasion consciousness. Not to mention that he also said that you have to pay the price. When he thought of this, Yin Rui felt a little speechless. Although Mu Shiran killed Jian Anqi in his previous life, looking at Mu Shiran's appearance in this life, he really can't generate any vigilance. But it's better to keep Jian Anqi away from Mu Shiran. Of course, I'm just guessing, and what I said may not be true. The system snatched a crayfish that Jian Anqi peeled for Yin Rui, and continued, in short, I think he should want to devour the entire plane like Fan Zhou. But you are his obstacle. So the most important problem now is that he has to get rid of you first. By the way, the Li Xiaojun you told me about. He was taking drugs before the disaster, which made his parents angry to death. His family was broken up, and he owed a lot of high-interest loans. Just when he was collecting debts, the disaster came, and he escaped. The system investigated Li Xiaojun clearly. If I could find out the situation in other cities, maybe I could find Li Xiaojun, who was used by the invasion consciousness. When Yin Rui heard about high-interest loans, his mind suddenly lit up. He raised his eyes, and said hesitantly, do you still remember the two unknown men who lived in Mu Shiran's house during the flood? Jian Anqi recalled. You mean? Those two men were also chosen by the invasion consciousness. Yin Rui nodded. Yes. And what are those two big men doing in Mu Shiran's house? Could it be related to loan sharking? Or is Mu Shiran in debt to loan sharks? Yin Rui immediately thought of why the invasion consciousness chose these people. These people have bad intentions, so their energy is naturally low. And low energy is easier to control. So it is most suitable to do these dirty jobs. Use one and throw one away. There is no value at all. And it is not painful to throw them away. Yin Rui didn't know how to evaluate this aggressive consciousness for a moment. He looked at Jian Anqi and said, I can't help but want to confess to Mu Shiran. Before confessing, let's get over this disaster first. Jian Anqi led the topic elsewhere. You still have to teach tomorrow. Do you want to prepare lessons? Yin Rui was indeed distracted by this matter. Yes. I still have to prepare lessons. At this point, Jian Anqi continued, I think you can record a video. What video? Yin Rui asked. Where are the conditions to watch videos now? I mean, you can record the process of teaching Wang's breathing method and distribute it to people in other cities. Jian Anqi said. Ken should share supplies with other cities from time to time, such as fire spirits, and then you can send your video with them. After listening to it, Yin Rui felt that this was a great idea. But after thinking about it, he was still a little shy. If that's the case, people all over the country might know me. Jian Anqi couldn't help laughing. Isn't this a good thing? Someone has to bring hope to people in the end times. And I think you are the most suitable for this role. Yin Rui felt a little embarrassed by what Jian Anqi said. But it was necessary to record the video. He hesitated for a moment, and finally decided, then let's find an empty room tomorrow and record it after the teaching. He did it right away. After Yin Rui finished recording all the teaching videos in the past few days, he burned them all on a CD, found a lot of USB flash drives, made a backup, and gave it to Xiong Qing. After seeing the information of the two people, Xiong Qing slapped his forehead. I said I forgot something. I was so busy these days that I forgot it. It's true that many parties want your guidance and teaching. This thing, they are also exposed to it for the first time, and they are afraid that they will go astray and become obsessed with it. Yin Rui laughed. Then do we have to rely on airplanes to transport these? Minister Xiong was a little surprised. Don't you know yet? Yin Rui widened his eyes. What do I know? Minister Xiong said. We all rely on Tong Jiaxu to deliver the goods. His ability is teleportation. Ah? Yin Rui turned his head to look at Jian Anqi. Jian Anqi's eyes were a little evasive. It's not that he wanted to hide something, but he really forgot. Jian Anqi hurriedly tried to make up for it. It actually happened a few days ago. I forgot to tell you. Yin Rui patted his hands, signaling him not to be too nervous. He just suddenly remembered to ask. But he was a little curious. I remember that he had awakened his superpowers not long ago. Can he deliver such a long distance directly? Jian Anqi, I gave him an energy bead. According to him, the maximum distance he can teleport is now 100 kilometers. After absorbing the energy of the energy bead after teleporting, he can set off again. Yin Rui was relieved to hear this. This is great. I was thinking that we can't help but send them one by plane. And the oil is used a little less now. It's just that he is still sending you out on a mission. And it will take about 3 or 4 days to come back. Xiongqing thought. It's just right to take advantage of these 3 or 4 days. I will find a way to collect some supplies for them. Yin Rui looked at Xiongqing's eyes that kept glancing at him, and took the initiative to speak helplessly. Minister Xiong, can I refuse you if you ask? Just tell me how much you need. Xiongqing smiled a little embarrassedly and rubbed his hands. It doesn't take much. I will buy it from you with points. Or gold. I have a lot of gold here. And jade? Do you like it? Yin Rui waved his hand. Then it's still gold. Gold in troubled times. Although it's not a troubled time yet. Many people outside have started selling their jewelry. And gold is also considered a hard currency. Okay. You set the price. And I'll write a list of the required supplies and send it to you in a while. When Yin Rui returned to the dormitory, he received Xiongqing's list. He and Jian Anqi lay on the bed, looking at the list Xiongqing made, and said with a smile, why does J City need children's toys? It seems that their life is not too difficult. K City needs milk powder. It seems that there should be a lot of newborns. There are also drones, saying that they are for strengthening supervision. Yin Rui looked at the few food requirements on the list. Most of the rest were for improving living standards, proving that the situation in other cities should not be too bad, which made Yin Rui feel relieved. Even in such cold weather, they didn't say they needed cold-proof supplies. Wait, this one needs a gas stove. And this one shouldn't be for warming up. Yin Rui recalled that in his previous life, in such weather, he and Jian Anqi lit up everything that could be lit, just to get a little warmth. However, in this life, he had the fire spirit and Jian Anqi by his side, and the two of them just lay in bed. And even in the extremely cold weather with howling winds, life was not so difficult. How is Mu Shiran now? Are he and the invasion consciousness doing anything behind his back? Probably not. He's been very quiet these days. But there's something a little strange. The system squeezed in between the two of them. And after lying down, it continued, his sister, Mu Shiling, has suddenly gotten better these days. Yin Rui instantly thought of what the invasion consciousness meant. The invasion consciousness must be using Mu Shiling's health as a reward in exchange for Mu Shiran's trust. Mu Shiran was also at the end of his rope. Now he had nothing but his sister. If something happened to his sister again, he would probably go crazy. Mu Shiling used to be afraid of cold. She didn't sweat even in such a hot day. But now Mu Shiling is not afraid of cold. She is now like you too, wearing a sweater and lying in bed. Nothing happened. If her body is really well, then it's fine. But I'm afraid that her vitality has been exhausted in advance. Yin Rui handed the list in his hand to the system. Go and help me collect the goods. Check the fruits on the list, and put them in the space button according to the city. The system took the order, crossed its arms and hummed. As soon as I come out, you will arrange a job for me. I'll give you 1,000 points. Go buy whatever you want. It's not like I don't have 1,000 points. The system shook its tail and said before leaving, you two go back to the farm to see Tsue Tsue and Qingqing. They seem a little different now. Then I'll go now. Hearing that Tsue Tsue and Qingqing had problems, Yin Rui couldn't sit still. He immediately returned to the supermarket and ran to the farm impatiently. As a result, as soon as he entered the door, a large amount of energy rushed in his face. Is this Tsue Tsue and Qingqing? After a while, Yin Rui looked at the two towering trees and was a little surprised. No, this is not his Qingqing and Tsue Tsue. The last time I saw them, they were still bald. Qingqing and Tsue Tsue also felt Yin Rui's breath. Qingqing stretched out a branch and continued to extend it. After it stretched in front of Yenrui, the branch stopped in front of him. Yenrui looked at the branch suspended in the air, not daring to move, fearing that he would lose control and break Qingqing's branch. Just like that, the two sides stared at each other, stunned for a while. At this time, two small green leaves suddenly emerged from Qingqing's branch and bloomed towards Yenrui with a bang. Yenrui, are you making a heart sign to me? Yenrui's tone was a little hesitant and unbelievable. But Qingqing and Suisui excitedly began to shake their branches, and the rustling sound of the giant tree shaking bloomed a beautiful melody in Yenrui's ears. Yenrui excitedly pulled Jian Anqi's hand. They will compare hearts with us. Jian Anqi was also standing there in surprise, unable to recover. He looked up at the two trees whose canopies had already tended to block out the sun, and he couldn't help but feel a little relieved. Why do I feel like my children have grown up? Jian Anqi said softly. He just wanted to turn around and say something to Yenrui, but Yenrui had already let go of his hand and turned to run towards the two trees. Jian Anqi also hurried to catch up. And then he heard Yenrui's cheers. Look at the energy beads below. Energy beads. How come they seem to have evolved? Chapter 208 Doomsday Disaster. Yenrui had looked at the energy bead whose color faded, but whose light became stronger, and said in surprise. Jian Anqi also picked up an energy bead and looked at it carefully. Indeed, the energy is more pure, and it seems to have the imprint of the two trees. After Yenrui absorbed the energy of the energy bead into his body, he suddenly found that the recovery speed of the energy bead also became faster. Yenrui said in surprise. It has evolved. It has really evolved. Yenrui was overwhelmed with surprise and opened his arms to hug the green tree trunk. Thank you, baby. You really helped a lot. After saying that, he turned around and ran to Suisui to hug her tightly. He couldn't favor one over the other. Yenrui placed all his energy beads under the two trees, and then received the evolved energy beads in his own space. Give Tong Jiaxu a few after he comes back. Yenrui sighed. I didn't expect that Tong Jiaxu would awaken the ability of teleportation. Why didn't he tell me before? Before, he couldn't control his ability, and his ability was at most teleporting from the third floor to the second floor. He thought he could walk through walls. When Jian Anqi said this, he saw Yenrui's eyes shining with laughter, which made him feel a little itchy. He pulled Yenrui back into his arms and continued. Later, I gave him the energy beads to let him use his ability, but he accidentally teleported outside and almost didn't come back that day. Yenrui buried his head in Jian Anqi's arms and laughed softly. After laughing enough, he said, then his ability is really not easy. After seeing the growth of Qingqing and Suisui, Yenrui was in a good mood. After coming out, he felt that the cold air outside was sweet. Report. Speak. Yenrui hooked his finger and looked at the system with his chin up. The system saw him like this, jumped directly onto his shoulder, and then shouted, Mushiran has left the city. Where does he get the courage to leave the city? Yenrui was surprised. Let's go out and take a look. Now it's snowing heavily outside, and the wind is raging. Let alone leaving the city. Even if you go out, there are few people on the road. However, due to the snowflakes blown up by the wind, the visibility outside is particularly low. If it weren't for the instructions of the system, the two of them would not be able to find the direction of Mushiran. Did he say anything before he went out? Now Yenrui just needs to open his mouth, and wind will pour into his mouth. Now he can only communicate with the system in his mind. It is said that he seemed to have a quarrel with the aggressive consciousness in his brain, saying if you let me out now, I will die. And you only know how to threaten me with this. These two people don't seem to have a very good relationship. I thought they were a community of interests. Yenrui grabbed Jian Anqi's sleeve and shouted loudly, you don't have to stand in front of me. I can. The next second, the whole person fell into Jian Anqi's warm embrace. Jian Anqi turned his back to the direction of the road and held Yenrui in his arms. After a while, he suddenly lifted Yenrui up. Yenrui didn't have time to speak, and it seemed that there was only the whistling of the wind in his ears. Yenrui closed his eyes and estimated that after a few minutes, the whistling sound in his ears stopped abruptly. He immediately opened his eyes and found that he was already sitting in the car. The next moment, Jian Anqi opened the car door and got in. He pulled his collar together, shuddered and said, ordinary people would freeze to death if they stayed outside for half a day on this day. Yenrui looked forward and backward vigilantly. No one saw us. Right? Don't worry. There are no civilians. No Mushiran. Only 4 patrol soldiers. They are also in the car. Jian Anqi pointed to the front and said, "They are there." And they turned their heads away when they saw us just now. Yen Rui laughed. Then wondered, if you are not allowed to go out now, how did Mushiran go out? I don't know. I don't know if they didn't see it or because of something else. But with the ability of the invasion consciousness, even if you want to confuse these people, it shouldn't be difficult. Yen Rui nodded. Let's go. Follow. And see what Mushiran is going to do. At this time, Mushiran was cursing in his heart. Is there something wrong with this invasion consciousness? Why let him go out in this weather? He is not afraid of the cold. Parasitic on himself. And let himself suffer. How far is it? And what exactly do you want me to find? Why are you rushing? You're not cold now. The aggression consciousness was speechless. If it weren't for the fact that he was the closest to Yen Rui and had the strongest energy, he wouldn't have chosen such a whining person as his fertilizer. He didn't think Yen Rui had any abnormalities at first. But after the end of the world, he gradually realized that this person was not simple. And what bothered him the most was that his current energy was simply not enough to get past Yen Rui's own protective shield to find out. Yen Rui was like a cloud of fog in front of him. Fortunately, he was able to disguise himself well. Otherwise, if he was discovered by Yen Rui, it would be very likely that something unexpected would happen. Little did he know that Yen Rui had already grasped his situation. And his aggressive consciousness kept urging him in his mind, "Don't you want to become a superpower? As long as you find what I said, you will definitely become a superpower." Mushiran stopped talking. If it weren't for the carrot of this superpower hanging in front of him, he wouldn't have risked being discovered in the cold weather and came to this wilderness. What are the two of them doing there? Yen Rui looked at Mushiran's back curiously. Yen Rui was now sitting in the car with Jian Anqi, drinking coffee in the warm wind, watching Mushiran struggling forward in the blizzard. Although he said he was puzzled, he was completely uninterested in his heart. Freeze to death. Yen Rui put down the coffee in his hand and said to the system, in addition to staring at Mushiran, "Take a look at the place he passed by to see if there is anything special, such as a frozen virus, or a person who appeared out of thin air." Yen Rui guessed that the things that could make Mushiran look for in such weather must be very important to the sense of aggression. If possible, he must seize the opportunity. He stopped. The system reminded loudly. And Yen Rui immediately sat up, zipped up his coat as quickly as possible, opened the car door, and ran towards Mushiran. "Wait a minute. Put on your hat." Jian Anqi also got out of the car quickly. After he put the car away, he did not forget to put a hat on Yen Rui. After Yen Rui put the hat on his head, he looked at Mushiran through the goggles. Mushiran stopped in front of a tree, gesturing with his hands randomly, and no one knew what he was doing. Yen Rui, system. You record all his movements, and you must record every second. Okay. The system responded immediately. At this time, the system broadcast Mushiran's voice to Yen Rui and Jian Anqi at the same time. "What is this thing you asked me to catch?" Mushiran looked anxious. "You said this is the place with the most energy?" "Of course. The place with the most energy nearby is here. Don't talk. Grab the energy in your hands, and then absorb it quickly. You will be able to awaken your superpowers in 2 days. 2 more days like this? Are you sick?" Mushiran couldn't help but curse. Even if Yen Rui couldn't hear the voice of the invasion consciousness, he could feel his collapse and speechlessness from Mushiran's expression. Even Yen Rui himself was speechless. He had been chasing for so long. Was it because there was enough energy here? If he had known this, he would not have followed him out. It would be so nice for him to stay at home with the energy beads. There are also Ching Ching and Sui Sui who can recharge him. Yen Rui rolled his eyes silently in his heart. And the system asked in his mind, "Do you want to go back?" Yen Rui hesitated, shook his head and said, "I'm here now." After a while, Yen Rui saw Mushiran shook his collar, turned his head, and followed back along the original route without any nostalgia. He confirmed with Jian Anqi with some concern, "He won't find the mark when we came here." Jian Anqi patted Yen Rui's hand comfortingly. "Don't worry. He will definitely not find it." The heavy snow was enough to cover all their traces. As expected, until Mushiran returned to the dormitory. He did not notice that the two of them were following him. He did not know whether he had been scolding the aggression consciousness and diverted his attention. I am a little touched that the aggression consciousness can tolerate Mushiran scolding him like this. Yen Rui sat back in the car and drank a mouthful of hot orange juice. But why do I feel that the temperature in this life is not as low as in the last life? I have been standing outside for so long. But I didn't feel too cold. It's minus 30 degrees outside now. Don't you really feel cold? You live here. And you rarely see snow before. The system said. Why do you always ignore the changes in your physical fitness? Sorry. But it's really not very cold. Yenrui sighed. When it was extremely cold in the last life, I hid in the quilt with you and didn't dare to go out. We share a quilt. Jian Anji, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke at this time. Yenrui, I didn't think this sentence was so strange before. Jian Anji smiled. It seems that he was also conscientious in his previous life. He looked forward. Let's get off the car. Just after Mushiran left, Yenrui and Jian Anji decided to stay here to find out why there is sufficient energy here. He can see energy. But we can't. System, do you have any ideas? Yenrui said to the system before getting off the car. System, my methods all cost points. Do you want to listen? The cheapest one. Yenrui didn't even think about it and blurted it out. The system was not surprised at all. He whispered silently, I know it. The next second, Yenrui felt a flash of light in front of his eyes. And the next second, the whole world changed in front of him. Oh my god! What's going on? Yenrui exclaimed. The whole world became richer in his eyes. And even the colors became more dazzling. Many colorful and jumping color dots appeared on the originally white land. Is this what he just caught? Yenrui asked curiously. This area is indeed the place with the most energy. These colored dots are gathered into a group. And there is obviously something underneath. If so, he should thank nature for the gift. Chapter 209 Doomsday Disaster. When Mushiran returned home, she was still quite resentful. But she seemed to feel a subtle change in her body. It seems that what this person said is not bad. And he is indeed a good person. But he still doesn't want to give him a good face. Brother, where have you been? The building manager came to ask just now. And I fooled him. Mushiling said with some concern. Mushiran smiled. Nothing. Just went out for a walk to see if there is a place to work. He took off his coat and continued. I didn't find it today. I'll see tomorrow. Mushiling nodded. At this time, Mushiran was still immersed in the dream of becoming a superpower. Thinking that after he became a superpower, he must find a way to slap Yenrui in the face. Those who live on the same floor as him are basically all supernatural beings. Don't think he knows nothing. He knows everything. Although Yenrui has never shown his supernatural power. He is such a thoughtful person. Maybe he used his supernatural power to exchange for the distribution rights. The more Mushiran thought about it, the more he believed this. Little did he know that at this time, Yenrui had already found the thing that gathered all the energy. Yenrui squatted down and picked up the pure black fragments. Is it the fragments of a meteor? I don't remember there was a meteor shower here. I don't know either. Jian Anji patted Yenrui on the back. Go back to the car quickly. After returning to the car, Yenrui realized belatedly. Will this thing have radiation? No radiation. Use it with confidence. The system jumped out, squatting on Yenrui's legs and looking at the black fragment in Yenrui's hand. Do you know where this came from? Yenrui rubbed it with his fingers and found that it did not fade. And there was no residue on the corners. It was just a black board with irregular edges. I don't know. But the energy and this plane are of the same origin. So it should not be an external product. The system blinked and analyzed carefully. So, there should be no problem for you to take this back. Then we will take it back. Yenrui and Jian Anchi took this energy board back without any psychological burden. After returning, they put the board on the coffee table in the living room. And then, they returned to the farm to observe the harvest on their farm. We will pick all these herbs tomorrow and send them to Yunheng. She should need them now. Yunheng had planted many herbs when it was extremely hot before. And the free herbal tea for clearing heat and removing fire would not appear out of thin air every day. Okay. But why don't you bring the slab in and place it next to Qingqing and Suisui, so that the three of them can influence each other and maybe have unexpected results? Yes. I forgot about it. The slab was too ordinary. If it weren't for the aggressive consciousness, he might not have brought it back at all. If he found it in the wild, he might not even give it a glance. Yenrui placed the slab between Qingqing and Suisui, and then instructed, if you two feel uncomfortable because of this thing, you must notify me immediately, and I will throw it away. Qingqing and Suisui shook the branches to show that they had received his message. And then Jian Anqi and Yan Rui left the farm and returned to the dormitory. At this time, the aggressive consciousness was still talking to Mushiran. If you perform well, I can not only let you have superpowers, but also let you step on Yan Rui. Hee. You have to let me find a way to earn points first. Although Mushiran was somewhat satisfied in his heart, he still said stubbornly, when will my sister have superpowers? Your sister. The aggressive consciousness paused. It is estimated that it will be soon. You don't have to worry. Your conditions are 1 in a million. Otherwise, how could I choose you as my representative? The aggressive consciousness demon whispered. We are now coexisting as one. You don't want to fail at the last minute. Mushiran was stunned for a moment, then laughed, and then said disdainfully, you tell me this? Do you really think I will be grateful to you? Mushiran was too lazy to talk to him. Hurry up and let me suppress Yan Rui. It would be best if I can step on him. Otherwise there is no point in you staying. Get out of here as far as you can. When the aggressive consciousness heard what Mushiran said, it was not angry, but even happier. Greed and jealousy are very suitable for him to use. People who are upright and kind are hard to control. The aggressive consciousness has controlled so many people, and he has gained experience now. He has gradually begun to collect all his scattered fragments, and is ready to gather all his strength on Mushiran. Soon, he will have his own entity. Mushiran is nothing. If he is easy to tame, he will be given a life. If he is not obedient, there is no need for him to stay in this world. The next day, Mushiran went out as usual. When he arrived at the same place as yesterday, he suddenly wailed in pain. Ah! Yesterday this place was clearly. Mushiran's cry of pain was buried by the blizzard. From a distance, there was only a small black dot struggling in the vastness, which looked very miserable. Yan Rui and Jian Anqi listened to the live broadcast and said disdainfully in their hearts, he still wants to step on me. I don't know where he got the courage from. Yan Rui walked forward in small steps. After sending this batch of medicinal materials out, we will go back. Yan Rui rubbed his hands. This damn weather is too cold. Jian Anqi nodded and stood silently in front of Yan Rui. When he saw Yun Heng, Yan Rui was shocked. Yun Heng now had a ruddy complexion and was in high spirits. He was even in better condition than when he first met Yun Heng. He heard Xiong Qing say that Yun Heng was now working day and night for research, and thought that Yun Heng's condition would not be too good. There is only one reason for this situation. Congratulations, Professor Yun. What superpower did you awaken? Yan Rui walked up and whispered in Yun Heng's ear. Yun Heng laughed. It's not a special superpower. It's just particularly suitable for my research. Yun Heng kept it a secret. Is this the medicinal material you brought me? Great. Follow me. Yun Heng took Yan Rui and Jian Anqi into an empty laboratory. She picked out some of Yan Rui's medicinal materials, and then took out a honeysuckle and a Polygonum multiflorum. Yun Heng held one in each hand and showed them to Yan Rui. The next second, Yan Rui saw the two herbs slowly split in front of him. In just a moment, they turned from 1 to 3. This is... Yan Rui pointed at Yun Heng's hand with surprise. Is it split? Yun Heng smiled and said, it's almost the same. A bit like copying, but not a complete copy. The things I copied are actually special individuals. Yun Heng handed the herbs in his hand to Yan Rui. Knowing that you are here today, I specially saved my energy to show you. How is it? Great, Yan Rui said from sincerely. If Yun Heng has enough energy in his body, plus future training and evolution, can he copy people? At that time, one will do his homework, one will write his thesis, and one will go to school for him. He has graduated now. Jian Anqi looked at Yan Rui and didn't know what he was thinking. His little expression was immersed in it, which looked a little cute. He patted Yan Rui lightly, and Yan Rui immediately jumped out of his fantasy and looked at Yun Heng sincerely and said, Professor Yun, you must practice your ability well. Yun Heng nodded, but it was still a bit strange to see Yan Rui's sudden attitude. Before leaving, Yun Heng found a small box of seeds from the laboratory. This was just developed yesterday. I heard that you have a place to grow it. See if you can grow it. What is this? Yan Rui asked. Yun Heng explained, this is a hybrid yellow bean based on my ability. I don't have large-scale planting conditions now, so I want you to help see if this can be grown and how the yield is. If the yield is high, we will proceed to the next plan. After hearing what Yin Heng said, Yin Rui nodded vigorously. Don't worry. I will definitely plant it well. Yun Heng laughed. Let's go quickly. If you don't leave, I will want to feed you medicine. After leaving, Jian Anqi looked at Yin Rui and asked the question in his mind just now. What were you thinking about before? Nothing. Yin Rui clenched the seed in his hand. Do you know? The time when this seed appeared in the previous life was 9 years later than this life. Jian Anqi was surprised. How can it be so much earlier in this life? Yin Rui's expression was full of emotion. Do you know? When this seed appeared, there were. It was so lively. Everyone cheered and jumped for joy, thinking that they could have enough food, and they would never go hungry again. And no one would starve to death because of lack of food. It's a pity that I didn't wait until the day when the seeds were planted. Yin Rui moved his eyebrows. Let's go. Let's go home to the farm and plant this box of seeds. In my last life, I was curious about the taste of this thing. It's both yellow rice and beans, and I don't know if it will be particularly unpalatable. Maybe it has its own flavor. After saying this, Jian Anqi still hesitated for a moment. I don't think this thing will taste good either. Yin Rui laughed out loud, and the voices of the two echoed in the corridor. Just when Jian Anqi took out the key and prepared to open the door, a palm wind suddenly came from behind the door. Yin Rui and Jian Anqi subconsciously avoided it, and turned around to see Mu Shiran looking at them with red eyes. Yin Rui knew clearly in his heart that Mu Shiran must have discovered that the energy board in the wild had disappeared, and he couldn't get the bonus. So he was angry and wanted to find him, the initiator. But how could Yin Rui admit it? Yin Rui shouted, Mu Shiran, what are you doing? Why do you hit people for no reason? Mu Shiran stared with his eyes, his lips trembling with anger. Give me back my things. What? Yin Rui asked knowingly. I don't even know what you are talking about. How can I give it back to you? I asked you to give me back my things? Don't play dumb. Mu Shiran rushed over together. But no matter whether Yin Rui and Jian Anqi were superpowers or not, even if they were ordinary people, Mu Shiran's skills were not enough in front of Jian Anqi. When Mu Shiran was pressed against the wall by Jian Anqi, Mu Shiran suddenly realized what he had just done. At this time, except for those who were going out to work, basically all the neighbors nearby quietly came out to watch the excitement. Yin Rui saw that it was not only the Feng family who were watching the excitement nearby. So he quickly winked at Jian Anqi. And then Jian Anqi opened the door and threw Mu Shiran in. As soon as Mu Shiran entered the house, he saw that Jian Anqi and Yin Rui's rooms were much better than his own. And he was furious again, shouting, How far do you two have to push me before you let me go? Yin Rui originally wanted to scold him, but now, he was shocked by Mu Shiran's words, and didn't know what to say. Yin Rui pointed at himself. Me? You said I won't let you go? Mu Shiran glared at him. Of course you won't let me go. Otherwise, how could I live like this? Yin Rui was speechless. What kind of life? You have food and drink now, and you haven't frozen to death or been crushed to death. What's there to be dissatisfied with? Of course, I don't dare to be dissatisfied. Mu Shiran simply broke the jar and said, So what is there to be ashamed of? Why don't you dare to confront me in public? Do you feel guilty? I feel guilty about your father. Yin Rui was also a little angry at Mu Shiran. He stretched out his fist and punched Mu Shiran in the face without Jian Anqi's help. As a result, Mu Shiran evaded Yin Rui's attack nimbly. Yin Rui was a little surprised. He continued to move forward and stop Jian Anqi's actions. At the same time, he silently told the system in his heart to record everything as evidence. The system started recording the moment Mu Shiran appeared, and Jian Anqi clenched his fists at this time, looking at Mu Shiran with a fierce look in his eyes. He didn't remember dying at the hands of Mu Shiran in his previous life, but now he remembered how he attacked Yin Rui. Yin Rui looked at Mu Shiran, whose skills suddenly improved. With a vigilant expression, he attacked Mu Shiran while looking for Mu Shiran's mistakes. But what he didn't expect was that Yin Rui, who had seen so many techniques, hadn't found Mu Shiran's mistakes for so long, which really surprised him. At this time, Mu Shiran was saying to the aggressive consciousness in his heart with some pride, Okay, let's continue like this. I must beat him to a bloody pulp today. The aggressive consciousness actually didn't understand where Mu Shiran's hatred for Yin Rui came from. But now, he just hoped that this hatred would increase. In this way, he would make a little move to amplify Mu Shiran's negative emotions. This will be the best for him. Mu Shiran got more and more angry as he fought. Even if someone knocked on the door, he ignored it. The same was true for Yan Rui. He believed that Jian Anqi could handle it. The staff outside the door wanted to stick their heads in when Jian Anqi opened the door, but was pushed out by Jian Anqi. He didn't even see the corner of Yan Rui's clothes. Captain Jian, you can't do this. I have to see what's going on inside. Otherwise, I really can't report back when I go back. It's nothing. It's just that the two of us have a little conflict. It will be fine after the fight. Jian Anqi had a cold face, but still explained patiently. It's okay. If there is anything, I will definitely not let Yan Rui take risks. Let's go. He wants to continue watching Yan Rui beat Mu Shiran. Captain Jian, it's not that I don't want to leave. It's mainly because I received a report from the masses. If I leave like this, how can I answer if someone asks? My job is not easy. The staff was also curious. Jian Anqi saw a group of people standing at the corner of the stairs, took a deep breath, and continued, it's really nothing. If you go in, you may be accidentally injured by the two of them. Jian Anqi looked back at this time. Who is not afraid of being beaten? Come in and see. The onlookers found that they had no way to hide from Jian Anqi's eyes, and they also left. Now only one staff member was left to face Jian Anqi pitifully and helplessly. This staff member didn't know whether to leave or not. Seeing this, Grandma Feng next to him waved at him. I know how they started. Come in and I'll tell you. Do you have paper and pen? Seeing Grandma Feng's step, the staff hurried over. Jian Anqi reopened the door when he saw that there was no one around. At this time, Yan Rui had already discovered that something was wrong with Mu Shiran. How could he look like he was possessed? Have you practiced Wang's breathing method? Yan Rui asked loudly, thinking at the same time. There would be no one who practiced Wang's breathing method and became possessed. None of your business. Mu Shiran turned his palm to claws, and went straight to Yan Rui's chest. Yan Rui's eyelids jumped. Good guy. When did he learn the black tiger heart-piercing technique? Wait a minute. The Wang's breathing method he taught didn't have such a move. To be precise, none of the techniques he made public had such a move. He had never heard that Mu Shiran had learned Sanda martial arts. But he could fight him on equal terms today. And after fighting for so long, Yan Rui's physical strength didn't decrease at all. And Mu Shiran was like a robot puppet, always in the peak of physical strength. In order to verify his guess, Yan Rui took advantage of Mu Shiran's unpreparedness and grabbed his hand. Then he injected his energy into Mu Shiran's body. He was counterattacked by the vigorous power in Mu Shiran's body. He lost his balance and flew towards the wall. Yan Rui. Jian Anqi didn't care that Yan Rui asked him to watch from the side. He immediately stepped forward, and the black and purple in his palm kept making crackling sounds. Then he slapped Mu Shiran's back. What was surprising was that Mu Shiran not only did not fall down as the two people expected, but laughed loudly. Comfortable. Then, with a ghostly smile on his face, he continued to attack the two. Yan Rui also realized at this time that Mu Shiran must be controlled by the sense of aggression. And he shouted loudly, What do you want? As long as I can give it to you, I will find a way to give it to you. After hearing Yan Rui's words, Mu Shiran was stunned for a moment, and then laughed loudly. I want your life. Can you give it to me? Yan Rui thought that this man was really crazy, and he didn't look like he wanted to have a good talk with him, so he could only take out his weapon. Seeing the heavy toy gun-like thing in Yan Rui's hand, Mu Shiran frowned and said, What is this? This is something that can make you kneel down and call me daddy. Yan Rui pressed the trigger, and the whole world finally returned to peace. I believe it. He can't even get up. How can his aggressive consciousness control him to take action? Yan Rui rolled Mu Shiran's eyelids and sneered. Who are you? Don't you dare come out to see me? Mu Shiran didn't respond for a long time. Jian Anqi simply took out a rope and tied Mu Shiran up. Send him to Minister Xiong for detention? Yan Rui nodded. This is the only way. By the way, don't forget to ask the staff who just knocked on the door to make a record and send it over. By the way, estimate the price. Mu Shiran, this stinky boy, don't think of making me a big nemesis. He has to pay for everything in the house. Jian Anqi opened the door and saw that the staff just now hadn't left. He was standing at the door with Mu Shiling, biting his fingers and walking back and forth anxiously. The staff was silently worried in his heart. Could it be that he really beat someone to death? If he did, how would he explain it? How would he report it to the higher-ups? And should he help cover it up? But in this way, he would become a bad guy. And he couldn't accept it. May the heavens bless Amitabha Buddha. Please bless me. Don't let Boss Yin beat this Mushiran to death. But the moment he saw the door open, his knees weakened, and he almost fell down. At this time, Mu Shiling rushed up and shouted, "Brother!" Mushiran had no reaction. Mu Shiling was a little at a loss in front of Yen Rui. She looked at her brother with blood all over his face, and was stunned for a while. "It's okay. He's not dead. He just fainted." Yen Rui threw Mushiran on Jian Anqi's back. "I'm going to take him away. Do you want to follow?" "Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes." Mu Shiling and the staff said in unison. Yen Rui didn't know why the staff was so enthusiastic, so he could only nod. "Let's go together. Maybe he will wake up in half an hour." Mu Shiling had already put on her clothes while she was talking. Yen Rui saw that she was wearing thin clothes, and looked at the heavy snow outside the door. So he could only give her a pair of goggles and 2 fire spirits. "Take this. It's too cold outside. Don't get sick." Mu Shiling was in a complicated mood. She knew that she should have hated Yen Rui on the same front as her brother. But she had to admit that Yen Rui did help them a lot. If it weren't for Yen Rui, her brother wouldn't have been able to buy his own medicine so smoothly when she was in the hospital. As long as she said that she was introduced by Yen Rui, many people gave her preferential treatment, and she remembered all of this in her heart. But she didn't know why her brother hated Yen Rui so much. Mu Shiling had a lot of messy thoughts in her mind, until she walked to a building he had never approached before, and her messy head regained some clarity. "Send him to the basement." Yen Rui threw Mu Shiran off Jian Anqi's back, and the unconscious Mu Shiran suddenly fell to the ground. Mu Shiling hurried to catch up. At this time, someone stopped Mu Shiling, but Yen Rui stopped her. "Let her follow." Yen Rui thought that Mu Shiling was in such poor health. If Mu Shiran woke up and couldn't see her, he would probably turn into a mad dog. After hearing the news, Minister Xiong immediately put down his work and went downstairs to find them. "What's going on? You beat him up. Why don't you hide?" "I beat him up for a reason." Yen Rui was speechless. Why was Minister Xiong so doting? Besides, is he that kind of person? Minister Xiong nodded. "Yeah. What's the reason?" Yen Rui looked around. Let's go. Let's go to your office and talk." After arriving at Xiong Qing's office, Yen Rui closed the door and said without waiting for Xiong Qing to ask, "He may be the cause of the disaster on our planet." "What did you say?" Even though Xiong Qing felt that he had experienced many ups and downs, he couldn't help but exclaim when he heard Yen Rui say that. He lowered his voice. "Don't talk nonsense." Then Yen Rui saw him stand up, walk around the office twice anxiously, and then stand in front of Yen Rui. "Are you sure?" Yen Rui nodded. 90% chance. Xiong Qing took a deep breath, put his hands behind his back, walked back to his desk, and regardless of the doctor's advice and the preciousness of tobacco, he took out his treasured cigarette from the drawer, lit it tremblingly, and then slowly exhaled a puff of white smoke. "Don't mention this to anyone until you are 100% sure." "I understand." Yen Rui crossed his arms and sat on the sofa. "I hope that Mu Shiran will not be able to contact anyone except his sister in the next few days, and someone can monitor him 24 hours a day. By the way, the person monitoring him must be a superpower. Ordinary people may not be able to beat him." Yen Rui rolled up his sleeves and showed Xiong Qing the wound on his arm. "Look, even I was beaten like this by him." Xiong Qing looked at the purple on Yen Rui's arm that would return to its original state if he didn't apply medicine, and nodded seriously. "Okay. I will assign a team of superpowers to monitor him. But is it more reasonable for Jian Anqi to arrange this manpower?" Yen Rui looked at Jian Anqi, and Jian Anqi nodded. "I will let my Wan Jiaming lead the team." Xiong Qing nodded with satisfaction. He had been coveting Jian Anqi's team for a long time, but Jian Anqi never let him go. This time, Wan Jiaming was assigned here. Maybe Wan Jiaming would not want to leave if he stayed here. "If you must leave, bring me 2 apprentices." Just when Xiong Qing was imagining a better life in the future, Yen Rui said, "If the switch of the end of the world is really on Mu Shiran, we may be able to end the end of the world in advance this time, and restore the whole world to its original state." Restored to its original state? Xiong Qing thought silently. This attraction is much stronger than the beautiful dream of leaving Wan Jiaming behind just now. Chapter 210 Doomsday Disaster. Xiong Qing didn't dare to delay Yen Rui's business. He knew that his understanding of this world was much less than Yanrui's. But what he could do was to give Yanrui absolute power, so that he could move forward without being bound by anything. Go and interrogate Mushiran. If you need anything, you must inform me as soon as possible. Anytime. Xiong Qing touched his chin. Don't worry about me resting. Yanrui waved his hand. No hurry. Let him alone first. Our current situation should not be very urgent. Yanrui asked. Xiong Qing laughed. Of course I'm not in a hurry. The main problem now is that each community doesn't have enough manpower. But if it comes to lack of food and clothing, then there is definitely no shortage. Didn't you get a new quilt yesterday? I got it. Since the snowstorm began, in addition to the fire spirits distributed every day, Yanrui often receives supplies distributed by the government, such as quilts, cotton clothes, hot water bottles and blankets. In short, even if you can't live the same life as before, you will definitely not suffer from low temperatures. And 2 meals a day will be distributed as usual. Lunch and dinner are distributed at fixed times. Only breakfast is distributed with dinner. Sometimes it is milk and bread. Sometimes it is steamed buns and pickles. Yanrui is very satisfied with this. Now because there is nothing to do outside, many people will gather together during the day, even if there is no entertainment. As long as there is someone to talk to or quarrel with, the mental state is not bad. When Yanrui returned to the dormitory, he could still see many people sitting on long benches in the corridor, or sitting on the ground complaining about the weather to each other, or even chatting about family matters. Hey, Boss Yan, you're back. At this time, someone called Yanrui, and Yanrui smiled and said, Yes. What's wrong? Aunt Lu? Aunt Lu was someone Yanrui had just met when he came here. She was a good friend of Grandma Feng. Sometimes they would say hello when they went upstairs or downstairs. This was the first time Yanrui was called. It's like this. Do you know a doctor in the hospital? I want my daughter to go to the hospital for a checkup. What's wrong? Is she catching a cold? Yanrui walked forward and said with some concern. It's not easy to get sick now. But he has medicine. And he can find a way to send it to Aunt Lu when the time comes. No. No. Aunt Lu was not worried, but said happily, My daughter is pregnant. So I want to do a physical examination. Pregnant? Yanrui was stunned for a moment. Congratulations, Aunt Lu. If you want to check, I will ask for you to see if you can make an appointment tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. The hospital should have a car to pick you up then. That's great. Aunt Lu smiled. I guess after the baby is born, this day should be better. And the baby won't suffer. Yanrui looked at the people around who were congratulating Aunt Lu and had no worries at all. And he was also relieved. After he and Jian Anqi returned to the room, they were too lazy to clean up the messy room, and went straight back to the supermarket, sitting on the sofa and said, There are still people willing to have children now. Why not? The treatment now can be said to be the best time. There is a subsidy of 10 points every day after the birth. And the mother's family does not need to buy milk powder and nutritional supplements by themselves. Although the conditions are difficult, there is basically no worry about the economy. Yanrui thought for a moment. That's true. But if there were no such conditions, no one would have children at all. You know, if the birth rate can't keep up, that would be a real problem. But now it's really a warrior to have children. Yanrui stretched his waist. Fortunately, I have stocked up a lot of milk powder. Is Tian Berry out yet? Can you help me buy things? We don't know how to use the jade mine he sold last time. Jian Anqi reminded. We don't need anything now, so we shouldn't buy things from him for the time being. Yanrui smiled and said, I think you are afraid that he will sell me some messy things again. Yanrui looked up and imagined. After we solve the invasion consciousness and the whole world returns to normal, we will open a new small space in the supermarket to sell jade. There must be a lot of people who like jade, and we can make a lot of money without any investment. By then, the two of us will. It's more than enough to be the richest man. Isn't the money we earn in various planes enough for us to be the richest man? Jian Anqi hooked Yanrui. Do you want to go to various planes to play in the future? Of course. The system said that we have a way to go back now. When the time comes, we will go back and see how our old friends are doing. Yanrui rolled out of Jian Anqi's arms. No. We still have to monitor Mushiran and see what's going on with him now. I hope the invasion consciousness has not run away now. Yanrui opened the surveillance screen and saw Mu Xiling sitting next to Mushiran. After a closer look, he found that there was a piece of transparent glass between the two people blocking their contact. But the voice could still be heard. Brother, admit your mistake to Brother Yin, and we'll go home. Mu Shiling was still trying to persuade Mu Shiran to turn back from his wrong path. But Mu Shiran didn't even wait for Mu Shiling to finish her next sentence before retorting. Does admitting your mistake mean you can have a good life? Brother, don't persuade me anymore. Mu Shiran was determined. I will never apologize to him. If he has the guts, I'll let him lock me up for life. Yin Rui clicked his tongue. He really thinks he's an important person. He even dared to ask me to lock him up for life. Yin Rui stood up. I'll calculate my losses now, and then ask Mu Shiran for compensation. By the time Mu Shiran received the bill, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, Mu Shiling had been resting in a nearby room, and Mu Shiran could only lie on the cold ground and sleep in his clothes. I thought Mu Shiran would be able to say a few soft words, but he was like a stone, and he refused to bow his head. Has he been talking to himself these past 2 days? Yin Rui asked the system. No, the system replied. The invasion consciousness won't really run away. Will it? Yin Rui hissed. That's bad. If it really ran away, we'll have to find it again. It shouldn't be difficult to find it again. We'll just have to see if anyone does anything special. Jian Anqi frowned. Although he comforted Yin Rui, he was also worried. Observe for another 2 days. I don't think it will be like this. Yin Rui suppressed his worries. Look, even Mu Shiran is not panicking. Why should we panic? Jian Anqi nodded, and the two of them looked at the surveillance screen together. How much does he want? 500 points. Is he crazy? Mu Shiran looked at the bill and exclaimed. Give him the bill and tell him to stop dreaming. Mu Shiling looked at her brother, who seemed to be unable to listen to anything, and said with red eyes, Brother, how did you become like this now? You were not like this before. Mu Shiran raised his eyebrows. Why? Do you think I am not good like this? If not, then leave. Why are you guarding me here? After hearing what he said, Mu Shiling pursed her lips, thought about it, bent down, and picked up the bill that Mu Shiran threw on the ground. If you don't return the points, then I will. Anyway, you have been a mother for so long. Now it's my turn to repay you. What did you say? Mu Shiran looked at Mu Shiling's resolute back and suddenly felt clear-headed. He immediately realized where his anger came from in the past few days. He shouted loudly, Damn it! What did you do to me? The aggressive consciousness that had not appeared for a long time finally appeared at this time. Why? Is this feeling bad? The aggressive consciousness said, although it is a bit impulsive now. Do you always feel that your whole body is full of strength? And even your mental state is much better than before? What do you mean? Mu Shiran was stunned for a moment. And then he thought about it, and found that it was true. He had a good rest these days, but his mental state was not bad. Although he was tortured every day, he did not feel tired at any time. So, all this is because of you? Mu Shiran was a little skeptical. What have you been doing these days? Why aren't you here? The aggression consciousness was relieved when he saw that Mu Shiran's attitude had eased, and then said, It's not that I'm not here, but I want to gather all my strength together, so that I can be able to help you and step on Yin Rui. By the way, do you know why the place I asked you to go to has so much energy? The aggression consciousness said, Because there are energy seeds there. As long as you can absorb all the energy in the energy seeds, you can become the strongest person in the world. Not to mention yourself. Even your sister's illness. You can cure it. Then let's go back to find the energy seeds. Mu Shiran said in a deep voice. No. The energy seed has disappeared. I don't even need to guess that this thing must have been stolen by Yin Rui. And now he is enjoying it alone. At this time, Yin Rui had just taken out the board he had brought back a few days ago from the farm. Energy seed? What is this? Yin Rui, who always hears new terms, now looks at the thing in his hand. What's the use? The energy is not particularly sufficient, and I don't know what great use it has. Yin Rui naturally didn't understand that the energy source was the very little energy in the air. Mu Shiran and the aggressive consciousness. Although the aggressive consciousness was very strong before, it had already consumed most of its energy. Now it can be considered that he has found the energy source by crossing mountains and ridges. But it was taken away by Yin Rui before it was used for a day. The aggressive consciousness was so angry. You should stay here to recuperate for the next few days. If they ask you to go out, You should find a way not to go out. This place is in a good location, and it is very useful to stay here. The invasion consciousness repeatedly warned. Mushiron also kept the words of the invasion consciousness in mind. I know. Yinrui has been asking me for compensation these days. I will definitely not pay. As long as I don't pay, I can't leave here. Yinrui heard this and immediately wanted to go to the detention room to release him, but was interrupted by Jian Anqi. He is still controllable there, but it may not be the case later. If he wreaks havoc in residential areas, it will not be good for anyone. But from what Mushiron said, he doesn't want to come out yet. If we leave him here, wouldn't that be in line with his wishes? Then add a few more layers of protection. And let's see if there are any props that can be used in the system mall, Jian Anqi suggested. If they can be controlled in a small area, they will definitely not be able to cause any trouble. Okay. Yinrui accepted Jian Anqi's suggestion without hesitation. He said to the system, is there any prop that can control him in that small area? It would be best if it can block the energy of that small area. It would be even better if it can be double suppressed. Such as which means, cultivation means, and technological means. It can be possible. But if you are like this, will Mushiron be desperate? The system said that it was reluctant. But in fact it was almost happy. He didn't have any special hatred for Mushiron. But it was different for the invasion consciousness. The invasion consciousness had invaded their hometown. And each of his programs carried the data of hatred for the invasion consciousness. Found it. A total of 6 types. Buy them all? The system said. If you feel sorry, I can sponsor you some points. And these 6 types must be taken down. Yinrui, oh? Why are you so generous? Let me see what these 6 are first. The system immediately displayed the introduction pages of these 6 props in front of Yinrui. Yinrui took a look and felt that as long as he took out one of these items, he could suppress Mushiron and his aggressive consciousness. Aren't 6 too many? Yinrui looked at the system with a serious expression and crossed his arms. And hesitated. We don't need so many. No. We must buy all 6. The system waved its furry little fist. And Yinrui looked cute. So he accidentally placed an order for all of them. Yinrui took a breath of cold air with some distress. Alas, we will install all of these tomorrow. Wait. Let's not install them. Let the messenger put this array and this wizard curse anywhere, Yinrui said. And this energy blocker. This thing needs to be charged. We will put it last. The remaining 3 can be thrown there casually. And Yinrui doesn't need to think about it at all. At this time, Mushiron was still immersed in his dream of becoming the king. So what you said can come true. Can I really move mountains and seas? That should be the simplest ability. The most important thing for you is that your entire body function can return to the peak moment and stay like this forever. Immortal. You have the ability to live forever. So you don't have to care about anything else. You don't have to be afraid of this or that. You can kill all the annoying people without doing anything. Mushiron finally smiled. That's not bad. I think you have some ability. Of course. Otherwise, how could I find this place? The aggression consciousness also recalled his glorious history, thinking that he was also a powerful figure on his own planet. It was a pity that something changed overnight. So he had to come here. Many of his kind have disappeared in the galaxy. And he, this outstanding person, has now found his helper. Before long, he will be able to have his own body again. And the entire plane will be under his control. Huh? Who would have thought that he, Fan Su, would be the one who could laugh last? It's time to eat. At this time, the door opened as usual. And the person who came in from outside was the one who brought food to Mushiron. But the staff who brought food was still a little confused. Why did this person have to make it so ugly when it could be done by signing a letter of commitment and compensating points? What on earth was he insisting on? And it shouldn't be free food and drink. Right? There would be food to eat if he went back to live. And there was no bed here. The man placed the meal in front of Mushiron. And then placed the small paper bag he was asked to put in the room in the corner of the room. When Mushiron saw it, he asked cautiously, What is this? I don't know. It should be to prevent rats. After the staff left, Mushiron heard the invasion consciousness say, When I can have a physical body in the future, I will smash this place and burn it all down with fire. Then, he silently added in his heart, Then kill everyone here. Fan Su felt that it was useless for people to stay in this world. Apart from snatching energy from him, there was basically no special use. The more people died, the more energy he could get. Who knew that Yen Rui would come out halfway? Yen Rui made him so angry. If it weren't for him, many people would have died now, and the energy of many people could be used by him. But fortunately, these two people won't be able to jump around for long, and he can leave this damn Mushiran soon. If it weren't for Mushiran's good physical condition, the energy that Mushiran absorbed when he was unconscious could be shared with him, and he wouldn't have taken back all his clones to help Muziran achieve his goal. Just such a small thing can make Mushiran look bigger than this guy. Really useless. Both of them had their own ulterior motives. But not long after, the aggressive consciousness suddenly felt something was wrong. Where's the energy? Why is there no energy here now? What energy? Mushiran asked blankly. Is there energy here? Shut up. He was annoyed when he heard Mushiran talking. But the aggressive consciousness had begun to panic. He urged Mushiran, call that person back quickly. There is no energy here after that person came. What should I do without energy? Whatever I have to do, I will do it. Mushiran really didn't want to call anyone. Anyway, he was not in a hurry. If you don't call him back, the two of us will never get ahead. Are we going to be trapped here forever? The aggressive consciousness was a little frustrated. Why did he find such an unmotivated person? Call him back quickly. Okay. I'll call now. However, no matter how Mushiran shouted, there was no response from outside. Normally, if he needed something, he just had to shout loudly, and someone would respond. Mushiran also felt something was wrong now. He just thought that it was the invasion consciousness that was picking on him. So he didn't take it seriously. His sense of the energy hole was not very sensitive. But no matter how he taught, no one showed up, which made him feel a little panicked. What's going on? Mushiran slapped the glass wall in front of him hard. Come quickly. Where are you all? The people outside the door listened to the shouts of the people inside and shook their heads, thinking only of hiding as far as possible. The leader just issued an order that except for the necessary food and drink, they could not meet any requests of the people inside, even if the prisoner's sister begged for mercy. At this time, Yen Rui was eating fruit, looking at the panicked Mushiran on the screen with some pride. Now you know you are afraid. Isn't it a little late? Don't look at him. Is it time to deliver food tonight? Jian Anqi and Yen Rui returned to the dormitory, which had been tidied up by the system, and there was no trace of the previous mess. The destroyed bed and stool were also turned into firewood and placed in Yen Rui's space grid. Knock knock. The knock on the door today was a little strange. Jian Anqi asked Yen Rui to step back, and when he went to open the door, he found that it was Mu Xiling standing at the door in uniform delivering food to them. Yen Rui walked up and said in surprise, "What's wrong with you? Why are you working? My brother and I can't just sit there and do nothing. He doesn't have a job now, so I have to come out and find a way to earn some points." Mu Xiling handed the meal to Jian Anqi. "I won't say anything more to you. I'm going to the next one now. Goodbye." Jian Anqi closed the door. He and Yen Rui both thought of the day when Mu Xiling and Mushiran said they would make money to pay him back. Yen Rui couldn't help but sigh and said with emotion, "How can the gap between the two people and their family be so big?" "Who knows?" Jian Anqi said. "Let it hang for a few more days to see if Mushiran has any intention of repenting." Yen Rui knew that Jian Anqi was a little bit reluctant. "Then wait and see. Maybe Mushiran is a tough guy who will never admit his mistakes," Yen Rui said. "In my previous life, I thought I did something after the end of the world to make him hate me. But I didn't expect that he was dissatisfied with me before the end of the world." Yen Rui tried to recall, and didn't know where he had offended him. Why Mushiran had set his sights on him and wanted to kill him. Jian Anqi hugged Yen Rui's shoulders. "If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. There's no need." Yen Rui nodded and turned on the screen again. At this time, Mushiran's performance surprised the two. Mushiran took off his coat, stood at the door of the cage, clenched his fists and hammered at the door again and again. And there were actually some blood on the glass door. What's wrong with him? Has he really been driven crazy by his aggressive consciousness? Yen Rui looked at the sweat pouring down his head and said, "How long has it been smashing? Since we just turned off the monitor? It shouldn't have been such a short time. He must be abnormal like this. Do you want to go and take a look?" Jian Anqi continued. "I suggest not to go. If our fairy goes, it will be his will. Then don't go." Yen Rui turned off the screen and said, I want to see what he can do. Just when Yen-Rui wanted to turn on the TV to watch a movie, there was a hurried knock on the door. Jian Anqi opened the door first and saw the familiar staff who had brought him food standing outside the door. Panting and asking for help, Mu Xiling suddenly fainted. We can't. Okay. Let's take her to the hospital. Jian Anqi and Yen-Rui took their clothes and left. On the way, Yen-Rui asked Mu Xiling about her situation carefully. After listening to her experience in the past few days, Yen-Rui knew the crux of the problem. He is tired. Yen-Rui confirmed. He can work 3 jobs with this body. Mu Xiran is really crazy. Just in front, Mu Xiling had been carried to the lobby on the first floor. At this time, Mu Xiling was pale and lying on the ground, breathing a little weakly. Yen-Rui walked forward and immediately gave Jian Anqi a wink. Jian Anqi immediately understood. I will go out and drive the car over. After Jian Anqi left, Yen-Rui immediately injected the energy in his body into Mu Xiling's meridians. Mu Xiling's breathing was finally not so weak, and her lips finally had some blood color. It's recovered. It's recovered. Everyone couldn't help but pat their chests. They were really afraid that Mu Xiling would just die. If something really went wrong, they would be responsible. The most important thing was that they had never experienced someone dying in front of them. It was too scary. They couldn't hold on in this situation. It's okay. Everyone, move aside. I think she is just overtired. She just needs to rest well. There won't be any big problems. That's good. That's good. Even though Yen-Rui is not a doctor, everyone still has an inexplicable trust in Yen-Rui's words. At this time, Jian Anqi also came back. He opened the door and said loudly, "The car is here. Let's go now." Everyone hurriedly sent Mu Xiling to the car. When they could no longer see the shadow of the car, they realized it and ran into the house with their teeth bared in the cold. Yen-Rui looked at Mu Xiling lying on the back seat and sighed. If Mu Xiran knew this, he would definitely go crazy. He is no different from a madman now. Wait until Mu Xiling wakes up and ask whether to tell Mu Xiran. But I don't think Mu Xiling will agree. Yen-Rui also felt that this was the case. He could only sigh and look ahead silently. After arriving at the hospital, Mu Xiling received an injection and slowly opened her eyes after a long time. As soon as she woke up, Mu Xiling knew her situation. She said to Yen-Rui and Jian Anqi, "I'm sorry to have delayed your business." Yen-Rui shook his head. "No, I haven't told your brother yet. Should I tell him?" Mu Xiling was about to shake her head. But just as she was about to speak, she seemed to have thought of something and her expression was a little tangled. "You tell me," Yen-Rui said. "There are no outsiders here." Mu Xiling nodded. "I want to tell him. And I also want to tell him that I work 3 jobs because of him and want to draw blood." Mu Xiling pulled her arm out. "Brother Yen, please help me call the nurse. Why are you drawing blood?" Yen-Rui was a little confused. "You don't need to draw blood for this disease." He had examined Mu Xiling's body, and it was indeed excessive fatigue and physical weakness, which was not a big deal. Last time in our ward, there were 6 people. 5 died, and several family members of patients also died of acute illness. Mu Xiling said, "Their health is better than mine, but only I escaped. I don't know why, but my brother seems to know." "What does your brother know?" Yen-Rui asked. Mu Xiling smiled weakly. "Brother Yen, I won't hide it from you. I think my brother seems to have a problem." "Tell me." Yen-Rui just happened to check with Mu Xiling to find out the gaps and fill in the gaps. Maybe the answer is there. Before the end of the world, 2 people came to my house and said they wanted to ask my brother for money. I only then found out that my brother had borrowed high-interest loans and now owed 800,000 yuan. Yen-Rui took a breath. 800,000 yuan. What did he do to owe so much? Mu Xiling sighed. My brother was deceived into doing business at first. The person asked my brother to sign a contract, but he ran away. My brother's investment was borrowed from a microfinance company. Then the interest was compounded, borrowing a little here and a little there. My brother came back partly because of this. Mu Xiling said. Before the disaster, 2 people came to my house to collect debts, saying that if the money was not paid back, the house would be taken away. As a result, after the disaster, the 2 people disappeared, and no one knew what happened. Mu Xiling lowered her eyes and said somewhat disappointedly, "My brother also said that this was his chance, and the previous 800,000 should be written off." and he must live a good life with me. But who would have thought that my brother was sick? Yin Rui immediately realized that Mu Xiling might have regarded the chat between Mu Xiran and the invasion consciousness as her own talk. So she thought that Mu Xiran was sick. That day I wanted to let Yi draw blood. But my brother disagreed 10,000 times, saying that whoever wanted to draw my blood would be killed. Mu Xiling's eyes were red. When he went home, he still talked to himself, saying that it was well done, that it should have been like this a long time ago, and that if I had any problems, he would drag everyone to be buried with him. At this time, the nurse came in. After she quickly drew Mu Xiling's blood, she turned around and left in a hurry. I guess she also knew that Mu Xiling's blood was very precious. Mu Xiling shook her head helplessly. I don't know if it will work. It may be a little too late now. Not too late. Yin Rui's determined tone gave Mu Xiling determination. She looked up at Yin Rui. Brother Yin, can you? Mu Xiling bit her lip, and then said with some difficulty, if my brother did something wrong, can you? Mu Xiling couldn't say the 3 words let him go. If the dead were really related to Mu Xiran, it would be deliberate poisoning, killing so many people, plus the highly contagious and high mortality rate. Once it spreads, the consequences will be disastrous. He deserves to be imprisoned. Yin Rui could only sigh and said, I can only say that if there is really a problem, I will let you know the truth first. Mu Xiling knew that this was the best guarantee Yin Rui could give her. She nodded helplessly. Yin Rui said goodbye to her, left some daily necessities for Mu Xiling, and then left the ward. Yin Rui did not leave the hospital, but turned to the laboratory. The people in the laboratory were testing the substances in Mu Xiling's blood. As expected, they really found abnormalities. Boss Yin, we found it. After seeing Yin Rui, the leading staff member reported to Yin Rui with a worried look, we did find the virus. But why did the virus have no effect in her body? We need to observe further. No need to observe. I know why, Yin Rui said. He turned around and asked, are you sure that this virus is exactly the same as the one you saw before? I can be sure. The leading experimenter was sure. I hope to isolate this patient directly to avoid greater harm. Okay, Yin Rui said. I see that there is no one in that ward. You can just tell her directly. She is very reasonable. There shouldn't be any problem. After Yin Rui finished speaking, he left the hospital with Jian Anqi. Are we going to find Mu Xiran now? Yin Rui thought for a while and shook his head. It's too late now. Let's go tomorrow. The next morning, perhaps because he was worried, Yin Rui woke up early. He got dressed and went out. And at this time Jian Anqi had already started his morning exercise. Let's go. Let's go find Mu Xiran now. This evening, not only Mu Xiran, but also the aggressive consciousness should have collapsed. Bring the sandwich. I just made it. Jian Anqi stuffed the sandwich into Yin Rui's hand, then opened the door of the dormitory and ran downstairs. When he went downstairs, he saw Aunt Lu's daughter wearing 3 layers of clothes, and it seemed that she was going to the hospital. Xiao Yin, you are going out so early. Yes, Aunt Lu. I won't talk to you anymore. We are leaving. After Yin Rui said hello, he left with Jian Anqi. The two came to the door of Mu Xiran's cell as quickly as possible. As soon as the door was opened, Yin Rui was shocked, but he still put down the props in his hand. And then he walked to the door of the cell. You haven't rested well these days. Looking at his dark eyes, it seems that he hasn't slept well for more than 10 days. His hair is messy and has begun to shine with oil, and the stubble on his mouth is dark blue, and he can see that he has been tortured greatly. You're here? When Mu Xiran saw Yin Rui, he was still a little unresponsive. After a moment, he immediately yelled, You're here. How dare you come? Then you don't want me to come? Well, I'll leave first. Yin Rui showed no mercy and pulled Jian Anqi's hand and wanted to leave. Wait. Mu Xiran's tone was too anxious, and even broke his voice. Don't leave yet. I have something to say. It's just right. I have something to say too. Yin Rui took out a chair in front of Mu Xiran without any hesitation and sat in front of him. You speak first or I speak first. You are really not from this world. Mu Xiran looked at Yin Rui and laughed a little self-deprecatingly. You just did that because of the space props. Oh! Yin Rui was a little surprised. He even told you this? You even know him? Mu Xiran's eyes widened immediately, and he suddenly stepped forward and slapped the glass partition hard. Who is it? Who is it? How do you know who he is? Yenrui raised his eyebrows. I know who he is. But do you know who he is? Mushiran laughed when he heard this. And then his voice became a little weird. With some childish voice. You know who I am? Why don't I believe it? If you don't believe it, forget it. Who cares? I want to talk to Mushiran. 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 Your sister Mu Xiling fainted and was sent to the hospital. Yenrui watched Mushiran's expression suddenly become a little distorted. And the direction of his muscles was a little messy. Yenrui thought about it and wanted to add fuel to the fire. Your sister worked 3 jobs for you. She went to the hospital and had her blood drawn. Now she is isolated. What did you say? Yenrui saw a familiar look. Well, it was this arrogant and cynical look. It was Mushiran. Yenrui said, what did he say to you? Did he tell you that your sister would have no problems, and that as long as you listened to him, you would get what you wanted? Yenrui recalled what Li Changyang had said to him and repeated. He also said that he could make you stand on top of the world. Or give you supreme glory. Before, Fan Zhou and Li Changyang promised that he could be with his lover in the next life. Mushiran didn't seem to have a lover. So he should have made a promise to his most important sister. Did he say that he could make your sister healthy again? I suggest you don't believe it. Because the virus was still found in your sister's body. But it didn't break out in a short time. Once it breaks out, it will be the same as those people in her ward. You should know better than me what the ending of those people in her ward is. You're talking nonsense. Mushiran panicked. He shouted to cover up his panic. Why should I believe you? You don't believe me. But you believe him. Let me talk to him. Yenrui saw the aggressive consciousness through Mushiran's eyes. As long as I'm here, you can't condense into your own entity. And you can't take away any energy from this plane. Yenrui stood up. If you leave Mushiran's body, we still have room to talk. Otherwise, you and him will rot here and be trapped in this world forever. After Yenrui finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and shook the headphone-sized prop in his hand. See? It's produced by Amoin Galaxy. You know Amoin Galaxy. Yenrui curled his lips. The one who beat you to a pulp. Chapter 211 Doomsday Disaster. How do you know about the Amoin Galaxy? Mushiran's face suddenly changed. Yenrui looked at his face and was distracted for a moment. As if the face similar to Fan Zhou was engraved on his face. Yenrui immediately came back to his senses. Why can't I know about the Amoin Galaxy? Yenrui opened the prop in his hand and put it on the ground in front of the two of them. As long as this is here, you two will never get any energy. No! Mushiran rushed to Yenrui. But unfortunately, there was a glass blocking him. No matter how Mushiran struggled, he couldn't touch Yenrui's hair. Yenrui chuckled. What? You know to start working hard now? It's too late. Yenrui spread his hands. This kind of thing depends on talent. I heard that you want to become a superpower, but you don't. Yenrui was stunned for a moment when he said this. And then pulled Jian Anqi over with some doubts. Is he wrong? Jian Anqi lowered his head, nodded slightly at Yenrui, and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, I think so too. Watching the two people suddenly stop making any sound, Mushiran felt a breath in his heart, unable to go up or down. He took a breath and shouted loudly, if you have the guts, say it in front of me. After hearing this, Yenrui winked at Jian Anqi, and then he and Jian Anqi took a step back, and then said to Mushiran solemnly, you cannot believe me. But this is my judgment. And my judgment is basically correct. What do you mean? Mushiran shouted angrily. Don't think you can do anything to me by saying a few words. Yenrui was puzzled. What can I do to you? Yenrui looked innocent. I just want to tell you the reason why you didn't become a superpower. What reason? Mushiran was stunned for a moment. Then said in a stronger tone, are you trying to lie to me again? Yenrui hooked his finger at Mushiran, shook his head, and said, TSK. I really thought you were a smart person. But you are not at all. Yenrui continued. Even if you don't have superpowers, as long as you practice Wang's breathing method every day, you will have the ability to control energy. But you still don't have it. Why? Didn't you practice it? You're talking nonsense. Mushiran not only practiced it, but also practiced it very seriously. He often practiced when no one was around. But it had little effect. This made him believe that Yenrui's existence became his inner demon. And only by eliminating Yenrui could he get over this hurdle in his heart. It seems that you are working hard. Rui recalled the hard-working back when he was monitoring Mushiran. And Rui couldn't help but feel sorry for him. I'm telling you the truth. The soul and energy body in you have been eating up the energy that you should have in your body. Rui said honestly. If it weren't for him, you would have had superpowers a long time ago. Nonsense. He's talking nonsense. The aggressive consciousness shouted loudly in Mushiran's mind. He is trying to alienate us. He's talking nonsense. I don't need your energy in your body at all. Shut up. Mushiran didn't know whether this sentence was for Rui or for the aggressive consciousness. I am very sensitive to the existence of energy. If you don't believe me, let me try it. Maybe I can convince you. Rui raised his hand slightly. And in front of Mushiran, a branch grew out of thin air in his palm. This is Tsuetsue. Since Qingqing and Tsuetsue grew up, the two have inexplicably had an inexplicable connection. Rui suddenly felt that he could use the energy of Tsuetsue and Qingqing in his palm to do something. Just like now. You also bring your hand here. Rui took a step back to avoid Mushiran's contact. Just put it in the gap. If you dare to lie to me, I will make you pay for it. You can't even take the lunchbox out. And you still let me carry it. Rui rolled his eyes and complained. Then he stretched this branch to Mushiran. Mushiran subconsciously grabbed the other end of the branch. And then a huge amount of energy poured into his body. Comfortable. Mushiran felt that he had never been so comfortable before. The vigorous energy injected into his body made him feel that his blood vessels were slightly swollen. But Mushiran did not feel any discomfort at all. And even silently prayed in his heart that this feeling could last longer. He needed energy. Is this the feeling of being full of energy? This is the kind of life Rui lives every day? No wonder he wanted to snatch the energy source outside the city from me. But before he could enjoy it for long, he was horrified to find that the energy in his body actually flowed away from his body. He wanted to catch it. But he couldn't even catch the tail. He wanted to open his eyes and ask Rui why he was so stingy. Why he didn't even give him this little bit of preferential treatment. What exactly did he want to snatch from me? But he couldn't even open his eyes. Mushiran felt like a year in a second. He didn't know how long it had been. He only felt that the energy that was still active in his body just now had disappeared without a trace. And a sense of emptiness and melancholy came over him. When he finally opened his eyes, he found himself lying on the ground. And standing next to him were Rui and Jian Anqi, who were looking at him. He didn't know what Rui's eyes meant. But this experience from nothing to something made him feel lost. What did you do? Mushiran asked weakly. What do you want to do? I want to tell you the truth. Rui folded his arms and said. I'll tell you again. The energy body in your body has been competing for your energy. Believe it or not. I'm done here. After Rui finished speaking, he pointed him to another way. Your sister is still in the hospital, and her condition is unknown. Many people now know that your sister has a virus that can exterminate humans. She is now isolated in the ward. And the feeling is not much better than what you feel now. If you want to get out, the only way is to separate from the energy consciousness in your body. As long as you can separate from him, I will let you see your sister. As soon as Rui finished speaking, he felt that he sounded a bit like a villain. But he didn't care. Instead, he felt that this seemed to have some effect. So he continued to work hard. You didn't realize that you were actually a very kind person before. And you only envied me a little. You are different from others. You have a bright future. You have been completely deceived. Rui's voice became louder and louder. He shouted. You must be careful of him. He doesn't understand you. He doesn't understand the pain in your heart. He is not even a human. What does he know? Rui recalled the child psychology he had read before, and continued to say with disgust. He thought he could stimulate the darkest side of your heart. But I know you are not that kind of person. Everything you do is to make Lingling live a good life. Right? Don't listen to his nonsense. He just wants to paralyze you. As long as you fall, this plane will be controlled by him. The aggressive consciousness brainwashed Mushiran crazily in his mind. Don't you want to stand on the top of the plane? Don't you want to take your sister to outer space? Don't you want to conquer other planets? Get out. Hearing Mushiran's roar, Rui immediately knew his decision. He nodded with some relief. You are an outsider. How can you understand the psychological weaknesses of us humans? I don't know what promises you made to Mushiran that made Mushiran so disgusted. Rui waited for the final result slowly. As long as Mushiran was determined and wanted to expel the energy in his body, he could directly rely on himself to eliminate the aggressive consciousness. This would not only not cause him any great loss, but also seriously damage the aggressive consciousness. Yin Rui encouraged outside, try hard. As long as you work hard, you can take back everything he stole from you. You will have superpowers immediately. Hearing this, Mu Shiran seemed to be encouraged by him again. The momentum that had been somewhat deflated was also refilled at this moment. Jian Anqi lowered his head and quietly asked Yin Rui, "Is it true? He can stimulate supernatural powers after forcing it out directly?" Yin Rui winked at Jian Anqi. "I'm talking nonsense." Jian Anqi was relieved at this time. He thought Yin Rui had a little secret with him. After an unknown amount of time, Mu Shiran's voice became smaller and smaller, and the black energy that was struggling at first became a little weak at this moment. Both sides are hurt. Yin Rui walked forward, looked at Mu Shiran lying on the ground dying through the glass, and shook his head. "Let's go. We'll come back tomorrow." "No. I can do it." Mu Shiran was still struggling. Yin Rui looked at his expression. Although he was a little reluctant, he still couldn't shake his decision. After closing the door, Yin Rui said to the inspector who was patrolling at the door, "Get him another meal tonight. He has consumed a lot of energy today. I am afraid that if he doesn't eat, he won't be able to make it to tomorrow." The inspector, who was obviously reluctant to give him another meal, became serious when he heard that he might not be able to make it to tomorrow. He nodded solemnly to Yin Rui. "I understand." After Yin Rui left, for some reason, he felt particularly relaxed. He hummed softly and shared his joy with the world in the quiet university. After returning to the dormitory, Jian Anqi hugged him and asked, "Why are you in such a good mood?" Yin Rui thought for a while, then said, "Because I think the end of the world is really coming to an end." Jian Anqi kissed his nose gently. "After the end of the world, where will we go? Or stay here and have a few days of leisure?" Yin Rui smiled and said, "Originally, I thought that now that I have money and time, I might as well start taking care of my old age. But as I thought about it, I have developed a revolutionary relationship with my supermarket and cannot leave it at all." Yin Rui touched his chin. "If I could take the supermarket away." Jian Anqi rubbed his head. "Don't think about it. Go to sleep first." Yin Rui threw himself into his arms. The next morning, Yin Rui had a sore back, but thinking that there were still important things to do, he could only spend his energy on his sore spot and then get up lazily. "Awake?" Jian Anqi smiled contentedly when he saw Yin Rui. Yin Rui curled his lips and sat beside him. "We'll go to the warehouse to restock the goods later. I heard they want to give everyone snacks and drinks." "Have money?" Jian Anqi was curious. "Or use points to exchange?" "It should be gold." "Didn't they use gold before?" Yin Rui said. "Maybe they want to give everyone a surprise. Then we'll go see Mu Shiling, and then Mu Shiran." After dinner, the two set off. After arriving at the warehouse, Yin Rui gave all the goods to the staff, and then watched each of the staff members show their power. Some could only leave after images. Some stretched their arms to 2 meters, and some jumped directly to the highest point without a ladder to help receive the goods. Yin Rui looked at so many superpowers shining in their positions, and a sense of pride rose in his chest. "I like our new world. After the end of the world, I still want to stay here." Yin Rui spread his arms. "May the end of the world end soon." Jian Anqi stood behind Yin Rui, smiling at him, feeling extremely lucky that he had firmly stayed by Yin Rui's side in this life. "Come here." Yin Rui saw that Jian Anqi had not caught up for a long time, so he turned around and waved at Jian Anqi vigorously. Jian Anqi patted his swollen chest. "I'm coming." The two had already walked to the hospital at this time. They walked straight to Mu Shiling's isolation ward. Yin Rui looked at Mu Shiling through the window and saw that she was in good condition, with a rosy face, watching TV with relish. Yin Rui knocked on the window gently. After hearing the sound, Mu Shiling immediately turned her head and saw Yin Rui. She immediately smiled, turned over and jumped out of bed in front of Yin Rui. Although the two were separated by glass, they were still communicating face to face. "I went to see your brother yesterday," Yin Rui said, gesturing. "He is in good condition now. It seems that he has come to terms with it and wants to clear the voice in his brain." Hearing this, Mu Shiling was even happier. She clasped her hands together and begged Yin Rui earnestly, "I'll leave my brother to you. Thank you for your hard work, Brother Yin." Yin Rui waved his hand. "I just came to tell you this news. If I'm busy these days, I may not be able to take care of you. You have to take care of yourself. Mu Xiling nodded vigorously. I will. Yin Rui looked at Mu Xiling's well-behaved appearance, thinking that if he also had a sister like this, he would probably be like Mu Xiran, a crazy sister-loving demon. But people still have different choices. After leaving the hospital, he came to Mu Xiran's cell, looking at Mu Xiran, who had become haggard and unrecognizable in just one night. Yin Rui raised his chin slightly and asked solemnly again, Did you see clearly the person who was hiding inside you and confusing you this evening? What does it matter if you see clearly or not? Mu Xiran's face was dejected. He originally wanted to refute Yin Rui, but last night, he felt the anger, grief, resentment, and other attitudes of the voice in his mind. The only thing he didn't have was expectations for the future. I've thought about it. So what should I do now? Chapter 212 Doomsday Disaster. Yin Rui just wanted to speak when he heard a piercing alarm from the sky. At this time, the people outside the door also rushed in. After seeing Yin Rui, they said urgently, Oh no! Something big has happened. Yin Rui immediately put Mu Xiran behind his head and said nervously, What's wrong? What happened? After testing, the oxygen content in the air is gradually decreasing, and the reason cannot be found yet. After hearing this, Yin Rui immediately turned his head to look at Mu Xiran lying on the ground dying. Is it you? Mu Xiran did not respond for a long time. Yin Rui chuckled and was too lazy to argue with him. I don't care who you are, but you are definitely dead. Dan Zhou's final outcome was to become a child with low intelligence, and when Mingshi finally saved his life. However, it seems that this person is as bad as Fan Zhou. If he hadn't been there, this world would have become purgatory long ago. Yin Rui ran toward Xiong Qing's office while thinking about countermeasures. No, he had never made such preparations before. He could prepare for anything else. At most, he could buy a lot of supplies in other planes. But how could he get and preserve air? Yin Rui thought of compressed oxygen at this time. He looked at the compressed oxygen in his space grid, panting and anxiously asked, How many points does compressed oxygen sell for in the system mall? It costs 100 points each, and it can only be used for 8 hours. That means you need to use 3 per day, and one person needs 300 points per day. There are more than 1 billion people in the country. Yin Rui's head hurts just thinking about this number. When he ran to Xiong Qing's office, he saw Xiong Qing was about to speak anxiously. So he immediately said, I have a way. But the price is very high, and the things are very expensive. Xiong Qing slammed the table. It's expensive. We must save the people first. Yin Rui nodded, and immediately took out all his compressed oxygen, and then asked Jian Anqi to teach everyone how to use it. At this time, he communicated with the system, who knew that the system was even more considerate at this time. I have told the main control about the situation of our plane. The main control has agreed to let our plane buy compressed oxygen at the original price. And not only compressed oxygen, but also all props that can make oxygen. All at the original price. After hearing this, Yin Rui was moved and said, You are so nice. The main control is also nice. I will let Jian Anqi cook a big meal for the main control when I have time. Then I want it too. While the system maintained its own rights, it kept flipping its claws. At this time, Yin Rui didn't care whether anyone was surprised that a monkey could play computer. He was now fully committed to the invisible battlefield. At this time, Jian Anqi had finished teaching how to use compressed oxygen. He walked to Yin Rui's side and patted Yin Rui's shoulder comfortingly. Don't worry. We can definitely handle it. Yin Rui took 2 deep breaths, closed his eyes, and then said, I know. The two of us can definitely do it. Yin Rui didn't know whether this sentence was for others or for himself. Jian Anqi opened his arms, hugged him, and then whispered to comfort him, It's okay. Go forward. Do your best. Yin Rui nodded vigorously, and then heard a voice from behind. What are you doing? It seems like the sky is about to fall. The oxygen reduction rate is not fast now. And this problem only occurs in our residential area. There is no such situation outside for the time being. So you still have time. Xiong Qing shouted. Why are you in such a hurry? Is this a small matter? Xiong Qing said this as if he was not the one who was so flustered after hearing the news that he wanted to consult Yin Rui and Jian Anqi. After hearing this, Yin Rui smiled. He took a deep breath and said carefully, Minister Xiong, can you tell me more about this specific situation? Minister Xiong pointed to the only person in the room wearing a white coat. Let him speak. He is more professional. Yin Rui looked at the person who was called out, and saw him push his glasses, and said with trembling lips, according to our monitoring, the oxygen content in the air has been declining slightly since yesterday, with the residential area as the center, gradually spreading outward, and the impact range is not large for the time being. We sent people to the urban area to monitor and collect evidence from other cities. We found that only our residential area has this situation. The speed of spreading outward is slow, and now the situation has stabilized, and the oxygen content has recovered a little. After hearing that the oxygen content has recovered a little, Yin Rui couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. That's good. That's good. But thinking about it, it should be that the power of the aggressive consciousness is not that strong, so it can only be stopped for the time being. We can't be so indulgent, but we can't be unprepared either. Yin Rui used half of his points to buy compressed oxygen, handed it to Xiongqing and said, just in case. Xiongqing knew what was inside and nodded solemnly. You don't have to pay for it. Yin Rui wanted to continue talking, but Xiongqing interrupted him immediately. We won't let you take such a big responsibility alone. After Xiongqing finished speaking, he began to wave his hand to drive Yin Rui away. Go. Go. Don't come back until the matter is completely resolved. Yin Rui nodded vigorously, pulled Jian Anqi, and returned to the door of Mu Xiran's cell. When Mu Xiran saw Yin Rui, a strange and somewhat complacent smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. How about it? Do you like the gift I gave you? You give me one. I give you one. We are even. Yin Rui looked at him and chuckled. Even? It seems that this is not the way to calculate it. Yin Rui snorted lightly, crossed his arms, and asked with some doubt, I thought you had some ability. But you don't even know the basic knowledge that molecules are moving. I realized the reason for my failure. What is it? The aggressive consciousness glared at Yin Rui through Mu Xiran's body. It's the wrong way to use a cannon to hit an ant. Yin Rui shook his head. If I had known this, I would not have considered you a strong opponent. How much energy do you have now? It should not be much. Is it enough to change a body? Yin Rui touched his chin. It should not be enough. Not only not enough, but also in the current situation. Even if I let you go, you will not be able to move a step? Yin Rui took out a blue flag and waved it in front of the invasion consciousness. It's been a long time since I saw things from my hometown. I heard that you add a human head symbol to your flag for every planet you invade. Now there are more than 200 symbols. It turns out that there are so many habitable planets in space. Thank you for the news. Yin Rui just waved the flag in front of him, and then put it away. I'll help you relieve your homesickness, and then I'll go out to solve your mess. Wait a minute. The invading consciousness yelled frantically behind Yin Rui. How do you have the flag of our planet? Where did you get it from? Who are you? The last sentence was roared out by the invading consciousness. Yin Rui paused, slowly turned back, and curled his lips at the invading consciousness with an unfathomable expression. Do you think you are the only one who can come? After hearing Yin Rui's words, the invading consciousness was stunned for a moment, and then widened his eyes. It's you? You followed me at the beginning. After yelling, he muttered softly, I said that I felt something was wrong at that time. Someone must be following me. I think it was you. The invading consciousness, who felt that he had mastered the truth, slammed the glass. Is it you? Is it you? Who are you? Are you Fanning or Fan Xian? Or Fan Zhou? Hearing the familiar name, Yin Rui's eyebrows jumped, but the invading consciousness, whose mind was already confused, did not notice any abnormality. He kept guessing Yin Rui's identity and continued to overturn it. Yin Rui crossed his arms and looked at him leisurely, who knew that this performance would make the aggressive consciousness collapse. He yelled at Yin Rui unwillingly, Why can you be safe and sound? But I have to stay here. Because you are stupid. Yin Rui turned around, with a playful expression. You stretched the game line too short. If you were not so impatient, maybe I might really lose to you. Yin Rui pulled Jian Anqi beside him. Jian Anqi panicked, thinking that the two of them had not rehearsed. What if they missed the trap in front of the aggressive consciousness? Fortunately, the corpse that Jian Anqi expected did not happen. Yin Rui just held Jian Anqi's hand and boasted to the invasion consciousness, Look at the person you chose. And then look at the person I chose. Can you see the difference? The person you chose is the tallest among the short ones. And the person I chose is the son of heaven. Yin Rui put his hand on Jian Anqi's shoulder. Your choice of teammates is a failure. Mu Shiran looks down on you. But you still stay with him shamelessly. I can't imagine what other people's attitude towards you is. I didn't choose him because of his attitude. I chose him because he is cruel. The invasion consciousness seemed to have to compete with Yen Rui. A person who grew up in this environment can stab 2 living people with a knife without hesitation. Do you think I should choose him? What? This is really news to Yen Rui. You said Mu Shiran killed 2 people? Which 2? Yen Rui immediately recalled the 2 lone sharks, who suddenly disappeared. After that, the system couldn't find them. Yen Rui thought they left the city. Or there was a problem with the magnetic field. I didn't expect that it was because Mu Shiran killed him on the spot. Yen Rui couldn't help but admire Mu Shiran's ruthlessness. He didn't even dare to shoot at the beginning. Yen Rui was stunned for a moment. Then pretended to be indifferent and said, "What's the matter with this? It has nothing to do with us. I only know that you can't get out of Mu Shiran's body now. And you have to return to your original state now." Yen Rui put his finger on his mouth. "Goodbye. This plane is mine." "No!" As soon as Yen Rui turned around, he felt a huge energy riot coming from behind. He subconsciously tilted his head and felt a huge murderous energy brushing past his ear. Yen Rui gathered energy in his palm with his backhand and turned around in the blink of an eye. But he shot back the energy he had accumulated in a breath, without checking the invasion consciousness. Perhaps even if he noticed it, he had no way to dodge it. He could only take Yen Rui's blow and fell to the ground. Yen Rui quickly approached the place where Mu Shiran fainted, and confirmed with the system, "Has his energy reached the water level of harvest now?" The system cheered, "It's here. It's here now." It turned out that before the 2 came to the prison, Yen Rui had contacted the main control with the help of the system. The main control knew that the situation was urgent, and without saying much, he packed up the props he used that year and sent them to Yen Rui, and gave his blessings. With the help of the master controller, Yen Rui's confidence increased greatly. After taking a quick look at all the props at the door, he picked out the one with the highest success rate. Does this look familiar? I don't know if you recognize it, but it was created by the Amoan Galaxy, and you can use it now. As soon as Yen Rui finished speaking, he pressed the start button without waiting for the invasion consciousness to respond, and directly absorbed the entire energy body of the invasion consciousness into the round box. Fortunately, it's solved. Yen Rui smiled. Come on. Send him to the master controller as an experimental subject. Strive to make all invasion consciousness disappear directly. Chapter 213 Doomsday Disaster. Solved? Xiong Qing looked at Yen Rui, who was very proud of himself, with an expression of disbelief. Yen Rui said with a nonchalant expression, "Yeah, I thought it would be very difficult." After that, he waved at Xiong Qing. "Give me back my things." "What?" Xiong Qing asked knowingly. "I won't give you the things that are in my pocket." Yen Rui was helpless. "What's the point of keeping this thing? Compressed oxygen is no longer very useful. Give it back to me, and I'll find a way to return it." No. Don't return it." Xiong Qing immediately stopped pretending to be confused. "We will use this thing." "What's so reluctant about a small oxygen compression device?" Yen Rui didn't understand. "There is a technology here that we have not been able to overcome for a long time. If you don't need it, don't return these things and leave them to us." "Leave them for your research?" Yen Rui suddenly realized. "But what technology is worth keeping for research?" Xiong Qing said, "I am not an expert in this. But you don't know that when I sent your thing to the research institute, someone immediately told me that he could stop breathing and save his share for research. He said that his particle compression or something could be used in weapons. If it wasn't for the fact that it could be used in weapons, I would definitely not agree." Xiong Qing's true nature was revealed, and Yen Rui laughed, thinking that there should be no harm. After all, the heavenly Tao did not reject his compressed oxygen. "Okay, keep it." Seeing Yen Rui agree, Xiong Qing, who was a little nervous just now, finally put his heart at ease. He didn't have much idea about the compressed oxygen technology at first, but he could understand the necessity of this technology from the surprised expressions of the professionals. And they also told him that it could make a huge leap in the manufacture of weapons. Xiong Qing made up his mind. Even if he had to pretend to be crazy, he had to make Yen Rui agree to let him keep this thing. Yen Rui looked at the happy Xiong Qing and remembered the business. "I came here today to inform you of something." Yen Rui's expression was serious. Xiongqing saw him like this and became serious again. What is it? The thing is, Yin Rui coughed lightly. In the future, there should be no more man-made disasters like this. Xiongqing didn't understand a little bit, and blinked his eyes. What do you mean? This disaster is man-made? Yin Rui nodded and told Xiongqing all the ins and outs of the matter. After telling everything, Xiongqing sat in a chair and began to be stunned. Yin Rui was not in a hurry. He took out his phone and started playing Connect the Dots. After passing 2 levels, Xiongqing murmured, "What's the difference between this aggressive consciousness and a ghost?" Yin Rui looked up. There's still a little difference. Yin Rui had never seen a ghost, and didn't know what the process of possession was like. So you said Mu Shiran killed someone? Xiongqing recalled the man who was locked up in the cell below. His sister may have infectious diseases. Yes, he did kill someone. But his sister shouldn't have any major health problems. After all, the source of sin has disappeared, and the virus has lost the support of the original energy. But just in case, we still need to test it. Xiongqing touched his chin. Okay, I got it. You two go back first. After that, Xiongqing said, how do you want to deal with Mu Shiran? Deal with it according to the law. After all, it is still a society ruled by law. Yin Rui shrugged. He killed 2 people. Shouldn't he be sentenced to death? Xiongqing, I thought you would plead for him. How could I plead for a murderer? Yin Rui spread his hands. Besides, we didn't have any friendship to begin with. He suddenly appeared and kept sticking to me. What is he doing with you? Xiongqing was also curious. Yin Rui shook his head. I don't know, but I don't care. After that, he took Jian Anqi's hand. Since everything is over now, I want to take a vacation with Jian Anqi. Take 3 days off first, and he will deal with things here after 3 days. After returning home, Yin Rui lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling, and suddenly felt a sense of relaxation. You said, it's over like this. Yin Rui turned over and looked at Jian Anqi. If it ends like this, it feels like something is missing? What is missing? Jian Anqi looked at Yin Rui with a smile in his eyes. Are there any regrets? Well, not really, Yin Rui said. I always feel that we have prepared so much, and there may be a big battle in the end. And I will risk my life to exchange his life with him. Similar to the game with Fan Zhou. I won't let this happen. Even if it's a big battle, I will rush in front of you. But our preparations are not wasted. At least for so long. No one has been hungry. And the casualties are almost 0. So I feel that I am very happy. Yin Rui nestled in Jian Anqi's arms, and couldn't help laughing out loud. And I made a lot of money. Really a lot. I used to think that I would be fine if I could have enough food and clothing in my life. But now I find that I have become a wealthy man. And our small supermarket. It shouldn't be considered a small supermarket now. Now we are selling solar heating panels. Yin Rui became more and more excited as he spoke. And couldn't sleep at all. When everything is restored, you will be the instructor of your supernatural training camp. Everyone will salute you. Just think about it, and you will be proud. Yin Rui said excitedly. And you don't have to be trapped in this supermarket. When you go to work, you can eat the food I cook for you when you get home. We are just like an ordinary family. The biggest worry every day is interpersonal communication. How much gift money to give here? How to send messages there to keep in touch? But we don't have any relatives. And we have to consider the issue of retirement. Jian Anqi looked at him with a smile until he heard Yin Rui's voice getting smaller and smaller. Then he gently pulled his arm out from under his neck. And then said to the system, watch it. If he wakes up, tell me the first time. What are you going to do? I'm going to go outside. Hearing Jian Anqi's answer, which was the same as saying nothing, the system rolled its eyes, but still watched Jian Anqi leave. Jian Anqi did not come to any other place, but to the familiar office of Xiongqing. Why are you back? Where's Yin Rui? Yin Rui is not here. I am the only one here. I don't have much time, so I can only be brief. Jian Anqi said, I want a commendation. A commendation specifically for Yin Rui. If you want this thing, just ask for it. Let Yin Rui come and tell me himself. Xiongqing rejected Jian Anqi mercilessly. If you have nothing else, go back. I still have some things to deal with. Don't disturb my rest. Jian Anqi frowned. Why not? He obviously did so much. Xiongqing raised his head. Who told you that he didn't have any? It's just that I'm annoyed when you come to ask for credit. Jian Anqi, then I'm leaving. Xiong Qing looked at his back without any reluctance and said loudly, when you go back, don't tell Yen Rui that we are going to commend him. The situation above is still unclear, and everyone is waiting and watching. What are you waiting and watching? Should we give him the reward? What nonsense are you talking about? Xiong Qing pointed at Jian Anqi with some regret. How should we give him the reward? Jian Anqi nodded and answered with satisfaction. That's fine. Xiong Qing couldn't help laughing. You kid. Instead of worrying about this, you might as well worry about what job you can do in the future. You just stay with Yen Rui all the time. I have a job, and I have to train people with special abilities. Jian Anqi frowned. Don't tell me you haven't thought about resigning. Xiong Qing saw through Jian Anqi at a glance. You have already started training your subordinates. Right? Are you thinking that when they can stand on their own, you will retire and resign? Xiong Qing stretched out his finger and tapped Jian Anqi. I can see your little thoughts at a glance. Jian Anqi said nothing. Xiong Qing walked out from the table, stood in front of Jian Anqi, and said earnestly, I have led soldiers for so many years, and have seen so many people. You are also a leader. But I don't agree with you wasting your talent for one person. Jian Anqi opened his mouth and was about to say something, but was interrupted by Xiong Qing. If you dare to fall in love and go back to be a bodyguard, I will tell Yen Rui that you even gave up your career for him. And see how he reacts then. No, Jian Anqi said immediately. Xiong Qing crossed his arms and looked at him teasingly. See if I dare to say it. Jian Anqi was silent. I owe him. Oh a shit. Ask Yen Rui if he thinks you owe him. Xiong Qing couldn't help but curse. Didn't Yen Rui's parents take care of you when you were a child? When they took care of you, do you think they wanted you to repay them? When Jian Anqi was a child, he ate countless meals and spent countless nights at Yen Rui's house. Even most of his tuition and miscellaneous fees were supported by the two of them. At that time, there was only a grandmother in his family who had no pension. Later, his grandmother passed away, and life became very difficult. He lived in a government public rental housing, and only with the help of Yen Rui's parents could he live a less bitter life. Later, Yen Rui's parents had an accident. Besides Yen Rui, Jian Anqi was the saddest. He also hated himself for being so weak at that time, before he could repay the Yen family. Such a thing happened. Go away. Xiong Qing waved his hand toward the door. I don't want to say anything to you. Go back and think about it yourself. Jian Anqi left silently. After returning home, he looked at Yen Rui lying on the bed with half of his face buried in the pillow, smiled, got on the bed gently, and lifted his head on his arm. He woke up once after you left. But I told him that you went to the toilet, and he fell asleep again. The system whispered. If he asks me tomorrow, I won't lie for you. Jian Anqi nodded. The next morning, Yen Rui woke up and slowly opened his eyes, and saw Jian Anqi looking at him with burning eyes. He coughed lightly and said lazily, What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Jian Anqi hugged him. Now the whole society has to return to normal, and the supermarket must be reopened. How about I help you move the goods when you become the boss? Okay. We are doing the same now. Yen Rui closed his eyes again and rubbed Jian Anqi's chest. But you are still helping me move the goods after get off work. Aren't you too tired? Let's hire someone to help. I don't work. You can't not work. Yen Rui spoke softly, but his tone was unquestionable. Why are you following me? I won't get lost. We have a system, and we can contact each other at any time faster than calling. Why don't you trust me? Yen Rui rubbed his chest. Eyes. Anyway, go realize your value. Don't be trapped here for me. Yen Rui reached out and rubbed Jian Anqi's face. You have done well enough. Why put so much pressure on yourself? Jian Anqi hugged Yen Rui and sighed heavily. Yen Rui patted his back. You should do your own things. Don't always think about me. What if you always stay by my side? I feel bored. Yen Rui clearly felt Jian Anqi's back tighten, and then he felt a black in front of his eyes. Then I have to give you a little freshness. 3 days passed in a flash. But it was not really a flash. Mainly because Yen Rui's brain was always drowsy. He didn't even get out of bed, and didn't open the curtains until he asked the system. What time is it now? I felt my throat was hoarse. 3 days have passed. The system voice was a little resentful. These 3 days. Alas. You will understand when you have someone you like in the future. Yen Rui coughed twice. Took out a bottle of water from the space. Gulp gulp. After drinking 2 big gulps, he cursed secretly. Damn it. Sleep in separate rooms from today. You woke up. Jian Anji, who heard the voice, walked into the room with a smile, holding honey water in his hand, and sat next to Yin Rui. Take a sip to moisten your throat. Yin Rui took the water, pointed to the door and said, I'll give you 1 minute. You quickly disappear from my sight. And don't come back before the evening. Do you want me to go to work? Jian Anji asked. Yin Rui pointed outside with his finger. Go. Go. You look a little annoyed today. Jian Anji stood up and turned around. Food. Before he finished speaking, he dodged a pillow. Okay. Okay. I'm going to work now. Wait for me to cook when I come back in the evening. Eat some cookies if you're hungry. Looking at Jian Anji's back as he left, Yin Rui laid down again. It's too much of a price to pay for him to go to work. I haven't had a good rest for 3 days. Yin Rui closed his eyes again and used energy to wash his meridians fiercely, which made his discomfort a little better. When he was almost recovered, Yin Rui slowly stood up. Let's go. It's time to go see Mushiran. 3 days have passed, and I don't know how Mushiran is doing now. Yin Rui first came to the hospital to see Mu Shiling. Mu Shiling is still in good spirits now, but according to the doctor, she is congenitally deficient, and it's good to be able to recover to this state. Yin Rui knew what was going on, so he rushed to Mushiran's cell. I have already reported your murder to the authorities. Yin Rui looked at Mushiran, who had become extremely thin in just a few days, and said, You have to pay the price for what you did. Chapter 214 End of the World Disaster. Yin Rui looked into Mushiran's eyes, and suddenly felt a little boring. After he came back, he always regarded Mushiran as the most difficult target, and kept a careful eye on this person. But he didn't expect that after he couldn't use those evil means. He was just like that. Yin Rui took out a stool and sat on it, facing Mushiran. What were you thinking when you killed someone? Mushiran thought Yin Rui was talking about him killing the 2 loan sharks, and smiled contemptuously. He asked me for money, but I didn't have any, and it affected my life. Since I caught up with this good time, I naturally have to kill him. Yin Rui knew that he was treating the disaster as his opportunity, and as a protective umbrella. He felt that social order would disappear sooner or later, and everything he did would be annihilated in the chaotic world. Perhaps in his previous life, he opened Pandora's box like this, which made him start to regard human life as worthless. Looking at Mushiran like this, Yin Rui was still a little curious why Mushiran had always been hostile to him. He looked into Mushiran's eyes, and found that he was full of resentment. Yin Rui realized it later. You hate me? Why can't I hate you? Although Mushiran had no strength, he still gritted his teeth. Why can't I hate you? Why have you always lived better than me? Even your parents died. You still live better than me. Yin Rui immediately stood up. What do you mean? I have been treated preferentially since I was a child because my family is not well off. Why do people focus all their attention on you when your parents died? Who do you think you are? Yin Rui was stunned by Mushiran's words. You mean? You hate me because my parents' death has taken away other people's attention from you? Just because you are good looking. How can you get everyone's attention? Mushiran slowly closed his eyes, with a broken jar attitude. You are lucky. I am not so lucky. If there is a chance, I really want to see how you can live if Jian Anqi is not by your side. Yin Rui was speechless. Are you crazy? What does your poor family conditions have to do with me? Besides, look at what you said. Isn't it ridiculous? I use my tragic story to exchange for preferential treatment. Your parents. Forget it. Mushiran is obviously paranoid. No matter how he lived in his previous life, he will definitely find a chance to attack Jian Anqi. Yin Rui thought he had offended him at some time after the end of the world, but he was on Mushiran's death list from the beginning. Yin Rui, who had already gotten the answer, suddenly felt a little disappointed, and the anger in his heart dissipated. He stood up and straightened his clothes. The voice in your head can no longer protect you from now on. You have admitted to the murder yourself. Don't think about coming out again in this life. Poor your sister. She will be helpless from now on. My sister? Mushiran's eyes suddenly became bright. He turned over and asked anxiously, How is Lingling now? What else can she do? She still has to be observed in the isolation room. The virus in her body is now a time bomb. I don't know when it can be completely eliminated. Yin Rui looked at Mushiran. I don't know how that person promised you, but no matter what he said, he was lying to you. I want to see Ling Ling. I want to see Ling Ling. Mu Shiran threw himself on the glass and shouted. Let me see Ling Ling. Otherwise I will. At this point, Mu Shiran was stuck. He didn't know what conditions he should use to threaten Yin Rui, or what conditions he should put forward to satisfy Yin Rui. Do you want your sister to see you like this? Yin Rui looked up and down at Mu Shiran, shook his head, and finally turned around and left. The moment he closed the door, he finally shut out Mu Shiran's unwilling and meaningless roar and sad cry behind him. As soon as the door was closed, Yin Rui seemed to have thrown away the big stone that had been pressing on his heart for 2 lifetimes. He stroked his hair, and when he raised his hand, he suddenly missed Jian Anqi very much. He asked the system, is Jian Anqi working properly now? The system didn't say anything. Yin Rui was puzzled. He took a step and turned around, and ran into a familiar embrace. Yin Rui looked up in surprise and hugged the other's neck. How did you know I was here? Jian Anqi smiled. Why can't I know? Yin Rui raised his head and kissed Jian Anqi on the side of his face. He kissed him hard twice. And after kissing him, he suddenly realized that he should be angry with Jian Anqi now. So he frowned and said, I'll punish you for not kissing. Jian Anqi looked at Yin Rui's serious look and couldn't help laughing out loud. Okay. Then punish me. I know I was wrong. Yin Rui snorted twice, took Jian Anqi's hand and walked out. Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about? I'm going to see Minister Xiong and ask him to quickly decide on Mu Shiran's trial. Jian Anqi shook the paper in his hand. I already know the result. Yin Rui grabbed the paper and opened it, only to find that it was a blank sheet of paper. Yin Rui, what are you doing? Jian Anqi laughed out loud. This is what I want to send to Wan Jiaming. He said he has no paper to write down his name. Jian Anqi took the paper back, rubbed Yin Rui's head, and immediately said he didn't know the specific situation. Apart from the 2 sentences he admitted, there was no evidence left. In addition, according to the current laws, even if he is sentenced, he may not be sentenced to death. The heaviest sentence can only be a suspended death sentence. But now there is a rule that all those sentenced must unconditionally participate in urban reconstruction during their sentences, which means that they must do the most tiring and difficult work. Jian Anqi hugged Yin Rui's shoulders. So it was this kind of guy who killed me in my previous life? Yin Rui vaguely felt a little unwillingness from Jian Anqi's tone. He raised his arm and patted Jian Anqi's shoulder. Yes, but he didn't grow up in this life. We strangled him in the cradle. Let's go. I have to go back to work. Jian Anqi sent Yin Rui to the door. At this time, the temperature outside had begun to warm up, and the snow accumulated on the ground had begun to melt slowly. Not far away, people wearing the same clothes could be seen using shovels to clean up the melted snow water. That's the prisoners. Although some of them have superpowers, our magnetic sonic cannon can still suppress some prisoners with unstable minds. Plus, they haven't been trained by my system. Even without the help of the magnetic sonic cannon, they have no way to successfully escape. Yin Rui took a few steps forward, wanting to get closer to see the situation of these people. As a result, as soon as he walked in, he saw several familiar faces. All of them were gangs with some strength in their previous lives. What they had was basically obtained by fists and fighting. And now, the people who looked very glorious in their previous lives are actually clearing snow now. Yin Rui was in a good mood and pointed out several people who had conflicts with him in his previous life. After hearing this, Jian Anqi waved to the soldiers who were supervising, attracted the other party's attention, and made a move. The other party immediately felt like they were facing a great enemy. After nodding imperceptibly, Jian Anqi took people away. What does that mean? Yin Rui asked. That means there are dangerous people here, so they should keep a close eye on them and not be distracted. Jian Anqi put his arm around Yin Rui's shoulders. Let's go! Should we go back to help during the reconstruction? We'll do our best. We're waiting to do business with Minister Xiong. Yin Rui laughed out loud. We'll set up a stall like before. When the city is almost rebuilt, we can go back to the supermarket and resume our old business. Then will we travel to other planes? Yin Rui heard the eagerness in Jian Anqi's tone, and he was eager to use a time converter. At that time, we can exchange one night for 1 year or 10 years in another plane. We can decide how long we want to stay. Right? System? System? Yin Ping Ping. Even after being called by name, the system still did not appear. Yin Rui's heart tightened, And he quickly checked his system plane and found that there was no abnormality. The only abnormality was that he could not find the system. What should I do? Yin-Rui was a little panicked. In some novels, once the host completes the task, the system will leave. Our Ping-Ping will not leave. Right? I don't want it. Jian-Anchi originally thought that he would wait for a while, and the system would come back in a while. But when he heard Yin-Rui say this, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Otherwise, we can find a way to contact the main control. If this is really the case, we can ask if we can use points to exchange the system. Yin-Rui scratched his head. How to contact the main control? What if our Ping-Ping doesn't like to stay with us? What? Are you looking for the main control? At this time, a familiar voice appeared, and Yin-Rui immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He was a little scared, and felt that his performance just now was really a bit nonsensical. Nothing. Why weren't you here just now? I went to find the main control, the system said. Do you want to leave? Or is it time for you to leave? Can you not leave? Yin-Rui was a little nervous, and pretended to be calm at that time. Thinking about it, he has been with the system for several years, and has long been accustomed to the existence of the system. I won't leave. The system was a little puzzled. What's wrong? Don't you want to open a supermarket in the future? No. Yin-Rui heard what the system meant. As long as he kept opening the supermarket, the system would stay with him, and there would be nothing to worry about. Are you worried about me? The system immediately said happily. I knew that we have the best relationship. Don't worry. Even if you don't open the supermarket in the future, I will report to the main control and ask to stay with you. Anyway, I have earned so many points that I can't spend them all. What did you say? You actually earned so much? Yin-Rui knew that the system would get a commission from it, but he didn't expect that the system's earnings would give him such confidence. Yes, I use your money for food, drink and entertainment, and there is no place to spend points. The system said it without concealment. By the way, I have two things to tell you. One is what the main control said during the system meeting, and the other is what the main control told me alone. Which one do you want to listen to first? It turned out that he just left for a meeting. Let's listen to the private talk first. The private talk is that after we gave the last bit of energy of the invading consciousness to the main control, the main control used this bit of energy and finally successfully developed a prop that can prevent invasion by their consciousness. Now it is preparing to be put into various planes. If this continues, no plane will ever see a disaster like ours again. That's great. Yin-Rui clenched his fist and cheered. These people are just like maggots on the tarsal bone. They can't be driven away or eliminated. If they can really be solved, it will be a great achievement. After speaking, Yin-Rui asked the system, what is the second thing? The second thing is that the host paradise was made public during the meeting. Now it is open for settlement. You can choose shops and houses on a first-come, first-served basis, the system said. But each person is limited to buying 5 sets. I plan to buy 3 shops and 2 houses for rent. I have signed up for all 6 people in our family. Well done. Yin-Rui snapped his fingers. Except for the 2 of us. I'll take care of everyone else. Let's go pick first. Qing and Sue's yards must be big, and then we'll build a big playground for them. What about you? What kind do you want? I want to live with you. The system raised its hand. After arriving at the host paradise, I can also choose a human-shaped image. At that time, I will mold myself into. After thinking for a long time, I still couldn't come up with the final conclusion. Forget it. I'd better be a monkey. I'm used to it now. Yin-Rui laughed loudly. He put his arm around Jian-Anchi's arm, touched the system's head, and called in and out of the farm. Let's go! It's already melting outside. In the future, you will rarely see snow here. Yin-Rui strode forward firmly. We'll go home in the evening. Starting tomorrow, the supermarket will reopen.